Chapter 1, Transformed into the male protagonist's sister. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Within the dim confines of the stone cavern, a slender figure was shackled to the wall, blood ceaselessly dripping from her form. Her visage, marred by relentless torment, was unrecognizable. Dressed in black, Jun Mingyue leisurely lifted her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. "How does it feel to find yourself in such a predicament today, my dear sister?" Jun Mingyue let out a heart-wrenching scream, her bloodshot eyes resembling those of a frenzied specter. "Jun Mingyue, you heartless wretch. You shall meet a dreadful end. If you possess the courage, go ahead and kill me." Ah! A flash of sword light severed the tendons in her right hand, eliciting a soul-rending wail from her lips as Jun Mingyue, the victorious conqueror, gazed upon her feeble struggles. With satisfaction. Am I truly so willing to let my sister perish? The humiliations I endured within the Jun family, you have yet to fully experience. Jun Mingyue's gaze was shrouded in malevolence. At that moment, despair filled Jun Mingyue's eyes. Her mind was consumed with regret. Who could have foreseen that the once derided waste of the 9 provinces would now ascend to become the mightiest emperor, while she awaited nothing but endless torment? Chijiao felt a dull pain coursing through her body, as though she had been crushed beneath a heavy truck. Congratulations! You have bound to the character Jun Mingyue in the record of gods and demons of the 9 provinces. Complete the advanced tasks to unlock the character, and once all plotlines of Jun Mingyue are resolved, you may return to the modern world. Chijiao had traversed into a book, transforming into the cannon fodder antagonist Jun Mingyue of a male-oriented harem novel. To speak of the record of gods and demons of the 9 provinces, it was a novel that had amassed over 1 billion clicks, reigning supreme on the male-oriented charts for years. The author, Dai Yan, gained fame solely through this work, collecting awards with ease. Following the predictable narrative, this was a fantastical realm where the male protagonist, Jun Mingyue, was neglected by his family, constantly tormented by cannon fodder. Living a life of utter misery, eventually, he concocted elixirs, unveiling his extraordinary talent, and became a disciple of several ancient masters, causing his powers to soar. Believing he could henceforth live peacefully, he was betrayed by his half-sister Jun Mingyue during a trial, leading to his relentless pursuit by righteous cultivators. Seizing the opportunity, she stole his treasures and cast him into a desolate abyss. However, the protagonist unlocked his golden finger, training for 3 years in the abyss, unearthing his true heritage and acquiring numerous spirit companions and treasures. He was not the son of the Jun family patriarch, but rather the offspring of the former demon emperor, blessed with the strongest bloodline in existence. 3 years hence, he returned with a vengeance, no longer the submissive individual of yore. Instead, he exacted revenge upon those who had wronged him, amassing a harem without end. With the absence of cannon fodder, he ventured into new territories to gather maidens, as foolish souls continued to seek their own demise, including Jun Mingyue, who was ultimately transformed into a grotesque figure, suffering a slow and torturous demise. In the end, this Emperor of Stars merged all realms into one, establishing his own palace and gathering thousands of beauties, ensuring an endless lineage. Chijiao merely lamented the abrupt conclusion of this 500,000-word masterpiece, contemplating a continuation, only to find herself ensnared within its pages. She was indignant. After all, the narrative had concluded abruptly. Those fleetingly captivating maidens vanished after a single night with Jun Mingyue, and the NPCs, who initially bestowed treasures upon the protagonist, promised future encounters that never materialized. Most infuriating was Jun Mingyue, once the strongest antagonist, subdued with a single move, only to meet a horrific end in the finale. She deserved to live a few more chapters to satiate her vengeance, yet, Chijiao was left feeling disheartened, relieved that the author had not heeded her grievances, lest she be the one to perish. Transformed into Jun Mingyue, she decided to flee while the protagonist was absent. She had no desire to partake in this wretched narrative. Upon opening her eyes, the first sight that greeted her was the pristine white veil. Jun Mingyue attempted to rise, only to discover a young man in white seated beside her bed. The youth's garments of delicate white silk hung loosely, revealing a small expanse of fair skin on his chest. His strikingly handsome face bore a frown, complemented by those innocent, dark eyes, resembling a fragile work of art. Wait a moment, am I not holding the script of a cannon fodder antagonist? Isn't this the opening scene of a female emperor? His clear, glimmering black eyes reflected Jun Mingyue's image as he weakly murmured, "The young lady has finally awakened." In the next moment, he collapsed, unable to support himself. What a delicate and fragile beauty! Jun Mingyue hurriedly supported him, but the instant her hand touched his body, an alarm blared in her mind, accompanied by a mechanical voice. "Warning! Warning! You are engaging in behavior that violates your character setting." The original Jun Mingyue would not treat the male protagonist kindly. "Warning! Wait, this is indeed the male protagonist. Jun Mingyue racked her brain for the original plot and discerned a faint clue. Initially, although Jun Xingchen was weak, he was not entirely a waste. His body functioned like an elixir furnace, capable of absorbing spiritual energy through close contact. Jun Mingyue had discovered this and provided him with cultivation pills, deceiving him into believing they would enhance his spiritual power, while periodically aiding him in nurturing his essence, ultimately siphoning his growing strength, preventing him from making any progress for years. But now, Jun Xingchen appeared so depleted. Could she not exercise some restraint? She felt a pang of sympathy for this unfortunate White Lotus child. Jun Mingyue released her grip and inquired, "What would happen if I acted contrary to my character setting? Should your initial character setting collapse, you will face penalties, including but not limited to being subjected to 1,000 cuts and eternal reincarnation restrictions. Only upon unlocking advanced tasks can you fully control this body." Jun Mingyue was taken aback. In the original narrative, she embodied a lofty, aloof persona. Her current task was to maintain that facade. She meticulously donned her attire, gazing at her immaculate reflection in the mirror, and cleared her throat before addressing the outside. "Come in." A young girl with a cloud-like hairstyle entered, her appearance reminiscent of Jun Xingchen. Dressed as a young lady, she bounced in with enthusiasm. Elder sister's strength has increased again. Her gaze fell upon the unconscious Jun Xingchen, and she smirked disdainfully. "This waste is fortunate to aid elder sister's growth. Is he dead? I shall summon someone to dispose of him in the mass grave, lest he tarnish the Jun family's territory." Jun family's second daughter, Jun Jiaolu, though born of a concubine, possessed considerable strength among the younger generation. Eager to curry favor with Jun Mingyue, she relentlessly belittled Jun Xingchen, serving as her loyal sycophant and a minor cannon fodder. "He is not dead, he still breathes. Have someone carry him to his own room." Jun Mingyue paused before adding, "Prepare some ginseng soup to revitalize him." Chapter 2, What Brings You Here? Warning, warning. Be careful not to accidentally kill me, or I shall be unable to absorb any spiritual essence. She spoke all at once, and the system fell silent. Jun Mingyue felt a secret thrill. Indeed, as long as the intent was malevolent, there was no issue. This wretched system thought it could impose sanctions upon her. No chance. Jun Chaolu initially stared at Jun Mingyue in astonishment, but soon exhaled in relief, realizing that the young lady merely wished to exploit this useless one for the long term. She promptly nodded and commanded the servants outside, "Bring this worthless one back to me." Once they had tidied up, Jun Mingyue gazed at her noble and aloof reflection in the bronze mirror and felt a stir of emotion. Yet, the thought that her current identity was that of a villainous character stifled her enthusiasm. The male lead was merely 15 or 16 years old and had yet to regain his magical powers. Everything was still in its infancy. Could it be possible to salvage this situation? The betrayal of the male lead is an inevitable plot point. Please do not harbor such illusions, host. Must I lead him to the wilderness? Indeed, otherwise the male lead cannot unlock his golden finger, and the entire premise of this narrative will collapse, resulting in your failure. Jun Mingyue found herself in a quandary. If she treated the male lead kindly as she had done earlier, could he perhaps, upon his eventual darkening, spare her life for the sake of their past bond? You mentioned that once I unlock the mission, I can wield this body at will? Correct. Then the persona of Jun Mingyue as a benevolent elder sister is firmly established. After all, she could never bring herself to mistreat the male lead. She would await the unlocking of her character and then shower the male lead with unrestrained kindness. Let him turn dark, for she was at least his sister. If she had not committed any heinous acts, he would not resort to killing her, would he? Jun Xingchen was carried back to his dilapidated courtyard by 2 servants. Although he was nominally the second young master of the Jun residence, all of Jiuzhou knew him as the family's disgrace. His dwelling was a wretched place, inferior even to the servants' quarters, and he wore a faded hemp robe. Cast haphazardly onto the bed, Jun Xingchen awoke groggily, coughing a few times. Despite the dilapidation of the courtyard, it was neatly organized under his care. On the table sat a bowl of ginseng chicken soup, which the departing servant eyed greedily. However, recalling Jun Mingyue's fierce temperament, he dared not pilfer the nourishing soup meant for this waste. He closed the door, muttering, "I truly do not understand how the young lady could treat you so well," personally instructing that this waste be given soup to restore his health. Upon hearing this, Jun Xingchen looked incredulously at the steaming broth on the table, his mind conjuring up her usual cold and indifferent demeanor, frowning in confusion. She personally Had someone prepared ginseng soup for him? By the time he finished the bowl of soup, it was already afternoon. After a brief period of recuperation, he still found no change in his abilities. The time had come. He tightly clutched a piece of jade pendant, 10 years ago, before her death. His mother revealed that she was not his biological mother. Her own child had been stillborn, and fate had placed the swaddled Jun Xingchen outside her courtyard. She perceived this as a divine blessing and raised him as her own until now. Sensing her impending demise, she entrusted him with the jade pendant that had accompanied him since birth, urging him to seek out his true family if he ever gained the strength to do so. However, Jiuzhou was a world where the strong ruled. Without the ability to cultivate anew, how could he escape his current plight? After exploring various medical theories, he concluded that he might have a blockage in his spiritual veins, and the spiritual herb, Lingji, blossomed only once every decade. Its maturity was due in 3 days. Under the cover of night, he departed the Jun residence, hastening to the floating life forest, home to the formidable beasts. At dawn, weary and travel-worn, he entered an inn. The innkeeper, noticing his distinguished bearing, immediately inquired, "Young sir, will you be lodging or just stopping by?" "A room, please." "Certainly." He slept until evening when a sudden commotion roused him from his slumber. "Open your eyes and recognize who my young lady is. The legitimate daughter of the Grand Tutor's estate, Qin Rulan. What are you, to dare compete for a room with us?" A maid arrogantly glared at 2 girls before her, while the aforementioned lady, with an exquisite visage, casually twirled a strand of hair, coolly observing them. Jun Mingyue silently regarded her for a moment, choosing not to speak, maintaining her lofty demeanor. Jun Chaolu, however, beamed with pride, raising her voice, "Who did I think it was? What is the Grand Tutor's estate to us? Does the entire continent not know their strength? Do you comprehend the audacity of your arrogance? We are from the Jun General's estate. Do you know who my sister is? Jun Mingyue, one of the Jun family's dual pillars." In an instant, the entire inn fell silent, all eyes fixed on the ethereal girl clad in white. Jun Xingchen, having just exited his room, looked on in disbelief. "Young lady." Jun Mingyue and Jun Chaolu turned to him, with Jun Chaolu muttering, "What is this waste doing here?" In the original narrative, Jun Mingyue also ventured to the floating life forest in search of treasures, leading to a quarrel with Qin Rulan, who, in her frustration, wept. Jun Xingchen then intervened, and the two subsequently developed feelings for one another amidst the forest's romantic backdrop. However, Jun Mingyue would never be foolish enough to argue with the future wife of the male lead. Calmly returning her gaze, she addressed Qin Rulan, "Since Miss Qin is so determined to have this superior room, let it be granted to you." Jun Chaolu protested, "Eldest sister, your strength is unmatched. Why should you yield? What face are you giving her? This little girl is truly galloping down the path of a cannon fodder. Unable to see that the male lead is present, yet still troubling the lady. No wonder you ultimately met such a gruesome fate." The inn's patrons exchanged glances. Though this Miss June possesses extraordinary strength, she does not bully others but instead treats them with courtesy. This embodies the true demeanor of a cultivator. Qin Rulan hesitated, her complexion paling. She dared only to enter the outskirts of the floating life forest. Yet Jun Mingyue was different, her prowess was likely among the top tier of the new generation. Grateful for the opportunity to retreat, she quickly responded, "Thank you, Miss June. I apologize for my rudeness, please do not take it to heart." Jun Chaolu scoffed, her spirits soaring. The innkeeper had arranged for 2 rooms adjacent to Jun Xingchen's, and the 3 gathered at a table in the dining hall. Jun Chaolu frowned at Jun Xingchen, as if sharing a space with him was beneath her. Jun Mingyue, maintaining her composure, inquired, "What brings you here?" Chapter 3. Jun Xingchen, the seemingly ineffectual one, spoke with neither humility nor arrogance, "I wish to gather some herbs." Jun Chaolu scoffed, her gaze filled with disdain, "With your feeble strength, how dare you venture into such a dense forest?" Jun Mingyue lifted her chin, her eyes as delicate as crystal, fixated on Jun Xingchen. "Since you are here, you may accompany me. I too am in search of some medicinal herbs. We shall set out this evening." Jun Xingchen was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in agreement. Mingyue ordered a few dishes. Yet the waiter had yet to deliver them when Qin Rulan's personal maid approached, carrying a tray of medicinal bottles. "My mistress wishes to convey that." Although Miss Jean does not hold a grudge, her earlier actions were indeed impudent. These healing pills are merely a gesture of apology from her. And I hope Miss Mingyue will not take offense. Jean Chaolu huffed, who cares? The medicine from the Jean family is far superior. The maid's complexion paled as she looked helplessly at Jun Mingyue. In the original narrative, Jun Mingyue's outward demeanor portrayed her as an unattainable goddess. Yet she was indeed a cultured scoundrel, often harboring disdainful and scathing thoughts towards those she deemed inferior. According to the plot, she would surely return the bottles. However, she had no desire to offend the male lead's wife in front of him. Casting a lofty glance at the disarray of bottles, she coldly remarked, "Does your mistress believe I am certain to be injured?" The maid grew increasingly anxious. "My mistress did not mean that. If the young lady dislikes them, I shall take my leave. I hope she does not misunderstand." Mingyue scoffed, "Now that I am here, I shall accept your mistress's goodwill, Xingchen." Jean Xingchen, bewildered by the unexpected attention, looked at Jun Mingyue in confusion. Jun Mingyue spoke calmly, "You should keep all these medicines. Warning, warning. No need to hinder our progress in the forest." What nonsense. I am merely facilitating the connection between the male and female leads. Jean Xingchen's dark, innocent eyes flickered. And he obediently gathered the medicines. The maid shot Jean Xingchen a peculiar glance. Who doesn't know that the second young master of the Jean family is a waste? Is Jun Mingyue's action not an insult to her mistress's gifts, deeming them fit only for the ineffectual? Yet, the maid could only swallow her indignation. For Jun Mingyue's power was formidable, intimidating even the royal family. Jean Chaolu glanced around, sensing something peculiar about Jun Mingyue, but could not articulate what was amiss. Mingyue scrutinized Jean Xingchen, whose youthful, fair visage exuded navet. His hair was tied back, and he donned a white garment, when his pitch-black eyes met hers. They sparkled like a pure white lotus untouched by filth. "Ah, Chendi, should you and she become entwined, do remember my merits." After their meal, the trio officially embarked on their treasure-seeking journey. Naturally, this expedition would not be without its complications. Qin Ruolin summoned a few henchmen. Yet their combined strength paled in comparison to Jun Mingyue's. Emboldened, she brazenly requested to join Jun Mingyue's party. Jun Mingyue cast her a dispassionate glance. "Should you hinder my progress, I shall discard you." Qin Ruolin hesitated, then forced a smile upon her exquisite face. "Rest assured, Miss Jean, I have brought some guards, they will surely prove useful." After all, the leads must cultivate their feelings, thus Jun Mingyue would undoubtedly acquiesce. As Jun Mingyue's group advanced, Qin Ruolin whispered to her maid, "Is that person beside her the second young master of the Jin family? Not the eldest?" The maid nodded vigorously. "Indeed, it is Jean Xingchen, that waste." Qin Ruolin's expression darkened. "What a pity. He is so handsome." The maid replied, "I have heard that the Jin family's relations with him are rather poor. Why does the eldest miss bring him along?" Qin Ruolin retorted coldly, "It is merely for show. Who knows how they clash behind closed doors?" Thanks to Mingyue's overwhelming presence, they encountered no particularly formidable beasts in the outskirts of the forest. The leaves rustled ominously, and a dark cloud suddenly descended from the eastern sky, heralding a swift change in weather, as dust swirled about the gnarled branches on the ground. Jean Chaolu sweetly remarked, "It seems my elder sister predicts rain." Mingyue responded coolly, "It is not rain approaching, rather, there is disturbance within the valley." This was the moment the male lead was to experience his first fortuitous encounter, regaining his cultivation and spatial abilities. In contemporary web literature, a male lead's spatial spirit spring is almost a prerequisite. How else could one concoct elixirs to attract admirers? "What herbs does the eldest miss seek in the floating life forest?" Jean Xingchen suddenly inquired. "Heartbreaking grass," Jun Mingyue replied, "to aid my brother in breaking through his bottleneck." At this moment, Qin Ruolin exclaimed with delight, "Heartbreaking grass grows in tandem with longevity grass, both thrive in damp, shadowy places. I have come in search of longevity grass." How fortuitous. Indeed, how fortuitous. In the original text, Jun Mingyue sought to monopolize the longevity grass, which led to a significant decline in Jean Xingchen's and Qin Ruolin's affections towards her. The dark clouds above gathered ominously, and thunder rumbled as, following a flash of lightning, a man clad in green, wielding a sword, descended from the heavens. The cold wind swirled around him as he landed gracefully, his demeanor exuding elegance and composure, complemented by a gentle, handsome face, elevating his charisma to new heights. His attire bore a silver-threaded pattern resembling a chain. Qin Ruolin gasped, "It is Bayuza, the holy son of Baiyu Palace." Mingyue exhaled in relief, everything proceeded according to the script. Bayuza was originally a refined and gentle young man, possessing great strength, and posed no conflict with the male lead in the early stages, though he greatly desired to befriend Jun Mingyue. Their paths would cross in the floating life forest. However, later on, he would find himself infatuated with a girl who had an affection for Jin Xingchen, which would incite his ire, especially when his own sister also developed feelings for Jin Xingchen, driving him to madness and thrusting him into a villainous role. "I heard that Miss Jin has arrived here. I was preoccupied with my cultivation and regrettably missed the opportunity to meet you," he said warmly to Jun Mingyue. "You two are among the young elite, Miss Mingyue. I never anticipated encountering you here." Jun Mingyue stepped forward to engage him in conversation, sensing a disturbance within the forest. He nodded, "Indeed, I have sensed it. It originates from the inner region." Jun Mingyue scoffed, "Merely the floating life forest, I shall investigate." "Truly a gifted individual, Miss Jin," Bayuza remarked with an air of refinement. "I study at the Royal Galan Academy, yet I have not had the pleasure of meeting you." Jun Mingyue waved her hand dismissively. "I possess a degree from there, but the teachings have long become second nature to me. I see no need to return." Bayuza chuckled softly. Chapter 4. The male protagonist engages in combat with his concubine. The two stood side by side, one exuding elegance and grace, the other radiating an air of cool aloofness. Chao Lu, unable to contain her emotions, remarked, "Elder sister should stand alongside someone like him." Moments later, Jun Mingyue returned, casting a glance at Jun Xingchen before tossing her cloud frost sword to him. Both Jun Chaolu and Jun Xingchen were taken aback, while Mingyue stated, "I have urgent matters to attend to in the inner circle. I entrust the gathering of medicinal herbs to you. Should you encounter ferocious beasts, ensure your own safety. Do not return with injuries as if I had mistreated you." Jun Xingchen blinked his resplendent eyes and replied, "Yes, Mississippi." Jun Chaolu, displeased, huffed, "Elder sister, I have never wielded your sword." Jun Mingyue glanced at her, "Are you to accompany him in the search for the heartbreaking herb?" Chaolu fell silent, obediently stepping beside her. Qin Ruolin appeared somewhat dazed. "Wait, Miss Mingyue, you are heading into the inner circle? How can you leave the herb gathering to Jun Xingchen?" Mingyue cast her a dispassionate glance. "Standing idly and complaining about the cold food is merely creating a space for the two of you. Soon, a great earthquake would strike, and both would plunge from the precipice, entering a mode of mutual affection." "I trust Xingchen," Mingyue declared. Qin Ruolin, taken aback, felt the underlying sarcasm in Mingyue's words, which clearly indicated her lack of desire to assist. Yet, to Xingchen, it transformed into a profound affirmation of trust. Jun Xingchen stared at Jun Mingyue in astonishment, realizing she had always held such faith in him. Mingyue, Chao Lu, and Bayuza promptly departed, leaving Qin Ruolin and her lackeys, along with Xingchen, to guard the area. However, Xingchen had pressing matters to attend to. Securing Mingyue's heartbreaking herb was paramount, followed closely by his own Lingji flower. Time was of the essence, and he swiftly moved toward the depths of the forest. Qin Ruolin, infuriated, stomped her foot, exclaiming, "Aren't you afraid of death? Can't you wait here for your sister?" Jun Xingchen retorted, "If Miss Jin is afraid, she may remain on the periphery." Qin Ruolin, exasperated, questioned, "Is she truly inferior to a worthless wretch?" She immediately pursued him. That night, the forest was unfathomably deep. Although lightning occasionally illuminated the sky, no rain fell, as if heralding an impending apocalypse. The woods were eerily silent, and each step upon the branches startled Qin Ruolin. Overwhelmed by fear, she commanded her lackeys, "Light the fire talismans." Jun Xingchen attempted to intervene but was too late. Flames ignited within the forest, and before Qin Ruolin could revel in her brief joy, rustling sounds surrounded them. Xingchen gripped the cloud frost sword tightly, his gaze vigilant. Night is when the beasts are most invigorated. With so many of us, they would not dare approach, but lighting the fire talismans has sparked their resolve. Meanwhile, Mingyue continued her trajectory, investigating the inner circle, awaiting the completion of her task to return to her role as the antagonist. The Moon Lake, typically serene, now roiled with tumult, leaving the three puzzled. Bayuza speculated, the Moon Lake is connected to the entire mountain range. Could there be anomalies in the mountains of the floating life forest? Mingyue nodded. I noticed many beasts stirring earlier, they may have sensed a disturbance. The beast's agitation could signify the emergence of rare treasures. A glint appeared in Bayuza's eyes. Elder sister must acquire it. Chaolu exclaimed joyfully. Yet. Such treasures often accompany peril, those rampaging monsters might prove formidable, Bayuza hesitated. It is merely the floating life forest, I do not regard it with concern. Mingyue declared haughtily. Bayuza acknowledged her with a nod when suddenly, a thunderous rumble resonated through the ground, fissures forming beneath them. The Moon Lake bubbled as if boiling. And they gazed down the slope to witness a torrent of beasts surging outward. These creatures, once dwelling in the inner circle, now flooded into the perimeter, foreshadowing a nightmare. Mingyue's expression hardened. Xingqian is still out there. Chaolu, perplexed, questioned, why save that worthless wretch? If he dies, so be it. Mingyue inhaled deeply. Realizing her foolish sister's ignorance, my sword is still in his possession. Chaolu hesitated, then swiftly responded, that cannot be, that sword is far more precious than his life. We must hurry. Jun Xingqian had already vacated their original position. Mingyue speculated he had gone to gather herbs for her. So she followed the trajectory of the heartbreaking herb and eventually discovered them near a cliff. The area was ablaze with fire talismans. Illuminating the scene, the ground littered with the bodies of several beasts and lackeys. Jun Xingqian, clad in white, bore numerous bloodstains. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his delicate features accentuated by the crimson streaks. He gripped the Cloud Frost sword tightly. His youthful gaze resolute as he faced Qin Rulan, I will not yield. His dark eyes shone with unwavering determination, and in that moment, all present sensed an indomitable strength emanating from him. What was that? It was the aura of royalty and dominance from the male protagonist. How could these mere side characters comprehend it? At that moment, Mingyue remained oblivious to the unfolding events, she merely aimed to seize Qin Rulan's longevity herb, continuing her narrative. Yet, before she could step forward, Qin Rulan shouted, with your meager strength, how dare you provoke me? Before Jun Mingyue arrives, I advise you to relinquish both the longevity herb and the heartbreaking herb. Jun Mingyue thought, report. Someone is hijacking my antagonist plot. Is there a flaw in your narrative design? System. Those two herbs grow intertwined, if separated, their efficacy will dissipate instantly. Jun Xingqian refused to retreat. That is impossible. Qin Rulan, infuriated, nearly choked on her breath, unprepared for his obstinacy. They had expended tremendous effort to find this herb, the forest was perilous. And she had no intention of returning. You refuse my kindness and shall suffer the consequences. Take this. She declared, launching an attack. Jun Xingqian extended an arm to shield himself, anticipating a brutal impact, but the expected pain never came. A gentle barrier materialized before him. He opened his eyes, gazing in astonishment at the figure behind Qin Rulan, Miss Mingyue. Qin Rulan felt as if a balloon had deflated, a chill surging from her feet to her head. The ground trembled violently, threatening to unbalance them. Mingyue regarded the two with a complex expression, contemplating how to proceed with her narrative. The male protagonist had engaged in combat with his concubine. Can you believe it? Qin Rulan retreated a few paces, her complexion pale as she stared at Jun Mingyue. Why you? How did you return? Not returning, how else could I witness the spectacle? Jun Mingyue narrowed her eyes, exuding an air of icy elegance. Chapter 5, the young couple made remarkable progress after contemplating why the system had not penalized her. Mingyue surmised it was likely due to the original narrative portraying her as someone who cherished reputation. With Qin Rulan attempting to seize her possessions, she felt compelled to assist Jun Xingqian. Bayuza glanced back, his expression darkening. This is bad, the inner circle's kanjiing beasts are approaching in swarms. We must leave immediately. As his words fell, a large gray bird lunged toward them. Jun Mingyue attempted to fend it off, but the creature evaded her grasp, soaring aloft, its eyes scanning for an opportunity among them. Chaolu, vexed, stamped her foot. I truly cannot fathom what my elder sister sees in you. It's clearly perilous here. She could have found any excuse to stay away yet insists on finding a reason to rescue you, claiming it's for the sword. I refuse to believe that. Jun Xingchen observed Jun Mingyue's tall, resolute figure with a complex gaze, as something within him began to distort. Be careful. Bayuza suddenly shoved Jun Mingyue aside. And the kanjiing beast seized him, flinging him toward the edge of the cliff. In that instant, the ground beneath them quaked again, and they lost their footing, tumbling downwards. Mingyue, pushed off balance, instinctively reached out and grasped two figures as they rushed past her, one clad in green, the other in white. Warning! Warning! You have acted against your character design, release immediately. Jun Mingyue's eyes widened in shock as she beheld the two suspended figures, the male protagonist, Jun Xingchen, in her left hand, and her teammate, Bayuza, in her right. What are you doing here, brother? According to the plot, it should have been Qin Rulan accompanying the male lead. She regretted her impulsive action of reaching out to save Bayuza, inadvertently pulling the male protagonist along with him. Her soft grip tightened around Jun Xingchen's wrist, who gazed up at her, his eyes burning with intensity. Her face, pale and resolute, reflected an unwavering determination. Her delicate wrist, seemingly fragile, had ensnared his very existence. Jun Xingchen, usually composed, now wore an expression of bewilderment, his mind blank. Years of unyielding brilliance had failed to warm his heart. Yet he sensed a gentle moonlight quietly encroaching upon his soul. This feeling of being overwhelmed left him disoriented, his gaze fixated on Jun Mingyue. Bayuza, drenched in cold sweat, thought, how could she abandon her own brother to save a stranger? He cast a wary glance toward the mist-shrouded cliff, steeling himself before addressing Jun Mingyue with a sense of righteous indignation. Jun, you must let me go. The beasts drew nearer, and fearful murmurs rippled through the surrounding crowd. The wind from the cliff cut sharply, as if it were a blade scraping against her ears. Yet, Jun Mingyue felt a profound silence. Her gaze fixed intently on the young Jun Xingchen, a complexity flickering in her light-colored eyes. Jun Xingchen quickly detected that complexity, his eyes widening in astonishment. Feeling an unfamiliar panic swell within him, he felt as if he had plummeted from paradise to the depths of despair. The stark contrast was more jarring than the moment when the world deemed him a failure. Just moments ago, he had been filled with dreams and hopes, yet now, her gaze was as cold as ice. As she anticipated, the next moment, Jun Mingyue released her left hand. That hand belonged to Jun Xingchen. His dark silhouette was swiftly engulfed by the dense mist, and in that fleeting moment, Jun Mingyue caught a glimpse of disbelief reflected in his crimson eyes. She too was taken aback. After all, it was unsettling to abandon her brother. Pulling the dazed Bayuza up, he stared at her, his expression rigid. After a moment of hesitation, he posed a soul-searching question, Is he your real brother? Of course not. Qin Rulan's initial plotline lacks depth. The host should acknowledge this. Jun Mingyue replied dismissively, what does it matter to me? The female lead created her own demise. They have no personal space to cultivate feelings. I cannot bind them together. You assigned a task to the male lead, causing a divergence in their objectives. Jun Mingyue felt a pang of guilt. Thus, she inquired of the system, as long as I create opportunities for them, even if they do not succeed. It is no concern of mine, right? I cannot force them to kiss. Indeed, everything hinges on the male lead. Understanding dawned upon her. If the Emperor of Stars wished to love, he was free to do so, far more than she. Maintaining her aloof ice princess demeanor, she turned her regal gaze toward the dazed Qin Rulan. Qin Rulan. Huh? Qin Rulan, startled at being called out, looked toward Jun Mingyue. The latter, towering and commanding, regarded her with a narrowed gaze, laced with disdain. So it was you who bullied Xingchen? Qin Rulan. Huh? Then. Jun Mingyue kicked Qin Rulan off the cliff. Bayuza? What on earth are you doing? Bayuza felt as though his brain cells were dwindling with every passing moment. It was Jun Mingyue who had thrown Jun Xingchen overboard. Why now did she feign indignation on his behalf? The thunderous sound of hooves approached, enveloping the entire floating life forest. Though it is often said that extraordinary phenomena herald the emergence of rare treasures, those of modest cultivation had long distanced themselves, daring not to risk their lives. Chaolu coughed a few times, urging, "Elder sister, we should depart, there are many beasts." Jun Mingyue gazed into the distant east, "A mountain has split over there." She promptly commanded, "To the east." Chaolu, her loyal follower, immediately complied. Bayuza hesitated, "Are you truly not going to check on your brother?" Jun Mingyue cast a complex glance downward, "I believe that man can conquer nature." Bayuza was rendered speechless. Yet a lingering doubt crept into his mind, did she consider herself more significant than Jun Xingchen? Jun Mingyue was oblivious to his vast misunderstanding. Meanwhile, the male protagonist, Jun Xingchen, reclined against the lush grass, staring blankly at the mist-covered mountaintop. Whether it was the disorientation from his fall or something else, he felt an inexplicable fatigue wash over him, rendering him immobile. His mind flickered with various images, overlapping like slides, culminating in the final moment, Jun Mingyue's resolute expression and her heartless release. A dark object plummeted from the sky. Jun Xingchen stood, clearing a space, as Qin Rulan crashed down, creating a humanoid crater. Dazed and disoriented, Qin Rulan's head spun as she struggled to regain her bearings, her once pristine face now smeared with dirt. Her once immaculate garb a disheveled mess, a stark contrast to her earlier haughty demeanor. As her brain settled, she opened her eyes to find Jun Xingchen's dark gaze fixed upon her, causing her to plop back down, sobbing uncontrollably. Jun Xingchen, perplexed, asked, "How did you fall?" Upon hearing this, Qin Rulan gritted her teeth, tears streaming down her face, a mix of fury and helplessness. "It's your sister. She pushed me. I saw her face. It was Jun Mingyue. She said I bullied you and vowed to take revenge." Male leads mood value, 20, Jun Mingyue, "Ah, splendid. The young couple is making remarkable progress." Chapter 6, The Assassin Without Her Family's Guards. Qin Rulan no longer dared to be as arrogant as before. She was inherently a delicate young lady, relying solely on her family's influence, and her strength was rather limited. Moreover, Xingchen held the Yunshuang sword in his hand. If she inadvertently provoked him, it was entirely possible that he might strike her down. She cautiously glanced around, the darkness enveloping her. "It's so dark here. Please don't leave me alone. I realize my mistakes," sob. Currently, Jun Xingchen was a tender-hearted gentleman, yet he was no fool. Qin Rulan had offended both him and his companion, and he could hardly be bothered to concern himself with her. He tightened his grip on the Yunshuang sword and continued his search deeper into the valley. A fissure appeared in the eastern mountains, precisely where the Lingxi flowers thrived. Qin Rulan stumbled along beside him, noting his indifference. She swallowed her grievances, fearing that he might abandon her. However, as the protagonist, Qin Rulan knew that if she did not create troubles, the plot would stagnate. On their journey, merely stealing Xian Yanlong's egg had led to a prolonged chase. Subsequent incidents, such as scraping her leg while foraging for herbs or dislodging a stone that triggered a landslide, were endless. Jun Xingchen grew increasingly exasperated. Yet fate seemed insistent on thwarting him. Just as they neared the foot of the mountain, 3 figures in black suddenly appeared. Jun Xingchen cast a suspicious glance at Qin Rulan. "Are they from your family?" Qin Rulan hesitated for a moment. "No, I don't recognize them." The leader of the black-clad figures sneered, "By order of the palace master, no one in the floating life forest is to leave today." Meanwhile, Mingyue and her companions also found themselves facing the same group of black-clad figures, their expressions filled with confusion. According to the original story, these were assassins dispatched by an organization called Yeming Palace, sent to retrieve treasures upon witnessing peculiar phenomena, while also silencing witnesses. Under such circumstances, Qin Rulan and Jun Xingchen's feelings for each other began to deepen. After sharing life and death experiences, Qin Rulan even shielded the male lead from a sword strike, leaving an indelible impression on him. Bayuza and his companions had already reached the mountainside. Zhao Lu, incredulous, gazed at the assassins before them. "You claim to be assassins?" The black-clad figures sneered, "Submit to death obediently." Jun Mingyue and Bayuza were utterly baffled by their audacity. There were 12 of them, with 3 boldly charging forward. With a mere flick of his hand, Bayuza sent them sprawling, bloodied and unconscious. The remaining 9, undeterred, rushed forward, but Jun Mingyue coldly laughed, channeling her magical energy to strike at their heads. In an instant, their bodies soared through the air, crashing against the cliffside, lifeless and unblinking. Jun Mingyue steeled herself, reminding herself that they were merely paper dolls, not real threats. After all, she was the strongest antagonist in the early stages. And these minions failed to grasp their own limitations. In mere moments, only the leader remained, glancing fearfully at the corpses around him as he retreated in terror. A faint smirk appeared on Jun Mingyue's lips. "Is this all the strength you possess?" The leader, trembling, stammered, "Who are you?" Zhao Lu, filled with righteous indignation, declared, "Humph. You dare to assassinate us without even knowing my sister's name?" She is Jun Mingyue, the foremost expert among the female warriors of Nanzhao. In this world of 4 nations, 3 palaces, 2 mountains, and 1 city, Jun Mingyue's prowess was legendary. The black-clad leader nearly fainted from fear, turning to flee. Bayuza shouted, "Stop." He still had no idea who had sent them and needed to leave one alive for questioning. The wind and sand made it difficult to see. And they plunged into a dense forest, where the black-clad figure quickly vanished. Zhao Lu stomped her foot in frustration. "What do we do now? We can't catch him." As soon as she spoke, the trees ahead began to collapse, as if cleaved by a sharp blade, followed by the anguished cries of the black-clad man, which abruptly ceased, leaving an eerie silence that sent chills down their spines. Suddenly, Bayuza warned, "Miss Jun, be careful." A vine as thick as an arm had silently slithered to their feet, striking fiercely toward Jun Mingyue's back. Her reflexes were swift. She seized Zhao Lu and spun out of the way. Yet, the vine seemed relentless, poised to strike again. Meanwhile, the rustling of leaves hinted at numerous vines encroaching upon them. The ground trembled, and the forest echoed with the sound of swaying foliage. Bayuza and Jun Mingyue, both capable of self-defense, exchanged glances. Jun Mingyue instructed Zhao Lu, "Find a place to hide." Zhao Lu, deeply touched by her sister's concern, nodded vigorously, "I will not hold you back." Jun Mingyue instantly summoned her spiritual energy, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. A 3-meter-tall shadow emerged from the thicket, swaying as it approached. Only when it drew near could they discern the creature's form, the Qian Huangjin snake. This massive black snake, adorned with golden rings, was approximately 5 meters long when accounting for its tail, with a ruby-like crown upon its head, marking its most precious area. Wherever this snake roamed, it signified the blooming of Lingji flowers, for it had guarded them for generations, consuming them to absorb their spiritual essence. At that moment, the black serpent was quite playful, for it sported the severed head of the black-clad leader atop its crown, bouncing about with it as blood dripped down, the lifeless eyes fixed upon the 3 of them. Its crimson gaze swept over Jun Mingyue and Bayuza, as it flicked its tongue, seemingly appraising their strength. The surrounding vines were its minions, and the upcoming battle loomed ominous. The Qian Huangjin snake detested those who coveted its Lingji flowers. It discarded the head and roared ferociously, revealing its long, fearsome fangs. Bayuza spoke coldly, "What are our odds of victory?" Jun Mingyue replied nonchalantly, 50%. Bayuza turned in surprise, "Miss Jun, you exude confidence." With only victory and defeat as options, 50% was the only logical estimate. "Watch your feet," Jun Mingyue cautioned, unleashing her spiritual energy to create a deep crater in the ground, severing an unruly vine. The Qian Huangjin snake fixated its blood-red eyes on Jun Mingyue, its ruby crown coalescing into a bolt of lightning that shot toward her. Jun Mingyue dodged cautiously, witnessing the ground she had just stood on turn to scorched earth. A harrowing sight. Chapter 7, Deflecting the blade, sever the vines. "I'll occupy the serpent," Mingyue directed. Bayuza, a revered holy son of the palace, was accustomed to issuing commands. Yet, upon receiving Mingyue's impromptu instruction, he found no cause for objection. He promptly drew his sword, cautioning, "You are without a blade, exercise caution." "The floating forest holds no beast I cannot subdue," Mingyue retorted. Indeed, there was a certain satisfaction in such pronouncements. Mingyue's lithe form possessed an agility that far surpassed the cumbersome movements of the crimson-ringed serpent. The serpent writhed, unleashing bolts of lightning, yet Mingyue skillfully evaded each assault. In a desperate attempt, the serpent lunged, seeking to overtake her with sheer speed, only to be effortlessly outmaneuvered. Still, Mingyue recognized that this was not the full extent of her capabilities. Having only recently transmigrated, she had yet to fully master her vessel. Had the original, formidable Mingyue confronted the serpent, it would have surely met its demise. As the battle raged, Chaolu watched from behind a tree, her anxiety mounting with each passing moment. Time ebbed away. Bayuza, having vanquished the relentless horde of demonic vines, turned to assist Mingyue. Simultaneously, a woman's cry pierced the air. Miss Jun, Holy Sun Bai. Help us! The trio turned to find a disheveled Qin Rulan, followed by Jun Xingchen, locked in combat with two dark figures. Xingchen's spiritual energy was meager, further depleted by Mingyue's past actions. He had barely managed to dispatch one assailant. Pursued relentlessly throughout the night, he was exhausted and devoid of strength. Fortified by his protagonist's aura, he had miraculously survived. Mingyue's gaze fell upon Rulan's unkempt appearance, and she winced. Weren't you two supposed to be fostering a connection? What transpired? Why do you look like refugees? Xingchen had been tormented by Rulan throughout the night. Yet, being a gentle soul, he could not abandon her. Rulan's tendency to seek refuge by his side only exacerbated the situation. With the threat of a two-pronged assault, Mingyue could delay no longer. With a swift motion, she conjured a blade of spiritual energy, aiming for the serpent's vital spot. With a sickening sound, a beam of light bisected the serpent. Without a final lament, the crimson-ringed serpent crashed to the ground, its demise marked by a thunderous impact. The serpent's severed head, adorned with a resplendent ruby coronet, stared grotesquely at the group. Xingchen parried an attack from a dark figure with his Cloudfrost sword. Mingyue, gathering her spiritual energy once more, launched an attack. Xingchen felt the pressure ease, and the dark figure collapsed, a gaping hole in its chest. Before he could find respite, the last remaining assailant, realizing the tide had turned, cast his heavy sword toward Xingchen's chest. Perish! Mingyue's eyes widened. Precisely. Rulan, intercede. But as her gaze fell upon Rulan, she saw her cowering behind Bayuza, devoid of any intent to intervene. Mingyue was aghast. Are you truly the female lead? Save him. Xingchen watched helplessly as the blade hurtled toward his chest. Just as all seemed lost, a figure of white selflessly interposed themselves in his stead. A sickening sound filled the air as the blade pierced flesh. The stench of blood permeated the scene. Silence descended, broken only by the rustling of leaves in the wind. Xingchen, pinned to the ground by her warm form, stared in disbelief at the crimson stain blooming across her white robes. The shocking hue left him in a state of shock. Sister! Chaolu cried, her voice laced with grief. Warning! You have deviated from your designated persona. Punishment will be administered. If I knew it would hurt this much, I would never have acted selflessly. And to be punished as well. What a travesty! Had Mingyue been granted a moment's reflection, she would never have intervened. Bayuza swiftly vanquished the last assailant. Xingchen, finally regaining his senses, helped Mingyue to her feet, his voice trembling. Miss, are you all right? Eldest sister, is the wound severe? Chaolu sobbed, supporting her. Mingyue gritted her teeth as she extracted the blade, her brow slick with perspiration. Despite her pallor, she forced a facade. I am unharmed. As the trio fussed over Mingyue, Rulan's attention was captivated by the fallen crimson-ringed serpent. The ruby coronet glimmered enticingly. Having perused ancient texts, she recognized its immense value. Her eyes fixated on the coronet. She furtively approached the serpent's head. Punishment imminent. Prepare yourself. 3, 2. Mingyue was perplexed. Having eliminated all apparent threats, what potential calamity remained? 1. Punishment initiated. Rulan tugged at the serpent's coronet. In an instant, the serpent's head snapped back to life, startling Rulan. The serpent, with glazed eyes, spewed a final stream of venom. Mingyue was caught in the crossfire, her expression frozen in disbelief. She should never have placed her faith in this nonsensical novel. Its lack of logic was astounding. Miss. Xingchen caught her as she collapsed. Simultaneously, the ground trembled violently. The surrounding trees swayed, obscuring the sky. Suddenly, a fissure rent the earth. Xingchen and Mingyue tumbled into the abyss. Eldest sister. Chaolu watched in horror as the pair vanished. The mountain is hollow. Jumping in is futile. Go to the base of the mountain and rescue them. Bayuza, striving to maintain composure, issued his command. Chaolu, gazing into the dark chasm, nodded resolutely. She launched a signal flare, alerting the Jun family to their plight. Rulin stared blankly, realizing the gravity of her actions. The Qin family, is it? If any harm befalls my sister, my father and brother will raze your estate to the ground. Chaolu's words were not mere threats. Mingyue was a prodigy. Nurtured with rare treasures, a figure of renown throughout the land. Should anything befall her, not only the Qin family, but the very beasts of the floating forest would pay the price. Fear coursed through Rulin's veins. Chapter 8, Resuming Cultivation in the Pitch-Black Cave. Jun Xingchen ignited a fire talisman. This was a long-abandoned secret chamber, scattered with remnants of everyday life. By the wall stood an everlasting lamp, which he lit, illuminating the entire cave. The furnishings were quite rudimentary, a stone bed, a table, and a bookshelf. Beneath the stone bed lay a chilling skeleton, its clothes long since weathered by time. If Jun Mingyue were awake at this moment, she would undoubtedly be thrilled, exclaiming that the Clich D web novels always depict characters finding extraordinary manuals after leaping off cliffs. Jun Xingchen carefully laid Jun Mingyue onto the stone bed. She gasped painfully. Having sustained injuries not only from the battle but also contaminated with toxic blood, placing her in a perilous situation. Under the dim light, Xingchen anxiously observed her every movement. Her face, as radiant as jade, usually proud and defiant, was now slightly furrowed, and her once rosy lips had turned pale and tightly pressed together. This was his first time observing her so closely, rarely witnessing her in such a tranquil state. Memories of her past provocations flashed through his mind. Though kind-hearted, Jun Xingchen was not oblivious. He understood that Jun Mingyue despised him, her illegitimate brother, yet he still endeavored to treat her with the utmost respect. She had claimed to have no need for certain herbs, insisting on being unselfish. She stated she was unworthy of calling him brother. Thus she referred to him as young master. She even remarked that he should avoid appearing before her, for it only served to belittle her in the eyes of the servants. He had observed all of this. Yet now he was left with confusion and misunderstanding regarding his sister's true intentions. As Mingyue's breathing grew weaker, his heart began to race. Regardless of the reasons, he could not bear the thought of anything happening to her. Suddenly, he glanced at the wall and noticed a shimmering herb glowing faintly. Could it be a spirit mushroom? Indeed, it was the spirit mushroom guarded by the crimson flame golden serpent, though this particular variety emitted light. Was it a mutated strain? He turned to look at the frail Jun Mingyue. The path ahead was fraught with uncertainty, and she was in dire straits. Only by opening the spiritual vein could he offer her assistance. Without hesitation, he plucked the luminous spirit mushroom, quickly channeling his energy to transform it into a golden elixir. A moment of doubt crossed his mind. Why was it golden instead of white? If the crimson flame golden serpent were still alive, it would undoubtedly be furious at his disdain for the spirit mushroom it had safeguarded for years. Yet, he swallowed the elixir. Instantly, the world spun, and a deafening roar echoed in his mind, as though his soul had been wrenched into another realm. When he opened his eyes, he was astonished by the expansive space before him, akin to a grand estate, bathed in warm sunlight. Lush spirit herbs and flowering trees, coveted by alchemists from the 9 provinces, bloomed in abundance around him. But that was not the most astonishing sight. There lay a shimmering silver lake upon the ground. Instinctively, Xingchen recognized it as a spiritual spring. He crouched to catch a glimpse of his reflection in the lake, sensing the faint ripples of spiritual energy. Taking a sip from the spring, he found the water sweet and pure, cleansing the impurities that had afflicted him in recent days. His internal wounds healed rapidly as he inhaled deeply, gradually resuming his cultivation, his bloodlines awakening, and he felt an unprecedented surge of power. Water, water. His eyes gleamed for a moment, and he exited the space. Jun Mingyue's lips were parched, her voice hoarse. Water. Xingchen quickly fetched a bowl of water from the spiritual spring and brought it to her lips. The protagonist's luck was indeed remarkable. The spring water effectively neutralized the toxins. After taking several sips, her condition improved, and she gradually opened her eyes. Jun Xingchen, slender and fragile, knelt before the stone bed, his long hair cascading down his back. His tattered clothing revealed multiple intersecting scars on his back, yet at that moment, his sparkling black eyes were fixated on her. The youth's innocent and fair visage softened Jun Mingyue's heart, Despite being just a child, he had endured so much hardship. Young lady, Xingchen gazed at her in confusion, wanting to inquire about something, yet unsure how to begin. Are you wondering why I cast you aside earlier? To his surprise, Jun Mingyue spoke nonchalantly. Xingchen lowered his gaze, appearing somewhat lost. The closer he drew to the truth, the more he hesitated to listen. Because you are Jun Xingchen. Jun Mingyue regarded him earnestly, her true feelings laid bare. Indeed, he was the sole male protagonist of this narrative, with the world revolving around him. Peers were bested by him, and even ancient powerhouses could only defeat him swiftly, unable to extinguish his life. Not to mention that the chasm below was merely a drop. Even if he fell into magma, she would deem it entirely acceptable. Jun Mingyue's words were merely a tantalizing hint, not delving deeper. Yet they could certainly be interpreted in another light. Simply because you are Jun Xingchen, I will take pleasure in bullying you. The system, as expected, issued no warnings. However, Jun Xingchen stood frozen, his sculpted features resembling a porcelain doll, as a long-dormant tree within his heart began to blossom with vibrant flowers, revived by the warmth of spring. Was it truly because he was Jun Xingchen that she placed such trust in him? Did all the past trials actually serve to test him? Jun Mingyue, oblivious, was lost in thought, her mind wandering far beyond. Your sword, young lady. He obediently presented the sword and herbs he had safeguarded for her. Beginner task completed. Congratulations. You have unlocked partial character traits. Young lady, your wounds require treatment, Jun Xingchen prompted once more. At that moment, Jun Mingyue realized her clothes were thoroughly soaked in blood, clinging uncomfortably to her body. Despite this, she frowned and replied, "It's nothing. A mere scratch won't be my demise." Unlike the male protagonist, she understood the importance of boundaries. Yet, what did the partial character trait unlock entail? Were there any limitations? Jun Xingchen seemed to ponder something before retrieving the injury-reducing pill he had previously stored. This is the injury-reducing pill you entrusted to me earlier. Please use it to staunch the bleeding. He handed her a pill, white and round. Jun Mingyue accepted it. Her expression solemn for a moment. Having just been offended by Qin Rulan, was the protagonist attempting to make amends? In that case, she certainly had to take it. Chapter 9, You truly are astute. She swallowed the medicine, and Qin Rulan dared not tamper with it. It was a superior hemostatic elixir. Soon, Jun Mingyue felt a warm sensation spreading across her back, the wound beginning to heal. She cast a glance at the male lead kneeling beside the bed. Jun Xingchen was gazing at her intently. Upon being noticed, his expression momentarily faltered. To be honest, being observed by such an adorable and seemingly harmless little bun, Jun Mingyue was not a stern individual. Her first instinct was to twitch her lips, inadvertently revealing a gentle and benevolent smile. In an instant, Jun Xingchen was mesmerized. Warning, you have acted against your character design. Jun Mingyue would not smile at Jun Xingchen. A jolt coursed through her body, prompting Jun Mingyue to quickly suppress that fleeting smile, acutely aware that her recently healed wound was on the verge of bleeding anew. Didn't you mention that a part of my character design has been unlocked? Now even smiling is prohibited. Your freedom regarding the male lead is currently limited to indirect expressions of affection. Indirect actions? What does that mean? Am I not allowed to show him kindness directly? That is to be understood in that context. Doing good deeds without anyone knowing can easily lead to being impersonated in the narrative. You are the antagonist. I will eventually earn the male lead's recognition. She addressed Jun Xingchen, I am fine now, let us leave immediately. That little bun has been kneeling for too long. He should be wary of developing issues with his knees. Jun Xingchen helped her to her feet, and as they took their first step, Jun Mingyue accidentally kicked something brittle. The two looked down in confusion, and Jun Mingyue's complexion darkened instantly, bones. With that kick, a book suddenly emerged from the skeletal remains, appearing to be an alchemical manual. Rubbing her temples, she recalled the original plot. She needed to seize that book. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Jun Xingchen, that adorable little creature, immediately pick up the book and present it to her. This tome may prove useful to the young lady. Jun Mingyue hesitated, looking at him. Are you serious, brother? Jun Xingchen gazed at her with a mixture of admiration and reverence, his demeanor entirely earnest. Could it be that she truly had to accept it? This was one of the male lead's golden fingers, which had allowed him to outshine many alchemists in the mid-stage of the story. Taking it would undoubtedly affect the main plot. Just as she was weighing her options, the book suddenly transformed into a stream of golden light, swirling in the air for a while before abruptly plunging into Jun Xingchen's brow. Jun Xingchen clutched his head in agony, his face turning pale. An ancient male voice echoed through the cave, "Keek keek, a mere young lad, how fortunate for you to catch my eye for your talent, yet you remain ungrateful. What a waste of my elaborate setup to draw you here, humph." Jun Mingyue kicked the bones in frustration, shooting a fierce glare at them. Jun Xingchen fainted, his delicate face appearing so pale and fragile it was heart-wrenching. With no other choice, Jun Mingyue could only embrace him, dragging his body as she cautiously navigated the disordered cave. Despite her own severe injuries, she persisted, fully aware that the male lead, endowed with his protagonist's halo, would not perish, yet she wished to buy him every possible moment. During this time, Jun Xingchen stirred awake briefly, glancing at her in confusion before quickly succumbing to unconsciousness again. The cave was desolate to the point of inducing panic, but fortunately, after 2 or 3 hours, the rocky barrier was finally breached. A slender beam of light emerged, and a tall figure with a bluish-white hue entered. "Sister. Brother." Jun Mingyue steadied Xingchen as they approached. Jun Shuri, the eldest son of the Jun family, was her full-blooded brother, often referred to alongside Jun Mingyue as the twin pillars of the Jun clan. Upon seeing Mingyue's pale face, his brows furrowed deeply, and the sternness of his countenance was overshadowed by concern. "What on earth happened? How did you sustain such grave injuries?" "It was that beast's fault." Before Jun Chaolu could finish her sentence, Jun Mingyue's body went limp. "Eldest sister. Sister." When Jun Mingyue regained consciousness, it was already noon. She was unaware of how long she had been unconscious, but her wounds had been tended to. Chaolu pushed the door open, carrying a tray laden with various ointments. Upon seeing Mingyue awake, she exclaimed excitedly, "Eldest sister. You are finally awake." She bounced to Mingyue's side, her joy palpable. "You have been unconscious for 3 days, sister. I was so worried about you." Thankfully, nothing grave happened, otherwise that ungrateful wretch Jun Xingchen would have been in for it. "Stop. What does this have to do with Xingchen?" Jun Mingyue's head throbbed from the noise, catching the crux of the matter. Chaolu blinked. "You fell with that little beast, he failed to protect you." Father was particularly furious upon learning this. "He punished him to kneel in your courtyard. For every day you remained unconscious, he was to endure the same without food or water, to atone for his failure. I truly appreciate your efforts to vent my frustrations. 3 days without food or water? That child is going to perish." Jun Mingyue frowned, attempting to rise from the bed. "Where do you think you are going, eldest sister?" Jun Mingyue abruptly halted, returning to her bed with a stern expression. "Have him return to his own room. I do not want him in my sight, lest others assume I have been unkind to him." "But father." Chaolu hesitated. Jun Mingyue's gaze turned icy. "I shall bear the consequences of any issues with father." Yet, as her loyal supporter, Chaolu was always considering her welfare. "Since eldest sister finds him bothersome, I will have him kneel at the ancestral hall." "You truly are astute." "Stop." Jun Mingyue narrowed her eyes. "Let him return. If he perishes from the ordeal, how will I absorb spiritual energy in the future?" Chaolu suddenly understood. "I almost forgot about that. Eldest sister, you must recover your lost spiritual energy. I will send him back at once." Jun Mingyue sank back onto the bed, and Chaolu hopped out of the room. The sunlight outside was blinding, and on the bluestone floor, Jun Xingchen was kneeling, drenched in sweat. He had not eaten for days, and his body was severely dehydrated, teetering on the brink of collapse. "All right, you should return now." "No need to kneel here any longer," Chaolu said, looking down on him with an air of authority. Jun Xingchen frowned. "The young lady has awakened?" Chaolu nodded. "Of course." As soon as Jun Mingyue regained consciousness, her punishment was lifted. It was evident who had interceded. After resting for several days, Jun Mingyue's wounds had nearly healed. From what she learned through Chaolu, it turned out that after their return, the Qing family had sent numerous supplements to their household, promising to properly discipline their daughter henceforth. Initially, her father had maintained a stern demeanor, but once he saw that Jun Mingyue was unharmed, he relented. Then there was Bayuza, who initially sought out rare treasures but only returned with the crown of the red flame-ringed golden serpent. Nonetheless, he was satisfied and boasted about Jun Mingyue upon returning to Baiyu Hall. Chapter 10, Boldness. Although she is a woman, Jun Mingyue possesses a daring spirit and meticulousness, radiating a sense of righteousness that suggests she will undoubtedly transcend the ordinary in strength. However, fate seems to conspire against her, as just when she is enjoying her tranquil life, awaiting the growth of the male protagonist, the system assigns her a new task. Side quest: frame the male protagonist to create an extraordinary opportunity for him. According to the original narrative, upon returning from the floating life forest, Jun Mingyue finds herself in a state of disarray, filled with contempt for Jun Xingchen, who remains unscathed and even manages to charm a maid. Thus, she resolves to ruin his reputation. It is puzzling why the original Jun Mingyue harbors such pettiness, determined to sabotage a mere illegitimate son. She orchestrates for a maid to deliver a package to Jun Xingchen, discreetly placing rosemary inside, intending to lure him in a moment of passion, allowing everyone to witness how he indulges in a lowly maid, thereby tarnishing his name. Yet, unexpected circumstances arise. The early portrayal of Jun Xingchen is that of a virtuous gentleman who would rather endure pain than harm the maid in any way. The maid, moved by his integrity, staunchly defends him. Consequently, when the moment of confrontation arrives, she hides away, and Jun Xingchen eloquently navigates the situation, leaving Jun Mingyue's scheme in shambles. In the days that follow within the Jun household, the maid becomes Jun Xingchen's eyes and ears, aiding him in evading numerous of Jun Mingyue's plots and becoming a vital ally in toppling her. Such a flawless plan must be shared with her devoted follower, Jun Zhaolu, who claps her hands in delight. Now we can oust that bastard from the estate. Sister, if you do not take action against him soon, I shall believe you truly consider him your brother. Jun Mingyue replies, I shall handle matters here. Notify father and brother the moment you see anything amiss. Zhaolu nods vigorously, eager to assist Jun Mingyue in such underhanded dealings, her expertise shining through. Jun Mingyue peruses the maids, eventually identifying one named Xiaozhuang, whose bright eyes and radiant smile stand out among the others, akin to finding a protagonist among mere NPCs. After summoning her, Jun Mingyue presents her with a vial of medicine, leaving the maid somewhat perplexed. What is this, miss? She inquires, with an air of nonchalance. Jun Mingyue states, it is a heart-repairing pill for internal injuries. Xingchen has yet to recover after these few days, deliver this to him. Xiaozhuang, further bewildered, notes the absence of any prior interaction between the young lady and the second young master, yet she feels compelled to obey her mistress's command. That night, Jun Xingchen hears a knock at his door while immersed in his training. Upon opening it, he is met by the sight of a delicate maid, momentarily taken aback. What brings you here? He asks. With a blush, Xiaozhuang responds, second young master, the young lady has sent me with a bottle of medicine. Jun Xingchen hesitates, glancing at the vial. Does the young lady frequently use such remedies? Xiaozhuang affirms, indeed, this is a superior heart-repairing pill. Besides the eldest young master, only the young lady possesses it. As he accepts the pill, a genuine smile blossoms on his face, rendering Xiaozhuang momentarily speechless. He recalls the days when heart-repairing pills consistently appeared at his door, yet he remained oblivious to their source until now. Xiaozhuang, recalling Jun Mingyue's instructions, adds, oh. The young lady also asked me to retrieve something, may I enter? After a moment's pause, Jun Xingchen replies, since it is the young lady's request, you may come in. He refrains from inquiring further. As they enter, Jun Mingyue feels a twinge of guilt, akin to a thief in the night. Clad in her flowing white attire, she suppresses her steps as she enters the cluttered room. Yet, recalling her formidable prowess, she straightens her posture and leans closer to the window, tearing a small hole in the paper to witness the scene within, where Xiaozhuang and Jun Xingchen share laughter and conversation. Excellent, she thinks, as she releases the sleeping powder into the room. A sudden wave of dizziness washes over Xiaozhuang, her face flushing as she murmurs about feeling overheated. Jun Xingchen senses something amiss, his penetrating gaze darting towards the door before he swiftly activates his pressure points, incapacitating Xiaozhuang with a precise strike. The room falls into a heavy silence, and Jun Mingyue, perplexed, wonders, this is strange, I distinctly used rosemary, not a sleeping drug. How can she be so thoroughly unconscious? I need some time for dialogue. She cautiously cracks the door open, and still, no sounds emerge. With determination, she strides into the room, where minimal furnishings reveal two figures lying on the bed. Surely, they haven't succumbed so quickly? Will there not be a profound exchange? She muses. Come now, young master. No. Xiaozhuang, you are a girl. Despite my affection, I cannot allow you to be taken advantage of. Xiaozhuang, tearfully declaring him a good man, professes her devotion. Jun Xingchen vows never to let her down. The situation is frustrating. Soon, Jun Zhaolu will arrive with company, exposing the male protagonist. In the original text, Xiaozhuang had concealed herself, and realizing her misfortune, Jun Mingyue hurriedly opens the wardrobe, lifting Xiaozhuang and stowing her within. Jun Xingchen notices a woman bustling about. But her actions seem harmless, even as she tidies the scene. Once Xiaozhuang is hidden, she prepares to cover Jun Xingchen with a blanket when he suddenly grasps her hands, pulling her into bed and whispering, "Who are you?" "Wait, young lady?" The atmosphere grows awkward. Jun Mingyue's hands are pinned above her head, while he holds her throat, their eyes locked in surprise. Jun Xingchen's innocent gaze is filled with confusion, and after a moment of shock, Jun Mingyue retorts, "How dare you?" His eyes widen in realization as he releases her, hastily stepping back. "Young lady, I had no idea it was you." Jun Mingyue, regaining her composure, sits at the edge of the bed, rubbing her wrists as she studies him with a complex expression, contemplating her response. "What brings the young lady here?" he asks, noticing her calm demeanor. Jun Mingyue, finding it easy to deceive the naive Jun Xingchen, explains, "I sent Xiaozhuang to retrieve something, only to find you too, ahem. This is still the Jun estate, such behavior is quite improper." Chapter 11, The Mastermind of Domestic Strife. Jun Xingchen's expression changed suddenly, and he quickly clarified, "Miss, please do not misunderstand, nothing has happened between us." Of course, nothing occurred, for Jun Xingchen's first time was not with her, but with another woman. Xiaozhuang held a lowly status, merely a confidant within his harem, lacking any official title. Jun Mingyue, seemingly indifferent, remarked, "Very well, I've seen enough. If outsiders were to witness this, you would be in grave trouble." Jun Xingchen felt compelled to explain further, "She merely fainted, we truly did nothing." Observing the panic in this foolish child, Mingyue hastily reassured him, "Yes, I understand." Jun Xingchen sighed in relief and cautiously asked, "Miss, may I inquire about something? For the past few days, there have been frequent deliveries of calming pills to my door. Do you know anything about it?" Mingyue responded, "I am quite aware. It was indeed initiated by me. However," she added sternly, "it was not my intention to lead you on." Jun Xingchen gazed at her intently, acknowledging with an obedient smile, "I understand." As she beheld this innocent and endearing boy display such a harmless grin, Jun Mingyue felt her heart melt. Who could resist the charm of such a pure and untainted youth? Seizing the moment, she thought to impart a lesson upon him. "By the way, in a few days, the emperor will host a banquet for the high officials, and as a member of the Jin family, you are on the guest list. The actions of the Jin residents are of utmost importance to the royal family. Do not bring shame upon me." Jun Xingchen nodded earnestly, "Yes." Mingyue furrowed her brows, massaging her wrist, reflecting on how strong his grip had become since resuming his training. Jun Xingchen, feeling somewhat awkward, leaned closer. "Was I too reckless? Did I hurt you badly, miss?" As the male lead examined his own injuries, Mingyue frowned at his actions, momentarily forgetting to push him away. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching cry echoed from outside, "Oh no! Jun Xingchen's house is on fire. Everyone, come quick to extinguish the flames." Both Mingyue and Xingchen turned pale, and she smacked her forehead, exclaiming, "How could I forget about this little troublemaker? The plot is still unfolding." Presumably, Jin Chaolu, seeing that she had not emerged for a long time, concocted this ploy to extricate her. Flames danced in the night sky. And then the door burst open as Jin Chaolu, accompanied by a throng of family guards, rushed in, only to find Jun Xingchen grasping Jun Mingyue's wrist. The onlookers were astonished. Jin Chaolu paused for a moment, then immediately embraced her role as the antagonistic foil, exclaiming, "Oh no! Jun Xingchen harbors ulterior motives. Holding the miss hostage. She has endured great injustice." "Jun Xingchen?" Jun Mingyue? Sister, you truly are remarkable. You are indeed the unrivaled genius of domestic strife. Later that night, Jin Xingchen was dragged to the ancestral hall, where he was punished by Old Master Jin Qingtian. Forced to kneel through the night, a perfect example of the White Lotus male lead, caught in a situation of his own making. Jun Mingyue, with a stern expression, retreated to her chamber, while Chaolu followed, looking bewildered. Surely, the eldest sister should offer some explanation for her anger. What had Chaolu done wrong? Noticing Mingyue preparing for bed without acknowledging her, Chaolu cautiously inquired. Jun Mingyue turned sharply, her voice cold. What will he do for shelter now that you've burned down his house? Will he stay in yours? Chaolu hesitated, taken aback by her reaction, and replied, I only set fire to the bamboo grove outside. Besides, that lowly creature is insignificant. What does it matter if his house burns down? Since when did you start caring for him? It was futile to reason with her. Jin Chaolu was galloping down the path of self-destruction, and it was likely only a matter of time before she incurred the wrath of the emperor. Their previous conversation had been pleasant, yet this incident might lead Jin Xingchen to believe he was but a source of entertainment. However, this task was one she had disseminated herself, and now she had no grounds for punishment. She coldly stated, I am the legitimate daughter of the Jin family. Do not act impulsively without my orders in the future. Chaolu, teary-eyed, nodded, eldest sister, do not be angry. I promise to heed your words. As she turned to leave, Jun Mingyue stopped her again. By the way, I have a bottle of medicinal ointment here. Slip it into Xingchen's room. This foolish child has knelt so many times these days, his knees must be swollen. Chaolu looked at her as if she were a ghost. Eldest sister, are you serious? Jun Mingyue frowned. Do not reveal our intentions. I have added something to it. Chaolu nodded in understanding. Now that is my eldest sister. Side quest successful. Received a surprise gift package. What is this little package for? Can I open it now? Is there a legendary weapon within? It can provide assistance within a certain range when you encounter danger. That sounds promising. Mingyue finally felt a hint of superiority from the system. Jin Xingchen's courtyard suffered no significant damage, the weeds were merely charred. He received another vial of medicine and, after examining it for a long time, a rare smile broke through his pale complexion. Upon returning to his room, he opened the cabinet to find Xiao Zhuang still in deep slumber. He unsealed her acupoints, and she awoke, surveying her surroundings. How did I fall asleep? That smoke. It was toxic. Suddenly recalling something, she paled as she inspected her attire, relieved to find it intact. She turned gratefully to Jin Xingchen and, after getting off the bed, knelt before him, gazing at him with admiration. I never expected the second young master to be such a virtuous gentleman. Xiao Zhuang is willing to obey your commands from now on. Jin Xingchen, weary from kneeling all night, felt no interest in her. Enough, you are unharmed. You may leave now. Xiao Zhuang turned back several times, reminding him, be careful of the Mississippi. Jin Xingchen narrowed his eyes, his expression suddenly becoming complex. Xiao Zhuang continued. It was the miss who sent me to fetch something, and then I ended up in this predicament. Surely, the miss set you up. Impossible. Jin Xingchen immediately countered. She is not that kind of person. Even after you fainted, she sought to protect you. She would never do such a thing. Xiao Zhuang, huh? What is this operation? This was not the rivalry she had anticipated. Her expression grew awkward as she stammered, I misspoke. Please do not hold it against me, young master. Once she hurried away, Jin Xingchen retrieved the vial of medicine. The ointments provided by Jun Mingyue were of superior quality, rare even in the market. Utilizing these ingredients, he began to replicate this invaluable healing balm according to the medicinal compendium in his mind. Most of the herbs were available in his space, and for water, he conveniently used the mystical water from the spiritual spring. However, what was he to do without an alchemical furnace? Thus, the naive Jin Xingchen resorted to boiling the herbs in an iron pot. As a result, the concoction overflowed, transforming from a pristine white to a black golden mass of indiscernible substance. Chapter 12, Alchemy. He flipped through the medical texts with a hint of confusion. This cannot be right. The steps are clearly correct. Where could the issue lie? If he were a mere supporting character, he would undoubtedly be reflecting on his own shortcomings. Perhaps regretting his failure to fast for 7 days, bathe, and burn incense for 3 days, or to use a proper furnace, which would account for such wretched luck. However, the protagonist was different, he thought. It must be a flaw in this book. With a frustrated fling, the black paste spilled, releasing a potent aroma of osmanthus. Wait. This scent seems to resemble the mutated version of the wound ointment, the divine wound ointment. While the regular wound ointment might be difficult to obtain, some noble families would keep it in stock. However, the divine wound ointment is truly rare, scarcely found even in the imperial palace. Which makes it astounding that the recently recovered protagonist has brewed a vast pot of it. Jun Mingyue applied both ointments to his knee for a test. The one given by Jun Mingyue was refreshing and cool, gradually alleviating the redness and swelling. The divine ointment was extraordinary. It provided a warm sensation deep within the bones, and the wounds healed at a visibly rapid pace. He then decisively resolved to sell the divine wound ointment. On this fine day, he solemnly approached a junior alchemist and placed a vial of medicine before him with gravity. The alchemist furrowed his brow and scrutinized the vial for quite some time, before his murky eyes suddenly sparkled with intensity. "Where did you acquire this medicine, lad?" Jun Mingyue found the question peculiar but replied nonetheless, "Naturally, I concocted it myself." The alchemist regarded him with disdain. "You, such a young lad, dare to make such an outrageous claim. I wager you procured this from some esteemed alchemist." Jun Mingyue frowned. "I truly brewed it myself, its origins are clear. Will you accept it or not?" The divine wound ointment, with scarcely a few milliliters available throughout the entire southern Zhao kingdom, was certainly worth accepting. This was a profitable venture he was determined to pursue. "Very well. I'll give you 100 gold coins." He brushed off his sleeve, appearing nonchalant. Upon hearing this, Jun Mingyue's expression turned serious, his eyes clouded with contemplation, causing the alchemist to feel a chill run down his spine. The alchemist thought, "Did I set the price too low? This naive boy isn't easily fooled. What if he storms off in anger?" Jun Mingyue remarked, "This inferior ointment pales in comparison to what the young lady provided, yet it commands such a high price." The alchemist cautiously cleared his throat. "Ahem, since this is your first time selling here, let us befriend each other for future encounters. How about 200 gold coins?" Jun Mingyue frowned again. "It can still be priced higher? Is it truly worth that much?" In his impression, items exceeding 100 gold coins typically ended up at the auction house. The alchemist, seeing he remained unfazed, was nearly in tears, hastily snatching the vial back. Fearing the boy would reclaim it, 500 gold coins, I truly cannot offer more, I must make a profit. Jun Mingyue felt that this price was indeed the limit and nodded, "Fine, 500 it is." After concluding their pleasant transaction, the alchemist, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, inquired, "Hey, little brother, I don't care where you got this from, but if you ever have more of such fine goods, do remember to bring them to me, old Yang. I won't treat you unfairly." Jun Mingyue indeed had more, his space was filled with a large pot of it. He originally came to gauge the market but was unprepared for its astonishing value, now needing to consider its future. "Next time I have the opportunity, I shall provide it to you," he nodded. After leaving the apothecary, he did not hurry back but instead turned towards the largest auction house in southern Zhao. The Fenghua auction house was the most luxurious and mysterious place on the continent, a veritable den of extravagance, opening its doors only once every 3 years, with each event raking in billions. Those who could enter were either invited or belonged to distinguished families. Not even the Jun family, let alone the royal family, could command any privilege here. What he had comprehended was from an ancient medical tome, where a single prescription could entice Master Yang to part with a fortune, underscoring the ointment's true value. Although the Fenghua auction house had yet to open, it was already bustling with activity, most of whom, like Jun Mingyue, came to showcase their treasures. However, they were all barred from entry, and even the cold-hearted guards did not spare a glance at those kneeling in despair. "I exchanged an arm for this herb, just grant me a glance. Even if it sells for merely 10 gold coins, I would be grateful. Trust me. This red ridge hammer is invaluable, let me in. This explosive talisman is far from common, only the elite disciples of our sect have the privilege to use it." Despairing voices echoed, yet the guards remained aloof, their eyes reflecting disdain. To those who had encountered numerous rare treasures, these items were utterly trivial. Jun Xingchen was similarly stopped at the entrance, with a guard imperiously demanding, "Who do you think you are, daring to invade?" Jun Xingchen raised his gaze, "I am from the Jun family." The guard was momentarily taken aback, exchanging a glance with his companion, with Jun Shuri and Jun Mingyue. Two exceptional youths from the Jun family, now on the rise, should we allow him entry? Another guard approached, his tone somewhat softened, "Are you certain you wish to enter? Even if you manage to step through the door, if there are no valuable items, they will expel you." Jun Xingchen nodded, "I must at least give it a try." Inside the courtyard, a dozen or so individuals were fervently promoting their items, but they were met with dismissive shakes of the head from the attendants. This auction house was known to value treasures over individuals, even the most renowned heroes outside were humbled within its walls. "Ah, who do we have here? Is that not Jun Xingchen, the waste of the Jun family? How dare you come to such a place without even looking in a mirror to assess your worth?" The mocking voice drew attention, and all eyes turned to Jun Xingchen, eager for entertainment. The speaker was Lu Ding, the son of the prime minister. A typical wealthy scion who squandered his days in debauchery, embodying the essence of a wastrel. With his willow leaf eyes and lavish golden robes, he presented a stark contrast to the slender figure of Jun Xingchen. However, despite being merely 15, Jun Xingchen possessed an extraordinary elegance and demeanor that Lu Ding could not hope to rival, leaving Lu Ding feeling overshadowed. This prompted Lu Ding to feel incensed, itching to confront the protagonist. However, he had indeed come with a purpose. He had long admired Qin Rulan, the legitimate daughter of the Grand Tutor's household. Recently, after a conflict with the Jun family, she had sustained injuries in the mountains, returning in poor health, and despite the Grand Tutor's efforts in seeking alchemists, no remedy had proven effective. He viewed this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and sought to find the royal alchemist Ouyang Te to procure medicine for Qin Rulan, believing that if she knew he could summon the foremost alchemist of southern Zhao, he would surely win her heart. Coincidentally, Ouyang Te was also the chief advisor at the Fenghua auction house. Chapter 13, The crime of bribery elevated. It must be said that Qin Rulan's injury was indeed a result of the Jun residents' actions. The Jun general's mansion and her family's prime minister's residence were supposed to stand on equal footing, one representing martial prowess and the other literary merit. However, Jun Qingtian was one of the two esteemed advisors left by the late emperor, a pivotal figure in assisting the young emperor, and thus could not be offended. Jun Xingchen was a different matter entirely. He was regarded as a waste by the entire continent, akin to a rat that anyone could kick at will. "Is there something you wish to discuss, young Master Lu?" Jun Xingchen inquired, maintaining an air of composure. At that moment, no one was aware that he had resumed his cultivation. Lu Ding, fully embodying his role as a mere pawn, scoffed derisively, "Who doesn't he know that you, Jun Xingchen, are nothing but a failure? You must have relied on the Jun family's reputation to gain entry here, right? Let me tell you, this auction house is not so easily accessible. Be careful not to disgrace your entire family." Unfazed, Jun Xingchen responded, "Is that so? As this is my first visit, I truly was unaware." Lu Ding erupted into laughter, nearly doubling over, "You must be joking. I've been here twice and have never once crossed paths with Master Ouyang. If he were to see you, I would eat this table." He continued to berate, "You should just crawl back to the filthy gutter where you belong. If it comes to that, your very existence is a waste of air. Find a quiet place to end it all and spare the illustrious Jun residents any further shame." Jun Xingchen remained calm. After enduring years as a so-called failure, he had weathered many storms and had no aspirations of retribution. He simply wished to live a peaceful life. Ignoring the malicious gazes around him, he took out paper and pen to write a prescription, which he handed to a servant with the instruction, "Deliver this to Master Ouyang." The servant's expression was one of disdain. "Don't waste your time. There are countless people seeking the alchemist's attention daily. How could he possibly find the time?" Jun Xingchen slipped 10 gold coins into the servant's hand, who hesitated. It doesn't seem appropriate." Jun Xingchen pressed 20 more coins into his palm, and the servant's demeanor shifted, declaring with newfound resolve, "Your business is my business. I shall ensure it reaches him." Lu Ding interjected, "Spending money won't help you. I have already offered 50 gold coins, and he still hasn't appeared." This was not mere bluster, although Ouyang Te was nominally the royal alchemist. He was more of a figurehead, assisting only the regent and the young emperor during emergencies, while typically remaining ensconced in the auction house, focused on alchemical formulas. Meanwhile, in the back courtyard, within a beautifully adorned cabinet, 3 individuals were engaged in conversation. Seated in the central position was the elusive Ouyang, while nervously observing from below was Yang Yaoshi, who had recently met with Jun Mingyue. Beside Ouyang sat a young woman clad in pristine white, exuding an ethereal grace, as if untouched by the mundane world. Appearing no older than 15, her every movement radiated elegance, and though she wore a veil, the clarity and brilliance of her eyes suggested a breathtaking beauty concealed beneath. This formula for the healing ointment has been lost for ages. It is rare throughout the southern Zhao kingdom. Did you create this? Ouyang, now 50, spoke with an intensity that commanded respect. Yang Yaoshi rubbed his hands nervously. I cannot claim this credit, I merely acquired it from a young brother. My disciple dares not keep it for himself, so I present it to my master. Ouyang opened the vial to sniff the contents, quickly sealing it again, fearful that even a slight disturbance might cause the ointment to evaporate. Astonishment filled his eyes. When did the southern Zhao kingdom produce such a master? The young woman replied softly, my father is currently in seclusion, striving to break through his bottleneck. If he could obtain 100 fortune pills, it would surely aid his advancement. Ouyang, deeply shocked, mused, given the current prowess of the White Feather Palace's master, my concocted fortune pills would not significantly enhance his abilities. Very well, I shall do my utmost and leave the rest to fate. Just then, the servant mustered the courage to approach, report. A pharmacist has submitted a prescription. In the main hall, Lu Ding continued to belittle Jun Mingyue, still waiting here? I advise you to abandon your delusions. Do you think Ouyang Yaoshi is just anyone? Not even your father can summon him. Do you seriously believe he would see you just because you scribbled something? Yet Jun Mingyue calmly replied, whether he sees me or not is not for you to decide. Lu Ding's temper flared, and he stepped closer, threateningly spinning his wrist. Do you think that if I were to beat you senseless here, the Jun family would come to your aid? Enough. A surge of spiritual energy sent Lu Ding sprawling, his corpulent form arcing through the air before crashing onto the table, prompting screams from the onlookers. Yang Yaoshi approached, his face lighting up with joy upon seeing Jun Mingyue. It really is you. Come quickly, my master wishes to meet you. Lu Ding's vitriol abruptly ceased, leaving everyone in the hall stunned, their eyes fixed on the boy who had just moments ago been mocked as a failure, now leisurely making his way into the cabinet. Wait. He has entered, why can't I? Lu Ding scrambled to his feet, shouting. Yang Yaoshi paused, spending money? What do you mean? Lu Ding arrogantly retorted, I gave that servant 50 gold coins, why shouldn't he relay my message? Is my contribution not sufficient? It must be noted that Lu Ding's logic was astonishingly foolish. Yang Yaoshi narrowed his eyes, very well, the crime of bribery is elevated, someone. Add him to the auction house's blacklist, forbidding him entry forever. 2 servants swiftly seized him, one on each side, as Lu Ding gaped in shock before angrily protesting. How is this fair? You double standards. He bribed as well, why not arrest him? He is a fraud, a talentless waste. Do you know who I am? I am the son of the Prime Minister, do you dare? With a thud, he was hurled down the high steps, the door slamming shut behind him, his curses fading into the distance. Yang Yaoshi nodded to Jun Mingyue, please, young master. Traversing the long corridor, they arrived at an opulently decorated water pavilion, where an elderly man with a goatee sat in the main seat, presumably Ouyang. The mysterious, veiled woman in the guest seat added an air of intrigue to the gathering. Master, I have brought him, he is the one who provided the healing ointment, Yang Yaoshi announced excitedly. I expected a reclusive master. Yet the creator of this formula turns out to be a mere youth. Ouyang scrutinized Jun Mingyue with narrowed eyes, I have heard you are of the Jun family. But I have met Jun Shiri, you cannot be him. Jun Mingyue met his gaze with clarity, I am Jun Mingyue. Chapter 14 What wrong has Mingyue done? The veiled woman raised her eyebrows, her gaze settling upon him. Ouyang's interest was piqued, It seems that the second young master Jun does not align with the rumors, otherwise, he wouldn't be so astute. He placed the prescription on the table. Exasperated, this trauma ointment is only half written. Why did you not complete the rest? He regarded the medicinal manual like a treasure. And now that he could not obtain the second volume, it felt as if ants were gnawing at his heart, unbearable to endure. Unable to resist, he called for Jun Xingchen. Jun Xingchen smiled. If I had finished it, would you have summoned me so swiftly? Ouyang Te snorted coldly. Still skeptical of Jun Xingchen's alchemical skills, where did you acquire this prescription, and who concocted this ointment? Jun Xingchen was puzzled. Was it not something one could easily brew in a pot? I made it, he replied. Without a moment's hesitation, Ouyang Te countered, if you could truly concoct this medicine, then you must also be able to produce the top-grade Baifudan. What need would I have for you? Ouyang Te's expression turned disdainful as he regarded the young man. Realizing his cunning and cleverness, yet astonished by his penchant for deceit. At merely 15, how could he possibly practice alchemy, particularly for a trauma ointment? Jun Xingchen had initially intended to sell a few items and merely observe the efficacy of the ointment. But now he was reluctant to engage in further argument. I have another pot of trauma ointment, will you accept it? Huh? A pot, what? The expressions of the three shifted dramatically. Jun Xingchen extended his hand, and before him appeared a porcelain basin, indeed filled to the brim with trauma ointment. Such a volatile substance, and he had the audacity to contain it in a pot. Ouyang Te hastily protected it with his magic, scrutinizing it meticulously. Upon confirming its authenticity, he angrily exclaimed, do you not know how to cherish valuable items? Jun Xingchen sighed, I merely wished to exchange it for some herbs, if you have none. So be it. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Te inquired, what herbs? Fragrant grass. It can aid in cultivation, Jun Xingchen replied. Ouyang Te straightened, seriousness taking hold, young man. If you can introduce me to the alchemist who created this trauma ointment, I would not only offer you a single stalk of fragrant grass but could also provide you with 10 pearls. The white-clad woman, upon hearing this, softly implored, with the assistance of this alchemist, the Baifudan could be refined further. I hope the young master can speak truthfully. Baifudan? I can produce it right now, Jun Xingchen declared. If you still doubt me, I shall demonstrate it for you. Yang Yaosher was taken aback, never expecting him to be so resolute. Ouyang Te, who had previously harbored good feelings towards him, was now fuming, his goat beard almost standing on end. Humph. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. If you truly can produce it, I will give you 100 stalks of fragrant grass to play with. What followed was a most certain turn of events. An hour later, the three stood in contemplation before the alchemical furnace, gazing at the 3 Baifudan that had materialized. Typically, achieving even one successful pill from a pot was a feat, yet this youth, so young, had managed to refine 3. The white-clad woman exclaimed, these are top-grade Baifudan, young Master Jun, name your price. Jun Xingchen rested his chin on his hand, I only desire the fragrant grass. The matter of the fragrant grass was easy enough, but Ouyang Te, dumbfounded, stared at the 3 plump white pills. Jun Xingchen stated, I wish to take one. The rest you may handle as you wish. After all, the herbs are yours. The white-clad woman took one, saying, young Master Jun, your kindness shall be remembered. As Jun Mingyue grasped the essence of this body, she struggled to control her magic. After her previous misadventure in the forest, she resolved to cultivate diligently, aiming to survive until the end of the story. That day, upon returning to the courtyard and opening the door, she was startled by a figure kneeling in the center. Jun Xingchen, clad in thin garments, knelt with his back straight, his smooth, jade-like profile gleaming. Xingchen? What brings you here? She asked, calmly taking her seat. You may rise. How can you kneel all day? Does it not hurt your legs? What will you do if this becomes a habit? Jun Xingchen stood, saying, today is a full moon. And I have taken the Peiyuan Dan, Miss can cultivate once more. Oh, I almost forgot. Everyone in the manor knows that Dan emits spiritual energy, enabling Jun Mingyue to absorb it. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Jun Xingchen had been unwittingly obedient to Jun Mingyue, losing much of his magic. When the truth was revealed, the Emperor of Stars was furious, wishing to twist her head off. Jun Mingyue tapped her finger against her brow, I have been weary lately. There is no need for that this month. You may return. In the past, she had yearned to be free of him. Today, when he approached her, she had turned him away. In an instant, Jun Xingchen's expression turned anxious, and he cautiously asked, "Did Xingchen do something wrong?" Jun Mingyue replied with poise, "Do not overthink it. I can see that your powers have surged recently, haste may harm your foundation. Return next month." As Jun Xingchen departed, his gaze dark and enigmatic, he pondered, "Is it true that once I grow stronger, she will no longer guard my side?" Chapter 15, A Malady. The day of the grand banquet hosted by the Emperor of Nanzhao for the esteemed ministers approached swiftly. The reigning monarch, Jiang Ning, ascended the throne at the tender age of 14, following the demise of his ailing predecessor. The regent, Xia Ran, wielded immense power, and installed the youthful Jiang Ning, the ninth prince, as the crown prince. In the final moments of his life, the late emperor entrusted Jiang Ning to Xia Ran and Jun Qingtian, the military commander. The circumstances surrounding this alliance were abundantly clear to Jun Mingyue, who had read the original tale. The former emperor had evidently been coerced into his demise by the regent, positioning the young emperor as a mere puppet. Xia Ran, intent on consolidating power, had drawn the Jun family into his fold under the guise of safeguarding the crown prince, leading to an increasingly close relationship between Jun Qingtian and Xia Ran over the past 2 years. An unusual stir rippled through the palace, prompting the emperor to summon his close aides and their families. Jun Xingchen, though not required to attend, found himself on the list. This unexpected inclusion irked Jun Chaolu, who muttered discontentedly as they boarded the carriage. Jun Mingyue, bemused, pondered the absurdity of carriages in a fantastical realm, though hers was an opulent golden-topped marvel, akin to a moving castle. Yet, how could a seemingly ineffectual male lead be afforded such luxury? Jun Chaolu regarded her half-brother with disdain. Wishing to berate him further to elevate her own standing in Jun Mingyue's eyes, "The palace is no place for you, realize your position and return while you still can." Observing his beloved endure such humiliation made Xiao Zhuang feel as restless as an ant on a hot pan. Seizing the opportunity while serving tea to Jun Mingyue, he lamented, "Miss, if this continues, we shall surely be delayed." Jun Mingyue lifted the curtain to glance outside, replying, "Sister, calling for me is futile. I too am constrained by the system's mandates." She turned to the adjacent carriage, asking, "Brother, is it not time yet?" Jun Shuri's resolute voice echoed from within, "Indeed." Hearing this, Jun Mingyue coldly admonished Jun Chaolu, "Have you not heard? Should we miss the auspicious hour, the emperor's ire will be upon you both. I suggest you depart." Chaolu stared at Jun Mingyue in shock, her eyes filled with a blend of accusation and betrayal, reminiscent of a once loyal friend turned adversary. Jun Mingyue's voice was firm as she commanded, "Jun Xingchen, join your brother's carriage." Jun Xingchen, bewildered, queried, "What madness is this?" The atmosphere grew palpably tense. Jun Xingchen, ever astute, replied, "I shall remain in the back." Jun Mingyue's voice dripped with sarcasm, "What? Is my brother's carriage beneath you? Then you may join me." Chaolu's face twisted into a malicious grin, "Once you ascend, I shall ensure your demise, you wretch." Jun Xingchen hesitated, yet having grown up under Jun Mingyue's shadow, he had long mastered the art of submission. Seated at the forefront, Jun Mingyue opened a book, engrossed in the history of this peculiar world. As the carriage progressed, she commanded, "Pour the tea. Since we are here, I must uphold my persona." He obediently served her tea, maintaining silence. After a prolonged gaze, she raised her head, her eyes locking onto the brilliance of his starry gaze, which reflected his still pure heart. Yet, Jun Mingyue was acutely aware that this innocence would soon be corrupted. Indeed, as the male lead, Jun Xingchen was undeniably handsome. His features were sculpted, and even clad in the simplest white attire. His raven hair accentuated his extraordinary elegance, qualities unmatched by any other. However, Jun Mingyue harbored no affection for the character as depicted in the original tale. She merely sought amusement from the narrative, which, upon reflection, was a woefully misguided portrayal of power dynamics. For a fleeting moment, she wished for this ethereal youth to remain suspended in time, untouched by the trials yet to come. But such a desire was a mere fantasy. The current emperor was but 14, naive and ill-informed, and the regent's watchful eyes were ever present. A slip of the tongue in the palace could spell disaster, even for the Jun family. Raising her teacup, she took a delicate sip and stated, "Xingchen, you must remain cautious." "Starry Sky understands," he replied, his voice gentle. Suddenly, The carriage jolted, and instinctively, Jun Mingyue grasped his hand, exclaiming, "Be careful. You have acted against your designated persona." The electric jolt forced her to release him, leaving her startled. The soft touch had caused Jun Xingchen's complexion to pale as he observed her retract her hand, adopting a demeanor of aloofness. As if that brief warmth had been but an illusion. Resuming her reading, Jun Mingyue's thoughts spiraled. How could she cultivate the male lead's affection? Perhaps through beauty? Or extraordinary prowess? Sighing, she resolved to unlock her own persona first. As the carriage halted outside the palace, Jun Qingtian, clad in somber black attire, descended and adjusted his garments while awaiting his children. Upon spotting Jun Xingchen emerge from Jun Mingyue's carriage, he froze, his neck stiffening as he followed the boy's movements. His inconspicuous son, typically overshadowed, had unexpectedly emerged from his precious daughter's carriage. Jun Shiri and Chaolu shared similar thoughts. They had anticipated a fierce confrontation between Jun Mingyue and Jun Xingchen, yet the latter appeared unscathed. Chaolu scratched her head, sensing that events were unfolding beyond her comprehension. As dusk settled, the banquet was poised to commence. The esteemed ministers and their families took their places, and the Jun family, wielding substantial influence, occupied the highest seats. The chancellor, Lu Teng, sat at the forefront of the civil officials, alongside his only son, Lu Ding, who regarded Jun Xingchen with a predatory gaze. Jun Mingyue remained oblivious to their animosity. The seating arrangement was as follows: Jun Chaolu, Jun Xingchen, Jun Mingyue, Jun Shiri, and Jun Qingtian. As the auspicious hour arrived, a eunuch announced, "The regent and the emperor have arrived." Long live the regent! Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor for eternity! Chapter 16, An unexpected intrusion. The young emperor ascended the dragon throne under the gaze of his subservient ministers, surveying the thousands of subjects below. "You may rise," he commanded. "Thank you, your majesty," came the collective response. Jun Mingyue finally beheld the true visage of the emperor, his complexion youthful and features strikingly handsome. Despite being a puppet ruler, he exuded no air of despondency, rather, he resembled a budding sprout, vibrant and full of life. However, Jun Mingyue was acutely aware of the truth: he was a woman. Indeed, although the late emperor had a son, most had perished under the machinations of the regent, Xiaoran. The ninth prince, Jiangning, was, in fact, the daughter of a palace maid and the late emperor, born into a status so lowly that she was denied any title. Ultimately, Xiaoran's treachery led to him usurping Jiangning's identity, elevating her to the position of crown prince and subsequently to emperor. Xiaoran's intentions were transparent. He sought to control Jiangning, and when she matured, he would orchestrate her marriage to a consort, endeavoring to ensure that either Jiangning or her consort bore his offspring. When the time was ripe, he would eliminate Jiangning, installing his biological son as emperor, thereby covertly altering the fate of the entire Nanzhao kingdom. Such malevolence! Such treachery! At this juncture, the hero, Chen Ge, was destined to save the world. In the original narrative, he returned, darkened by vengeance, gradually seizing military power and employing his demonic prowess to vanquish Xiaoran, ultimately rescuing Jiangning and granting her the dignity to reign as empress. Jiangning, in her fervor, was willing to offer her entire kingdom to Chen Ge, desiring to be his empress in return. Jun Mingyue thought to herself, could you not aspire for something greater? You are to be an empress. Yet you willingly choose to lower yourself to the role of a consort. Of course, Chen Di's ambitions extended far beyond the borders of Nanzhao. He sought dominion over the entire realm and thus rejected Jiangning's pleas, preparing to depart. In a moment of profound sorrow, Jiangning cried out, desperately wishing for him to remain. She feared this might be their last encounter in this lifetime, and even if he could not stay, she longed to fulfill her solitary wish. What was this wish? Indeed, it was for Chen Ge to unite with her. However, our noble protagonist, a paragon of virtue, wrestled with his conscience, contemplating for 3,000 words, how could I act so irresponsibly? Jiangning is destined to be an empress. She does not require a husband such as I. Yet, upon witnessing her tears, his heart softened. Very well, it is but a small act of kindness. Should I refuse her, she may carry the burden of heartache for all her days. Thus, on a fateful night, after their union, the hero departed, leaving the ensuing drama steeped in melodrama. Jiang Ning, now bearing a child, managed the affairs of the court, while Chinga returned to unite the realm. Discovering the arduous path Jiang Ning had traversed, stirring feelings of guilt within him. He granted her the title of noble consort, an acknowledgement of her sacrifices. Amidst this tumultuous tale, the commentary section buzzed, "Ah, our hero is truly responsible. Jiang Ning epitomizes the virtuous wife and mother. Who would not relish the contrast of a proud empress transforming into a delicate consort? Such disparities, the author should explore further." As the palace lanterns illuminated the surroundings like shimmering pearls, the regent Xia Ran sat beneath the young emperor, a figure of power and authority. In his early 20s, adorned in a resplendent black robe with golden embellishments, he possessed a commanding presence, his brows sharp and his eyes glinting with disdain as he surveyed the assembly. Jun Mingyue discerned a pattern. In novels, any moderately attractive male character invariably played a supporting role, while any female character of decent appearance was destined to become Jun Xingchen's future spouse. Of course, she was the exception. Jun Mingyue was a villainous antagonist. Jiang Ning raised her cup towards Qin Qi below. "Grand Tutor, why has your daughter not accompanied you this year?" His daughter, Qin Rulan, had been traumatized by a recent encounter with magical beasts and was still ailing. Grand Tutor Qin, taken aback, rose to respond, "Your Majesty. My daughter recently faced some magical beasts and has been unwell since. However, she is on the mend. I appreciate your Majesty's concern." Jiang Ning nodded. "Regent, please arrange for some items to be sent to the Qin residence. After all, the Grand Tutor is my mentor, I cannot neglect such matters." Xia Ran acknowledged with a nod, "Understood." Grand Tutor Qin hastily bowed, "Thank you, your Majesty." Though Xia Ran feigned cordiality towards the young emperor, everyone knew the true power lay with the regent. Even the young emperor's imperial seal resided in the regent's palace. After dining, the young emperor inquired of Jun Qingtian, "How have you fared, General? I hear you have been in seclusion for some time, your strength has evidently increased." Jun Qingtian replied, "Your Majesty, I shall devote myself entirely to the Nanzhao kingdom." How insincere, Jun Mingyue thought, rolling her eyes. Xia Ran, sensing the moment was opportune, cleared his throat, subtly reminding the young emperor. The young emperor furrowed his brow, finally articulating the purpose of the banquet. "A few days ago, the regent discovered that the mystical Nine-Spirit Island in the Eastern Sea is showing signs of emerging. I need not elaborate on the treasures it holds. As the appearance of Nine-Spirit Island is unpredictable, I have summoned you here to select capable individuals to explore its mysteries and bring glory to our Nanzhao kingdom. Advanced task, journey to Nine-Spirit Island and compete with the hero for treasures. Completion of the task will unlock character features." Instantly, Jun Mingyue's gaze towards the young emperor transformed into one of reverence, as though he were a unique NPC issuing a quest. The ministers began to murmur among themselves, prompting Xia Ran to coldly interject, "The rules of Nine-Spirit Island are well known, only those under 20 years of age may enter. Other nations typically send 3 representatives. So who among you is eligible to go?" Jun Mingyue turned to her brother and father, "I shall go." They shared the same sentiment. She was the only one of suitable age, and such an opportunity for glory and treasure was not to be squandered. Thus, Jun Mingyue stood resolutely, proclaiming, "Your Majesty, I have a candidate." All eyes turned towards the white-clad maiden, Jun Mingyue, renowned at 17, a prodigy celebrated across the realm. Even without speaking, Xia Ran would ensure her assent. The young emperor expressed satisfaction, "Very well, state your choice." Jun Mingyue glanced sideways, "I, Jun Mingyue, along with Jun Chaolu and Jun Xingchen." The young emperor nodded approvingly, "Excellent." "What?" An air of tension descended as Jun Mingyue lamented, "This cannot be blamed on her. In the original narrative, she uttered those words. In the original tale, Mingyue intentionally invoked Jun Xingchen's name to provoke humiliation, igniting indignation among others, leading to a contest against the hero that resulted in him triumphantly rebuffing them. What began as a scheme to embarrass Jun Xingchen had unfolded into unforeseen circumstances, compelling her to include him. The more she contemplated, the more irate she became. Scheming to undermine the hero at Nine-Spirit Island. "Miss Jun, this matter is of great consequence, please consider it carefully," Jiang Ning implored, her voice laden with difficulty. Chapter 17, I believe in the stars. Jun Mingyue smiled, her lips curling gracefully, "Rest assured, Your Majesty, with me present, the first prize shall undoubtedly be mine." Jiang Ning did not doubt Jun Mingyue, rather, she harbored skepticism towards Jun Xingchen. Must she truly voice her reservations publicly? Even in her silence, dissent brewed. Most notably from Lu Ding, who had recently clashed with Jun Xingchen. He rose abruptly, asserting, "How can Jun Xingchen compete? If he can, then so can I." His father stared in disbelief, contemplating the folly of his son who willingly placed himself in harm's way. Yet Lu Ding persisted, "Everyone knows he is a talentless waste. I consider myself superior, why should I be denied?" With 3 spots available, the Jun family had all bases covered. Jun Ting erupted in fury, "Impertinent fool, be silent." Jun Qingtian's expression darkened, his hawk-like gaze icy, yet it remained unclear who had incited his ire. The atmosphere grew taut, and Lu Ding bowed to the emperor, "Your Majesty. I wish to challenge Jun Xingchen. If I win, permit me to go to Jiuling Island." Jiang Ning interjected, "You might as well give up. Your presence would only bring me disgrace." However, in terms of strength, Lu Ding undeniably surpassed the useless Jun Xingchen. Jun Mingyue's lips curled in a cold smile as she addressed Lu Ding, "Very well, I grant you this opportunity. Let the competition commence, and once it concludes, I expect you to leave at once." Jun Qingtian nodded approvingly, proud of his daughter's indomitable spirit. Yet, he soon frowned, realizing that Jun Xingchen stood no chance of victory. His own reputation was at stake, and he could not fathom Jun Mingyue's reasoning for including Jun Xingchen in this farce. Suri furrowed his brow at Jun Mingyue, "Sister, why involve Jun Xingchen? This will only bring shame to the Jun household." Chao Lu timidly questioned. Even the supporting characters recognized the folly in this decision, yet the original narrative often contrived such foolishness. What could they do? Regardless of Jun Xingchen's incompetence, he remained a member of the Jun family, and exposing him to public ridicule was inexcusable. Fortuitously, Jun Mingyue was a prodigious talent, otherwise her negligent father would have surely condemned her. Lu Ding and Jun Xingchen positioned themselves, one on each side, and as anticipated, Jun Xingchen, already underestimated, began to falter amidst the spectators' murmurs. Yet the protagonist, driven by unwavering resolve, turned the tide. Just as Lu Ding sensed victory, he resorted to underhanded tactics, leaving Jun Xingchen on the brink of collapse. Lu Ding, emboldened by his perceived superiority, unleashed a torrent of insults, inciting indignation among the audience. As Lu Ding prepared to deliver a decisive blow, a palace maid unexpectedly intervened, sacrificing herself to shield Jun Xingchen. In her fading moments, she professed a lengthy and heartfelt confession, departing with tears glistening in her eyes. Fueled by love, the protagonist rallied, vanquishing the scheming Lu Ding and claiming triumph in the contest. This victory, however, deepened the protagonist's resentment towards Jun Mingyue, for had it not been for her words, a life might have been spared. The match lacked any real spectacle, it was akin to a scuffle between children. Yet one represented the chancellor's residence, while the other stood for the general's, and with the regent's endorsement, the stakes grew significantly higher. As the competition commenced, with Xia Ran's command, the atmosphere ignited. Jun Xingchen, having just resumed his training, struggled to find his footing, allowing Lu Ding, a seasoned street fighter, to gain the upper hand. Initially, the spectators anticipated mere amusement. But as the match unfolded, their interest peaked, cheers and applause reverberating throughout the venue. Jun Xingchen was struck squarely in the chest, coughing and paling visibly. Chao Lu fretted, "Alas, this waste is doomed to lose." Jun Mingyue raised an eyebrow, betraying no emotion, "It is not over yet." Clenching his fists, Jun Xingchen shut out the surrounding noise, his focus narrowing to Jun Mingyue's words, "I believe in the stars." Suddenly, an unprecedented surge of power coursed through him, his gaze turning steely as he summoned his spiritual energy to retaliate, catching Lu Ding off guard. The crowd gasped, and Jun Suri stared in astonishment. When did this scoundrel learn to cultivate? Is his body not incapable of storing spiritual energy? Yet soon, his expression regained composure. Even if Jun Xingchen had resumed training, his innate talent remained mediocre, rendering him no match for Lu Ding. Lu Ding, taken aback by his impending defeat, wiped the sweat from his brow, hearing his father's disparaging remarks from the sidelines. What a disgrace! Enraged, he realized that losing to a waste would diminish his own standing, making him appear inferior. He had come prepared for this challenge and clutched a talisman. A relic of his ancestors, capable of momentarily channeling their souls to fight on his behalf. Essentially, it was akin to logging his ancestors into his account to battle for him. Chapter 18, Your son is the useless one. This object is exceedingly precious. Yet in the pursuit of victory, he must make a bold decision. He allowed his blood to drip onto it, and instantly, he felt an overwhelming chill enveloping him. Simultaneously, a cerulean mist spiraled into his head. The Prime Minister, Liu, was struck with alarm, wishing fervently to drag his inept son down and beat him to a pulp. For mere martial prowess, he dared to employ such a valuable item. Truly, he valued his reputation over wealth. Yet, having already utilized it, what recourse did he have? All he could do was gnash his teeth in anger and glare at Jun Mingyue. You wretched boy, if my son kills you, it will be entirely your own doing. After all, General Jun did not care for his son's life. He would rather see this son, who brought him disgrace, perish sooner than later. Thus, Liu did not regard Jun Mingyue with an ounce of respect. Suddenly, the onlookers beheld Lu Ding, who was on the brink of defeat, as his aura coalesced around him, radiating an air of composure that rivaled the strongest of warriors. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he stood in the center, indifferent, as if he were a deity descended from ancient times, dismissing everyone around him. He rose once more, the surrounding space flickering as if torn apart. Gasps of astonishment filled the air, and the regent, Xia Ran, exhibited a glimmer of peculiar interest. The perimeter was strictly guarded, no intruders permitted. Jun Mingyue stared, bewildered. As Lu Ding regained his strength, his large eyes filled with confusion. Taking a deep breath, he prepared for battle once more. Lu Ding expertly dispatched the protagonist time and again, as though relishing in his torment. Each time, he granted Jun Mingyue a moment to breathe while hurling a torrent of belittling remarks, only to strike fiercely again. As the saying goes, one must face death to truly understand life. Jun Mingyue's relentless perseverance and courage moved both readers and admirers alike, and Emperor Jiangning watched intently, deeply imprinting the image of this indomitable youth in her mind. Even if he did not achieve a reversal, this moment of resilience would be etched in their hearts forever. Jun Mingyue was already on the brink of collapse, spitting out a mouthful of black blood. His so-called father, Jun Qingtian, furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to intervene. Meanwhile, voices in the crowd urged Jun Mingyue to surrender, yet for the Jun family, if he dared to concede, it would be far better for him to perish on the battlefield. Humph, you little rascal, your bloodline seems to hold abnormalities. But you shall have no further opportunities for growth. Lu Ding rasped in a tone audible only to the two of them, I shall extinguish you in your cradle. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Jun Mingyue's eyes as he looked at Lu Ding in shock. Lu Ding continued his diatribe, then began to gather his strength, mouth moving silently as he whispered, Die. The moonlight grew excited, yes, just like that. Where are the palace maids? Come forth to meet your doom. But when she turned, her smile froze. A maid in pink was rushing toward them, only to be intercepted by a vigilant guard, who declared, by order of the regent, no one may enter. Xia Ran thought to himself, you're not as formidable as you think. Lu Ding's strike failed to land, yet Jun Mingyue had completely exhausted his energy. Summoning the last vestige of strength, he forced himself to stand, his gaze locked onto Lu Ding, eyes dark and profound. Lu Ding, unhurried, began to gather power once more, then let me send you off again. Jun Mingyue raised his palm in a desperate attempt. But it was evident to all that he was devoid of spiritual energy. Some of the ladies began to scream in terror, and the young emperor shielded his eyes with his dragon robe, as they all anticipated the tragic outcome awaiting Jun Mingyue. Bang! A muffled sound echoed through the night sky as two energies detonated between them, canceling each other out. Sensing the shift in circumstances, the crowd gazed upwards, their attention drawn. Jun Mingyue turned in astonishment, and behind him, granting him energy, was Jun Mingyue. Draped in white, she appeared ethereal, her exquisitely fair face illuminated by the cold night, resembling a deity come to rescue the world. She cast a disdainful glance at the pitiful protagonist before directing her gaze toward Lu Ding. Is this how the Prime Minister's household conducts itself? Jun Mingyue thought to herself, why should I humiliate myself by stepping forward? Even without a sister to shield him, he is still the protagonist and will surely reverse his fortunes. Why should I incur the wrath of the Lu family on his behalf? Lu, the Prime Minister, felt a tightening in his chest, but maintained an impassive demeanor. What nonsense are you spouting, my dear niece? I cannot comprehend your words. I understand that Jun Xingchen is your brother, and you wish to defend him. But you cannot take advantage of his impending defeat to turn the tables and nullify this contest. Having invested such a precious item, he was unwilling to accept a crushing defeat. Your Highness, this battle lacks fairness, may I unravel the mystery? Jun Mingyue addressed the two on the high platform. Jiang Ning, in a state of confusion, turned her gaze to Xia Ran, who, with dangerous glimmering eyes, responded, Does Miss Jun require my permission to intervene now that she has acted? Thank you, Your Highness. Jun Mingyue, uninterested in garnering his favor, began to steer the narrative, nonchalantly stating, I am indifferent to whether Jun Xingchen wins or loses. In the land of Jiuzhou, strength prevails, and everyone must rely on their abilities. However, in full view of the public, how dare Lu Gongzi deceive the sovereign? As she spoke, her voice grew increasingly frigid, her commanding tone sending shivers through several onlookers. Lu Ding and Lu, the Prime Minister, were both taken aback. Is she so powerful that she can discern even the soul-swapping technique? The regent did not even detect it. Jiang Ning, who despised being overlooked, even as a puppet emperor, resolved to defend her dignity. What is happening? Speak. The truth is, Lu Ding used the Lu family's secret technique to swap souls. Currently, the one fighting in his body is another person. Jun Mingyue stated flatly. Jun Shuri exclaimed, When did my sister become so strong? I had no idea. You are spouting nonsense, employing every means to protect Jun Xingchen. Lu, the Prime Minister, panicked and hastily knelt. My family has never possessed such a thing. I implore your majesty to see clearly. Jun Qingtian was displeased. He did not care if Jun Xingchen was killed, but how could anyone insult his precious daughter? My daughter would not slander your useless son for no reason. It must be that the Lu family has issues. Jun Qingtian retorted, slamming the table. Lu, the Prime Minister, bristled. Your son is the useless one. No, your son is. Jun Mingyue chuckled. What a pitiful world. The powerful argue like kindergarten girls tugging at each other's hair ribbons. Help. Clearing her throat, Jun Mingyue asserted, I can prove whether any foul play has occurred right now. Instantly, all eyes turned to her as she gracefully approached Lu Ding. Although he maintained a calm faade, he retreated repeatedly, fearful that she might uncover something amiss. Yet, since Jun Mingyue dared to speak, she undoubtedly possessed the capability. Lu Ding turned to flee, but she scoffed, too late. Chapter 19, Brother Star. With a gentle step, she landed gracefully before Lu Ding, her fingers glowing with a radiant white light as she pressed them against his brow. In an instant, Lu Ding appeared transfixed, his gaze vacantly fixed upon Mingyue's finger. A sharp gasp pierced the air as a dark shadow visibly wrenched itself from Lu Ding's being. When the shadow was fully extracted, the onlookers erupted in amusement. The regent, sporting a bemused smile, remarked, Lu Qing, is this not your grandfather? What a ludicrous substitute attack. How embarrassing for your ancestors. Lu Ding lay listlessly on the ground, his spirit drained, while Lu Qingxiang's face darkened with embarrassment. This matter is beyond my knowledge, he stammered. I shall ensure he is closely monitored upon my return. My apologies to young Master Jun Mingyue scoffed, I am not defending Star, I merely cannot abide such biased combat. Lu Qingxiang, do not take it to heart. With gritted teeth, Lu Qingxiang replied, Your words are just, and it is my wayward son who is in the wrong. Jun Mingyue cast a satisfied glance at the other guests at the banquet, who, whether in agreement or secretly harboring ill intentions, dared not voice any dissent against her words. Truly, she embodied the strongest antagonist of the early days, and her display of confidence was a sight to behold. Jun Xingchen's gaze flickered as he observed Mingyue's smile, his own expression softening involuntarily. Mingyue led Xingchen back to their seats, while the regent clapped his hands, enlivening the atmosphere. Very well. This matter shall be left to the Jun family. Let us not allow it to dampen our spirits, let the music commence. As the performers took the stage, Jun Mingyue aimlessly nibbled on delicacies, not bringing the earlier incident back into conversation. That night, the grand doors of the Tai Su Hall swung open. Jun Xingchen stepped inside, the pale moonlight flooding the vast, dim chamber where a compass and a transparent crystal ball lay. It was here, a decade ago, that he had been deemed a worthless lowlife. Now, 10 years later, he stood once more before the crystal ball, taking a deep breath before placing his hand upon it. After a prolonged silence, just as he was about to relinquish hope, the compass needle began to whirl rapidly, and the crystal ball emitted a kaleidoscope of colors. His shimmering eyes reflected the hues within the crystal, which intertwined and gradually coalesced into a swirling black mist, filling the sphere entirely. His countenance paled as he abruptly withdrew his hand. Impossible, this cannot be. He knew that the Jun family's aura was either azure or white, thus the appearance of any other color was unsurprising given that he was not the biological son of Jun Qingtian. While black was a possible aura. The crystal ball had always recorded only the 7 colors of the spectrum, never black. Could it be that his lineage held even darker secrets? In that fleeting moment, myriad thoughts raced through his mind as he hastily exited the Tai Su Hall. Yet, just as he was about to close the door and turn away, he caught sight of the haunting figure, the eldest miss. Jun Mingyue frowned, feeling that the title eldest miss was distant and cold. She resolved to find an opportunity to change it. With a composed demeanor, she remarked, "The banquet will soon conclude, return with me." Jun Xingchen nodded, trailing behind her. Mingyue did not inquire further. And the path through the imperial garden stretched long. After much internal struggle, Xingchen could not help but ask, "Eldest miss, if one possesses the power of dark magic, must they be eradicated?" He fixated on her profile, unwilling to miss any flicker of her expression. Jun Mingyue replied calmly, "One's lineage and power are innate. They cannot be altered. It is the person who is at fault, not the illusory power. If they treat others kindly, their background becomes irrelevant." Hope ignited in Jun Xingchen's eyes. "So, you mean to say that even if a person possesses an unusual bloodline, as long as they do not commit wrongdoing, they are worthy of trust?" Mingyue glanced back at him, affirming, "Indeed. Our purpose as cultivators is to safeguard the lives of all, not to exclude those who are different. As long as a person has never erred, there is no need for total annihilation." After a prolonged contemplation, Xingchen's face blossomed into a radiant smile. "Star shall heed your wisdom." That night, as the gentle breeze wafted, Jun Xingchen wished for the path ahead to stretch indefinitely, desiring to walk alongside her forever. 3 days hence, the day of the 9 Spirit Islands' emergence would arrive. On that day, Jun Mingyue prepared herself, while her adoptive father held her hand, earnestly advising her to take care. He then turned to Chaolu and Xingchen with a stern expression, "You two must protect your sister well. If anything were to happen to her, you need not return." Jun Mingyue quipped, "Is it your intention to incite animosity?" Chaolu and Xingchen nodded in agreement. And their carriage set forth towards the eastern coastline. The 3 of them shared a carriage, the atmosphere strangely awkward. Jun Xingchen, ever observant, poured tea for Mingyue, who cast a disinterested glance, but inwardly, she was elated. The protagonist was finally no longer avoiding her. Once she accomplished her lofty task, she would insist on calling this pure lotus flower sister every day. Mingyue lifted the teacup to her lips, when Chaolu suddenly inquired, "Eldest sister, what kind of place is 9 Spirit Island?" "This is my first visit." Setting down her cup, Mingyue replied, 3 years ago, I accompanied my brother there once. 9 Spirit Island is the abode of the 9 Spirit Sage, who is said to have resided there for centuries, leaving behind countless treasures before his ascension. However, with gain comes loss. To ensure fairness, only those under 20 may enter, and the island is fraught with peril. One slip could lead to eternal demise. Xingchen asked, "What is the primary purpose of our expedition?" Jun Mingyue furrowed her brow. The 9 Spirit Pearl and the Tianqi Grass, both treasures of 9 Spirit Island. The former is rumored to be a divine weapon left by a god, while the latter is an extraordinary elixir capable of reviving the deceased. Yet, despite the island's long history, neither of these treasures has ever been found. The two lapsed into contemplation, and Jun Mingyue pursed her lips. The 9 Spirit Pearl is, in fact, the protagonist's personal weapon, capable of transforming into both the 9 Spirit Sword and the 9 Spirit Whip, a legacy left by his father a millennium ago. As for the Tianqi Grass, it is something he intends to use to win favor with a lady. Eldest sister, brother star. Jun Mingyue nearly choked on her drink at the sound of that delicate voice. Pulling back the curtain, she saw they had arrived at the East Sea, where 2 striking figures stood, one clad in white, the other in blue. One was Bai Yuza, whom she had seen recently, while the other made her catch her breath. The stunning beauty before her was none other than one of the protagonist's two queens, the ethereal Yuran. Chapter 20, A sense of being caught. It is said that the serene fairy is the dream lover of countless male readers. Her selfless devotion to Jun Xingchen and her pure, kind-hearted love have become a topic of much admiration. Her instant infatuation with the male protagonist, her vow to follow him to the ends of the earth, and her icy demeanor towards other suitors, even to the point of ruthlessly dealing with her own errant brother, have elevated her to great heights in the eyes of many. She is the leading lady with the most screen time in the early stages and the first to draw blood from the male protagonist. Where did that blood come from? Right on Jiuling Island. However, Mingyue prefers to call her the director of the accessory association. Why? Because she behaves like a mere tool, always rushing to the male protagonist's aid when he is in trouble, providing comfort during his desolation, and accompanying him through the depths of despair. In later chapters, when the male protagonist takes concubines, she arranges their accommodations. When he conquers territories, she distributes the land, embodying a character devoid of personal thoughts, revolving entirely around Jun Xingchen like a paper doll. Does she really want to witness the male and female leads flaunting their affection in person? Jun Xingchen watched as Mingyue lifted the curtain, gazing for a long time, initially thinking she was admiring Bayuza, but his gaze quickly turned cold. Mingyue dismounted the carriage and casually remarked, "I can't believe you all are here too." Bayuza smiled and said, "Last time in the floating life forest, Miss Mingyue truly impressed me as a remarkable woman. My Bayou Palace and the Nanzhao Kingdom have intricate ties. I will certainly assist you, Mississippi." Of course. How could he not? He was still studying in the Nanzhao Kingdom. If he dared to take her belongings, would she not call the little emperor to have him expelled? Bai Yuran gazed earnestly at Xingchen for a long time before shifting her focus to Jun Mingyue's face, saying, "Sister Mingyue taught me about spirit power 3 years ago. And I have always remembered it." Bai Yuran, smitten with Jun Xingchen, naturally sought to ingratiate herself with the Jun family. Jun Mingyue replied indifferently, "It was nothing." Approaching, Bai Yuran looked at Jun Xingchen with her clear eyes and softly said, "Brother Xingchen, it is good to see you again." Chalu exclaimed, "What? You, a worthless fool. How do you know the Serene Fairy?" Jun Mingyue, maintaining her composure, inquired, "Do you know each other?" Xingchen replied, "We have met once." Jun Mingyue regarded Bai Yuran with disdain. She was merely an unfeeling echo of her brother, acting solely in accordance with his moods. The sound of waves crashing against the shore filled the air, and Bayuza suggested, "Why don't the three of you join our ship for mutual support?" Jun Mingyue replied, "No, I fear you might throw us overboard if we misbehave." She continued, "There is no need, we shall meet again on Jiuling Island." Upon hearing this, Xingchen's expression brightened. And after greeting the sibling duo, they departed the ship. Bayuza found it amusing. This Miss Mingyue truly lives up to her reputation for being as cold as ice. The Serene Fairy gazed intently at their departing figures and smiled. "I find Jun Xingchen to be far more intriguing." Bayuza turned back. "I forgot to ask. How do you know him?" "He lacks spirit power. You have never associated with such people." Calling him Brother Xingchen, one might think Bai Yuran has changed her nature. Bai Yuran chuckled lightly, resembling a goddess with her pure and radiant demeanor. "Those are merely rumors. He is indeed stronger than we imagine. This Jun Xingchen is no ordinary being." Only she knew of his alchemical skills, which filled her with pride. She realized that he was pretending to be a fool, while everyone else spoke ill of him due to hearsay. If she were to assist him now, Bayou Palace might gain a remarkable alchemist in the future. "All right, brother. Let us depart quickly and follow closely behind them," Bai Yuran said, her eyes glowing with gentle affection. It felt as though they shared a secret known only to them. A glimmer of determination flashed in her gaze. She must cultivate a closer relationship with him. The grand ship sailed across the sea, maneuvering through this fantastical world powered solely by spirit energy. Jun Mingyue and the others stood on the deck, gazing at the scenery as they traveled eastward, the waves crashing violently against the hull. After about half an hour, more ships began to gather around them, all heading in the same direction. Under the blazing sun, Mingyue shielded her eyes with her hand, observing her surroundings with a calm demeanor that belied her youth. Jun Xingchen stood quietly behind her, watching her for a long time. When Mingyue turned around, he hesitated, his gaze reflecting a sense of innocent bewilderment. "Xingchen?" Mingyue's spirits were high. With the imminent offering of the first blood by the Emperor of Stars, she felt she would soon unlock a new persona, her eyes softening. At only 15, Jun Xingchen, having suffered from malnutrition in his youth, stood at the same height as the much taller Mingyue. He hesitated, "Miss. The technique you taught me has felt misaligned during my recent practice. I am unsure where the issue lies and hope you can provide some guidance." Mingyue nearly fainted. "Brother. Why are you so deferential? You practice the dispersing technique daily, and now that you have regained your strength, do you seek to diminish your spirit power further?" Steeling herself, she commanded, "Extend your hand." Xingchen obediently offered his hand, his dark eyes intently fixed on her face. Jun Mingyue took hold of it, mimicking the actions of a physician from a drama, examining it repeatedly, unsure if she was reading fortunes or checking pulses. It must be said that the male protagonist is indeed perfect. His hands could only be described as smooth and exquisitely long, making her feel a twinge of jealousy. As Jun Xingchen felt her grasp, he froze, scarcely daring to breathe, a flush rising to his fair cheeks. However, Mingyue had no ulterior motives. After her examination, she stated, "Your constitution is somewhat unusual, allow me to ponder this further upon my return. For the next few days, refrain from practicing this method." Xingchen's mind went blank. He barely registered her words, nodding hastily, grateful that the sea breeze had cooled his face, preventing her from noticing anything amiss. When Mingyue glanced up, she caught sight of a figure lurking behind the ship's cabin, Jun Chaolu, gazing at the two with a mix of grievance and resentment, exuding a pitiful aura, reminiscent of a close friend who, after gossiping about others, suddenly deserted her for new company. It felt as though they had been caught in the act. Clearing her throat, Jun Mingyue sought to maintain her dignified image. "All right, the journey ahead is fraught with challenges, preserving oneself is of utmost importance. And we must not engage in petty disputes with others." Chapter 21, She is a remarkable person in unison, they declared, indeed. The surrounding vessels multiplied, forming a dense black encirclement that gradually converged towards the center. Among them were elite soldiers dispatched from foreign lands, disciples from various sects, and some solitary cultivators, all of whom were inexorably drawn towards Jiuling Island. A small black dot emerged on the horizon of the ocean, prompting someone to exclaim, "No way. After sinking for so many years, Jiuling Island has resurfaced. Ha ha ha, let's hurry and get there first." The ships around them began to accelerate. Zhao Lu, filled with urgency, asked, "Elder sister, shall we not go?" Jun Mingyue smiled leisurely, "No need to rush." Zhao Lu and Xingchen were puzzled by her words. Yet they obediently relaxed upon hearing her response. On the side of Bayuza, a frown marred his brow. Why isn't the Jun family's ship speeding up? We'll be left behind. Bayuran glanced at them, her expression uncertain. What shall we do then? With a sigh, Bayuza suggested, let us board and assist them. He swiftly formed a hand seal, and the wooden boat shot forth like a swift arrow. Seeing so many people boarding the oasis, Zhao Lu grew anxious. Oh no. The treasure will be snatched away. Do they really think they can? Mingyue replied nonchalantly. As the boats reached the shore, Zhao Lu hurriedly dashed forward, closely followed by Xingchen, who remained cautious beside Mingyue. Before them stood a magnificent palace, the Jiuling Hall, adorned with a golden roof and intricately carved beams, towering several meters high, housing thousands of palatial chambers. At that moment, most of the first arrivals were bound with spirit ropes to one side, their comrades helplessly watching. And those attempting to untie them ended up ensnared as well. Ha ha ha, what is this? Zhao Lu laughed heartily. Two individuals, disbelieving, attempted to cast spells to open the hall doors, only to find themselves trapped as well. Craziness! How exhilarating it is to hold the script! Mingyue exclaimed gleefully. You rushed up, so you deserve this. In contrast to Mingyue's composure, Bayuran's complexion turned pale. She had merely arrived a moment too late. Or she would have been humiliated alongside them. Elder sister Mingyue, shall we join forces to open it? Bayuran suggested, her demeanor resembling that of a charming neighbor, her smile enchanting. Jun Mingyue cast a detached glance at them, and as Bayuza moved to assist, she pushed him aside, declaring, step back, I can handle this alone. The crowd stared in disbelief. Then, amidst the watchful eyes of all, Jun Mingyue's fingers danced gracefully, and a formation swiftly materialized before her. Her spiritual energy resonated with the formation, her hair billowing with the flow of energy, her gaze resolute and calm. With a resounding bang, the golden door swung open, liberating everyone. Impressive indeed, little sister, Jiao Lu proclaimed proudly. Several individuals, recognizing Jun Mingyue's strength, brazenly approached her. Miss, the journey ahead is fraught with difficulties. Why not join forces? Together, we can thrive. Mingyue regarded them as if they were simpletons. Do you think I would team up with you lot? Xing Chen and Jiao Lu exchanged amused glances, while the man's face turned ashen, prompting him to retreat hastily. Bayuza awkwardly interjected, Miss Mingyue, shall we enter now? Jun Mingyue glanced at the sibling pair and nodded slightly. I have matters to discuss with you as well. She intended to foster a connection between Xing Chen and Yuran for their forthcoming mission. As Mingyue and Bayuza entered the Jiuling Hall, Xing Chen, lost in thought, trailed behind. Yuran, walking beside him, gently remarked, after my father consumed the elixir you provided, he indeed broke through his bottleneck. I am truly grateful to you. Xing Chen turned, I mentioned it was merely a small effort, there's no need for thanks. Yuran's eyes sparkled, dark as ink, as she observed Jun Mingyue's silhouette. Your sibling relationship does not seem as antagonistic as the rumors suggest. Speaking of Jun Mingyue, a soft light flickered in Xing Chen's eyes. She is an exceptional person. Yuran understood but did not dwell on it. With so many rooms inside, let us proceed swiftly and not get separated. Inside, the floors were laid with golden bricks, and numerous rooms adorned with door numbers ranging from 1 to 3,000 awaited selection. Jun Mingyue sighed, assuring herself she would not repeat the mistakes of the original tale, where she chose the worst room and became a source of ridicule. Someone remarked, Room 1 is too forward, it must be a trap. Everyone, be cautious. In truth, Room 1 was not so dire, it was filled with treasures of gold and silver, a tempting offer, yet not necessary to enter. However, she glanced at Jiao Lu. This little girl quite fancies treasures. Jiao Lu, go to room 1, she commanded. What? Jiao Lu's expression soured instantly, while she would brave any danger for Mingyue. She didn't expect to be treated as a mere stepping stone so soon. Her value had yet to be utilized, leaving her disheartened. She gazed at Mingyue, who reiterated firmly. Shall I repeat myself? Jiao Lu shrank back, resignedly entering. As the first to step into the most contentious room, all eyes were upon her, anticipating the calamity that would befall the fair maiden. After a brief incense's time, Jiao Lu emerged with a serious countenance, beads of sweat on her forehead. Eager voices inquired. Did a fierce beast chase you? Why do you look so exhausted? Jiao Lu solemnly nodded, indeed, it was perilous, exceedingly so. Everyone, stay away. Instantly, the group recoiled as if faced with a flood, while Jiao Lu, standing before them, discreetly gave a thumbs up. I cleared out all the treasures inside. Almost exhausted me to death. Jun Mingyue smirked, well done. At that moment, Jiao Lu understood that Mingyue genuinely cared for them, always considering their well-being. Meanwhile, Bayuza, intrigued, noted that with 3,000 rooms, it was remarkable that Mingyue remembered the room numbers so clearly after only one visit. Bayuza suggested, let us inquire about the room numbers as well. Yuran narrowed her eyes, a hint of coldness in her expression. Having grown up as the center of attention, surrounded by admirers, she felt her own radiance eclipsed since entering Jiuling Island, overshadowed by Jun Mingyue. Chapter 22 Jun Mingyue, that wretched woman, was indeed stronger. But it was merely a consequence of her age. Yet, I am a rare talent, a once-in-a-thousand-years prodigy. To be dependent on the daughter of a general is utterly unacceptable. Our own strength is sufficient to confront the beasts within, rather than relying on others, it would be wiser to take our chances ourselves. Yuran turned to leave. Hey! Yuran! Bayuza, resigned, observed his proud sister and followed her. Jun Xingchen walked alone to the center of the grand hall, inexplicably drawn by an unseen force that guided his steps forward. Jun Mingyue entered a room filled with spiritual treasures, shutting the door to shut out the world outside. For it was the time for the male protagonist to display his prowess. Just as she began to place the treasures into her spatial pouch, a sudden scream pierced the air. Here it comes. Male protagonist, commence your heroic rescue. Yuran, pale-faced, glanced at the two cloaked figures in her room. Who are you? How long have you been lurking here? What do you want? Prepare to die. The two cloaked figures lunged forward with their swords. Bai Yuran, being one of the heroines, drew her sword to defend herself. The sounds of their struggle quickly attracted Jun Xingchen, and soon, numerous assassins gathered in the hall. Some met their demise before they could even call for help. Jun Xingchen picked up a sword from the ground and joined the fray, while several celestial beings also joined the battle, leading to a chaotic scene. Bang! The two cloaked figures were thrown out by Bai Yuran, but she herself sustained severe injuries. Clutching a manual, she stood at the doorway, her wounded posture appearing pitiful. Jun Mingyue silently positioned herself behind her and suddenly shouted, "Miss Bai, watch out." With a forceful shove, she propelled Bai Yuran into the tumultuous battlefield. Taken by surprise, Bai Yuran dropped her invaluable manual, which Jun Mingyue seized in that moment. Task Progress, 33, Bai Yuran's ethereal form arced gracefully through the air before crashing down towards Jun Xingchen, who instinctively caught her. As she leaned against him, their gazes locked, one filled with affection, the other astonished and speechless. "Miss Bai, take care of yourself." He quickly set her down and returned to the fight. Bai Yuran, shaken, instinctively touched her chest and then realized with alarm, "My manual, where is it?" Where could her precious manual have gone? It was a treasure she had risked her life to obtain. Who had dared to push her? In her confusion, she was further distressed to find that her usual ethereal appearance had been marred in the chaos. In contrast, Jun Mingyue stood amidst the throng with calm elegance, exuding an air of superiority as if the world around her were insignificant. Wait, that voice sounded eerily similar to Jun Mingyue's? Bai Yuran gasped in disbelief, realizing she had underestimated the duplicitous nature of that woman, climbing to power on the backs of others. Anger surged within her as she thought back on her life. She had only ever been the victim of theft, never the thief herself. She must expose this shameless woman. As she prepared to charge forward, Bai Yuza pulled her back, exclaiming, "Thank goodness you're all right, sister." Tears welled in Bai Yuran's eyes as she feigned distress. "Woo-woo. Brother, woo-woo. What's wrong? Who bullied you? Was it those assassins?" Bai Yuza furrowed his brow. Bai Yuran, putting on a wounded face, replied, "It was that Jun Mingyue. She pushed me towards the blades and stole my manual." Expecting her brother to support her, she was taken aback when he frowned and countered, "That's impossible. Miss Mingyue is of noble character, she wouldn't act in such a manner. You must have seen it wrong." Bai Yuran felt as though her head would burst. How could he side against her? "Am I to lie? I was pushed, and my body swayed." And, as if on cue, a manual slipped from her sleeve, creating an awkward silence. Bai Yuza picked it up, his expression grave as he regarded her. "Is this what you meant?" Yes, that's it, it just vanished earlier," but how Bai Yuran was utterly flustered. Bai Yuza thrust the manual back into her arms, his voice icy. "In a time like this, how can you still accuse others? I am truly disappointed in you." Bai Yuran felt utterly innocent, bewildered by the turn of events. Yet her brother's attitude left her heartbroken. They were siblings, after all. Even if she behaved petulantly, there was no need for him to scold her so harshly over Jun Mingyue. Yet she misjudged the situation. Bai Yuza was not defending Jun Mingyue. He had always detested evil, and while he had been lenient with Bai Yuran in familial matters, now, faced with a formidable enemy, she attempted to muddy the waters and frame another. That crossed a line for him. Unbeknownst to Jun Mingyue, her unintentional actions had sown discord between the siblings. She did not wish to tarnish the original heroine's reputation, that was all. Although Bai Yuran had acted foolishly out of infatuation in the original story, her actions were minor mischiefs, excusable in the name of love. Today's manual was rightfully hers, and even if she disdained the narrative, her anger should not be directed towards the innocent. Rather than clashing with other women, she preferred to save the world in her own way. Bai Yuza quickly retaliated. And soon, the minor adversaries were all vanquished. Jun Xingchen pinned one of the remaining foes down, demanding, "Who sent you?" The assassin, sensing defeat, bit his tongue to end his life. Another lead severed, Jun Xingchen approached Mingyue. "No survivors left." Mingyue replied indifferently, "No matter. The 9-Spirit Island may vanish at any moment. We must find the 9-Spirit Pearl and the Heavenly Pool Grass." Many of the less powerful individuals were gravely injured. And some, gripped by fear, fled the scene. The rest dispersed in search of treasure. Mingyue's gaze remained fixed on the lifeless bodies. Her expression contemplative, these were still members of the Nightshade Palace. Soon, the palace lord would arrive, and she needed to be ready for battle. Jun Mingyue, following an inner calling, approached a massive palace door, pressing his hand against it. The door swung open, revealing a dazzling golden light within. Wow, this lad is truly fortunate. He has opened the legendary sword tomb. The sword tomb. Everyone rushed forward. Inside was a stone cavern, with every protruding stone embedded with swords of varying sizes, some sharp and shiny, others rusted and dull. Mingyue thought that anyone with sense would choose the magnificent divine weapons. However, the male protagonist was different. He casually glanced around before wandering to a damp corner, where he discovered a rusty iron sword. Instantly, a surge of excitement coursed through him as he sensed the sword's latent power. Closing his eyes, he reached out, and at that moment, it felt as if their souls were colliding. That was a connection no other weapon could provide. In that instant, they became one. The details of this moment are omitted for brevity, he rejoiced, this is the one. Chapter 23, Just because of you. When he drew the sword, Jun Mingyue felt a wave of discomfort. Could it be that his mind had been damaged? A person can only wield one weapon, yet he chose the most inferior one. Jun Mingyue remarked, you, a mere cannon fodder, understand nothing about internet novels. In truth, the weapon in the male protagonist's hand was the very lifeblood of the entire Jiuling Island, the Jiuling Pearl. It was precisely the most worthless card that, in Jun Mingyue's hands, could always turn the tide and prepare for his guise of a pig eating a tiger. At this moment, a stone wall within the cave shifted, revealing a vast expanse of light. As everyone stepped outside, they were greeted by a lush green landscape and 7 divergent paths appeared before them. It was time for their favorite guessing game. Bayuza suggested, Miss Mingyue, let us choose a path to look out for one another. Then, the last one. Mingyue replied. After exchanging glances, everyone nodded in agreement. Originally, Bayuza had expected the journey to be fraught with challenges, but as they walked, they could not help but marvel at her luck. Along the way, spiritual stones and treasures lay scattered, and they collected so many that their hands grew sore. However, when they encountered a golden gate, their steps came to an abrupt halt. Despite numerous attempts, they could not open this door. Bayuran even suggested giving up, perhaps we should go back and choose another path. She voiced her complaint with a look of grievance, while Bayuza felt a twinge of inner conflict. They could go wherever they pleased, Mingyue was unconcerned about them. The other paths were laden with difficulties. And after defeating the magical beasts, the spoils were not nearly as bountiful, let alone this fabled domain. After all, Jiuling Island was the male protagonist's territory. Jun Mingyue caressed the door and turned to say firmly, Miss, allow me to try. Jun Mingyue expressed her disdain, muttering, if we couldn't open it, how could you? Go ahead, Mingyue responded. As Jun Mingyue infused his spiritual energy into the door, it felt as though it sank into the depths of the sea, leaving not even a ripple. He quickly ceased, scrutinizing the door. Bayuran gently suggested, Brother Mingyue, why not try a different approach? With the female protagonist's guidance, the iron sword in the space began to hum and levitate, drawn towards the door. A glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes as he placed both hands upon it once more, and this time, the door slowly began to open. Everyone was taken aback. Who would have thought that a so-called waste could outshine this group of outstanding individuals? Just as their astonishment began to fade, a charming voice echoed, how wonderful. It is indeed true that one may stumble upon treasures without effort. Turning around, they saw a swarm of shadowy assassins had appeared behind them, clad in the same garb as those who had attacked them in the grand hall. Leading them was a stunning young woman, her figure exquisitely outlined in exotic black attire. The silver hairpins in her hair jingled softly, and her fair face was obscured by a black veil, revealing only her cunning and mischievous eyes. She was Lu Ying, the leader of the Night Ming Palace. It need not be said, she was one of Jun Mingyue's admirers. The Night Ming Palace was notoriously mysterious in the martial world, always striking without a flaw, leaving the group unaware that they were in the presence of its members. Who are you? Jun Mingyue squinted, assessing them. Oh. It is none other than the renowned Miss Mingyue from the Jun family. I have heard much about your exploits over the years and have held you in high esteem. Today, I see that your reputation is well-deserved, she remarked, her tone seemingly submissive yet lacking any semblance of respect. Jun Mingyue coldly laughed. You think your trifling prowess can hinder my entry? One was the illustrious Miss Mingyue, another was the holy son of Bayou Palace. And yet another was the celebrated Yuran fairy. Indeed, they were not easy adversaries. With a dreamy smile, she added, but since I dared to come today, I certainly will not leave empty-handed. Bayuza interjected, to create such a grand spectacle for a contest with us. It must be the fabled treasures of Jiuling Island, the heavenly pool grass and the Jiuling pearl, correct? Indeed, but not entirely so, Jun Mingyue replied. The Jiuling pearl has now transformed into a sword in the male protagonist's hand, what remains inside is merely the heavenly pool grass. Consider yourselves clever. You are indeed top-tier experts in the martial world. If we can resolve this peacefully, I have no desire to make things difficult for you, she stated solemnly. What do you mean by peacefully resolving this? Chaolu retorted, exasperated. Lu Ying toyed with her crimson nails and replied nonchalantly, it means you all leave. The expressions of the group changed dramatically. Who gave you the audacity to flaunt your power in front of me? Jun Mingyue exclaimed. Lu Ying finally regarded her seriously, since Miss Jun refuses to cooperate, I cannot be blamed for not giving you an opportunity. With a wave of her hand, a group of burly men gradually approached them. With so many adversaries, it would be quite a challenge to resist. Jun Mingyue swiftly instructed, Xingchen. Go inside and retrieve the items, I will hold them off here. Jun Xingchen cast a fleeting glance at them before turning and dashing through the door. Lu Ying urgently commanded, stop them immediately. Jun Mingyue's graceful figure instantly blocked her path, just because of you? The battle was on the verge of erupting. While on Jun Xingchen's side, he found himself in a field of medicinal herbs. Initially intending to pluck a few, he soon discovered that this field mirrored his own in every aspect, both in arrangement and species. It was as if it had been copied and pasted. This puzzled him. Yet he wasted no time, searching for more valuable items. After a thorough search, he finally found a white star-shaped herb, heavenly pool grass, in a small corner. Just as he reached out to touch it, a fierce shout rang out, dare to move, and you'll see what happens. Before him stood Lu Ying, her imposing figure blocking his way. Where is the young lady? He inquired. Dead, Lu Ying arrogantly replied. If you dare to move again, you'll share her fate. Instantly, a storm of darkness swirled in Jun Xingchen's eyes, his face taut with tension. As Lu Ying approached the corner to grasp the herb, she felt a piercing pain at the moment of contact. What is this? Lu Ying exclaimed, leaping back in confusion. You get over here and pull it out, or I will kill you. Jun Xingchen's expression darkened as he slowly approached her, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. In a heartbeat, a black sword materialized in his hand, its silver gleam dazzling Lu Ying momentarily. In that fleeting instant, she barely dodged a lethal strike. Yet a deep wound was inflicted on her shoulder. You dare to injure me? I will kill you. Lu Ying cried, caught off guard by such indignity. With that, she drew her sword, and the two engaged in a fierce struggle. Chapter 24, A Frantic Plot. Originally, Jun Xingchen possessed rather feeble abilities. Yet his indomitable fighting spirit only grew stronger with each battle, subtly overshadowing the seasoned Lu Ying. This left Lu Ying, who was several tiers above him, utterly astonished, questioning when the Nanzhao kingdom had produced such a formidable opponent. Sparks flew as Lu Ying repeatedly attempted to deliver a lethal blow, only for him to narrowly evade each time, infuriating her to the point of nearly spitting blood. However, Jun Xingchen's resurgence was fleeting, in the end. He was reduced to a bloody pulp, while Lu Ying merely sustained a few superficial wounds. It dawned on her that the boy was merely relying on sheer willpower to fight desperately, rendering him quite insignificant. Yet, as Jun Xingchen left her in such disarray, her fury boiled over, and she raised her sword high, exclaiming, You shall perish. An invisible wave of spiritual power deflected her weapon, granting Jun Xingchen the opportunity to plunge the Jiuling sword into her shoulder, causing blood to gush forth. Lu Ying cried out in agony, staggering backward and clutching her chest in terror, exclaiming, What sorcery is this? Jun Xingchen advanced step by step, his gaze chilling. Lu Ying, both mentally and physically tormented, realized that continuing in this manner would yield no favorable outcome. In a fit of rage, she cast him a final glance, uttering a classic villainous line, "I shall return." Once her figure vanished, the shadow of Jun Mingyue appeared before him. Jun Xingchen's battered face instantly brightened with hope as he exclaimed, "Miss." Jun Mingyue had feigned ignorance of Lu Ying's intrusion to ensure they completed their primary mission. Yet she had not anticipated that Lu Ying would inflict such harm on Jun Xingchen. Her heart ached for him, and she hastily cast a healing spell. Regardless of whether Jun Xingchen was the protagonist, witnessing a frail and innocent child suffer such grave injuries would elicit compassion from anyone. Jun Mingyue felt a mix of anger and frustration, lamenting her failure to protect him. "Quickly, we must gather the herbs, the ground is about to collapse," she urged. Jun Xingchen immediately unearthed the Tianqi grass, yet for reasons unknown, it posed no threat to him. Task completion, 66. Only one task remained, to unite the male and female leads. The Bai siblings had also dispatched the minor adversaries and rushed over, gasping in astonishment at the sight of the vast field of medicinal herbs. In unison, they exclaimed, "So many herbs. Is that a lot?" The protagonist inquired, his face brimming with treasures. Jun Xingchen's figure wavered, his complexion paling to near transparency. Bai Yuran, upon seeing this, felt a pang of sympathy and gently supported him, saying, "Brother Xingchen, how are your injuries so severe?" Jun Xingchen replied softly, "I am fine, please hurry and take the herbs and leave." The ground trembled violently for the first time, prompting Jun Mingyue to frown. "We must go quickly, Jiuling Island is on the verge of disappearing." Zhao Lu and Bai Yuze hastily plucked the last few herbs, but as they attempted to exit, the ground beneath them gave way, creating a massive fissure. The room tilted violently, leaving everyone in a precarious position. Meanwhile, the once intact walls revealed stone doors of varying sizes, swinging open as if inviting them inside. The abruptness of this romantic plot twist was bewildering, perhaps a quirk of the genre. Nevertheless, Jun Mingyue hoped for an intimate connection between Jun Xingchen and the female lead. Yet, as the saying goes, misfortune often strikes unexpectedly. A falling rock caused her to slip, sending the dignified and graceful Miss Jun sliding uncontrollably toward the stone door. "Curse it," she thought, realizing she had yet to fully harmonize with this body, unable to maintain her composure. However, it was of little consequence, for her storyline had reached its conclusion. Yet, upon seeing Jun Xingchen's white figure lunging toward her, she was left in utter shock. "Good heavens! Why are you, my elder brother, entering my plot as a villain?" With a thud, they entered the pitch-black chamber as the stone door slammed shut behind them, isolating them from the tumult of the outside world in a suffocating silence. Task completion, 99. Jun Mingyue thought to herself, "I want to kill Miss." Jun Xingchen caught her, his eyes glistening with moisture. Jun Mingyue glared at him for a long moment, only to realize with dismay that she had been poisoned. What a cruel twist of fate. Who could blame her for administering the drug to Jun Xingchen? This was the immediate retribution she now faced. This was a male-centric narrative, revolving entirely around Jun Xingchen, meaning that wherever he appeared, the story would continue to unfold. She felt an overwhelming desire to drag the author of this tale out and berate them for hours. After all, she was his sister. Could one truly engage in such heartless antics? Even if they were not blood-related, could they not at least show her some respect? She understood her role as a villain meant no one cared, but she implored them not to bestow upon her such a ridiculous narrative. Steeling herself, she acupunctured Jun Xingchen's pressure points. The youthful, delicate features of Jun Xingchen were etched with confusion as he asked, "What is it? Is there something wrong with the atmosphere here?" He wrapped his arm around Mingyue's, and he clearly noticed the once cold and aloof Jun Mingyue now exhibiting a soft, misty gaze. Her cheeks flushed with color, and her body radiating warmth. In that instant, he comprehended the situation, his face draining of color. "I will take you out. Get away from me." Jun Mingyue, clinging to her last shred of sanity, pushed him away, her voice filled with fury. "Do not look at me, turn around." She was utterly humiliated. At this moment, she was determined to be as rude as possible, even her words emerging in a soft, trembling manner. Jun Xingchen stood helplessly by the stone door, obediently facing the wall as if in punishment. Jun Mingyue leaned against the wall, cross-legged, striving to regulate her breathing, attempting to suppress the effects of the rosemary. Yet, her dantian felt ablaze, disturbing her thoughts and making concentration impossible. Fortuitously, she had the foresight to keep the protagonist at a distance, otherwise, given her lack of self-control, it was uncertain what unspeakable acts she might commit. Jun Xingchen was only 15, he was still a child. A kind-hearted, innocent flower, she could not bear to harm him. Truly, the author was ruthless. The sound of Jun Mingyue's erratic breathing behind him made Jun Xingchen's heart skip a beat. "Miss, I have." Silence. Jun Mingyue was driven to the brink of madness, beads of sweat cascading down her forehead, her body ablaze with discomfort, gasping for breath. Anything but that. At this moment, "You are forbidden from having anything." In her turmoil, Mingyue felt as if she were burning with fever, her consciousness growing hazy. Fortunately, her magical affinity was of the water element, and with considerable effort, she managed to regulate her temperature, preventing herself from shedding her garments. She vowed that upon her return, she would dedicate herself to her studies, ensuring she would never again find herself in the absurdity of a slippery plot twist involving rosemary. Her mind clouded. She bit her tongue to remain awake, but ultimately, the potency of the drug proved too overwhelming, and she began to lose consciousness. Alas! My once esteemed reputation is about to be buried here. Chapter 25, Who is this? It seems the host is encountering difficulties. You have a surprise package in your belongings. Would you like to open it to resolve your current predicament? Jun Mingyue jolted awake. How could I have forgotten about this? It was a reward from a side quest. Enough chatter, open it quickly. Initiating the resolution of your current predicament, Jun Mingyue fainted, her breathing calming. After a long moment of silence, Xingchen turned and rushed over. The once pristine white robe of Jun Mingyue was now drenched in sweat, clinging to her graceful figure, her face adorned with an alluring flush. He hastily helped her sit up and retrieve the tianqi grass. He had intended to mention that he possessed the tianqi grass. Once the medicinal properties were activated, he administered it to Jun Mingyue, and a refreshing coolness surged through her dantian, spreading warmth throughout her limbs. Advanced task completed. Congratulations. You have unlocked character functionality. Wishing you a pleasant life. Jun Xingchen observed Mingyue's complexion with caution. He noticed her flushed cheeks fading, only to be replaced by a deeper frown, and soon, she was drenched in cold sweat, her entire body burning as if engulfed in flames. Miss. He grasped her hand tightly. I must save you. This was a room from which escape was impossible without a certain condition being met. Now that the medicinal effect had worn off, the ground trembled and the door opened. He lifted Jun Mingyue and fled from the crumbling world. The Jun family estate was suffused with a stifling atmosphere. Servants hurried by with their heads bowed, afraid to make a sound. In the Mingyue pavilion, Jun Qingtian shattered a teacup in the living room, his voice sharp. Where is that scoundrel Shuri? Hasn't he brought back Ouyang the alchemist yet? What is taking so long? Jun Chaolu, anxious, replied, Brother has been kneeling there for a day and a night, perhaps Ouyang the alchemist will come soon, seeing his sincerity. Jun Qingtian glared at her, You too, go find Ouyang Te. If you can't find him, don't bother returning. I entrusted you to protect Mingyue. And you have the audacity to abandon her? Get out. Jun Chaolu dared not protest, wiping her tears as she rushed out, only to see an ethereal old man entering. Jun Chaolu, uncertain, asked, Are you Ouyang the alchemist? Ouyang Te, looking bewildered, replied, Indeed, am I not the one summoned by your Jun family? Jun Chaolu quickly ushered him into the Mingyue pavilion. Jun Qingtian, overjoyed, bowed, Thank you for coming to treat my daughter. Ah, were it not for your son's request, I would not have come, he waved dismissively. Jun Qingtian's eyes sparkled, so, his eldest son Shuri indeed gained the favor of Ouyang Te. Such extraordinary fortune would surely lead to a bright future. Jun Qingtian said, My daughter was poisoned on Jiuling Island and has now fallen into a coma. I implore the alchemist for assistance. Allow me to take her pulse. He entered. Jun Qingtian looked around anxiously and frowned, Where is Shuri? Jun Chaolu replied, Perhaps he is resting after kneeling for so long? Jun Qingtian, then let us not disturb him. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the auction, A despondent Jun Shiri remained kneeling, helplessly gazing skyward. He hadn't even entered the door. How long must he kneel before Ouyang Tae would emerge to save her? After a while, Ouyang Tae's sigh echoed from the room, causing Jun Qingtian to panic, and he hurriedly lifted the curtain. What is wrong with my daughter? Ouyang Tae stroked his goat beard. Strange, her internal energy has surged yet she remains unconscious. This is clearly a case of being unable to absorb nourishment. There is no immediate danger to her life. I have opened her meridians, and she will awaken shortly. However, Ouyang Tae furrowed his brow. Her condition does not appear to be from poison. It seems more akin to having ingested some precious treasure. It is Tianchi grass. Jun Mingyue's voice floated from the bed, and Jun Qingtian rejoiced. Mingyue, you are awake at last. You have frightened your father. Jun Mingyue, exasperated, clutched her forehead. The male protagonist is far too extravagant. She only suffered from a minor ailment, yet he used such a precious treasure to cure her. This is akin to wielding a legendary sword capable of inflicting immense damage for mere woodcutting. Is he not courting her? If he continues to squander resources, he will lose many romantic interests. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed outside. Father, I'm back. Ouyang the alchemist didn't. Jun Shiri entered, halting mid-sentence upon seeing Ouyang Tae. Jun Qingtian, still believing Jun Shiri had summoned Ouyang Tae, scolded, You've been kneeling for a day and a night, you should rest. Come, greet Ouyang the alchemist. He was certain Ouyang Tae would offer some guidance upon seeing Jun Shiri, but to his surprise, Ouyang Tae frowned, scrutinizing him with a look of distaste and confusion. Jun Qingtian, this is peculiar. Why does he regard him with such unfamiliarity? Is he not the one who invited him here? Indeed, the next moment, Ouyang Tae posed a soul-searching question. Who is this? The atmosphere turned awkwardly tense. Jun Qingtian meekly replied, Did you not say that my son summoned you? Ouyang Tae nodded, Yes, your son. Jun Qingtian, but I have only this one son. Ouyang Tae. Then who is Jun Xingchen? Jun Qingtian's face morphed into one of bewilderment. What? Jun Xingchen? What does he have to do with this? Oh. He has already been expelled from the estate for failing to protect Mingyue. Jun Mingyue, stirred by indignation, spat blood, sending the other 3 Jun family members into a state of shock. Had it not been for Xingchen, I would have perished long ago. How could you treat him this way? Jun Mingyue pushed away Jun Qingtian, wiping the blood from her lips. Absurd. Ouyang Tae's face turned green with anger. If it were not for Jun Xingchen, do you think I would have come to your Jun estate? A talent so extraordinary, and yet you suppress him. Ouyang Tae shall not treat her. Fuming with rage, Ouyang Tae tossed his sleeve and stormed off. The 3 Jun family members stood frozen, their shock akin to the revelation that the emperor was a woman. The once derided Jun Xingchen had garnered the favor of both Jun Mingyue and Ouyang Tae. They were utterly disoriented. Jun Shiri, at a loss, called out, Hey, alchemist. What should be done about my sister's injuries? Ouyang Tae left without a word. Jun Chaolu, supporting Mingyue, cautiously inquired, What shall we do now? Jun Mingyue trembled with fury. In the secret chamber, I was poisoned and lost consciousness. While Xingchen was gravely injured by that assassin, yet he administered the Tianchi grass to me. Now, I cannot assimilate this power. It was Xingchen who sought out Ouyang Tae to assist me, yet you still expelled him from the estate. I am truly. With heartfelt solicitude, Jun Qingtian comforted. Mingyue, conserve your strength. Anything you desire shall be yours. Is it not merely Jun Xingchen? I shall dispatch individuals forthwith to locate him. Please. Rest and do not agitate yourself. He is unworthy of your distress. Jun Mingyue's almond eyes widened in response. Retrieve him now, or I shall personally seek him out. Jun Qingtian, in trepidation, pleaded, Nay, father shall dispatch individuals forthwith. As night descended, a spectral figure alighted stealthily within the courtyard. Jun Xingchen had intended to surreptitiously steal a glimpse of Mingyue, but upon entering, he espied a towering silhouette seated within the courtyard. With difficulty, Jun Xingchen uttered, Father. I merely wished to ascertain the well-being of the eldest young lady. Upon confirming her safety, I shall depart forthwith. Jun Qingtian, having sat vigil for half the night, massaged his aching eyelids and scrutinized the son, whom he had consistently disregarded. Terms such as worthless, base, and insignificant had perpetually confined him, rendering him an indelible blemish upon Jun Xingtian's honor. Yet, now that he had garnered the esteem of Ouyang Te, coupled with Jun Mingyue's resolute insistence, even amid his profound reluctance, he could only sigh in acquiescence, enter and attend to your sister. In her desperation to locate you, she has vomited blood. Jun Mingyue, overhearing these words within the chamber, nearly spat blood in exasperation. To claim that she vomited blood on his account was preposterous. It was merely an inability to suppress the potency of the tianqi herb, an excess of nourishment that induced the hemorrhage. It was not indicative of any profound concern for him, as if her existence hinged upon his presence. Jun Xingtian treaded gingerly into the chamber. In the dim lamplight, Jun Mingyue reclined upon a soft couch, clad in pristine white, exuding an aura of serene elegance. The flickering light cast an ethereal glow upon her alabaster countenance, while her sable eyes shimmered with lucidity. Jun Mingyue possessed an exquisite beauty. Her porcelain skin bearing the semblance of unmelting ice from the age-old, frigid mountains, imbued with an innate aloofness. Blessed with exceptional talent from her tender years, she had dwelled in a realm of universal admiration, which had imbued her with an indomitable arrogance. Every gesture she made bespoke the refinement of a noble woman, and even now, bearing an injury, she regarded him with equanimity. "Xingtian," she murmured softly. Jun Xingtian knelt obediently before her, "Eldest young lady. I recall that today marks the full moon of the 15th. Henceforth, you need not visit any longer." Before she could complete her pronouncement, a sense of despondency washed over Jun Xingtian's eyes, and he lowered his head, as if resigned to his imminent demise. "I have examined your constitution. The previous cultivation methods are unsuitable for you. Refrain from practicing them henceforth." Upon hearing this, Jun Xingtian raised his head, regarding her with incredulity. "Eldest young lady." Observing this delicate white lotus, Jun Mingyue spoke softly, "Henceforth, address me as elder sister. I have instructed father to prepare the eastern courtyard for you. Reside there henceforth. I have also crafted new cultivation manuals and elixirs for you, enabling me to personally instruct you in the arts of martial prowess and cultivation." Silence filled the chamber for a moment, so profound that even the sound of their breathing was audible. "Elder sister." In an instant, he lunged toward her, tears gushing forth like a breached dam. Jun Mingyue stiffened, her entire being frozen in place. "I had always believed that elder sister harbored an implacable hatred for me. A loathing so profound that she desired my immediate demise. Yet, now I comprehend." "Jun Mingyue, I am aghast, what is there to comprehend?" Jun Xingtian inhaled deeply, raising his tear-streaked face to gaze intently at Mingyue, inquiring cautiously, "Elder sister has been honing me, tempering me all along. Elder sister trusts me implicitly, which is why she allowed me to participate in the battles. Each time I encountered peril, elder sister alone stepped forward to defend me. Elder sister has consistently cared for me." Jun Mingyue. "Ah, yes, you are quite adept at conjuring fantasies, young lad." Seeing that Mingyue did not refute him, Xingtian continued, "Now elder sister is even tailoring cultivation manuals specifically for me, truly placing great expectations upon me. I am overjoyed. Truly overjoyed." "Jun Mingyue, those were not tailored specifically for you. 1 copper coin buys 10 copies on the street, anyone who buys them is making a bargain." Jun Xingtian embraced her tightly, his tears soaking her garments, repeating insistently, "I am so happy." Jun Mingyue's hands hovered in midair, a maelstrom of emotion swirling within her. The sensation of dampness spread across her chest. After a moment of hesitation, she ultimately succumbed to her tender-heartedness and stroked his head. A helpless smile gracing her lips, "You are no longer a child, such behavior is unseemly." Upon hearing this, Jun Xingtian raised his face, flushed crimson, and beheld that gentle and tolerant smile, his eyes glistening with tears, murmuring dazedly, "I fear this is but a dream." "Fear not. Henceforth, with elder sister by your side, none shall dare to mistreat you." Jun Mingyue clasped his hand, pledging to this youth of merely 15 years, "Elder sister shall forever protect you." From that day forth, Jun Xingtian's life underwent a seismic transformation. He ascended from being the household's universally scorned wastrel to becoming the veritable second young master. Under Jun Mingyue's tutelage, his strength underwent a qualitative leap. It was such that Jun Shuri would occasionally cast him a glance, apprehensive that this lad might surpass him upon their next encounter. Has elder brother been frequenting my courtyard with undue regularity of late? Jun Xingchen inquired softly, as he wiped his sable nine-spirit sword. Jun Shiri retorted, perplexed. Is there any place within this manor that I am forbidden to visit? Furthermore, my sister frequents this place daily, am I, as her elder brother, not permitted to cast a glance? Upon hearing this, Jun Xingchen lowered the silk cloth and murmured, I have spoken out of turn. Mingyue, who was sipping tea beside him, glared at Jun Shiri upon hearing this. You have indeed been visiting too frequently of late. Are there matters that cannot await my departure? This is Xingchen's courtyard. Your entry requires his consent. Does he not even possess the right to inquire? Jun Xingchen glanced at Jun Shiri, a fleeting glint of cold triumph flashing in his eyes. When Jun Mingyue turned her gaze, he immediately adopted a crestfallen expression. Elder sister, do not fault elder brother, he has said nothing amiss. Mingyue glared at Shiri once more. Jun Shiri, you are an unparalleled schemer, I swear, encountering you has brought me nothing but misfortune. Deeming him but a child. Jun Shiri did not deign to argue with him. Jun Mingyue inquired, speak, what is the matter? During your recent excursion to Nine Spirit Island, you obtained the most treasures. Regent Prince, cough cough. Jun Shiri hinted, the Regent Prince and father being fellow regents, it was unseemly to openly clash. Now it depends on your intentions. Whether you are willing to hand over some of the items. Jun Shiri hesitated, if you are unwilling, that is acceptable as well. Father and I shall devise a means to reject him. Hand them over, why would we not? To grant Xiaoran this consideration is warranted. I shall instruct Xiaolu to inventory the items and select the finest ones to replenish the national treasury, she said softly. Jun Xingchen inquired, puzzled. Does elder sister hold the regent prince in such high esteem? Mingyue smiled faintly, Xingchen, do you aspire to attend the Jialan Academy? In the original narrative, the male protagonist chose to enroll in the Jialan Academy to pursue Bai Yuran, but the plot involving Bai Yuran's intimate encounter with him has been excised. Now, Jun Mingyue seeks to restore this crucial emotional scene. Upon hearing this, Jun Xingchen's eyes shone with brilliance. Is elder sister contemplating this for my sake? Chapter 27, You have grown increasingly audacious recently. Certainly not, it is all for the sake of the main storyline. Mingyue remarked, with so many things at stake. Is it unreasonable to exchange them for a degree for Xingchen? Jun Shiri retorted, who the hell are you, sister? One might think Xingchen is your own child. My sister is so kind to me, Xingchen beamed brilliantly. Jun Shiri could no longer endure the situation for even a second. He realized that Jun Mingyue would dare to do anything for that little rascal, Xingchen. That night, Xingchen insisted on taking Mingyue to the night market, and when they returned, the streets were cloaked in darkness. Mingyue, who had been an independent career woman in her past life, had no idea how to raise a child. Looking back several times, she noticed that Xingchen had wandered off into the night. Suppressing her irritation, she approached him for the third time, took his hand, and with a stern expression declared, if you run off again, I will go back by myself. A smile crept onto Xingchen's lips. Sister is so nice to me, she wouldn't leave me all alone. You are becoming increasingly bold. If you annoy me further, I might just throw you away to see what happens. Though her tone was indifferent, she did not release his hand. Suddenly, an odd sound pierced the stillness of the night. They exchanged glances, and Xingchen immediately said, Sister, let me check it out. Observing the male protagonist's unwavering back, Jun Mingyue couldn't help but smile knowingly. The feeling of being protected by the male lead was rather pleasant. The sound emanated from the riverbank, specifically the steps leading down to the water. As Xingchen approached, he furrowed his brow, Your Majesty. Jun Mingyue followed closely behind and saw the young emperor had inadvertently stepped into thin air, nearly falling into the river, now sitting on the steps while rubbing his ankle. Shaken from the experience, he had originally donned male attire, but in his panic, he had tossed aside his hairpin, allowing his dark locks to cascade down his back. Coupled with his exquisitely delicate features, Xingchen hesitated, asking, Are you a woman? Jiang Ning, her striking black and white eyes filled with confusion, looked at the brother and sister duo and quickly said, Shu, this matter must not reach the regent, or else you will be in grave danger. Those who know the secret have all been dealt with. Regretting her words, she quickly fell silent. Given how closely the Jun family was allied with Xiaoran, they might already be aware. Jun Mingyue cast a glance at her and inquired, Your Majesty, where are you headed at this late hour? Jiangning bit her lip and murmured, Today is my mother's birthday. Empress Xiao Xian? Jun Mingyue pondered aloud. Jiangning nodded. Her mother had been a mere palace maid. And she had passed away from illness during Jiangning's time as crown prince. Jiangning had deemed it unnecessary to have a mother of humble origins. And thus her mother was hastily buried at the back of Ani Temple. Later, after ascending the throne, Jiangning posthumously elevated her mother to empress. Yet the coffin remained undisturbed. Perhaps out of a lack of deep affection for the late emperor, or perhaps to preserve her mother's solitary peace. Jiangning lamented. But I twisted my ankle and cannot return. That's easily resolved, this only adds to the emotional storyline for the male lead, Jun Mingyue remarked, glancing at Xingqian. You must carry her. Xingqian stared at her in bewilderment, and Jun Mingyue, exasperated, thought, this child is usually so clever, does he not know how to take the initiative? Carrying an empress should not be a burden. Are you suggesting that I carry her? She said coolly. Xingqian scrutinized her face for a moment. His gaze reflecting a complexity that Jun Mingyue could not decipher. Nevertheless, he was ultimately kind-hearted and obedient, lifting Jiangning onto his back. Jiangning remained completely still on his back, feeling incredibly awkward. She dared not wrap her arms around his neck and instead placed her hands stiffly on his shoulders. The journey to the palace would take about an hour. The young emperor sighed, I truly am useless, if it weren't for your assistance, I would not have returned today. Reflecting on her future entwined romance with Xingqian, Mingyue replied softly, It is my duty, Your Majesty, do not dwell on it. After a moment, Jiangning added. By the way, can you both keep this matter from Xiaoran? If he finds out I left the palace without permission, it could implicate others. Jun Mingyue reassured. Your Majesty's command is our utmost priority, no one else shall know of today's events. Their earnest promises made Jiangning begin to doubt whether she could truly trust them. Noticing her skeptical expression, Jun Mingyue said, Rest assured, the Jun family will always be your most reliable allies, and we will prioritize your safety above all. Jiangning regarded her with a mix of belief and skepticism, and after a prolonged silence, Jun Mingyue, somewhat helplessly, suggested, If Your Majesty truly desires a pact, why not grant me a request? I assure you that I will keep this matter a secret. What request, you ask? It was to procure an invitation from the regent, ensuring that Xingqian could enter Jialan Academy. Rather than seeking the regent herself, it would be more effective to have the young emperor plead on their behalf. Initially, Jiangning had reservations, but upon realizing Jun Mingyue wanted something from her, her worries dissipated. That can be arranged, I will do my utmost. Jun Mingyue turned to Xingqian. Xingqian, I have secured the invitation, you must make me proud. Xingqian replied softly, I will not let my sister's expectations down. Jiangning murmured. You two share such a wonderful bond. Upon reaching the palace, Xingqian set Jiangning down at the small door typically used by palace maids for outings. She knocked gently. Little Li, I have returned. The young eunuch hurriedly opened the door, taking in her appearance from head to toe. Your Majesty, you have returned. If you hadn't, I would have had no way to explain. His gaze flicked towards Mingyue and Xingqian, and he stammered, Miss Jun, young Master Jun. Mingyue said, Your Majesty. Take care of yourself, we shall take our leave. On the way back, Xingqian grasped her hand, plaintively stating, Sister, I am so tired. Tired? The male lead cannot complain of fatigue. Understanding his underlying complaint, Mingyue magically produced a skewer of candied hawthorn, here. Yet when Xingqian accepted the treat, his expression grew serious. And his voice turned sorrowful, Isn't this what we bought at the market before? Sister, do you not like the things I give you? Why must you be so perceptive? The candied hawthorn was something she had grown weary of in modern times. But she feared that if she outright said she did not wish to eat it, the sight of the male lead looking forlorn would be too much for her to bear. No, I saw you enjoyed it, so I saved it for you. Upon hearing this, Xingqian lifted his head, and a spark ignited in his dark eyes. The fact that she cared about such a trivial matter filled him with warmth. He clasped her hand and said, Sister, you are truly wonderful. She chuckled inwardly, realizing she could easily appease him with such small gestures. This child was quite easy to please. Yet, for some reason, the male lead felt compelled to hold her hand to walk, as if bound by some obsession. Jun Mingyue found it unsettling, having been an only child in her past life. Was this how one raised a younger sibling? Male lead mood value, 30, Jun Mingyue mused. Surely, it must be the candied hawthorn that has brought him such joy. It cannot possibly be because he is holding my hand. Chapter 28, What angers you in the dead of night? Upon witnessing two figures returning together, Jun Qingtian finally exhaled. His fury momentarily abated. Just as he was about to speak, Jun Mingyue shot him a glance, prompting him to silence himself. Enough, it's late. You should return to rest, Jun Mingyue gently reassured Xingchen. Reluctantly, Jun Xingchen turned back. After a brief silence, Jun Qingtian remarked, Mingyue. It seems you have grown rather close to him of late. Oh? He is my brother, must we still adhere to the boundaries of gender? Jun Mingyue replied. Her tone unperturbed. Jun Qingtian, the father, felt rather diminished. I merely fear your training may be hindered. Like all parents, I only wish for my child to associate with those who excel in their studies. Jun Mingyue smiled lightly. You need not worry, father. I shall soon proceed to Jialan Academy for further studies. Jun Qingtian sighed in relief. That is indeed good, the atmosphere there is conducive to learning. Jun Mingyue cast him a sidelong glance. Xingchen will also be attending. What? Jun Qingtian stared at Jun Mingyue in disbelief. She responded nonchalantly, since Xingchen possesses this talent. He deserves the opportunity. Rest assured, I shall handle this matter. Jun Qingtian protested, how will you manage that? Jialan Academy will not accept him. Jun Mingyue's gaze deepened. I have my own methods. Frustrated, Jun Qingtian felt a strong urge to tear at his hair. No, no, no. How can you take him along? He is my brother. Why should only Xingchen be barred from attending? Taking a deep breath, Jun Qingtian queried, Mingyue, have you been bewitched? He merely saved your life. Yet your attitude towards him has shifted so drastically. Does father not wish for us siblings to maintain a good relationship? Jun Mingyue understood his true intentions. He feared that Jun Xingchen might harbor ulterior motives and lead her astray. Aware of her father's thoughts, she knew it would be difficult to change his perspective easily. She would need to influence him subtly. Do not worry, there are still 2 years ahead, ample time for me to maintain the harmony within the Jun family. Father. I am well aware of right and wrong. Xingchen has done nothing wrong, he is my brother, and I will do everything in my power to assist him. Jun Mingyue stated firmly. That night, in the imperial study, Jiang Ning entered to find Xia Ran seated on the dragon throne, reviewing memorials. She frowned in anger. How dare you sit upon my dragon throne? Xia Ran lifted his gaze to the young emperor, coldly remarking, Your Majesty, you seem rather irate. However, where have you been all night? It was quite difficult to locate you. Suppressing her pain, Jiang Ning plopped down onto a nearby pear-wood chair, gritting her teeth. Hand over the royal seal. Xia Ran regarded her as if she had lost her mind, his eyes narrowing dangerously. I warn you, any improper thoughts should be discarded. Jiang Ning lowered her head, contemplating her words. I seek it not for myself, but for Jun Mingyue. The eldest daughter of the Jun family? Since when did your majesty grow so close to her? Xia Ran set down the memorial. Jiang Ning replied, the Jun family is, after all, a pillar of our Nanzhao kingdom. General Jun is also a minister bestowed by the emperor. Not to mention, Jun Mingyue is an unparalleled force. Unmatched for 500 years past and future. She seeks my assistance, how can I refuse? Xia Ran, intrigued, inquired, what does she desire? Wealth? Power? Pray, enlighten me. Xia Ran spoke with great authority, while Jiang Ning, having grown up in his shadow, felt an innate fear of him. It is merely a small matter. She wishes for Jun Xingchen to attend Jialan Academy with her. Jun Xingchen? The Jun family's good for nothing? Xia Ran hesitated upon hearing this. The relationship between Jun Mingyue and Jun Xingchen was indeed a curious combination. She would advocate for her half-brother. This was not in line with her usual disdainful demeanor. Jiang Ning refrained from divulging their current close bond, merely stating, perhaps Jun Mingyue wishes to elevate her brother's standing, so as not to be overshadowed by him. Xia Ran recalled the recent court banquet, where Jun Xingchen had battled Lu Ding. He finally recognized this background character. Ah, he is no longer a good-for-nothing. He has resumed his training. Indeed, it seems the Jun family harbor some hope for him, Jiang Ning chimed in. Seated upon the dragon throne, Xia Ran smirked coldly. Even if he has turned his fortunes around, what of it? Should the Jun family place their hopes upon Jun Xingchen, they may find their aspirations thwarted. Recalling their recent tribute from Jiuling Island, Xia Ran continued, very well, considering their sense of propriety, I shall grant him this opportunity. Xia Ran mused that this seemingly harmless youth would not impede his grand ambitions, yet who could have foreseen that in a few years it would be this unremarkable Jun Xingchen who would stir the very heavens of the 9 provinces. The following morning, Jun Mingyue awoke to a delightful fragrance wafting through the courtyard. Upon stepping outside, she was astonished by the sight before her. The courtyard was adorned with clusters of blooming white spirit flowers, the gentle breeze scattering glimmering green specks about. Merely walking through the medicinal blossoms instilled a sense of tranquility, beautifully complementing the azure sky above. At the center of these white spirit flowers bloomed a solitary dark blue spirit mushroom. Jun Mingyue glanced and covered her face. This mushroom was older than she was by tenfold. She recalled that these were all from the male protagonist's medicinal field, items of which others had scarcely even heard. For instance, the treasures she had presented to Xia Ran yesterday did not even compare to the value of these 3 white spirit flowers. The protagonist was indeed extravagant, cultivating such a bountiful patch. Wait, she remembered that this blue spirit mushroom was used by him to woo women. It was given to Qin Rulin when she fell ill, and in return, she had offered herself to him. Could they refrain from intertwining her narrative with that of the female lead? Jun Xingchen, clad in a narrow-sleeved white garment, entered the courtyard carrying a tray. The aroma of chicken and rice porridge wafting toward Jun Mingyue. Xingchen set the steaming porridge down, his eyes sparkling with hope as he looked at her. Sister. Please try it. Jun Mingyue took a sip and nearly shed tears. Alas. Is this truly the male lead who excels in both battle and the kitchen? Is this the exquisite flavor that could inspire 1,000 words of praise? She mused about the countless admirers who had fallen for him merely due to a single meal. And now, as a villainess, she too could savor this honor. Being an older sister had never felt so worthwhile. Though her heart raced with excitement, she maintained an expression of calm indifference, nearly concealing her emotions from Jun Xingchen. Is it delicious, sister? Jun Xingchen inquired nervously. Oh, if she were a sweet girl. She would have wanted to lift Jun Xingchen and spin him around 3 times. You are truly invincible, my dear Emperor of Stars, a versatile warrior. Did you plant these medicinal flowers? She asked casually. Jun Xingchen cast a glance. The white spirit flowers have calming properties. Do you like them, sister? Mingyue hesitated, gazing at the flower patch. If Jun Xingchen truly had given her the blue spirit mushroom, what would become of Qin Rulin? 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed by, severing a large cluster of white spirit flowers. Jun Mingyue's heart raced in alarm. How wasteful. These are treasures worth a fortune. Stop. Mingyue frowned at him. What has you so upset? The young man lowered his head, shadows dancing in his dark eyes, tinged with stubbornness. If sister does not cherish these flowers, then they hold no purpose. Xingchen will simply replace them. Chapter 29, Clothes cannot be changed. Kin can be severed in a moment of childish frustration. Jun Mingyue suddenly perceived the youth before her as flesh and blood. No longer the mere paper figure who commanded storms within the pages of a book. You've been restless all morning, are you not yet weary? She chided him, amusement twinkling in her eyes, finding his immaturity endearing. I have no dislike for anything you give me, dear brother. As their conversation deepened, she instinctively reached out to caress the boy's head, embodying the tender affection of an elder sister for her younger sibling. Yet, as her hand extended, she hesitated, chastising herself. No, how could I touch the head of the male lead? He is destined for greatness. However, in that moment of uncertainty, Jun Xingchen boldly leaned in, pressing his face against her cool palm, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Mingyue, caught off guard, pinched his smooth cheek before retracting her hand and clearing her throat, adopting a serious demeanor. Enough of this nonsense, I must depart tomorrow. Upon hearing her words, Jun Xingchen's cheeks flushed crimson, and he looked at her with palpable anxiety. Sister. Where are you going? I do not wish to part with you. I shall be going to Jialan Academy. If you wish to accompany me, you must pass the entrance examination. I will await you at Jinyun Peak, she replied. Jinyun Peak was an esteemed classroom accessible only to those of exceptional talent. Yet Jun Xingchen resolutely nodded. Then I shall go with you tomorrow. No, you must wait a day, the emperor's recommendation letter has yet to arrive, she mused thoughtfully. But I do not want to be separated from you, he lamented, his long, curled lashes trembling as he cast his gaze downward in despondence. It's just one day. How long can that be? Jun Mingyue observed, noting how increasingly dependent he seemed on her, truly resembling a younger brother. Yet she could not afford to indulge in such comforts, numerous main plot lines demanded her attention. Sister, I am so afraid this is all but a dream, he confessed, his spirit seemingly adrift. I have vowed to protect you always, I, Jun Mingyue, never break my promises, she assured him, her gaze steady and unwavering. Jun Xingchen lifted his eyes, their brilliance reflecting a myriad of emotions. Then sister, you must wait for me, I hope that upon passing the trials, the first person I see is you. Jun Mingyue replied, that shall not be me, but rather the female lead, by Yuran. Yet she nodded in affirmation. It will certainly be so. On the following day, as the carriage from the Jun residence departed, Jun Xingchen watched it fade from view before turning away. Within the carriage, alongside Jun Mingyue, sat Jun Jiaolu. Why has elder sister suddenly taken an interest in Jialan Academy? She has never attended before, Jun Jiaolu inquired, perplexed. In the original text, Jun Mingyue had realized that Xingchen had passed the trials and felt she should not allow this waste to overshadow her, thus, she had come to confront him. However, her current motivation stemmed from the presence of a subordinate of his at Jialan Academy. If she could assist in retrieving him, Xingchen would undoubtedly be more grateful. Jialan Academy is the foremost royal institution in Nanzhou. You will receive an excellent education there, she stated calmly. Is it solely for the sake of education? Jun Jiaolu pondered, recognizing that with Mingyue's current prowess, no one of their generation could rival her. Jun Jiaolu sighed in admiration of her dedication and nodded resolutely. I shall not disappoint elder sister's expectations. Nestled within a rolling dragon vein, Jialan Academy was situated in one of the richest mineral regions. Later, several elders of Nanzhou discovered that the spiritual energy here was particularly conducive to absorption, leading them to establish an academy to nurture the empire's talents. Jun Mingyue stood as one of their most illustrious successes. As she alighted from the carriage, she instantly attracted a multitude of admiring gazes. With an impassive expression, she strode past the fervent stares, her posture regal as she entered the gates. The academy was divided into 7 tiers, with a stark contrast in elevation. Jun Mingyue resided in Jinyun Peak, the building designated for those of exceptional talent. Upon her arrival, the elite students of Nanzhou welcomed her with whispers of surprise. Who would have thought senior sister Mingyue would return? Did she not graduate long ago? No one knows. But perhaps the elders have summoned her to inquire about some rare treasures? How could we possibly compare? This Jun girl is truly favored by the heavens. Raised on spiritual treasures without tasting hardship. Hush, keep your voices down, Miss Jun despises it when others gossip about her. Indeed, her talent is unparalleled, otherwise, with our abilities, no amount of treasure from the mentors would suffice. Draped in white, Jun Mingyue resembled an icy river cascading down the snow-capped mountains, exuding an aura of chilling detachment. Her gaze flickered, imbued with the sharpness of an icy blade. Such an unattainable elegance. Only when she entered the courtyard and closed the door did the multitude of gazes vanish. After a day of travel, evening fell, and Jun Jiaolu, lacking time to tidy herself, eagerly approached Jun Mingyue. It has been a long time since your return, allow me to tidy up this house. I have matters to attend to shortly, you may rest here, Jun Mingyue replied. Jiaolu nodded, understood. That night, a gentle breeze swept through the air. 1,000 meters away in a disciple's residence, a young man clad in green sat in the courtyard, engrossed in a book, the silvery moonlight illuminating his delicate profile. His features radiated vigor as he remained transfixed by the incantation inscribed upon the pages. His name was Dong Xian, the son of the esteemed mentor Dong Ling at Jialan Academy, standing in contrast to Jun Shiri, a pampered youth of noble birth. Yet, unlike Jun Shiri's character, Dong Xian though imbued with noble pride, was not one to bully the weak. He possessed a heart as pure as a child's. He would stand against the regent for the sake of his friends but would never exploit the weak due to his own power. He was the sole companion of the male lead in the early stages, a rarity in stories that often lack a secondary male character. Nevertheless, Dong Xian and Jun Xingchen supported one another through their formative years, sharing ambitions like brothers. In Jun Mingyue's eyes, he was the quintessential second male lead. Sadly, the indifferent nature of the male lead would later cast Dong Xian aside, abandoning him when he no longer matched his strength, leaving him merely with a title at the story's conclusion. In the early chapters, the male lead often expressed, "Women are like clothes, brothers are like kin." Yet by the end, he would declare, "Clothes cannot be changed, kin can be severed." Regardless of this, their bond remained strong. Jun Mingyue wished to forge a connection between the two to ease Jun Xingchen's burdens in the coming years. Dong Xian was a martial enthusiast, relishing the pursuit of strength, which is why he befriended the equally formidable Jun Xingchen. With this thought, Jun Mingyue flung a dart toward him. "Who goes there?" Dong Xian, quick as lightning, dodged the projectile, which embedded itself into the wooden desk, revealing a note attached. Chapter 30, Women only affect the speed at which I draw my sword regrettably. His strength was inferior to Jun Mingyue's, and after searching for a long while, he still could not find any trace of her. Jun Mingyue leisurely perched on the eaves, gazing down at him from her elevated position. Upon opening a note, Dong Xian's delicate brows furrowed slightly as he read, "Tomorrow's freshman trial, skilled practitioners are present." Everyone expected Dong Xian to be immensely excited, yet to their surprise, he merely glanced at it, crumpled the paper, and tossed it aside, muttering, "What nonsense. It disrupts my training." Jun Mingyue pondered for a moment, then threw another dart. Dong Xian hesitated before opening the note again, reading, "The serene fairy will arrive tomorrow." Jun Mingyue teased, "Surely, you cannot resist the allure of the first beauty?" To which Dong Xian retorted, "Women only affect the speed at which I draw my sword." And tossed it away. Jun Mingyue exclaimed, "Are you unwell? How could you be so dismissive? Bai Yu Yan is so exquisitely beautiful that even I, as a woman, feel moved. And yet you, merely a boy of 15 or 16, insist that training is paramount. No wonder the Emperor of Qin chose to befriend you, with such a straightforward demeanor. You are safe. It wouldn't surprise me if he placed you in the harem as a eunuch." After a moment of contemplation, she hurled another dart. Dong Xian, now furious, felt as though he were being toyed with, yet he could not ascertain who was behind it. "Listen here, whoever you are. I refuse to fall for such a crude trap. You think I am a fool?" He slammed the book shut, snatching the note back, eager to see what trick Jun Mingyue would employ next. Jun Mingyue sighed, recognizing that this young man still possessed some intelligence, as he was indeed part of the protagonist group and not a mindless antagonist. To his astonishment, upon reading the note, Dong Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. Jun Mingyue will personally attend the freshman trial. After scrutinizing it for a long while and confirming its authenticity, he resolved, "With Jun Mingyue's profound strength, I must excel in tomorrow's trial and seek her guidance." Jun Mingyue remarked, "If you are truly unwell, just say so, young man. I can guide you right now." What she thought would be a failed task unexpectedly turned into a success, leaving Jun Mingyue both amused and grateful for the original character's setup. The next day, under the blazing midday sun, when Jun Xingchen arrived, he scanned the surroundings in search of a white figure, only to find nothing. Disheartened, he entered the freshman trial grounds, where he bumped into Dong Xian. Dong Xian seized a passerby's arm and inquired, "Where is Jun Mingyue?" The person, bewildered, replied, "Since yesterday, senior sister Jun has not emerged from the Jialan Academy." Jun Xingchen furrowed his brow at Dong Xian, who was of similar age, and asked, "What do you want with her?" Dong Xian turned away, irritated. "What business is it of yours?" Expecting a clash, Jun Xingchen nonchalantly replied, "She is my sister." Dong Xian regarded him with skepticism. "She is your sister? Then she must be here to watch your match." "Naturally," Jun Xingchen affirmed. Instantly, Dong Xian's demeanor shifted, and he earnestly proposed, "Brother, shall we team up?" "No." Jun Xingchen replied flatly. The gatekeeper disciple was on the verge of tears. "Brother Xian, this is the freshman trial, you cannot disrupt the fairness of the competition." Dong Xian arrogantly declared, did you hear that? In the freshman trial, I am quite adept. How about it, team up with me? Jun Xingchen remained expressionless, The outcome was predictable. Jun Xingchen shattered the historical record, securing first place. Yet, the most astonishing part was that he did so accompanied by a throng of admirers. Indeed, his extraordinary looks and gentle demeanor earned him the affection of many, as he bravely led the way through trials while the girls cheered him on. Much to the envy of all competing men. Upon exiting, Dong Xian was filled with curiosity about Jun Xingchen, as very few in his age group could rival him. Was it true that the Jun family's talents were so exceptional? As Jun Xingchen emerged, a swarm of admirers rushed toward him, causing Dong Xian to be swept aside. Gazing helplessly at the striking figure of Jun Xingchen in the crowd. Hello, handsome. I live on Lingning Peak, let us keep in touch. You are so charming. Do you have a fiancé? If not, how do you feel about me? Could you be a bit more composed? What's your name, handsome? Looking for a sugar mama? Jun Xingchen furrowed his brow, attempting to make his way out when suddenly, a flash of white caught his eye. Before he could smile, it vanished just as quickly. Brother Xingchen. Her voice, ethereal and melodic, cut through the noise, bringing a serene calm to the crowd. They parted, revealing Bai Yuyan. Adorned in pristine white, embellished with silver plum blossoms, her presence radiant under the sun. With a veil gently concealing her smile. Her exquisite beauty left all women feeling inadequate and captivated the men. Jun Xingchen anticipated her approach with joy, yet he merely nodded in calm recognition, his demeanor unrecognizably distant. Bai Yuyan maintained her elusive smile as she approached him, her words enchanting. I didn't expect Brother Xingchen to be here, winning first place. Will you be staying here? Jun Xingchen replied evenly, I want to accompany my sister. Bai Yuyan's expression faltered slightly, Sister Mingyue, when I arrived. I heard someone say she is at Qingyun Peak's former residence. Shall I take you there? A hint of sadness flickered in her eyes. Thank you. Jun Xingchen responded politely. Dong Xian contemplated for a while, then suddenly realized. The skilled practitioner they mentioned must be Jun Xingchen, who had secured first place. And now the serene fairy had arrived as expected, leaving only Jun Mingyue absent. Could it be that she had orchestrated the events of yesterday? If it were indeed her. Then his lack of awareness spoke volumes of her profound abilities. A wave of humiliation washed over him, and in frustration, he vowed to surpass both siblings. Jun Mingyue, who had no habit of sleeping in, was quite disciplined since her arrival in this world, and was currently reading in the courtyard. Suddenly, Bai Yuyan's voice echoed, Sister Mingyue. It's us. Jun Chaolu, who was tidying up, opened the door and was taken aback by the remarkable duo before her. Fairy Yuyan, Jun Xingchen. Jun Mingyue calmly instructed. Let them in. Observing the male and female leads together brought Jun Mingyue joy, though she maintained an air of nonchalance. So, the competition is over? Jun Xingchen, sulking, averted his gaze in silence. Chapter 31, The Darkening Task. Bai Yuran smiled brightly and inquired, Sister Mingyue, when did you arrive at Jialan Academy? I have been here for a month and was unaware. Ever since we parted on Jiuling Island, my elder brother often reminisces about your valiant demeanor. At that moment, Bai Yuran resembled a determined player charming her way through parental figures. Mingyue chuckled softly, did your brother come as well? Bai Yuran shook her head. He is occupied with matters in our clan and seldom visits the academy. May I speak with you alone for a moment? Jun Xingchen cast a wistful glance at Jun Mingyue, not seeking her consent but merely stating his desire. Jun Mingyue sighed. You are reluctant even to converse with your future wife. If he were in modern times, he would have likely remained single for 2 decades. Bai Yuran felt a twinge of embarrassment as Jun Chaolu greeted, Fairy Yuran, shall we step outside? Bai Yuran reluctantly gazed at Jun Xingchen. Upon learning he had also arrived today, she had spent an hour preparing, only to exchange a few words. Once the door closed, they were left alone in the courtyard. Jun Xingchen asked, Sister, are you seeking someone named Dong Xian? Mingyue replied, have I been discovered? Noting the peculiar look in her eyes, Jun Xingchen whispered. I only left you for a day, and you seek out others. Are you planning to acknowledge another brother? Jun Mingyue chuckled in exasperation, what a melodramatic statement. She was no scoundrel, so why would she claim so many siblings? You are my only biological brother, she affirmed, clearing her throat. Jun Xingchen insisted, any acknowledgement counts. Mingyue replied, I did not acknowledge him, I merely suggested he come to find you. I believe his talent will greatly benefit your training. And you two should become good friends. Hearing these reassuring words, Jun Xingchen's expression softened somewhat, yet he still stated, Sister. Promise me that I will be your only brother and that you shall not acknowledge anyone else. Dealing with one Jun Mingyue was already exhausting enough, why invite more? However, seeing the pitiful look in his eyes, she felt he was simply too young and insecure, and she refrained from reprimanding him. I promise you, she said. Jun Xingchen's spirits lifted, he approached her, grasping her hand and gazing down at her seated on the stone bench. You are my only sister. After a pause, he added softly, you are my only family. No, dear boy, in the future, you shall have a multitude of fairy sisters, each with formidable clans to support you. And they will bear you many chubby little relatives. Jun Mingyue invited him to sit beside her, speaking gently, I have said it before, I will always be your sister. Never abandoning you. We are bound by blood, and thus, we are family for eternity. A glimmer of determination shone in Jun Xingchen's dark eyes, we shall always be together. Such youthful naivety, daring to speak of forever at such a tender age. Then let it be from now. I will accompany you in your training at Jialan Academy for several years. Once your foundation is solid, we shall venture forth to save the world, Jun Mingyue stated resolutely. The Emperor requires our assistance. Wherever you are, sister, I shall be there too. The youth nodded, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. Time flowed like water. And 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. Jun Mingyue despised wasting time, yet she had to admit that these 2 years felt unfulfilling. To compensate for the main storyline, she remained with Jun Xingchen during this period. He had completely shed the label of a wastrel, rising from the weakest class to the pinnacle at Qingyun Peak in just 2 months. She not only fostered a good relationship with the male lead but also made her presence felt in front of the female lead. She secretly communicated with Emperor Jiangning, gradually gaining his trust, ensuring her own stability while plotting with Jun Xingchen to eliminate the treacherous minister Xia Ran. Occasionally, Bai Yuran and Dong Xian would visit Qingyun Peak for a meal, and countless girls, either fiery or pure, pursued Jun Xingchen. Mingyue often sat by, thoroughly entertained, as the plot of the book came to life before her. Director Bai held a deep affection for Jun Xingchen, and it was evident in her gaze filled with longing. Dong Xian would occasionally bicker with him, and though Jun Xingchen always emerged victorious, it ignited Dong Xuan's competitive spirit, and they became good friends, much like in the original tale. Everything progressed steadily, and soon the moment to catalyze the male lead's dark transformation would arrive. Upon this realization, Jun Mingyue furrowed her brows. Sister, are you worried about me? Jun Xingchen, clad in a flowing white robe that made him appear ethereal, propped his head on his hand, gazing at her with a half-smile. The boy had matured. Now towering over her, his exquisite features framed by delicate pink lips that curled slightly, exuding an effortless charm, he had become the dream of countless girls in the narrative. Jun Mingyue glanced at him and sighed, Xingchen, you have indeed grown complacent these past 2 years. With such remarkable talent, why do you falter at critical moments? How can I trust you in today's match? Because if I surpass you, I will have to leave you, sister, he replied. What is the point of becoming so strong if you will always protect me? Jun Xingchen boldly declared. I can protect you, but I cannot do so for eternity. Just like in today's match, if I am not there, how will you manage? Jun Mingyue's words held a deeper meaning. Had she perhaps been too indulgent towards Jun Xingchen over these 2 years? She had nearly forgotten that one day they would part ways. Jun Xingchen chuckled, Sister, there is no need to worry about me, it is merely a summary assessment for the academy. Mandatory task activated, objective, push the male lead into the abyss and ensure his complete darkening. Here it comes. Jun Mingyue had painstakingly brought him to Jialan Academy to orchestrate this essential plot point. Struggling, she closed her eyes, go ahead. Jun Xingchen, puzzled, asked, Sister, you always wait for me outside. Won't you accompany me today? Did we not agree to wield swords across the world together after my graduation, never to part again? Mingyue felt a pang of reluctance, but Xingchen looked at her with pleading eyes, Sister, you promised me that the first thing I would see upon returning would be you. Will you go back on your word? If you do not wait for me, then I shall not go either. Nonsense. This match is crucial. You cannot simply decide not to go. Jun Mingyue focused her gaze and coaxed, all right, I will accompany you. Jun Xingchen immediately brightened, in her eyes. He seemed forever a child. He lowered his gaze, a gift in mind to present to her, vowing to personally adorn her upon his return. Chapter 32, The Darkening Task 2. This time marks the graduation test for the advanced students of the academy. Should Jun Xingchen successfully complete the challenge, not only will he be rewarded abundantly, but his name will also be inscribed alongside Jun Mingyue's, signifying his graduation. The test entails being placed on a labyrinthine island teeming with randomly generated magical beasts. The one who vanquishes the most within a specified timeframe will secure a higher rank. A total of 1,000 participants will compete, yet only 100 will emerge as graduates, reflecting the exceptional caliber of this endeavor. Seated upon the high platform are not only the 4 esteemed mentors of Jialan Academy but also the young emperor and the regent, observing the proceedings. Those who graduate from Jialan Academy are undoubtedly remarkable individuals, and Xia Ran is determined to seize this opportunity to recruit talent. Jiang Ning gazes brightly at the scene below and discreetly smiles at Jun Mingyue, who acknowledges her with a nod. Xingchen smiles back at Mingyue, assuring her, rest assured, sister. I shall not disappoint you. He has never let her down before, yet from this point forward, they will no longer be siblings. The bond forged over the years may well be lost. Jun Mingyue gives a slight nod, very well, go forth. As Jun Xingchen takes a few steps and glances back at her, his gaze is as sincere as in their youth. Sister, you must wait for me. I shall await you. Upon his entry through the portal, Jun Mingyue turns and departs. Xia Ran's intense gaze follows Jun Mingyue's retreating figure, remarking, the Jun siblings have gained quite a reputation in the past 2 years. Is that so? I have not heard of their deeds in recent times. They should be rather obscure, Jiang Ning quips. In response, Xia Ran's expression grows solemn, Your Majesty, please focus on the competition. Jiang Ning falls silent. Once inside, Bai Yuran immediately positions herself as Jun Xingchen's protector. Presently, their strengths are nearly equal, and together they appear as a pair of flawless gems. Unable to tolerate the envious glances of other women fixated on Xingchen, Bai Yuran firmly asserts her claim, Brother Xingchen, let us move together. Jun Xingchen replies, just ensure your own safety, I may not be able to protect you later. Hurt flickers in Bai Yuran's eyes, while the other women begin to whisper, fervently debating whether Jun Xingchen is in a relationship. This scene is not unfamiliar to Dong Xian, who approaches Jun Xingchen with a look of exasperation, let us move. The competition is about to commence. Jun Mingyue's agile figure weaves through the grand palaces of Jialan Academy. Shortly, she discovers a hidden button in a secluded corner. Upon pressing it, the barrier of the labyrinthine island shatters, and she strides confidently inside. In the original narrative, Jun Xingchen inadvertently breaks the seal of the forbidden area and discovers an extraordinary tome, provoking immense jealousy from the original Jun Mingyue, who, in a moment of weakness, casts him into the abyss. However, Jun Xingchen, regardless of the circumstances, would never turn against her, therefore, she must act swiftly. As the first chill of autumn wind penetrates the island, a shiver runs through the few gathered. Before them lies a shimmering expanse of silver amber. Bai Yuran suggests, we've slain so many beasts, and we're rather filthy, let us pause to wash our hands. Jun Xingchen and Dong Xian nod in agreement. Xingchen finds a quiet corner and retrieves a copper mirror from his pocket. This is a token of their bond, akin to modern video calls, whenever Mingyue has the time. She engages him in conversation. Yet, after waiting for a considerable while without hearing her voice, he furrows his brow and begins to stow the mirror away. Just as Bai Yuran's scream pierces the air. Ah! A golden, crystalline fish bursts from the depths of the lake, its elongated fangs nearly severing her arm. Dong Xian swiftly draws his sword, while Jun Xingchen's black sword morphs into a dark whip, lashing out to ensnare the massive fish, which he then violently flings ashore. The fish thrashes upon the ground, and Dong Xian raises his sword to strike, but it retaliates with a toxic spray. The trio quickly disperses. Yet Xingchen remains tethered to the creature, sustaining a cut on his hand that spills blood into the lake. Dong Xian's sword descends, finally dispatching the beast. Humph! Those old men are rather cunning, they even laid traps in the water. However, before they can catch their breath, the once tranquil lake roils violently. And a tempest swiftly arises, enveloping them in blinding sand and stone, leaving them unable to see. The events unfolding on the island are broadcasted live onto large screens outside. Mentor Dongling watches in confusion. Wasn't he there only one monster in this lake? Why is it boiling again? The other three mentors exchange glances, deciding to observe further. Suddenly, a bone-chilling force, infused with overwhelming might, surges toward the trio. The assailants have already sensed the presence of external observers. And the monitoring screens shatter under the assault of ice. Static fills the air as the screens display a no-signal snow pattern. Dongling slams his hand on the table. This is bad, the seal of the forbidden area has been breached, and there are unknown entities within. We must save them. In the meantime, Jun Chaolu, anxious and frantic, witnesses the mentors rushing to rescue and immediately seeks out Jun Mingyue, only to discover her absence upon reaching her courtyard. Did she venture alone to the island to save Jun Xingchen? Panic surges within Jun Chaolu as she bolts toward the academy's exit. Determined to relay the urgency of the situation to the Jun family, imploring Jun Qingtian and Jun Shuri to come to their aid. What's going on today? Xia Ran muses with narrowed eyes, scrutinizing the shattered screens. Could something be amiss? Should the regent venture in to investigate? Jiang Ning suggests. I recall that the island is sealed with only two entities, a hybrid of the demonic race from a millennium ago. And a tome of demonic secrets that humanity cannot decipher. Xia Ran smirks, no one will extract it from the forbidden area, there's no need for concern. Ah. Bai Yuran is the first to fall victim, her arm stained with blood. Before the trio stands an ancient man with snow-white hair, clad in a black robe and barefoot. He hovers above the icy lake, exuding an overwhelming aura that instills dread with each step he takes. Young one, that drop of blood is intriguing. It has freed me from this millennium-long confinement. Who are you? Jun Xingchen remains composed. I do not understand what you mean. Do not understand? Very well. I find your bloodline quite commendable, it would serve well for alchemical purposes. Thus, you shall accompany me. The elder raises his hand, unleashing a wave of dark pressure toward them. Jun Xingchen swiftly transforms his whip back into a sword to defend himself. But the force of the powerful wave still sends him sprawling, causing him to double over and spit blood. The individual before him is not part of the trial. Chapter 33, The Darkening Task, Part 3. Dong Xian surged to his feet, but Jun Xingchen cautioned, don't be impetuous. Alas, his warning came too late. The elder regarded Dong Xian as if he were a mere insect, and with a dismissive wave, sent him hurtling through the air. The gale threatened to rupture their eardrums. And agonizing cries echoed from afar. The oppressive aura of this formidable expert nearly suffocated the trio. Bai Yuran was the first to succumb, followed swiftly by Dong Xian. Jun Xingchen coughed up blood, using his sword as a crutch. His obsidian eyes remained fixed on the elder. The elder was taken aback. In that instant, he perceived an unprecedented resilience within Jun Xingchen, an indomitable spirit unmatched by others, a regal bearing that emanated from the very core of his being. This singular quality momentarily disoriented the elder. To think that you, a mere stripling, could withstand 60% of my power. You are destined for greatness. Kneel now. Acknowledge me as your master, and perhaps I shall spare your life. Jun Xingchen wiped the blood from his lips, his crimson mouth forming the words, never. He. Since you are so incorrigibly stubborn, I shall consign you to the Yellow Springs myself. The elder, incensed and humiliated, conjured a vortex of dark energy in his hand, unleashing it with earth-shattering force upon Jun Xingchen. Such power was beyond Jun Xingchen's capacity to resist, even in his prime. Yet, Jun Xingchen was no longer the docile child of the past. Behind him stood family and comrades. Should he fall, he would never again behold the radiant moonlight in his heart. Ominous clouds gathered overhead, and a lightning bolt illuminated their faces. With this thought, he raised the Nine Spirits sword, desperately attempting to parry the fatal blow. Bang! The cataclysmic force instantly threatened to dislodge his internal organs. The grassland within hundreds of meters of him was cleaved and scorched, revealing blackened earth. Amidst the deafening roar, he distinctly heard the sound of his own bones fracturing. Pain coursed through his entire being, but he staggered backward, supporting himself with the sword, fighting to remain upright. This was not merely his full strength. The elder sought his demise with effortless ease. You can wield this sword? How is this possible? The elder gazed at the nine spirits' sword with a mixture of astonishment and suspicion, a flicker of complexity in his turbid eyes. If the nine spirits' sword has acknowledged him as its master, does that not imply that he is a descendant of that person? A sudden chill ran down the elder's spine. He pursed his lips, glancing at Jun Mingyue. Very well, in consideration of your having released me from my imprisonment, I shall spare your life this time. I shall also inform you that upon the Isle of Hearts in the east, you may find what you seek. Only your blood can break the seal upon that object. Farewell for now, young one. He did not slay Jun Mingyue, he even imparted cryptic words. Farewell for now, indeed. In the original narrative, he became one of the unresolved loose ends, never to be seen again. Jun Mingyue swayed. And after ascertaining that the two on the ground were unharmed, he hastily wiped his face clean and leaned against a tree, retrieving the bronze mirror. I cannot allow elder sister to worry. Before he could initiate a call to Jun Mingyue, she summoned him. Her familiar visage appeared in the mirror. And a glimmer of light ignited in Mingyue's tranquil eyes. Elder sister. Mingyue, come to the isolated Isle's Heart Palace at once, Jun Mingyue stated. Her expression devoid of emotion. Jun Mingyue was taken aback. Noticing that her surroundings seemed to be on the isolated isle, he anxiously inquired, Elder sister. Have you encountered formidable adversaries? You hasten here, Jun Mingyue uttered cryptically before terminating the video call. Instantly, an image of Jun Mingyue trapped and helpless flashed through his mind. Jun Mingyue struggled to his feet, disregarding his precarious injuries, and resolutely dragged his wounded body eastward. His concern clouded his judgment. He failed to detect anything amiss, nor did he suspect any ulterior motives on Jun Mingyue's part. He simply yearned to see his elder sister safe and sound. Upon the Isle of Hearts stood a gilded palace, lauded by the external instructors as a repository of terrifying and perilous artifacts. Yet, they remained unconcerned about these artifacts escaping, brazenly placing them at the heart of the graduation trials. Their confidence was absolute. They were convinced that no one could manipulate this place, that the cataclysmic power within would never be unleashed. The once sunny sky now reverberated with thunder, and an eerie, sinister mist descended, while howling gales whipped the lake into tumultuous waves. All these portents heralded an extraordinary transformation. Shortly thereafter, Jun Mingyue stumbled into view. His once pristine white robes were now adorned with droplets of blood, resembling wilting, scattered plum blossoms. Elder sister. He glanced at the plaque above, which read Forbidden Zone of the Golden Peak. He surveyed the surroundings and strode purposefully inside. The palace interior was eerily silent, save for the echo of his footsteps. Within the resplendent hall, eternal flames flickered in sconces at each corner, their light refracted through the crystal floor, converging upon a luminous pearl at the center of the hall. The pearl was roughly the size of an adult's head, as clear as glass, immaculate and flawless. Behind the pearl, a spinning compass rotated ceaselessly. The tempestuous waves outside were sealed away. Jun Mingyue frantically searched for Jun Mingyue, but to no avail. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon the sole object within the hall. This glass pearl bears a striking resemblance to a spiritual power testing device. Jun Mingyue's bronze mirror remained unresponsive. Regardless, he had to attempt. He inhaled deeply, the pain in his ravaged internal organs excruciating. He slowly placed his hand upon the pearl. The pearl emitted a beam of white light, followed by a confluence of iridescent colors within. These lights intermingled and coalesced, gradually forming a swirling vortex of black mist. The mist permeated the entire pearl, emitting an uncanny luminescence that sent shivers down the spine. Crash! A beam of light shot skyward, shattering the compass. The golden peak began to crumble, and half of the palace plunged into a yawning abyss. The compass shattered, revealing a small, crimson box. The beam of black light was so intense that it nearly blinded him, obscuring the objects within the palace. This is dire. Instructor Dongling was en route. When he and his party beheld the mysterious aura emanating from the east, a beam of light piercing the heavens. The seal upon that object has been broken. Within lies a power capable of destroying the world. Who broke it? Who could it be? He immediately activated the restricted area surveillance. A screen flickered to life, revealing a white silhouette gradually emerging from the dissipating light. Jun. Xing. Chen. Chapter 34, You Are Not My True Brother, Dark Transformation. Dong Ling's face turned pale with rage as he swept aside the screen, his voice rising sharply. If that object falls into his hands, not just the Jiaolan Academy, but the entire southern Zhao kingdom will suffer. Stop him at once. Meanwhile, in the Golden Summit Hall, Jun Xingchen picked up the book with the black cover, flipping through its contents in search of clues, when he suddenly felt a chilling presence approaching from behind. Who? He spun around with his sword, only to feel a surge of joy. Sister. He intended to rush forward as usual, but at that moment, Jun Mingyue stood against the light, her expression cold and unfamiliar, gazing at him impassively. It was reminiscent of her resolute and aloof demeanor from their childhood. Clad in pristine white, she gripped the Yunshuang sword tightly, her countenance shadowed with a complex, icy meaning. Her exquisitely delicate features radiated an unattainable pride, entirely oblivious to the unfolding events. Eager to inquire about her situation, he took a step closer. Sister, what exactly? Be quiet. She suddenly snapped, leaving Jun Xingchen momentarily stunned. She had never displayed such fury before. But then, her words sent a chill through his heart. Black talent. Very well, Jun Xingchen, you are not my blood relative at all. And you dare to pretend. Her voice dripped with disdain. You, a wolf in sheep's clothing, have been lurking beside me all this time. What do you truly desire? Jun Xingchen was at a loss, desperately trying to explain. Sister, it's not as you think. I never intended to deceive you, harming you was never my intention. You are not my true brother. You clearly have ulterior motives. Jun Mingyue's words pierced like 1,000 blades. Deceiving me for so many years, enough is enough. I'll grant you a dignified end. Our father has fought valiantly all his life, the entire Jun household cannot fall into your hands. Grant me an end? Jun Xingchen trembled as he approached her. His eyes reddening. Sister, I truly have no selfish motives. I have always regarded you as my only kin, I merely wish to stay by your side. Never once seeking to uncover my origins, nor harming you in any way. I beg you to believe me. If you think my bloodline is tainted, I can cut my wrist and bleed, I can exchange my blood with my brother, I can become like you. Jun Mingyue felt a tremor at his words. But after a brief frown, her heart grew cold once more. I'm sorry, Emperor Chen. For your rise to power, I must play my role. You dare presume? Jun Mingyue scoffed. Those not of my kin are bound to have ulterior motives. Will you die by your own hand, or shall I assist you? Jun Xingchen attempted to step forward again, but this time, Mingyue ruthlessly raised the Yunshuang sword, its icy tip piercing through his chest in an instant. A faint metallic scent filled the air as a beautiful crimson bloom ignited on his brocade attire. Both stood frozen in shock. The scene enveloped in an eerie silence, one believed he would evade, the other thought she would not dare to strike. A flicker of helplessness crossed Jun Mingyue's eyes. She had merely intended to prevent him from advancing, never expecting it to escalate to this point. Jun Xingchen, wounded, lifted his gaze, his voice trembling. You once said that lineage and power are innate, unchangeable. The fault lies with the person, not the illusory power. Am I not the same? If given a choice, I too would wish to truly become your kin, as you once spoke. He grasped at the last straw, his pleading gaze fixed on Mingyue, hoping she might relent. Jun Mingyue steadied her resolve. I did say that, but you are different. You carry the bloodline of the ancient demon clan. A lineage born of bloodlust and cruelty. Allowing you to grow would be a dereliction of duty to the people of the 9 provinces. Thus, you must die today. She mercilessly withdrew her sword, its tip stained with crimson, shimmering alluringly. A sense of despair enveloped him as the wound spread its suffocating grip. Jun Xingchen knelt before her, tears streaming down his cheeks, his pale lips trembling. Sister, I beg you, grant me one chance. I have never wished to harm you. Sever my dantian. I will pose no threat to you. Please, let me stay by your side, do not cast me away. You are all I have. In those 2 years, had Jun Mingyue not harbored even a trace of affection for him? Yet, if she did not act, not only would she be in danger, But Jun Xingchen would never possess the powerful resources and miraculous bloodline he needed to rise. Thus, she had to harden her heart. You have no more chances. She unleashed her power, a pure beam of light coiling around his slender neck, lifting him off the ground. As the light constricted, he made no attempt to resist. His tear-filled eyes locked on Jun Mingyue, his heart sinking to the depths. Her heart was ever occupied by the greater good. The irony was that he was but a triviality in her eyes. Jun Mingyue felt a pang of pain in her chest, unable to bear his gaze any longer. She gritted her teeth, waving her hand, sending the beam hurling him off the crumbling cliff beside them. Die. Amidst the swirling mists, his voice echoed with despair and fury. Sister. You have deceived me. Male protagonist's heartbreak value, 999999999. Male protagonist's anger value, 999999999. Male protagonist's combat power, 999999999. Mandatory task completed, male protagonist has darkened. Wishing you safety. Jun Mingyue slumped at the cliff's edge, like a parched soul, the black tome still reminding her that everything that had transpired was real. She hid the tome away, staring blankly into the abyss below. She had personally slain the brother she had nurtured for 2 years. No, he was no longer her brother. A crowd gathered around, yet Jun Mingyue could hear nothing. She felt as though she had returned to a divine perspective, observing the myriad of human experiences, all of which were irrelevant to her. Her personal thoughts and emotions fell into the ravine along with Jun Xingchen, never to return. Where was that scoundrel, Jun Xingchen? How dare the Jun family release a demonic fiend and steal the tome? Today, they must provide Jiaolan Academy with an explanation. Do you comprehend the terror of that object? The entire Jiaolan Academy could only contain it through the dragon vein. It is lamentable that all those years of effort have been rendered futile. If he seeks revenge, how many can stand against him? And that tome, alas! How could it have fallen into Jun Xingchen's hands? It contains practices that lead to calamity. A single misstep could plunge one into madness. The Jun family pushed through the crowd. Jun Shiri cried out in anguish, "Sister!" as he rushed to support her. "Are you hurt? Who harmed you?" Jun Qingtian was equally baffled. What on earth has transpired? Dong Ling's own son lay grievously injured, now filled with thunderous fury at Jun Xingchen's actions. "This is all your good son's doing, Jun Mingyue. Quickly, tell us where Jun Xingchen is." Chapter 35, I am willing to bear his sins in his place. Stars? Is this matter related to the stars? Zhao Lu gazed incredulously at Mingyue. Over the past 2 years, her perception of Jun Xingchen had shifted significantly. She found it hard to believe he could commit such heinous acts. "Sister, is it true? Why not speak? Are you still shielding him at this juncture? Where has Jun Xingchen gone?" Jiang Ning arrived with a tumultuous heart. The crowd bowed to her, and she waved her hand, indicating that they should not wrong the innocent in their quest for clarity. One mentor, visibly enraged, exclaimed, "Your Majesty, this matter is widely known. Not only did Jun Xingchen release the malevolent beings of the demon tribe, but that tome was originally a treasure of theirs. We had sealed it for years, only to have it stolen by Jun Xingchen, who now absconds with it, while Jun Mingyue refuses to reveal the truth. This is undoubtedly a cover-up." Zhao Lu's temper flared. "I used to hold you in some esteem, but how can you be so unreasonable? Why would you place such a dangerous artifact in the graduation trials? Was this a premeditated act?" The mentor, infuriated, retorted, "Premeditated? Who could foresee that someone would deliberately enter this forbidden place? If it were not intentional, how could anyone have undone our combined seals?" Indeed, few could, but Jun Xingchen was different. His bloodline resonated with the tome. A mere touch could cause the tome to break free from its constraints like a magnet. The regent's expression darkened as he contemplated the gravity of the situation. "According to the law, what punishment does Jun Xingchen deserve? Report to the regent. A scheming individual like him should be bound to the pillar of extermination and subjected to 81 lashes of the red flame whip." The crowd gasped in horror. 3 lashes would leave an ordinary person barely alive, and 81 would reduce them to mere pulp. Zhao Lu and Shiri supported Mingyue, their eyes blazing with indignation as they glared at the assembly. How dare they cast such aspersions on the Jun family? Yet, they had no ground to stand on, for they had indeed lost something as perilous as that tome. Jun Qingtian pondered momentarily, an unscrupulous thought emerging. what if they disowned Jun Xingchen? That would sever any ties. Although Jun Xingchen had shown remarkable promise over the past 2 years, he still paled in comparison to the illustrious reputation of the Jun family. As Jun Qingtian prepared to speak, Mingyue anticipated his words, her previously dejected gaze now alight with conviction. He must not be disowned. At the very least, we should keep his name. But where is he now? Jun Qingtian frowned. He is dead. Instantly, the animated chatter ceased, as if struck by a thunderbolt. All eyes turned to one another in stunned silence, the sound of their breathing palpable. Dead? Jiangming felt as if her soul had left her body. Just moments ago, he was alive, and now he was gone. Zhao Lu and Shiri's eyes reflected terror and disbelief, yet they soon accepted the grim reality. Yes. The demons had been released, was it not a matter of life and death? Yet, dissatisfaction lingered among the crowd. Even so, the account with that villain and the tome cannot simply be dismissed. Unexpectedly, in the midst of the assembly, the usually proud and aloof Jun Mingyue knelt down. Instantly, a space cleared around her, as no one dared accept her act of supplication. In the silence, she straightened her back and declared with unwavering conviction. Xingchen is my brother. The events of today are due to my negligence as his guardian. A life lost is akin to a candle extinguished. It bears no relation to Jun Xingchen, nor to the entire Jun family. A complex expression flickered in her lowered gaze as she continued. I am willing to bear his punishment and endure these 81 lashes to atone for my sins. 2 years slipped by. And Jun Mingyue calculated that there remained 1 year until Xingchen's triumphant return. In the absence of her narrative, she had thrived, living a carefree existence. What would Mingyue do? Xiaoran was preparing to arrange for her to become empress. Would she soon find herself on the precipice of downfall? Jiang Ning, donned in women's attire, stealthily infiltrated the Jun residence, sitting across from her with a pitiful expression. Jun Mingyue remained unfazed. She trusted that her husband, Jun Xingchen, would come to her rescue in a critical moment. According to the unfolding events, Xiaoran would not act within the year. Your Majesty need not worry excessively. The regent may not harbor such intentions, Mingyue reassured her. Jiang Ning frowned. You understand his intentions better than I. Once I marry the empress, he will secure his lineage and then plot my demise, ensuring that he can subvert the entire Nanzhao without anyone being the wiser. If I become merely a puppet emperor, without even a semblance of resistance, how will I face my father in the afterlife? Jun Mingyue sighed. Xiaoran, why are you in such a rush? Jun Xingchen has yet to emerge. Once the male lead is reborn and sees his wife in distress, do you believe he will not unleash hell upon those who wronged her? He will obliterate anyone standing in his way, even the bones of the city lord. What do you wish for me to do, then? Should I confront Xiaoran now? He holds the military power, and most factions in court are aligned with him. Should I challenge him alone? Do you not care for me? Jiang Ning's head drooped in defeat. Jun Mingyue pondered, allow me to devise a plan. If a significant event were to transpire in court, it could delay your selection of a consort. Jiang Ning's eyes lit up. You are correct. But in this era of peace, what major event could possibly occur? Jun Mingyue, with a subtle glimmer in her eye, responded, recently. I ventured out for training and stumbled upon an intriguing development. Near the Bihua Palace, one of the 3 palaces, there have been signs of the moon-watching rainbow phoenix appearing in the nearby mountains. Jiang Ning, half understanding, replied, the moon-watching rainbow phoenix is a rare sight. And its inner elixir is a priceless medicinal treasure. Indeed, the Dongji kingdom once revered it as a national treasure. I shall request a decree from the regent to procure the elixir as a wedding gift for the emperor, Jun Mingyue stated. Instantly, Jiang Ning's expression brightened. Are you suggesting we delay him? But will that strategy work? If it takes too long, will he not grow suspicious? Surely not. Such a rare beast requires considerable effort to capture. The regent will surely understand our plight, Jun Mingyue smiled, her lips curling mischievously. Xiaoran, with his penchant for seizing rare medicinal treasures, would undoubtedly covet this creature. If they could delay him for 3 to 5 years, perhaps by then, Jun Xingchen would have lost track of her, and she would emerge victorious. What a clever little genius she was. Chapter 36, Which of your eyes perceived my turmoil? Jiang Ning rose to his feet, exclaiming, your method is indeed splendid. I shall return to the palace at once and await your edict. As anticipated by Jun Mingyue, the moment Jun Qingtian submitted the decree, it was promptly detained by the Regency Palace. After 2 days of deliberation, Xia Ran inscribed a red seal upon the document. This is an auspicious omen. Should it be obtained, it shall be a great fortune for our Nanzhao. Expedite its acquisition to bring joy to His Majesty's wedding. Upon receiving the seal, Jun Qingtian remained pensive for a prolonged moment before turning to Jun Mingyue. Are you truly intent on proceeding? Are you aware that the Wangyue Honghuang bird possesses formidable abilities? Even your father lacks complete confidence in capturing it, and you wish to undertake this alone? Who says we must capture it at once? Would it not be preferable to delay? Jun Mingyue gazed at Jun Qingtian with unwavering intensity. The Wangyue Honghuang bird was not her objective, rather, postponing His Majesty's wedding was her true aim. After all, if they could delay for a year or so until Jun Xingchen returned from the dark side, her mission would be accomplished. Jun Qingtian furrowed his brow at her words. The late emperor had entrusted the young emperor to him, yet Jun Qingtian was a cunning man, wishing for dangerous matters to remain as distant from him as possible. Thus he seldom interfered with Xia Ran and Jiang Ning's affairs, fearing to draw flames to himself. However, Jun Mingyue was different. She, with her noble spirit, had always taken it upon herself to support Jiang Ning, dedicating herself wholeheartedly to the cause. After a lengthy contemplation, Jun Qingtian finally said, very well. Then let Chaolu and Shuri accompany you, only then shall I feel at ease. Jun Mingyue nodded and turned to leave, but unexpectedly, Jun Qingtian called out from behind, It has been 2 years, it is time to forget what must be forgotten, the fault does not lie with you. Jun Mingyue turned, perplexed, what matter is this? Your father has observed your unrest during these 2 years, it must be due to your yearning for Xingchen, lamented Jun Qingtian. Jun Mingyue retorted. Which of your eyes has perceived my turmoil? Jun Qingtian regarded her solemnly, do not feign indifference, your gaze betrays you. Jun Mingyue exclaimed, by heavens! I have thrived in these past 2 years. Why on earth would I pine for a scoundrel? Am I mad? With a heavy heart, Jun Qingtian gently patted her shoulder. Consider it a means to ease your mind. Your father understands your reluctance, yet once a person is gone, they cannot return. One must look ahead. Jun Mingyue stiffly shrugged off his hand, Father, you think too much, I shall take good care of myself. Jun Qingtian sighed, that is good to hear. After 2 years of recuperation at home, it was time for her to venture into the world, her exceptional martial prowess could not be squandered. Previously, they had traveled by carriage, but this time, Jun Mingyue lifted her Yunchuang sword. In this realm of cultivation, flying with a sword was far more exhilarating. As the cold wind swept past her, tousling her hair, she maintained a calm demeanor, her gaze fixed ahead. Beneath her, wisps of clouds revealed glimpses of quaint villages, which she glanced at briefly before continuing her ascent. Older sister, how long will our journey take? Chaolu inquired from behind her. Jun Mingyue pondered for a moment. At least a year. Chaolu, who had not ventured out in a while, beamed with delight. Does that mean we can play outside for an entire year? How wonderful. Jun Mingyue looked at her with a sympathetic gaze. My dear, your time is limited, once Jun Xingchen returns, our fun will come to an end. Although she was aware of Jun Xingchen's protagonist aura, capable of unearthing them from the depths of the earth, Jun Mingyue still wished to grasp at a glimmer of hope. Fleeing to a place where he would never find her, hiding in anonymity, she was convinced that the protagonist would not expend such effort to seek her out. Jun Shuri squinted as he flew beside her. Sister, have you resolved to assist the emperor? We need not confront Xia Ran. I understand this concerns the safety of the Jun family, yet how can a subject remain indifferent while their sovereign is in peril? Since the late emperor entrusted the young emperor to our family, it is our duty to alleviate his burdens in times of strife, Jun Mingyue articulated passionately. Jun Shuri replied. I suspect you are implying something about our father, though I possess no evidence. Clearing his throat, he added, as long as it is your wish, we shall certainly do our utmost to assist you. Jun Mingyue had once astonished all with her extraordinary talent during the aptitude test, achieving an unprecedented purple rank, which earned her immense renown. As a result, countless elixirs from various sects flowed into her abode, nurturing her to an exceptional level of prowess. Had Jun Shiri not been her elder brother, he likely would not have been able to best her at this time. Their destination was a place known as Kanjia Mountain, in close proximity to Buagog. In the original narrative, Buagog played a minor role, and with over 5 million words, Jun Mingyue had long forgotten many of the supporting characters, rendering them inconsequential. As dusk approached, they finally arrived at an inn at the foot of the mountain, where 2 lanterns flickered at the entrance. Logically, being the only lodging for hundreds of miles, it should have been bustling with activity. However, it was suspiciously quiet, devoid of any signs of life. "Is anyone here?" Jun Mingyue entered, discovering the inn impeccably clean, unlike a place that had been left unattended for long. Creaking sounds echoed. "Who goes there?" A deep and magnetic voice resonated. The innkeeper emerged from behind the door, a man clad in black, exuding an air of composure. Upon seeing him, Jun Mingyue's pupils constricted in sudden shock. The man towered over her, dressed in an opulent black robe adorned with intricate patterns, radiating an overwhelming presence. His abilities were inscrutable, leaving Jun Mingyue unable to discern his true strength. Even more perplexing was the black gold mask he wore, revealing only a pair of piercing eyes that swept over them with an enigmatic coldness. Jun Mingyue was certain this character did not exist in the original narrative. Yet she sensed he belonged to the underworld. Tentatively, she inquired, "Might I ask if you are from Buagog?" The man chuckled lightly, his elongated, elegant fingers tapping rhythmically on the table as he pondered her words. "Dao Yu?" "Indeed, I am from Buagog." Jun Mingyue cast a sidelong glance at him. His aura was too distinctive, exuding an innate pride that was far from the typical supporting character. In the realm of fantasy novels, he could easily be the leader of a sect, potentially a high-ranking figure who might be trampled underfoot by the protagonist in due course. Yet, she could not fathom why a masked character existed in the original story. Had she forgotten the plot due to her prolonged absence from the text? However, the original narrative only glossed over the past 3 years of cultivation, emphasizing only the treacherous nature of the abyss where Jun Xingchen resided. As readers were more interested in the protagonist's triumphs rather than his tribulations. Could this man truly be a mere supporting character, destined to perish before the protagonist's arrival? She glanced at Jun Shiri, noticing her brother was also curiously observing the man, evidently sensing something was amiss. The man scrutinized their expressions, his eyes narrowing slightly. At that moment, a figure clad in black hurried in from outside, bowing respectfully to the man, reporting to Lord Yueying, "The obstacles in the mountains have been cleared. We may enter at any time." "Yueying?" Jun Mingyue confirmed that this character did not exist in the original narrative. "Well done," the man casually waved his hand, his gaze flicking toward them. Jun Mingyue recognized the attire of the subordinate as that of Buagog and suddenly realized, "You are the leader of Buagog?" Yueying's lips curled into a faint smile. "Indeed." Chapter 37, How about I call you sister from now on? No wonder. It turns out to be a rather inconspicuous palace master. In that case, there is no need for concern. Jun Mingyue immediately dismissed her doubts and smiled lightly. "So that's how it is. Indeed, we were overly suspicious. Please do not take it to heart, Palace Master. We are family members of the Southern Zhao Kingdom and have come here to enter the Kanjia Mountains." Yueying smiled radiantly. "That sounds splendid. We can travel together. Please take a few days to rest." "Very well." Jun Mingyue nodded, then inquired, "Is this inn run by your family?" Yueying smiled. "Do you like it? Do you expect me to return the favor if I do?" Jun Mingyue glanced around and nodded. "The decor is quite nice and tasteful. If Miss Jun likes it. It is indeed a blessing for this inn," Yueying said softly. Judging by his tone, he must be quite young. Jun Mingyue found it amusing and said to him, "Then please prepare some rooms for us." "Absolutely." Yueying's gaze was profound. Perhaps it was a man's intuition, but Jun Shiri felt that Yueying's stare was rather peculiar. Akin to a soaring eagle eyeing its unsuspecting prey, strange yet profound. He pulled Jun Mingyue aside and whispered, "Do you really trust him? Just because he claims to be from Bihua Palace, you believe him? Where has your usual vigilance gone?" Jun Mingyue pondered. His subordinates all wear Bihua Palace's attire. "And he shows us no hostility." "How can you be certain there is no hostility?" "I find his aura quite unsettling," Jun Shiri frowned. It feels as if I have seen him before. You are just being overly cautious, Jun Mingyue chuckled. There isn't much to this. He is simply being kind enough to offer us lodging, and we shouldn't blame him for that. But I feel something is amiss. Regardless, you should stay alert around that lad, do not believe everything he says, Jun Shuri insisted. Understood, brother. Jun Mingyue was no naive flower. How could she simply believe whatever he said? Once back in her room, Jun Mingyue began to contemplate the character of Yuing. I recall that Bihua Palace had no role in the original story, they directly submitted to the male lead. Does that mean Yuing will be a subordinate of the male lead? You are correct. The system's long-lost voice resonated, and Jun Mingyue sighed in relief. So he is merely a pretentious little brother, not the formidable Jun Xingchen as I initially thought. However, that wouldn't be possible. Jun Xingchen still has another year before he appears. A subordinate of the male lead is already so arrogant, once Jun Xingchen arrives, he would likely tear the roof off. However, this meant that Yuing would undoubtedly be a prominent figure, yet she remained a mere cannon fodder villain destined for conflict. It would be wise to avoid confrontation with him during the journey, she was no invincible being. If she didn't perish at the hands of Jun Xingchen, she might fall victim to the male lead subordinate instead, which would be a regrettable outcome. With that thought, Mingyue clenched her fist, I shall yield to him. Meanwhile, in the inn's backyard, several men in black were transporting corpses. Yuing glanced at them with disdain, his demeanor drastically changed. Throw them far away, if they are discovered. You will share their fate. The subordinates broke into a cold sweat, hurriedly replying, understood. Yuing brushed past them and entered the kitchen. The guards exchanged glances. Perplexed, we have never seen the master enter the kitchen before. Could this be some advanced secret technique practiced in the heat of the flames? Yet, despite their curiosity, they dared not voice their thoughts, fully aware of their new palace master's temperament. A moment's displeasure could turn a calm, serene individual into one capable of snapping a neck in an instant. However, moments later, when a delightful aroma wafted from the kitchen, they were left dumbfounded. Ah? The usually domineering and aloof Yuing is cooking? No, he must be concocting some heart-devouring potion. They consoled themselves internally. Yet, when Yuing emerged, personally carrying 4 dishes and a soup, their jaws dropped in astonishment. Their cold and domineering palace master was cooking, a sight too delightful to behold. Knock, knock, knock. As night fell, Mingyue illuminated the room with a luminous pearl, bright as day. She opened the door, and was met with the imposing presence of a man. She paused. Palace Master Yuing? What brings you here? Yuing smiled faintly, you must be weary from your journey and likely haven't eaten. I had someone prepare a meal for you, see if it suits your palate. The white light reflecting off his black golden mask momentarily stunned Jun Mingyue. Ah, thank you. Palace Master. Please come in, I have matters to discuss as well. He set the tray on the table, and upon glancing at the dishes, Jun Mingyue was taken aback. Since Jun Xingchen's departure, she had not encountered such a sumptuous feast. Bihua Palace truly possessed extraordinary talent, able to replicate the male lead's culinary skills. Once seated, Jun Mingyue asked, Palace Master, what brings you to the Kanjia Mountains? Yu Ying's dark eyes fixated on her, unfazed. That title feels rather formal. You appear older than I, how about I call you sister from now on? Cough, that is unacceptable. Jun Mingyue shuddered at the very mention of that title, immediately countering. However, Yuing seemed somewhat innocent, what's wrong? Can't I call you sister? In any case, that is not acceptable. She couldn't possibly reveal that the term sister triggered her physiological PTSD. Yuing frowned, do you have a younger brother? Jun Mingyue took a deep breath, no, but you still cannot call me that. A flicker of complexity crossed Yu Ying's gaze, yet he replied. You may also call me Yuing. This is not merely a matter of titles. Jun Mingyue nearly exploded. Why were all the children in this world so peculiar? Yuing shrugged, then I shall call you sister. Realizing she was fixating on this issue, she decided to forego her meal. Ignoring his comment, she picked up her chopsticks to change the topic. You still haven't told me what you are searching for. Just as she picked up a piece of meat, she quickly frowned, if it's inconvenient, then forget it, it was just a casual remark. Ying propped his chin on his hand, observing her. Sister, if you wish to know, I shall speak freely. There are some bothersome beasts in the forest that need to be dealt with, as they disrupt the order of Bihua Palace. Does this matter require your personal involvement? Jun Mingyue bit into the meat, her expression suddenly turning grave, her entire being coming to a standstill. Yu Ying's demeanor shifted immediately. His gaze fixed intently upon her. What is it, sister? Chapter 38, You can never abandon me a second time. Jun Mingyue gently nibbled twice. Savoring the broth that permeated her palate, her brow furrowed in meticulous relish. Heavens, this flavor is uncannily similar to the male protagonist's. Did this scoundrel pilfer his culinary secrets? Of all things to emulate, why cooking? Utterly ludicrous. Yet, Jun Xingchen is not slated to resurface for another year. Why is it that, though he is absent in person, his specter looms everywhere? Jun Mingyue massaged her temples. Am I losing my mind? Even dining is making me counter Jun Xingchen. This must be divine retribution for my misdeeds. But this fare truly mirrors the Emperor of Chen's flavors. Jun Mingyue inhaled deeply. No matter. Your subordinates are quite adept at culinary arts. The local ingredients are rather limited, hence the simple fare. I hope it meets with your approval, he said with a relieved air, a gentle smile gracing his features. Jun Mingyue was rendered speechless. Lamb's wool flour threads, little heavenly crisps, crimson snow jade cakes, cold-tossed manlong flowers, and a bowl of night lily congee. Perhaps the prestige of the Bihua Palace is too lofty. I am unworthy of such humble fare. It's quite exquisite. Thank you for your efforts, Jun Mingyue said, clearing her throat softly. By the way, Palace. Ying, how long have you been here? Not long, Ying replied, merely a day prior to your arrival. What a coincidence. It's my first sojourn from home in 2 years, and I encounter individuals from the Bihua Palace, Jun Mingyue said with composure and grace. Coincidences are rare in this world. If they do occur, it signifies a predestined connection between us, he said with a knowing smile, his limpid eyes gleaming like celestial stars. Jun Mingyue faltered, then regained her composure. So, your objective is to eradicate the demonic beasts of the Azure-Tooth Mountains? He nodded without evasion, then inquired. And what is your purpose, esteemed lady? Jun Mingyue maintained her equanimity. Our emperor is in the midst of selecting an empress. The regent has dispatched me to seek a treasure to celebrate his majesty's occasion. I heard rumors that the rainbow phoenix of Wanyue resides here. And I wished to try my luck. The rainbow phoenix of Wanyue is exceedingly ferocious. Just the 3 of you? Ying's tone deepened. Why did Xiaoran not come himself? Jun Mingyue sighed. He is the regent. We, as his subjects, must obey. The entire southern Zhao kingdom, Xiaoran, Jun Mingyue, the imperial family, the Jun estate. Is it possible that someone could compel you to such deference? He mused, his gaze deepening. Jun Mingyue was unfazed. It's not quite deference. I'm merely seizing the opportunity for some experience. It would be futile to possess martial prowess without a chance to wield it. Whether Xiaoran is formidable or not is of no concern to me. He will surely meet his demise at the hands of Jun Xingchen. And his days of comfort are numbered. Your words are truly righteous and inspiring, a lesson to me. No wonder the populace lauds you as a paragon of virtue. He said with a faint smile. Jun Mingyue demurred. Oh, it's merely so that I won't be easily overthrown by Jun Xingchen in the future. I wish to accumulate some reputation in advance. I am now a paragon of benevolence who would help an earthworm loosen the soil. You are too kind. Jun Mingyue said with a casual smile, her gentle smile as warm as a spring breeze, causing Ying's eyes to deepen further. His Adam's apple bobbed as he gathered the dishes. It's getting late. Rest early. If you need anything, feel free to find me next door. Jun Mingyue found the youth rather courteous and adopted a warmer attitude. I've been imposing on you these past few days. Thank you for your trouble. I have always admired your grace. It is no trouble at all to serve you, he said. Jun Mingyue was nearly moved to tears. So. Being a saintess does have its advantages. I've even encountered a fan. Although I don't want him to call me elder sister, he said he admires me. He exited. Then turned back to advise, rest early. Mingyue nodded in acknowledgement. Back in her room, she tossed and turned on the bed, only revealing her true nature when alone. Usually, she maintained an air of pride and aloofness, a facade she had worn for so long that she couldn't bring herself to drop it. To think that the master of a palace is actually my fan. No wonder he's so kind to the Jun family. It all makes sense now. Jun Mingyue indulged in a grand delusion, he truly admires me. Late at night, Yueying lay in bed, his fingertips tracing the visage in his mind on the cold wall. After a moment, he pressed his face against the wall, imagining the body behind it in close proximity. He closed his eyes, his eyelashes trembling slightly. And after a long suppression, a hoarse voice uttered, "Elder sister. Soon, we can meet again. You can never abandon me a second time." Jun Mingyue awoke refreshed. Donning a simple gown, she resolved to stay a few days longer and visit the Azure Tooth Mountains in a couple of days. She wore a white gauze dress. Her hair held up with a coronet, the rest cascading down her back. From afar, she resembled the aloof, love-forsaking female cultivator often depicted in books. Her room was on the second floor. As soon as she opened the door, she saw the lithe figure of Yueying leaning against the railing, gazing at the inn's lobby. Hearing the sound, he turned around. "Good morning, esteemed lady." Jun Mingyue nodded faintly. At that moment, Jun Chaolu emerged, clutching her stomach in distress. "Elder sister, I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten since last night. I'm famished." Jun Mingyue massaged her temples. "So, I was the only one who ate yesterday?" Yueying offered kindly. "I've already instructed my subordinates to prepare breakfast. Shall we go together?" "Thank you," Jun Mingyue sighed, looking at Jun Chaolu. "Alright, let's go eat." Jun Chaolu cast a suspicious glance at Yueying's impassive face for a few seconds before tentatively descending. "I'll probably stay here for a few more days," Jun Mingyue said. "You may stay here as long as you wish. This inn was prepared for you," Yueying replied. Jun Mingyue said helplessly, "You're so impeccable. I don't know how to thank you." "There's no need for thanks between us," he said, his deep eyes gleaming with a peculiar light. "Elder sister? When did you two become so close?" A sudden voice broke in. The two turned to see Jun Shiri at the end of the second-floor corridor. Pushing open the door and glaring at them with mortification. Jun Mingyue thought, "Hey, what's with that expression, big brother? It's like we've been caught having a secret rendezvous." Yueying crossed his arms, watching him with amusement, as if intentionally provoking him. Jun Shiri frowned and strode up to them, saying to Mingyue, "Didn't you two just meet yesterday? What's going on here?" Jun Mingyue replied, "Palace Master Yueying is sincere, and I'm merely reciprocating. Don't overthink it." Yueying stared mockingly at Jun Shiri, as if deliberately trying to enrage him. Why does this scene feel so familiar? Chapter 39, Do You Dare to Kill My Sister? Jun Shiri's temper flared upon seeing those eyes. "Thank you for your kindness, Lord Yueying. However, there is a distinction between men and women, you two should keep your distance." He pulled Jun Mingyue down the stairs, and once they returned to the dining table, Jun Mingyue expressed her displeasure. "We reside in his territory. And he has graciously entertained us. What is the meaning of your anger, brother? Is this our way of conduct?" Jun Shiri felt guilty but stubbornly retorted. "Then I shall apologize to him later." "You must not approach, his demeanor suggests ulterior motives." Jun Mingyue had never considered that they might harbor inappropriate intentions toward her. Those younger brothers were merely children in her eyes. Whether it was Jun Xingchen or Yueying, upon calling her sister, they were only seen as younger siblings, devoid of any sinister thoughts. "You are overthinking it, he is younger than I and merely a child. How could you harbor such substantial misunderstandings about a child?" Jun Mingyue squinted. "You should still go and apologize to him later." Their conversation continued around the dining table, with Yueying leaning against the railing, his gaze becoming increasingly profound. Once, he had felt like an outsider due to an unchangeable lineage, and now he found himself in a position of alienation, bitterness spreading within his heart. After their meal, Jun Shiri stealthily made his way to the backyard, where two guards stood watch. "Young Master Jun, you cannot enter." Having grown accustomed to arrogance, Jun Shiri almost reprimanded them but remembered Mingyue's words and refrained from cursing. "Fine, where is your lord currently?" The guard replied, "The lord's movements are unpredictable. I am not privy to his whereabouts. Asking was equivalent to gaining nothing, yet Jun Shiri was curious about their schemes. He strolled to the inn's exterior and then circled back to the backyard. The usually proud and aloof Jun Shiri now attempted to scale the wall, wanting to observe any activity within the courtyard. Just as he peeked over, he heard a delicate voice and quickly withdrew. Your Highness, I have completed the task you assigned to me. Rest assured, the poison will enter his body unnoticed, and no one will detect it. A stunning young woman in a purple outfit, adorned in a midriff-bearing ensemble, knelt before Yueying, her exposed skin embellished with a tattoo of a mythical beast. Yueying replied nonchalantly. Inform the auction house ahead of time to prepare for my event in 1 month's time. Yes, I shall deliver the message, she replied, lowering her gaze but then curiously lifting it. Your Highness, why do you not simply eliminate that woman, given her lack of loyalty to you? Suddenly, a chilling aura enveloped her, and she felt the weight of his formidable presence, the air around her seemingly expelled. Her throat dried, rendering her voiceless. Your Highness, I was wrong. The pressure dissipated, and both Jun Shiri and the woman broke into a cold sweat, gasping for air as if breathing itself were a luxury. My affairs with her are none of your business. Know your place, utter another word, and I shall end you. He swept past her, leaving a trail of icy disdain. The woman shuddered, sorrowful and dejected as she departed. Jun Shiri rubbed his shoulders, thinking, this man is truly not to be trifled with. Who else does he wish to kill? I must keep my sister away from him. Upon returning to the front courtyard, he witnessed Yueying serving pastries to Jun Mingyue. Heavens, what lord shows such attentiveness? Connecting their earlier conversation, Jun Shiri was convinced the delicacies were dubious. Do not eat. He rushed forward, knocking the osmanthus cake from Jun Mingyue's hands, leaving her stunned. Fortunately, he had arrived in time and he exhaled deeply. Yet, Yueying's expression had darkened. The cold glint in his narrowed eyes spoke volumes. What is the meaning of this, young Master Jun? Jun Mingyue added, brother, your usual composure has become excessive. However, Jun Shiri, now theatrically confident, laughed heartily. Yueying, you thought to poison my sister, but I have seen through your scheme. Yueying. Jun Mingyue. Where did you hear such nonsense? Jun Shiri reveled in his moment of bravado, disregarding Yueying's subtle gaze as he performed his soliloquy. Ha! Do you think you can harm my sister in my presence? I assure you, it is impossible. Jun Mingyue tugged at his robe, imploring her brother to refrain from embarrassing her further. Yueying regarded Jun Shiri thoughtfully, the mockery in his eyes intensifying before he casually picked up a piece of cake and ate it. Jun Shiri protested, I warn you, even if your scheme is exposed, it will be futile. I will ensure you face the consequences as many times as necessary. Yueying, unfazed, continued to eat, arms crossed and observing him with calmness. The atmosphere fell silent, and their gazes locked in an awkward stalemate. Young Master Jun, next time you eavesdrop, do not only listen to half the conversation. It may lead to misunderstandings. It is acceptable to be cautious of me, but do not frighten your sister. His tone was laced with a sarcastic smile. Jun Mingyue sighed in exasperation, wishing her brother would stop embarrassing her, thinking, could he not act as a mere backdrop? The desire to swiftly eliminate Jun Shiri surged within her. After this incident, Jun Shiri behaved himself for a few days, realizing that Yueying truly harbored no ill will toward them. Yet, he remained curious about the inexplicable goodwill that the Lord of the Bihua Palace extended toward them. I have always done good deeds, surely, for the sake of my sister's reputation, he ought to treat us with more care. Jun Mingyue forced a faint smile as she poured herself a cup of tea. Treating this excursion as a vacation, she felt increasingly uncomfortable with Yueying's attentiveness, reluctant to overstay her welcome. Although she spoke with confidence, it was not entirely without merit among the people who did not know of the Jun family's eldest daughter, known for her kindness and integrity, thus maintaining a favorable reputation. But was this truly Yueying's reason for his attentiveness, or was there something amiss? Sister, we have resided here for 3 days, when shall we depart? Shiri inquired. Jun Mingyue pondered, realizing that remaining in someone else's territory indefinitely was not prudent, as it limited their freedom. If they wanted to escape Jun Xingchen a year later, They could allow Shiri and Chaolu to return with that foolish bird's inner core while she made her escape. With this thought, clarity dawned upon her. Then we shall leave today. The Lord of Bihua Palace has graciously hosted us for many days, and it would be impolite to depart without bidding farewell. I shall go and take my leave. With a dignified stride, Jun Mingyue approached the courtyard entrance, where 2 guards stood. Upon seeing her, they immediately stood at attention. Is your lord inside? She asked. Oh, if it is inconvenient, please convey a message. The lord has stated that the young lady may come and go as she pleases, the guard replied, without room for dissent. Chapter 40, What a pity. Jun Mingyue stepped inside. In the backyard stood an ancient well, beside which was a small wooden basin for washing clothes, now overgrown with moss after being unused for many days in the summer. Frowning slightly, she turned to find the tall figure of Ewing leaning against the door, gazing at her with profound eyes. Clad in solemn black, his entire demeanor exuded an incomparable chill, particularly his proud and dark eyes, glimmering with an enchanting light. No matter how well he disguised himself, Jun Mingyue could see at a glance that he was far from the gentle and docile facade he presented. Uncertain of how long he had been watching her, she cast a glance at the well and hesitated before asking, "Has anyone stayed at this inn before you?" Ewing approached, speaking with calm assurance, "Usually, I handle matters at the Bihua Palace, leaving this place to my subordinates." Jun Mingyue nodded, somewhat understanding. Naturally, as a palace master, he would reside in the Bihua Palace. A smile crept onto Yu Ying's lips as he looked at her with a burning gaze. His voice low and melodious, "What brings you here, sister?" Jun Mingyue replied nonchalantly, "Oh, nothing in particular. I've been a guest here for a few days, and we shall set off for the Kanjia Mountains this afternoon. I mentioned that you need not be so polite. It is natural for practitioners to support one another when traveling. Just consider me a friend." His gaze flickered. "Since you plan to depart today, I shall accompany you." Jun Mingyue's expression changed abruptly. "There's no need for that, you have been quite busy lately. You can leave a bit later." Ewing pondered for a long moment before looking at her lazily. "If you truly feel uneasy, then grant me a small favor." "What kind of favor?" Jun Mingyue suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. Outside the Kanjia Mountains, she chuckled at the red string on their wrists. "So this is what you meant by help? How childish." Ewing, however, spoke earnestly. "The terrain of the Kanjia Mountains is complex, and I cannot recall the way. You must not leave me behind when we enter." "But is this enchanted red string truly effective?" Jun Mingyue tugged at it. "What is the maximum distance?" 10 meters. Nearby. Su Rihua was nearly furious at the sight. This fellow was actually trying to seduce his sister right in front of him. How could he, as an elder brother, allow this? Absolutely not. He was determined to confront him. Su Rihua raised his fist only to be swiftly stopped by Zhao Lu. "Wait. We still do not know Yu Ying's strength, and right now, sister trusts him so much. What can we do?" At that moment, they heard Yu Ying say, "I have the ability to protect myself, but my foundational strength is still lower than sister's. You are so kind, you will certainly protect me. Are you all right?" How can the master of one of the 3 palaces shamelessly say such things? What a pity. Su Rihua was furious. "No, I must teach this brat a lesson. My anger will not subside otherwise." He stormed over, nearly shouting, "If you are weak, then do not tag along, do not hold us back." Before Ewing could respond, Jun Mingyue frowned and retorted, "How can you speak like that?" Su Rihua felt wronged, never expecting his sister to oppose him. "Sister, do not be deceived by this fellow. He has ulterior motives. What if he drags you down in the mountains?" Jun Mingyue found his emotional intelligence lacking. Over the past few days, Ewing had taken great care of them, yet he chose to suspect him. "Our goals align, so we must work together. Why are you constantly targeting a mere child? Your words are too harsh." Su Rihua choked on his words, and Ewing let out a disdainful laugh, his tone laced with lazy mockery. "To be self-sufficient is commendable. But be wary, should certain righteous celestial beings hear your words, you may find yourself in deep trouble." Jun Mingyue thought, "Why does this sound increasingly off? Is he implying something about me? Never mind. Alright, why are we still standing here? It will soon be dark, shouldn't we set off?" Jun Mingyue cleared her throat and shot Su Rihua a glare to silence him. The Kanjia Mountains were a barren stone forest. As they flew above on their swords, the landscape below was a vast expanse of white, occasionally interrupted by non-threatening spirit beasts. Ewing informed Jun Mingyue beside him. My subordinates have nearly handled the Kanjia Mountains these past few days. This indeed reduced her burden. Jun Mingyue turned to him, thank you. It is not solely for you. These creatures have been quite bothersome, he replied nonchalantly. As the four landed, towering stone pillars surrounded them, and the twilight glow stretched their shadows long, echoing with the occasional lonely caw of crows in the distance. Sister, where did you obtain your information? There is not a single trace of the Wanyue Honghuang bird here. Su Rihua shielded his eyes with his hand, peering into the distance. Jun Mingyue rubbed her temples. From the Bayou Palace, Bayuza informed me. Instantly, the expressions of the other three shifted. Su Rihua noted, then this information is quite reliable. Jiaolu exclaimed, wow. The Holy Son of the Bayou Palace has a good relationship with our elder sister, to share such secretive news. Ewing remained silent, his gaze growing increasingly profound as his hands clenched into fists at his sides, a trace of sharp hatred flickering in his eyes. Jun Mingyue continued. If he did not have certain knowledge, he would not have told me. The Bayou Palace has been somewhat tumultuous lately, he cannot afford to divert his attention. So I came first. To entrust the Wanyue Honghuang bird to you, does that imply the Holy Son of Bai is either overly confident in you or indifferent? He remarked casually. Jiaolu interjected, hey, don't sow discord. With a flick of his hand, Ewing sent a massive stone pillar toppling over. The group was left speechless, as his black mask glimmered with the sun's golden brilliance. My hand slipped, my apologies. A threat, a complete threat. Jiaolu timidly directed her gaze at Jun Mingyue, sister. You must say something. Jun Mingyue sighed, it seems today we have no leads. The mountains are treacherous and peculiar, we shall rest here tonight and explore further tomorrow. The others had no objections. That night, they built a fire on the now desertified land. Jun Mingyue leaned against a stone, her radiant face illuminated by the firelight. Her eyes sparkled with the flickering flames as she covertly glanced at Ewing, seated 3 meters away. Feeling uneasy, she inquired of the system, I am certain that Jun Xingchen faced peril for 3 years in the original text. Nowadays, web literature often features themes of 3 years of life and death struggles, 3 years of the stormy rankings, so I am confident I did not remember incorrectly. Indeed. What then, is this inexplicable man's true identity? Identity confirmed, Palace Master Ewing of the Buhua Palace. Truly. Hearing a word from Jun is worse than not hearing it at all. Chapter 41 My appearance is unattractive. Yet there is no need for this wretched system to deceive her, is there? Could it be that this man is merely an ordinary palace master? Yet, why does it feel like he is perpetually putting on airs? It is not just a sinister smirk or an icy demeanor, he exudes the essence of a high-tier villain. The kind that dominates the narrative. She is utterly terrified, fearing that Jun Xingchen has clawed his way out of hell to seek revenge on her. Does the host require assistance? I can help you locate the male lead's aura, but it will deduct from your other attributes. Thank you, but no need. Jun Mingyue sat with her legs drawn up, it can't be, he cannot be Jun Xingchen. I'll wager 50 cents that the moment he lays eyes on me, he will grasp my throat and coldly utter, long time no see, sister, before disposing of me entirely. How could he possibly be in the mood for some cosplay with me? Lost in thought, she felt a twitch at her wrist and glanced over, softly inquiring, what's wrong? Beneath the mask of Yueying, the eyes bore a look of grievance as he resolutely stated, I'm hungry. For the past few days, he had been the one preparing their meals, and Jun Mingyue almost forgot that he too required sustenance. Why is it that while others experience tumultuous love stories in their narratives, hers has devolved into a child-rearing guide? She is supposed to be a cool and aloof goddess. She truly lacks the talent to soothe a child. Well, would you like grilled fish? Jun Mingyue's space pouch contained the ethereal water left by Jun Xingchen, which now housed a multitude of fish. Yueying gazed at her with a smile, if you grill it yourself, I will eat it. Jun Mingyue thought to herself, I used to order takeout in my past life, how dare you ask me to cook for you, you little rascal. However, When she met the innocent gaze of the child, she relented, perhaps not. Were it not for his considerate care over these past days, she would not have yielded to him so easily. Yue approached and sat beside her. Then I will teach you how to grill. The two immediately set to work, with Yue rolling up his sleeves. In moments, the shimmering black dagger in his hand glinted as fish scales fell away. And the pristine belly of the fish was sliced open, its innards expertly cleansed. It was a delight to witness such exquisite knife skills from a palace master, instilling in Jun Mingyue a sense of capability. As she took the dagger from Yue, he recoiled slightly at the fleeting touch of her gentle fingers. Jun Mingyue remarked, "Little one, you are quite shy, yet you possess the strange thoughts that Jun Shiri mentioned, you are just a child." Moments later, she furrowed her brow as a few dark lines appeared on her forehead. Why is it that after I have completely gutted it, the fish still flops about? Perhaps it is protesting with its soul due to the pain. Jun Mingyue replied. This joke is hardly amusing. Yue swiftly shattered the fish's spine, finally silencing it. Jun Mingyue instinctively shrank back, feeling as though it was not the fish's spine that had been severed, but her own. Like a fish on the chopping board, utterly cornered in his grasp. While the two worked harmoniously, Jun Shiri and Jun Chaolu in the distance were nearly wide-eyed with shock. Jun Chaolu exclaimed, "What will happen to the White Saint Sun if you do this? She is a devoted shipper." Jun Shiri retorted angrily, "Whether it be by Yuza or Yue, neither is worthy of my sister." Jun Chaolu was taken aback. "Surely we can't have her remain unmarried forever." Jun Shiri clenched his fists, striking his palm. "She has been so kind to the young emperor, she surely wishes to become empress. Once we find the Wanyue Honghuang bird, we will do everything in our power to assist her in becoming empress." Jun Chaolu turned with a stiff expression. "Brother, are you serious?" Jun Shiri replied solemnly, "Being empress, above all, is far better than wandering the world. Yet, I can see that after years of cultivating in the mortal realm, she yearns for the freedom of the outside world. She only reveals a genuine smile after helping others. I believe she does not wish to become empress." Jun Chaolu said weakly. Jun Shiri scratched his head in frustration. "I will certainly assist my sister in her choice of partner, but anyone will do. Except for Yue." "Why not?" Chaolu asked, bewildered. It's simply one do." Jun Shiri fumed, unable to voice that Yue's irksome gaze was reminiscent of his mother. Jun Xingchen. How vexing, truly vexing. Jun Mingyue cleansed her hands with the holy water. She had initially planned to grill the fish herself. Yet Yue ended up handling the aftermath. "I am indeed lacking in culinary skills, but I did not anticipate you to be so adept. Did you specifically study this before?" Yue replied without hesitation, "I often cooked for my family, but later, she left me." Pausing, his indifferent gaze fell upon Jun Mingyue's hands. "This water is rather extraordinary." Jun Mingyue was taken aback, recalling that Jun Xingchen had once told her that this Shantian water was a rare treasure that should never be revealed in front of strangers, lest it attract misfortune. However, the thought barely crossed her mind before she feigned indifference. "Oh, it's just a bit of ethereal water, I have plenty in my space. Would you like to take some back with you?" Sister, you are indeed generous. Such ethereal water is hard to come by. It is best kept hidden from prying eyes." He declined without gratitude. Jun Mingyue replied, "Oh, it's nothing, I have plenty in my space. I've even set up a fish pond for them." Yue's hand twitched. Yet, after this encounter, Jun Mingyue could discern that Yue harbored no ill intentions towards her. In fact, he seemed to always consider her well-being. Sigh. Perhaps this is the admiration a little fan holds for their idol. After all, she is quite renowned. Upon awakening the next day, Jun Mingyue discovered a black cloak draped over her. Yue stood in front, gazing into the distance, and upon sensing movement behind him, turned around. "Good morning, sister." Jun Mingyue handed him the cloak, hesitating. "Why do you wear a mask?" In novels, characters with distinctive physical traits are rarely side characters. If one encounters something akin to a tear mole or a masked birthmark, it is unmistakably tied to significant plot developments. Yue replied calmly, "I am not handsome." Jun Mingyue was taken aback, staring at him in surprise, feeling a pang of guilt within. How unfortunate that this child's scars were inadvertently exposed by her. Yue continued nonchalantly, I sensed unusual activity to the west. Would you like to investigate? Jun Mingyue glanced toward the opposite side of the sun and replied, that sounds good. She called for Chaolu and Shiri, explaining the situation, and they quickly agreed to accompany her. The Wanyue Honghuang bird favors sunlit caves for nesting. We must remain vigilant of our surroundings. Jun Mingyue instructed. Yueying added, there are no ferocious beasts nearby, so sister may proceed unimpeded, but… Jun Shiri, with a sulky expression, flanked Yueying on either side, don't think that just because you've cleared Kanjia Mountain, I will be grateful to you. You did it solely for the safety of your own palace. Humph, even without you, I could still capture that divine bird. After Jun Shiri proclaimed this, he strode ahead, embodying a heroic spirit that Jun Mingyue could not halt. Yueying scoffed, crossing his arms as he calmly watched the unfolding drama. Chapter 42, this time. I will no longer live under your wing. Before them loomed a stone as tall as the sky, yet Jun Shiri strode forward without a glance, stepping into its depths. However, the moment his feet touched the ground, a golden Sanskrit appeared beneath him. Several circular formations illuminated beneath their feet, inscribed with intricate symbols, rising swiftly like a glass dome, encasing them within. Jun Chaolu, whose magical prowess was the weakest, was caught off guard and found herself trapped. Helplessly pounding against the glass barrier, her voice rendered inaudible. Though Jun Shiri possessed formidable strength, he too was overwhelmed, as he leapt away from one formation. Another flared to life beneath him. After numerous frantic jumps, he was nearly exhausted, and the formations continued to manifest endlessly. He drew his sword in an attempt to shatter them, but the barrier rebounded his force, wounding him grievously as the formation swiftly closed around him. Jun Mingyue, agile and lithe, danced through the various formations, yet despite her complete control over her body, the bewildering Sanskrit left her powerless, as she could not discern a safe zone. As she grappled with her own predicament, she turned to glance at the palace master of Bihua Palace, only to nearly spit blood in shock. There stood Yuingzhua, his dark figure unscathed, encircled by the circular formations, yet impervious to their ascent. Each time the golden waves attempted to strike him, they were effortlessly repelled by the dark spiritual energy enveloping him, rendering their attacks futile. His demeanor was as elegant as a rare orchid, standing majestically against the wind. Jun Mingyue thought to herself, who on earth are you? Even more pretentious than the male lead. Just as Jun Mingyue was about to be enclosed, Yueying tugged at the crimson thread, and in an instant, she felt herself lifted by a gentle breeze. As the glass dome threatened to imprison her, she escaped from above, landing steadily beside Yueying, who supported her and inquired with a calm demeanor, are you unhurt, sister? Jun Mingyue retorted, who the hell am I? Why are you helping me so much, big brother? Yueying, with an air of nonchalance, turned to Jun Chaolu and Jun Shiri, saying, our conversation was not finished. The Wanyue Honghuang bird is exceedingly rare, and besides us, others will undoubtedly seek to claim it. Jun Shiri glared at the two with exasperation, pounding furiously on the glass barrier, sending ripples through it. Jun Mingyue formed a hand seal, intent on rescuing him, but before she could finish her incantation, a tempest arose around them, and the imposing aura of a powerful presence approached. Rough stones grazed their sides as the sky dimmed abruptly. Yueying narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the figure of a black-clad elder who descended from above. What are you youngsters doing? You've ruined the white bone formation I painstakingly crafted. The elder glared at them with a fierce and wrathful gaze. Recognizing her own culpability, Jun Mingyue stepped forward, saying, esteemed Taoist, my siblings did not act with malice. Could you please release the formation and allow them to exit? Dream on. You nearly thwarted my grand scheme. The elder bellowed, refusing outright. Yet, Jun Mingyue was resolute. She would not permit them to remain trapped. With a determined expression, she added, I understand that you do not mean to obstruct us. Once my siblings return, we shall surely express our gratitude in person. The elder raised his chin, squinting his murky eyes at her. Who do you think you are to deserve an audience with me? Yueying subtly moved his hand at his side, yet before he could act, Jun Mingyue declared with righteous fervor, I am Jun Mingyue, the eldest daughter of the general's mansion of the Nanzhao kingdom. Jun Mingyue thought, at last, an opportunity to earn some justice points, I cannot let it slip away. Indeed, the elder's brow furrowed momentarily, his tone softening considerably. Seeing your dignified demeanor, You are indeed the eldest daughter of the Jun family, I have heard of your reputation. No wonder you dare to act so brazenly. Jun Mingyue maintained her composure, saying, This is merely a misunderstanding, I hope the Taoist can show leniency. The elder pondered, Are you also here for the Wanyue Honghuang bird? Jun Mingyue replied, Indeed. Upon hearing this, the elder's tone shifted abruptly. Then I shall be even less inclined to let you go. Killing you all will serve as a sacrifice for my blood formation. Jun Shuri erupted in fury, Dare you lay a finger on my sister? Believe it or not. The Nanzhao kingdom will descend upon you with an army to end your life. Ha ha ha. A mere Nanzhao kingdom is nothing to me. The elder laughed maniacally, revealing his identity as the peak master of Tiandi City. Even if all 4 nations joined forces, they could not shake my Tiandi City. Jun Mingyue's gaze, as clear as crystal, locked onto the elder. Wherever I go, others treat me with utmost respect. I, Jun Mingyue, have upheld my dignity for years, seizing what belongs to others. Today, I encounter a reverse robbery. Since you regard me with such disdain, I see no need for courtesy. Ewing took a step forward. But Jun Mingyue instinctively shielded him, her tone unusually somber as she addressed the elder. Tiandi City, is it? Very well, dare to trouble those of the Jun family. And since you invite punishment rather than respect, I shall see whether you live to return today. The elder laughed heartily, Just you? Jun Mingyue. You are a talent that I shall extinguish in its cradle. He scoffed inwardly, dismissing her as merely a brash young girl unworthy of mention, despite others praising her unparalleled talent. Jun Mingyue retorted, Oh, I may be the strongest early antagonist as per the author's design. You think I cannot defeat you? Even if I cannot, I assure you, I shall not perish. The air crackled with the tension of impending battle as Jun Mingyue rose first, her spiritual sword manifesting with a sharp glint as she lunged at him. You still have a chance to release them. I intend to take the Wanyue Honghuang bird and them with me. However, she forgot that both she and Ewing were still bound by the crimson thread. As she charged towards the elder, he deftly evaded, and Ewing, caught off guard, was pulled along, the two brushing past the elder in midair, the red thread ensnaring him. The elder exclaimed, What sort of trick is this? The two circled around him, and Jun Mingyue collided with Ewing's chest, nearly falling from the air as he steadied her. Flushed with embarrassment and fury, Jun Mingyue had never encountered such a ridiculous situation since her arrival in this realm. You untie the thread, and I will take him down. You promised to protect me, he said, gazing down at her flushed face, his tone subdued. Jun Mingyue. Her expression serious, firmly rejected, You must be cautious. The elder attempted to sever the crimson thread, only to discover it was woven with spiritual energy and could not be cut. Jun Mingyue lunged at him once more, and swiftly, a white formation coalesced before her, resembling a spider's web, aiming to ensnare him. The elder bellowed, I have trained for over 50 years, it would be a disgrace to lose to a mere girl. Jun Shuri and Jun Chaolu watched anxiously as the 3 figures soared through the air. Tiandi City, a place unaligned with any power in the 9 provinces, was known as a hell on earth. It was said that even the most unremarkable disciples emerging from within could ascend to revered elder status within the 3 palaces, revealing the immense power and mystery harbored within. The elder waved his sleeve, shattering the formation and escaping the crimson thread, landing on the ground as Jun Mingyue's sword followed closely behind, striking the earth with such force that it shattered a large hole. Ewing hovered in midair, catching sight of a fiery figure approaching from the west. The Wanyue Honghuang bird, sensing an intrusion into its territory, came forth to protect its domain. Indeed, entrusting one's life to her had destined him for disdain. He spoke solemnly, Sister, this time I shall no longer live under your wings. Meanwhile, Jun Mingyue was engaged in an intense battle with the old Taoist priest, completely unaware of what Yueying was up to. Jun Mingyue exclaimed, How dare you, an old man, claim to be Long Out Yen? Do you truly believe you are worthy? One must clearly understand their own position. With a name as ostentatious as yours, if it were to reach the ears of the Emperor of the Morning, you would promptly receive a family annihilation gift set. Chapter 43, The male leads triumphant returned the venerable Taoist's horsetail whisk, employing gentleness to overcome strength, tenaciously ensnared Jun Mingyue's cloudfrost sword. With a sharp furrow of his brow, he declared, a promising seedling indeed, but alas, you shall not witness the dawn. He retracted the whisk, poised to strike her chest, yet in that instant, Jun Mingyue felt a tug at her wrist. Dumbfounded, she beheld herself being drawn skyward. Behind her, Moonshadow was locked in combat with a vibrant, multicolored bird. With his back to her, Moonshadow's sable silhouette stood out against the firmament. His tone was even and composed as he stated, "A skirmish, I perceive." Then, to her utter astonishment, Moonshadow abruptly turned and lashed out at Jun Mingyue. In that moment, every heart was in its throat. Jun Mingyue stood transfixed, beholding the resolute, frigid gaze beneath the mask. The ebony spiritual energy grazed her ear, striking Long Out Yin, who had been attempting a stealthy assault from behind, and sending him plummeting from the sky. The once azure sky was instantly obscured by ominous clouds. Long Out Yin lay prostrate on the ground, consumed by resentment. Though the youth had only employed a single maneuver, he felt his spiritual energy ebbing away, thread by thread. Frantically, he struggled to rise and recuperate. But another bolt of lightning descended, leaving him utterly vanquished, his eyes vacant as he stared at the shadowy figure. Nothing is more agonizing than for a once mighty figure to be reduced to the despised state of worthlessness. Jun Mingyue was equally stunned that this young lad was, in fact, the most formidable lightning-type spiritualist, capable of dispatching an adversary she herself found challenging with a single blow. So young, yet so formidable, he would undoubtedly become a valuable asset to the male lead in the future. Yet, fearing that his brilliance might invite envy and exploitation, she worried that the Emperor Chen would use him as a stepping stone to further elevate the male lead's already extraordinary prowess. She needed to urge the boy to temper his abilities. Before Jun Mingyue could utter a word, she saw the moon-gaze rainbow phoenix immobilized by a miasma of black fog, its heart-wrenching roars rending the heavens. This was no mere capture of a spiritual beast, but outright torment. The once revered moon-gaze rainbow phoenix, its 5-meter wingspan now reduced to the flailing of a caged fowl, was utterly defenseless against Moonshadow. In a fit of rage, it raised its wings, unleashing a barrage of razor-sharp feathers like a volley of arrows. Jun Mingyue had assumed Moonshadow would effortlessly evade them, but he stood motionless, seemingly lost in contemplation, oblivious to the impending danger. Careful! Jun Mingyue drew her sword in defense. The relentless barrage of feather arrows was overwhelming, causing her hands to tremble. Despite her efforts, a few feathers slipped past her defenses and struck Moonshadow's face. Ah! The black mist constricted violently, and the moon-gaze rainbow phoenix emitted a blood-curdling shriek. Its massive form crashed to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust, and lay still, devoid of life. The moon-gaze rainbow phoenix, which she had anticipated taking 10 to 15 days to capture, had been subdued in a single move. Jun Mingyue was at a loss for words. Nevertheless, it was a fortuitous outcome. Jun Mingyue turned back and said with a detached smile, "My gratitude, Palace Master." Crack! The mask shattered, its fragments cascading through the air. In an instant, all eyes were frozen in place. Jun Mingyue recoiled in horror, her eyes wide with disbelief as she beheld the familiar face that had haunted her nightmares countless times. Busy tone, congratulations on the male lead's triumphant return. Congratulations. My foot. There was nothing to celebrate. This was impossible. Jun Mingyue felt her legs grow weak. Had she not been seasoned by years of experience, the oppressive aura of Jun Xingchen would have sent her cowering to the ground. He was about to assert his dominance, but she was about to meet her doom. A cold wind stirred his sable robes. His eyes reflected the image of the youth she remembered, though now he was more composed and profound. His fair, handsome features were exquisitely sculpted, radiating a cool light. Upon seeing his familiar yet alien countenance, Jun Mingyue seemed to glimpse the peerless Emperor Chen from the epic tome chronicles of gods and demons, the invincible, heaven-defying overlord who commanded a vast harem, unified all realms, and possessed an aura of domineering, charismatic ruthlessness. The male lead, Emperor Chen, who had subjected her to unbearable torment. She watched, aghast, as a twisted, maniacal grin slowly spread across Jun Xingchen's placid face. A glint of chilling light flashed in his deep, dark eyes as he called out to her, "Long time no see. Sister." But Jun Mingyue imagined him saying, "Prepare to be flayed alive, sister." Her heart turned to ice. No, no, no. How could this be happening? She had meticulously planned everything, yet she had failed to foresee his premature emergence. She hadn't even found a secure haven before he was standing before her, exposed and vulnerable. The plot of this book must have gone awry. System, come forth. There's a bug. Help. This is going to turn ugly. Someone's going to die. This book is a male-oriented novel. All plot developments are centered on the male lead. A flicker of rigidity and determination crossed Jun Mingyue's composed face. You are about to lose me as your host. Could it be that Jun Xingchen harbored such deep-seated hatred for her that he couldn't wait to emerge and eliminate her? Help. Save me. With the old man's spiritual energy dissipated, the barrier had also dissolved. Jun Chaolu and Jun Shiri stared at Jun Xingchen in bewilderment. Jun Mingyue hastily descended to the ground, maintaining a facade of calm and composure while inwardly panicking. Fearing he would strike her down from the sky. Jun Chaolu, ever the outspoken one, rushed forward with a look of surprise. Hey! Jun Xingchen, you're still alive. Jun Xingchen fixed his gaze on Jun Mingyue. Oh? Did sister tell you I was dead? Jun Mingyue, awkwardness, amplified. What happens when a perpetrator and a victim are together? The perpetrator will undoubtedly seek revenge by any means necessary. Shiri spoke with a mixture of joy and apprehension. Where have you been these past 2 years? What happened at the Galan Academy? Do you know that, Mingyue? Silence. Jun Mingyue interrupted him, her expression tense. Jun Xingchen's eyes, as dark as ink, focused on Mingyue's face. Sister should know the truth of the matter better than I. Hasn't sister told them the truth these past 2 years? What truth? Chaolu asked, puzzled. Jun Mingyue didn't dare utter a word, fearing that Jun Xingchen, the little psychopath, would kill her. But Jun Xingchen merely chuckled, saying casually, some unexpected events occurred back then. It took me 2 years to find a way back. Harboring the unwavering desire to return to the human realm as soon as possible, he had tirelessly striven to shorten his 3-year trial by a year. One could only imagine the hardships he had endured during those 2 years. And how did you become the palace master of Buhua Palace? Jun Chaolu inquired. Xingchen replied nonchalantly. The original palace master was critically ill from poisoning, so I temporarily took charge of Buhua Palace. Jun Mingyue, I'd wager my life that he was the one who administered the poison. Shiri was elated that Jun Xingchen had not only survived but had also experienced such an extraordinary encounter. Now that you're back, why didn't you come home sooner? Mingyue has been. Shut up. Jun Mingyue glared at him fiercely. Jun Shiri conveyed with his eyes, what? You've been missing him these past 2 years? Can't siblings express their feelings for each other? Jun Mingyue, missing him? Is that what you call it? That's called fear. Please, use your brains. Shiri didn't understand her meaning. Now that you're back, why don't you come with us? Jun Mingyue had expected him to decline. As the male lead now had Buhua Palace as his backing and would undoubtedly be recruiting troops and cultivating his power. But Jun Xingchen, with a gleam in his eyes, replied, very well. But will sister agree? Chapter 44, A Rage for a Fair Lady. He posed a question to Jun Mingyue. His eyes glinting with a mocking and enigmatic hue. Jun Mingyue inhaled sharply. Both of them were acutely aware of the current predicament. Jun Xingchen was not their biological brother. He was a demon. However, the Jun family had never disowned Jun Xingchen, so Jun Mingyue could not reveal the truth at this moment. With Jun Xingchen's current prowess, should she dare speak, both Shiri and Jiaolu would meet their demise. It was not entirely Jun Mingyue's fault, for in the original text, Jun Xingchen had not been disowned either. The treacherous sister Mingyue believed Jun Xingchen was dead, rendering his identity irrelevant, hence she was too lazy to disown him. Jun Mingyue lamented, surely, she could not lead a wolf into the fold. Seeing that Mingyue had been silent for a while, Jiaolu nudged her arm and inquired, elder sister. Were you not the closest to Xingchen back then? Are you too excited to speak? Jun Mingyue forced a calm facade, since you have returned, let us go home together. Jun Xingchen beamed brilliantly, reminiscent of years past, thank you, sister. Yet, as Jun Mingyue gazed upon that smile, an unsettling chill coursed through her, raising goosebumps across her skin. No, she must devise a way to escape soon. After acquiring the inner Dan, the four of them returned to the inn under an oddly strained atmosphere. Inside, A few individuals were stationed, and at the reception counter sat a voluptuous woman adorned with a black beast tattoo extending from her exposed navel to her back. Jun Mingyue recognized her at a glance, Lu Ying, the master of the Night Ming Palace, who had attempted to assassinate them on Jiuling Island, albeit veiled then. Hence unrecognized by others. Now, she had allied with Jun Xingchen, becoming his personal secretary. Upon seeing Jun Xingchen remove his mask to reveal his stunning visage, the curvaceous Lu Ying eagerly rushed towards him, brother Xingchen. It was as though she sought to flaunt their relationship intentionally. Jun Xingchen merely responded with a nonchalant while Lu Ying's gaze shifted to Jun Mingyue, her radiant face lifting in a charming manner. Reminiscent of an innocent younger sister, I presume this is the eldest daughter of the Jun family, Mingyue sister? Mingyue sister? Jun Mingyue narrowed her eyes, pondering the implications of her words. Lu Ying, sensing her scrutiny, explained, "Oh, I regard Xingchen as a brother, so naturally, I must call you sister." Jun Mingyue retorted with displeasure, "Your relationship with Jun Xingchen is of no concern to me." Lu Ying appeared startled, her eyes shimmering with confusion. Did Lu Ying err in some way? If Jun Mingyue were merely a reader, she might have found such clumsy palace intrigue amusing. Yet, in her current position of being wronged, she was acutely aware that Lu Ying was now the apple of Jun Xingchen's eye. He loathed her deeply, and upon witnessing his beloved suffer any grievance, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. Indeed, Jun Xingchen turned his gaze, raising an eyebrow with a cold smirk. "Sister, what do you mean by this? Are you denying Lu Ying, or are you denying Xingchen? How fitting, a rage for a fair lady." Lu Ying continued her charade. "I had heard of Mingyue's sister's reputation while in the Night Ming Palace. Seeing you now, it is truly extraordinary. Brother Xingchen, please do not blame my sister, she is likely cold-hearted due to my familiarity." Jun Mingyue thought, "Could you not perish?" Taking a deep breath, she replied, "If you enjoy calling, then do as you wish. Survival is paramount, after all." Lu Ying joyfully exclaimed, "Thank you, Mingyue sister. I knew you were not the petty sort." As dusk fell, the realization that this belonged to Jun Xingchen made Mingyue feel ensnared in his meticulously woven web, where a single misstep could lead to her undoing. Jun Xingchen refrained from dealing her a lethal blow for two primary reasons. First, Mingyue had become a pivotal figure in the court, garnering a multitude of supporters by aiding the weak. Jun Xingchen, walking the righteous path, could not harm her without evidence to tarnish her reputation. Thus, he would first seek to uncover her weaknesses. Secondly, Jun Xingchen needed the power of the Jun family to ascend and conquer the entirety of Nanzhao. That night in the forest, the once tender couple had now assumed a master-subordinate dynamic. Lu Ying knelt before Jun Xingchen, indignantly imploring, "I beseech you, spare me. I cannot abide that woman treating you so coldly, wasting your efforts." Moonlight filtered through layers of leaves, casting a glow upon the hem of Jun Xingchen's dark attire. He stood with his back to her, his smooth palm catching a beam of light. "Speak, what news from Nanzhao?" Lu Ying hesitated. "This Jun Xingtian has been poisoned." Jun Xingchen paused, a detached smile curling his lips. Splendid news indeed, one that should be shared with his sister, who had shown such concern for Jun Xingtian, ensuring she would not depart lightly. It had been 2 years since he last set foot in Nanzhao. He wondered what marvels awaited him now. Meanwhile, Jun Mingyue stood hesitantly at the door of her room, contemplating escape while the opportunity still lingered. She truly wished to flee, seeking refuge in a hidden corner to survive. Yet on the other hand, she was mindful of her reputation. With her status, Jun Xingchen would hesitate to act against her. Should she revert to a commoner's life, however, he would undoubtedly find her, leaving her at his mercy. As she wrestled with her thoughts, the door swung open, and their eyes locked, plunging the atmosphere into an immediate silence, laced with tension. "Why are you still awake at such an hour, sister? Do you harbor some concern?" he inquired, a smile gracing his outrageously handsome face, inciting within Jun Mingyue a desire to strike him. "We both know what transpired back then. Why must you speak in riddles?" In frustration, Jun Mingyue returned to her seat, realizing escape was futile for the day. Jun Xingchen approached her calmly, leisurely pouring a cup of tea. "Sister, you are forthright. It seems you care little for my presence. That cup of tea has been used by me." Jun Mingyue replied with a stoic expression. "After deceiving me for so long, what exactly are your intentions?" Is it not you who deceived me first, dear sister? His long fingers caressed the teacup, his gaze dark and penetrating. At the heart of the lake, you beckoned me forth with your magic. Only to heartlessly cast me into the abyss. Did you feel even a hint of remorse? Jun Mingyue retorted, I was utterly remorseful, but what could I do? I was equally desperate. Jun Xingchen's laughter was cold and relentless. What perplexes me is that you have not disclosed the truth of my lineage. Why? Do you deem me a threat so insignificant that I pose no danger to you, or do you wish to preserve my final shred of dignity? Chapter 45, Please take care of your personal safety. The two sat facing each other, and the atmosphere was exceptionally grave. Jun Mingyue spoke coldly. You know the truth well enough. Jun Xingchen's delicate, porcelain-like face reflected the cold light of the moon, its flawless surface revealing sharp, defined features. He was no longer the innocent child he once was. At this point, my sister won't even say a word to me, which truly saddens me. Over the past 2 years, I have suffered in the wilderness while you have enjoyed a harmonious life with our siblings in the Jun residence. Have you ever thought of me? You must have long forgotten about the stars, he said, his tone indifferent, yet Jun Mingyue detected a hint of bitterness beneath. Ah? Are you speaking in riddles? Your acting skills are quite impressive, Chen Di, she retorted, turning her face away. Your bloodline is different. What I did back then was not wrong, and I have no regrets. Is that so? He replied with a cold smile. But you once said that bloodlines cannot be changed. The fault does not lie in a person's identity, it should be judged by their actions. Those were your words. And despite my constant longing, you have deceived me cruelly, sister. Male protagonist's anger level, 79. Please take care of your personal safety. His emotions surged. And his body trembled. At that moment, his previously calm face transformed, his dark eyes turning a mesmerizing red, flashing with a blinding light. Jun Mingyue was nearly paralyzed by fear, clenching her fists, ready to flee at any moment, terrified that he might strike her down in anger. Jun Xingchen glanced at her hand with a neutral expression and said, Sister, I have come today to bring you news. Jun Mingyue was taken aback. What news could you possibly bring me? Indeed, Jun Xingchen continued, Jun Qingtian has been poisoned. Jun Mingyue immediately slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, Jun Xingchen. How could you do this? He raised you for 17 years, how could you poison him? With a blank expression, he looked at her. Do you think I poisoned him? Jun Mingyue frowned. Isn't that the case? He chuckled bitterly. So, in your eyes, I have always been this treacherous and despicable villain. Keep pretending. In the original story, you were the one who poisoned him. Taking advantage of Jun Qingtian's weakness, you then seized control of the entire Jun residence, gradually dismantling Xia Ran's influence and bringing the entire Nanzhao kingdom under your control. However, if Jun Qingtian was poisoned, she could not simply walk away. Despite his flaws, leaving without concern for his safety would be too heartless. It seemed he still held significant weight in her heart. A trace of sorrow crossed Jun Xingchen's eyes. In that case, sister, please return to the residence with peace of mind. I have my eyes everywhere here, and no one will obstruct you. Yet. Jun Mingyue interpreted his words as a threat, all my people are here, dare you to run, and I will break your legs. Taking a deep breath, she thought. If he could poison Jun Qingtian, then he would not hesitate to kill her. Get out, she said coldly. Jun Xingchen frowned. Take care of yourself. I hope no more unexpected incidents occur tomorrow. Leave. She repeated, glaring at the table. Once the door closed, Jun Mingyue rubbed her temples, contemplating how to deal with this little psychopath. There was no escaping, she could only return to the Jun residence. Once there, surrounded by her people, he would not dare to act against her for a while. Early the next morning, they set off back to the Nanzhao kingdom. One would expect joy in returning with an additional person, yet the atmosphere was awkward. Upon reaching the gates of the Jun residence, it lay shrouded in a heavy silence. All the servants bowing their heads as they passed, as if a calamity had befallen them. Seeing their return, the steward rushed over with urgency. Miss, young master. The master has been poisoned. Yet when the steward caught sight of Jun Xingchen, he was taken aback. Why, you are still alive? For some reason. Every time Jun Mingyue heard someone say Jun Xingchen was alive, she felt an urge to laugh. She and Jun Shuri hurried to the bedroom to assess the situation. The dimly lit room was filled with the soothing scent of sandalwood, and Jun Qingtian lay on the bed, wearily opening his relaxed eyelids. Is it Shuri and Mingyue returning? What has happened to father? Jun Mingyue grasped his hand, frowning with concern. The general has been unable to rise early these past few days and is growing weaker. We consulted an alchemist who said he has been poisoned, the steward explained. What poison? Where can we find the antidote? Shuri inquired. The steward hesitated. The general's illness has an unusual onset. The alchemist could only confirm it was poisoning, but nothing further. Shuri fumed. What kind of people are you hiring? Father is gravely ill, and you cannot even determine the cause. Jun Mingyue rubbed her temples. Since it was the male protagonist who had poisoned him, it was likely done discreetly. A regular alchemist would not be able to detect it. The only one who could help was Ouyang Te. However, Ouyang Te was in league with Jun Xingchen. Just then, a young servant burst in excitedly. Report. Miss, young master, alchemist Ouyang has arrived. Jun Mingyue was taken aback. The Jun residents had no ties with Ouyang Te. He must have been sent by Jun Xingchen. What was his intention? Did he still want to pretend he was not responsible for the poisoning? She would not be deceived. Since he is here, let us have him treat father first, she said, lowering her gaze. Ouyang Te arrived in a flurry, and Jun Mingyue greeted him. Thank you for coming. Wiping the sweat from his brow. It was clear he had hurried over. No trouble at all, a healer's heart is compassionate. I heard that General Jun was poisoned and set off immediately. Jun Mingyue retorted. Your attitude was quite different when you saved me last time. Jun Xingchen must have threatened you. After examining Jun Qingtian's pulse, Ouyang Te's weathered face grew serious. Shuri anxiously asked, what is wrong with my father? Ouyang Te spoke with a complex tone. A few days ago, the Grand Tutor's residence invited me to treat Miss Qin. And her symptoms were similar to your father's. Qin Rulin. A spark of realization flashed through Jun Mingyue's mind. In the original story, Xia Ran wanted the young emperor to marry Qin Rulin, but she harbored feelings for Jun Xingchen and thus used this method to threaten her. When Jun Xingchen made his return, he saved Qin Rulin with blue Ganoderma, and she became unwaveringly devoted to him. But how did Jun Qingtian come to be poisoned? Was it Xia Ran's scheme to suppress the general's residence? Did this imply that Jun Xingchen was not the perpetrator? As she pondered, Ouyang Te continued. This poison is known as severance. In the early stages, the victim merely experiences headaches and fatigue. As it progresses, their spiritual power is suppressed until they die in their sleep. If it were like Miss Qin's case, it could be cured with blue Ganoderma. However, your father's condition is more severe. Ordinary blue Ganoderma may not suffice. Stop speaking in half-truths. What do we need to save my father? Shuri pressed urgently. Ouyang Te sighed. Youth is often impatient. Please allow me to finish. In 10 days, the Fenghua auction house will open early, and within it is a dragon tail flower, which can treat your father's poison. Side quest activated. Bid for the dragon tail flower. Success will yield a surprise gift. Failure will incur a penalty. 2 options appeared. Confirm, cancel. Jun Mingyue sighed. I won't accept. I cancel. I'm just playing. Canceling will incur a penalty. Jun Mingyue. Thus, she was reluctantly thrust into this mission to save her unworthy father. Chapter 46, Choosing Your Sister as Empress. As Jun Mingyue had just finalized the arrangements for the auction with Jun Shuri, news arrived from the palace that the emperor wished to see her. It was not merely the emperor's desire to meet her, it was evident that the regent, Xia Ran, still harbored intentions regarding the inner elixir. Jun Shuri, feeling uneasy, offered, I shall accompany you. Jun Mingyue replied, you stay and care for father, I shall return shortly. Xingchen sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, the scenery reflecting the myriad memories associated with this place. She lamented how, at some point, they had found themselves irrevocably at odds. A young maid slowly approached, and upon recognizing her, Jun Xingchen lifted her gaze. It is you, she remarked. Xiao Zhuang, overwhelmed with joy, exclaimed, young master, you are alive. Do you remember me? Jun Xingchen nonchalantly responded, "What brings you here?" Xiao Zhuang's cheeks flushed as she replied. "Miss instructed me to attend to you." Jun Xingchen forced a cold smile. "My sister shows concern for me, where is she now?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhuang frowned and said, "Someone from the palace just took Miss away, she left alone." "Alone?" Jun Xingchen rose abruptly, the breeze ruffling his hair. Meanwhile, Jun Mingyue arrived at the Grand Imperial Palace, the journey marked by towering red walls and green tiles, heavily guarded. After traversing several alleys, she suddenly realized. This is not the way to the imperial study. A young eunuch, bowing respectfully, informed her, "The regent wishes to see Miss Jun." I knew he had ulterior motives. Passing through the serene garden adorned with flowing streams, she arrived at an exquisitely lavish pavilion, draped in sheer curtains, where the sounds of silk and bamboo instruments filled the air, revealing glimpses of gracefully moving dancers. Xia Ran's imposing figure occupied the main seat, exuding an arrogance that could easily mislead one into believing he was the emperor himself. Jun Mingyue slightly bowed in greeting, as the eunuch announced, "Miss Jun has arrived." "Everyone, leave," Xia Ran commanded. The music and dance abruptly halted, and the dancers gracefully withdrew. Xia Ran's expression was cold and composed, his keen eyes glinting with profound calculations as they lazily assessed Jun Mingyue. "Come in," he beckoned. Jun Mingyue entered with poise, taking her seat. Their gazes locking, one as clear as crystal, the other dark and profound. Xia Ran broke the silence, speaking slowly, "Miss Jun, your journey of half a month was pleasant." "I trust?" Jun Mingyue replied, "Thank you for your concern, but without Jun Xingchen, I could have reached the conclusion much sooner. Regardless, since Jun Xingchen is here, your intentions to marry Jiang Ning may not come to fruition." She continued, "I appreciate the regent's consideration, I have acquired the inner elixir, and the matter of selecting an empress can now be put on the agenda." She presented the inner elixir to Xia Ran. However, Xia Ran responded, "I have already selected a candidate for the empress, which is why I summoned you today for discussion." "What do you need to consult her for?" "She is not in a position to make decisions," she retorted. "This matter is of great importance, I fear I cannot decide," she added. Xia Ran smiled lightly, as if a feather had skimmed across the surface of water, creating ripples. "You know her?" "Miss Jean Rulin?" Jun Mingyue recalled the narrative from the original text. Expecting Xia Ran to agree, she was instead met with his dismissive shake of the head. "With her beauty, she may become a concubine, but for the position of empress, she is lacking." Jun Mingyue sensed a deviation from the expected narrative, initially thinking Xia Ran was jesting, and instinctively asked, "Then who is the regent's choice?" Her voice rose and fell, imbued with an undertone of implication. "You," he stated. Jun Mingyue's heart tightened suddenly. Had she not maintained her icy demeanor, she might have shattered the pavilion in her fury. How dare he consider her a soft target, aiming his schemes at her? The poison of Jun Qingtian was his doing. How had Jun Xingchen's return twisted the plot of the original female lead back to her? Did Xia Ran presume her kind nature and strength made her an ideal vessel for bearing his offspring? As if she were a fool. Xia Ran raised an eyebrow. "Miss Jun seems unperturbed, no wonder others commend your composure." Jun Mingyue responded with a detached smile, "The regent flatters me, I have no intentions of entering the palace." He savored his tea, suggesting, "What harm is there in becoming a national consort? I can see that the emperor harbors affection for you, you are now 21. Can such a vast country as Nanzhao not accommodate a figure of your stature?" Jun Mingyue countered, "Is it the emperor's affection or yours? Do you have the right? My role is more significant than yours, I could be a villain, while you remain a mere pawn." She remained composed, "The regent has misunderstood. I have no desire for marriage. The emperor's fondness for me is merely admiration, he is considerably younger than I. If an empress must be chosen, I believe Miss Jean is more suitable. Age is not an issue, if you enter the palace, your ascent will be swift. Why toil in the world outside?" He raised an eyebrow. "Thank you for your kind words, but I prefer the freedom of life outside the palace." She paused, her gaze clear. "This matter of selecting an empress requires the emperor's opinion, I trust he does not entertain such thoughts regarding me." Suddenly, the atmosphere turned frigid. Xia Ran scoffed, "What? Do you believe I am incapable of making this decision?" I had thought your years of benevolence indicated a compliant nature. I did not expect such ingratitude. Jun Mingyue replied. I recall that my original characterization in the story was that of a malicious sister. When did I become compliant? With my exceptional martial prowess. It is impossible for me to remain compliant. Meanwhile, outside the palace gates, Jun Xingchen stood with an imposing force of over 3,000 elite soldiers at his back, preparing to enter the city when a voice halted him. Jun Xingchen. It truly is you, you are alive. Since his return, he had heard such declarations countless times. Turning slightly, he was surprised to see Dong Xian. Dressed in light green, Dong Xian appeared more composed than Jun Xingchen remembered. Rushing forward, he exclaimed, "It is really you." Jun Xingchen gave him a sidelong glance. "What brings you here?" Dong Xian sighed. "I have heard about your sister entering the palace and sensed something amiss. I came to rescue her." Within the Jiaolan Academy, they had shared a close bond, with Jun Mingyue often imparting martial knowledge to Dong Xian, thus making her a mentor of sorts to him. Rescue? He raised an eyebrow. Dong Xian scrutinized Jun Xingchen, sensing a profound change in his demeanor, especially the coldness emanating from his black eyes. He glanced at the soldiers behind him. "You have had extraordinary experiences these years." Jun Xingchen withdrew his gaze. And Dong Xian continued, "Oh, right, I heard from my father that the regent wishes to select an empress, which is why he summoned your sister back." "What does her selection as empress have to do with me?" Xingchen inquired. Dong Xian's brow furrowed, "Because he wishes to choose your sister." In an instant, Xingchen's gaze transformed into a flurry of icy daggers, the air thickening with frost as a terrifying darkness enveloped his exquisite visage. Chapter 47. The palace coup. Jun Mingyue and Xia Ran remained locked in confrontation when Xia Ran spoke again. "I am aware that your father has been poisoned. If you agree to this matter, he shall undoubtedly be safe." Jun Mingyue retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? You were the one who poisoned him. You wish to play both sides, making Qin rule in a consort and me the empress. Your calculations are quite clever." Suddenly, a guard rushed in to report, "Regent, a large group of soldiers has gathered outside the palace. Their leader claims they will release Miss Mingyue, otherwise, they will attack the city gates." Xia Ran inquired, bewildered. "When did they gather? How many are there? They haven't even crossed the moat and are already at the palace? Whose private guards are these?" The guard, bracing himself, replied, "There are only a little over 3,000 soldiers, and the leader seems to be some palace master." Jun Mingyue gasped, "It couldn't be Jun Xingchen, could it?" Xia Ran, incredulous, remarked, "A mere 3,000 men, they are nothing more than a rabble gathered in the capital. There are so many princesses in the world that one could be crushed by a falling brick. There is no need to pay them any mind." Jun Mingyue sighed, exasperated. As soon as the guard departed, he rushed back in, breathless. "Regent, the palace gates have been breached." Xia Ran exclaimed, "Is this a princess? This is more like a female emperor." He fixed a piercing gaze on Jun Mingyue. "Which country's princess are you? You are colluding with the enemy." Jun Mingyue felt unjustly accused, mentally cursing Jun Xingchen. She guessed he believed they were conspiring to make Qin rule in the empress, hence his anger to separate them. With a forced smile, Jun Mingyue replied, "It's not someone else, this person is known to you, my lord." "Who?" "It's me." The atmosphere in the imperial garden became suddenly tense, and all the palace maids and eunuchs scattered in fear. Standing before the numerous elite warriors was a man clad in black. Xia Ran glanced over and froze. "Jun Xingchen, you are still alive." Jun Xingchen exchanged a meaningful look with Jun Mingyue, who felt an inner glee, thinking, "Haha, everyone must wish him well, this is too amusing." With a nonchalant air, Jun Xingchen replied, "Thank you all for your concern, Xingchen is doing quite well." Xia Ran narrowed his eyes and rose. "What punishment should befall soldiers who trespass the palace? The Jun family is indeed audacious." Jun Xingchen met his gaze, unperturbed, and remarked, "Today, I entered as the palace master of the Bourgeois palace. What relation does this have with the Jun family?" "Indeed, my intrusion into the palace has nothing to do with Jun Xingchen," Xia Ran sneered. "Well, it seems you have made considerable progress in these 2 years." Jun Xingchen approached with calm confidence, the subtle pressure causing both Jun Mingyue and Xia Ran to furrow their brows. "The hour grows late, sister, you should return home." Xia Ran felt his reputation as regent at stake. You dare invade the palace, and you too think you can return unscathed? Do you regard me so lightly? Chen Di scoffed, do you not realize whether or not I regard you? Jun Mingyue interjected, impressive. Xia Ran clenched his fists, you have audacity. Do you not fear I shall immediately order the extermination of the entire Jun family? Jun Mingyue exclaimed, I told you he had ill intentions. Look. He wants the entire Jun family dead. Jun Xingchen replied coolly, if you possess such capability, do come forth. However, with your current military force in the capital, I doubt you could even take a general's estate. He raised his gaze, coldness flashing, if any misfortune befell the regent's palace prior, it would be a costly mistake. Xia Ran's face darkened, his expression a mask of frost as he met Jun Xingchen's serene gaze. Fury boiling within him, how fortunate for our southern Zhao to have a scion like you in the Jun family. Jun Mingyue, you truly have a remarkable brother. Jun Mingyue, feeling like a mere background character, thought, do not look at me, he is not my brother, I do not know him. Jun Xingchen's audacity stemmed not only from his strength but also from the fact that Xia Ran's military power was scattered, leaving him incapable of matching Jun Xingchen's commanding presence in a short time. Yet, Xia Ran noted the threat Jun Xingchen posed. A humiliation he had never endured in his life as a formidable figure. Jun Xingchen stepped into the pavilion and glanced at Jun Mingyue, sister. It is time to return with me. Jun Mingyue pursed her lips, standing up expressionlessly, feeling like a hostage caught between two factions. Jun Xingchen dismissed Xia Ran entirely, having caused such a significant disturbance that he could simply walk away, leaving the Jun family in despair. As the siblings turned, Xia Ran's deep voice called out, stop. Jun Xingchen. Do you not fear for the Jun family's safety with your actions? I advise you to relinquish your military power. I may yet ensure the safety of your family. Jun Mingyue interjected, brother, are you out of your mind? He would be delighted to see the Jun family perish. Do you still think he is the innocent flower? Indeed, Jun Xingchen did not turn back, laughing coldly, if the regent has any other tricks, feel free to employ them. It is merely the overthrow of a monarchy. If the regent is willing, I shall gladly accompany you. Jun Mingyue nearly clung to his leg, pleading, brother. I beg you to stop talking, I wish to live. After such a significant upheaval, even the timid Emperor Jiangning had to emerge. Upon entering the imperial garden, she immediately furrowed her brows, wearing a bewildered expression as she gazed at Jun Xingchen. Why is he still alive? How did a kind-hearted, innocent child become this way? Why does he now command so many soldiers, and even the regent cannot contend with him? Why does he seek to usurp my throne? The soldiers parted to allow a pathway leading outside the palace. As Jun Mingyue brushed past the young emperor, she paused to whisper, do not overthink it. Clad in dragon robes, Jiangning nodded, somewhat understanding, and then nervously tugged at her own attire, saying, I believe your brother is very problematic, you should keep your distance. Jun Mingyue replied, he has turned dark, it is only natural for him to be problematic. Wait, are you not his wife? Your thoughts are quite dangerous. Upon exiting the palace, Jun Mingyue's expression remained grave. Outside, a young boy awaited them, you have come out. It was Dong Xian, who frowned, Jun Xingchen. Your actions are too reckless, you will bring disaster upon the Jun family. Disaster was of no concern to him, Jun Xingchen replied, as long as my sister is unharmed. Jun Mingyue retorted, you have caused a mess and still act so nonchalantly, Chen Di, you are truly remarkable. Chapter 48, Mind-Sweeping, Sugar. Dong Xian gazed at Jun Xingchen and remarked, you have changed significantly over the years. He replied, people inevitably change. No one will remain in place waiting for you. Jun Mingyue turned to Dong Xian and said, I am fine now. With Xia Ran closely monitoring the Jun residence, it would be wise for you to avoid associating with me. Dong Xian inquired, do you need any assistance? Jun Mingyue shook her head, I can manage. On their return journey, they rode in a carriage. Jun Mingyue deliberately seated herself opposite Jun Xingchen, maintaining a distance of over a meter. Jun Xingchen raised his gaze, sister. Do you detest me so much now that you refuse to utter a single word? Jun Mingyue turned her eyes aside. What more can I say when you have acted in such a manner? Ah, it seems my sister is quite willing to engage in such actions. Perhaps it is I who am ungrateful. The temperature inside the carriage plummeted several degrees. He lowered his gaze. So, your relationship with Xiaoran has reached this point. I must have disturbed your good fortune. The thought of his sister sharing warmth with others over the years truly pained Xingchen. Jun Mingyue was taken aback. This little pervert cannot possibly think that he and Xiaoran are in cahoots, can he? Jun Xingchen, we are fully aware of your identity. Let me remind you once more to refrain from meddling in my affairs. The carriage came to a halt, and Jun Mingyue elegantly descended, coldly dismissing him with a sharp remark. Watching her retreating figure, Jun Xingchen's expression grew increasingly frigid. Elder sister, elder sister. Jun Chaolu rushed over excitedly, father's condition has stabilized. We have time to search for the Longwei flower. Jun Mingyue glanced sideways, what is going on? Chaolu's eyes sparkled, it was Xingchen who provided the elixir. Jun Mingyue's expression shifted dramatically, do not trust him, he merely seeks to gain your confidence. Saving father is of utmost importance. Chaolu was immediately astonished, sister. Why do you say that? Weren't you the one who cared most for Xingchen? You even endured so much suffering for him. This matter cannot be easily explained. But you must remember, you absolutely cannot trust him. She grasped Chaolu's arm and spoke earnestly. Observing the seriousness in Jun Mingyue's expression, Chaolu paused for a moment before nodding. All right, I will only trust my sister. Upon returning to the courtyard, Jun Mingyue surveyed the medicinal flowers and herbs, including that blue spirit mushroom. She struck the stone table. He is truly adept at masquerading, he even wishes to deceive Chaolu. And this blue spirit mushroom, why hasn't he delivered it to Qin Rulan yet? He has already braved the royal palace for her, what is he waiting for? The atmosphere within the residence was stifling, overshadowed by Jun Xingchen's presence. After a long day of busyness, Jun Mingyue had lost her appetite. As dusk fell, she attempted to read in the courtyard but found herself unable to concentrate on her studies. Logically, Jun Xingtian's condition should only allow him to survive for another 3 to 5 days before slipping into slumber. However, with Jun Xingtian's elixir, he should be able to last until the auction 10 days hence. Yet, what could be his true intentions behind this? Did he simply wish to gain their trust and then seize control of the entire Jun family? A fragrant aroma of food wafted into her nostrils, causing Jun Mingyue's eyes to brighten momentarily before her expression stiffened. Emperor Chen leisurely set a tray on the stone table, laden with 5 dishes. Jun Mingyue twitched her lips. Take it away, I shall not eat. She dared not consume it. Jun Xingchen settled beside her, casually stating, is sister afraid there might be poison within? Jun Mingyue shot him a glance, do you not know whether or not there is poison yourself? A fleeting shadow of loneliness crossed Jun Xingchen's eyes. Yet he quickly raised an indifferent brow and smiled, sister is correct, there is indeed poison. Among the 5 dishes, 2 have been tainted. Sister, why not try to discern which ones they are? Jun Mingyue's expression changed abruptly, Jun Xingchen, get out. Unfazed by her fury, Jun Xingchen replied coolly. If sister prefers not to eat, that is acceptable. However, should you refuse, father will also lack his medicine, and his survival until the auction will depend entirely on fate. His eyes sparkled like stars, radiant and captivating. Yet, Jun Mingyue perceived them as the most terrifying gaze in the world, a threat that sent chills through her heart. Indeed, Jun Xingchen harbored ill intentions. Side quest in progress, host is advised to choose wisely. If Jun Xingtian were to perish, she would also be doomed. With a stern expression, she fixed her icy gaze upon Jun Xingchen. He tilted his head and smiled, pushing the tray forward, shall we select 3? Jun Mingyue inhaled deeply. Jun Xingchen, do not push your luck. After a moment's contemplation, he pursed his lips, then let it be the 2. No less, sister must consume them all. Jun Mingyue felt as though this little pervert was driving her to madness. Reluctantly, she lifted her chopsticks toward the colorful, aromatic meat porridge. With a piece of meat tremblingly brought to her lips under his gaze, she silently recited, I am a person with a system, grant me a boon. For I do not wish to meet an early demise. Surprisingly, it tasted quite delightful. She frowned, taking a few more bites, her once vacant eyes suddenly shining with vigor. Observing her reaction, Jun Xingchen rested his chin on his hand, it seems sister's luck is rather good. Of course, I am a woman endowed with a system. She decided against choosing a second dish and finished the entire bowl of porridge. Jun Xingchen remarked, there is still one more. Jun Mingyue bit her lip and glared at him, her chopsticks wavering between the 4 dishes before finally settling on a plate of clear vegetable stir-fry. With reckless abandon, she took a bite, inwardly invoking the system, no poison, no poison. After finishing that mouthful, she smiled, Jun Xingchen, your ploy is ineffective against me. The system will detect the dangers. With a sense of triumph, her gaze swept over Jun Xingchen, who appeared somewhat disheartened. It seems today sister will avoid poisoning. He fixated on Jun Mingyue, finish your meal. Jun Mingyue, with a serious expression, replied, I am full. He would not accept her refusal. Xingchen had gone to great lengths to prepare so much for his sister, how could she be so dismissive? She must finish it all. The torturous thought of being forced to eat until she burst came to mind. Jun Xingchen, seeing that the poison did not take effect, was undoubtedly intent on making her overeat. Jun Mingyue, with a stiff expression, forced herself to finish the plate. Were it not for the need to maintain her regal demeanor, she would have loved to seize Jun Xingchen by the collar and deliver a couple of punches to his face. As a result, Jun Xingchen, undeterred by the dangers, continued to prepare meals for her thrice daily, each laced with poison, allowing her to choose. Jun Mingyue wished to laugh at the heavens, I possess a system. What do you have to counter me? Thus, she could easily select dishes that were safe, all while savoring Emperor Chen's delectable offerings and fervently completing her tasks. Convinced she would drive Jun Xingchen to madness. Yet, she remained oblivious to the deepening, enigmatic gaze Jun Xingchen cast upon her, his eyes shimmering with a glint of delight. The climactic days culminated in the commencement of the grand epic auction. Lady Brightmoon felt that if she didn't find the antidote soon, she would be tormented to death by Stellaris. Fearing that Stellaris would harm Sovereign Quentin again, she left Dawn and Du behind and went to the auction alone. At the most flourishing street on the border of the Southern Kingdom, there was a palace as opulent as the Imperial Palace. A plaque with dragons and phoenixes dancing on it hung above the imposing palace gate, Grand Epic Auction House. Entering the hall, one was greeted by a vast auction space. The 4 corners of the high platform were resplendent with gold, and the auditorium was filled with seats. The elegant boxes on the upper floors were also crowded with top talents from various countries. The ground was paved with fine white jade, reflecting the gentle shadows of pedestrians. On both sides of the auditorium, rare flowers and exotic plants were carefully cultivated. Before the auction began, some familiar people were already conversing in the garden. People were divided into groups of 2s and 3s, which made Lady Brightmoon stand out even more. Lady Brightmoon's invitation was given by Orpheus. But even as a member of the auction house, he could only help her this far. Although she didn't know what Stellaris was up to, she wanted to try it for the sake of completing her mission. The Grand Epic Auction House was above the 4 kingdoms. Here, everyone was equal. And only money was king. Novels often depict how the male protagonist shows off his wealth and slaps the villain in the face at auctions. Now that Lady Brightmoon was in it, she only hoped that she would not be caught by the righteous people. Her white dress was spotless, and the breeze fluttered as she walked, creating ripples. Her aloof and stunning appearance attracted a wave of onlookers. Lady Brightmoon. A man called out to her. She turned around and saw the 2 siblings from White Feather Palace. Whitestone's temperament was as plain as ink, and his handsome face was as gentle as ever. White Serenity wore a veil, and her looming beauty, combined with her pure white clothes, made her look even more like a celestial maiden left in the world, unattainable. Since Stellaris' death, White Serenity had been heartbroken and had never returned to the Southern Kingdom. This should be her first visit. Whitestone walked over with gentle grace, his voice clear and caring. Are you here alone? Lady Brightmoon nodded. I need a herb here. Whitestone looked intently at her unadorned face. Do you need my help? Lady Brightmoon shook her head. It's not a big problem. You must have important matters here, so don't worry about me. They all knew Lady Brightmoon's proud and independent personality, so they didn't force her. Lady Brightmoon was about to turn around and go to the private room when Whitestone and White Serenity's faces suddenly turned astonished, staring at her back in stunned silence, unable to utter a word. The atmosphere became heavy, and Lady Brightmoon knew that nothing good would come of it. I've been looking for my sister for a long time. So she's here. Her wrist was suddenly grabbed. Stellaris' strength was surprisingly great, and Lady Brightmoon's expression changed drastically. Glaring at Stellaris, Bold. She frowned and reprimanded Stellaris in a low voice. Stellaris's eyes became even deeper. Then White Serenity saw Stellaris and said the familiar line again, "Brother Stellaris. You're alive." She was surprised and delighted, almost bursting into tears, her whole body trembling with excitement. Stellaris lowered his head slightly and looked down at Lady Brightmoon, staring at her face without missing any expression, his voice containing a low laugh. "Sister. I've died 4 times a month. What did you say back then that made so many people misunderstand me?" Lady Brightmoon tightened her face. "Let go of my hand. It's about to break." But it was impossible for Lady Brightmoon to bow her head to him. Anyway, she would die if she bowed her head. So she might as well maintain her persona. Stellaris pulled her to the side, drew a line between her and the 2 siblings, and said indifferently, "Excuse me. I have something to say to my sister." White Serenity shouted eagerly, "Brother Stellaris." Whitestone knew his sister's intentions and said from behind, "Second Master Stellaris. Is there anything you can't say here? I see that Lady Brightmoon doesn't want to leave either." Stellaris suddenly turned his head, his dark and sinister eyes swept over Whitestone. With a soul-stirring chill, "My sisters and my affairs are family matters. You're meddling too much, aren't you?" "Lady Brightmoon, what family matters? Anyone who doesn't know would think you want to be a kind and friendly sibling with me. You're really good at acting. You shouldn't be called Stellaris the Great. You should be called the Emperor of Shadows." Whitestone only felt a chill from the top of his head to the soles of his feet. But he could see Lady Brightmoon's embarrassment and hesitated, but... Lady Brightmoon took a deep breath. "Holy Whitestone, please go back first. This is a matter between the 2 of us." The atmosphere relaxed for a moment. Stellaris's face improved greatly, as if he had received a promise from her. He loosened his hand a little, but still held her and walked towards the private room. "Brother, he's alive. Did you see him? He's alive." White Serenity's tears fell from her eyes fixed on his back. "I finally saw him again." "That's great." It was the most ordinary wording. But she read it out with such sadness. Whitestone knew his sister's intentions, but at this time he said hesitantly, "Times have changed. Second Master Stellaris is somewhat different now. You can't be rash." But White Serenity couldn't listen to his words. She had fallen in love with Stellaris at first sight. And now that she had experienced life and death, the obsession in her heart was even more deeply rooted. In the private room on the 3rd floor, the entire auction site could be seen through the bamboo curtains by the window. Lady Brightmoon looked at Stellaris coldly. "Let go of my hand and say what you have to say." "Sister, I heard that in the 2 years I was gone. You told everyone I was dead?" He raised her hand, smiled in a low and dark voice, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. And his face was as cold as frost. Lady Brightmoon could endure other things, but she could not endure being imprisoned by him. She cast a spell in her hand. And a white light flashed on her wrist, trying to bounce his hand back. However, when the white light touched his palm, it was suppressed by a black aura. Lady Brightmoon's eyes widened, but she was knocked onto the back of the long chair by the force. This long chair was similar to a modern sofa. But it still hurt to hit it unexpectedly. Condensing chi is the most basic skill for a spirit user. "Sister, you taught me patiently for a long time. How can you not do it now?" he said in a strange tone. When she saw the enemy she couldn't beat in the past was now powerless in front of her, she had to be happy. Lady Brightmoon felt pain all over her shoulder, and she was humiliated by this little pervert, so her mood was extremely bad. She condensed her magic power in her hand and hit him again. Stellaris dodged sideways, his eyes so cold that they could scare people to death. He rushed to her side in 3 steps and held her shoulders, saying coldly, "Try moving again?" Chapter 50, May I Request Your Demise? As Jun Mingyue beheld the visage magnified before her, a surge of trepidation momentarily gripped her, swiftly followed by a disconcerting realization regarding the young scoundrel's gaze. Following his line of sight, she was instantly incensed. Inadvertently, Jun Xingchen's tug had dislodged her attire, exposing a portion of her shoulder. A fleeting moment of bewilderment crossed Jun Xingchen's countenance before his gaze fixated upon the intricate network of scars adorning her back. "What are these?" he inquired, perplexed. "How dare you?" Jun Mingyue retorted, incensed. "Release me at once, Jun Xingchen." Never in her extensive sojourn had she been subjected to such an appalling transgression. As Jun Xingchen's fingertips traced the contours of her shoulder scars, a wave of goose flesh rippled across her skin. His voice, devoid of warmth, echoed. Who in this realm could possibly inflict such wounds upon you? Is my sister not shielding that individual? Am I to understand that I am a masochist? Jun Mingyue retorted. To endure such torment and then conceal the perpetrator? Were it not for the injuries sustained on your behalf, would I bear such extensive scars? Xingchen's gaze shifted from her shoulder to the frigid depths of her eyes. Allow me to speculate, he proposed. Bayuza? Preposterous. He is utterly devoted to you. How could he possibly inflict such harm? A chilling smile contorted Jun Xingchen's features as he arched an eyebrow. Or perhaps Xiaoran? Cease your gloating, she exclaimed. What concern is it of yours? Enraged and humiliated, she delivered a kick aimed squarely at his abdomen, intending to inflict grievous injury, rendering him bedridden for an extended period, thus ensuring a modicum of tranquility. Anticipating her assault, Jun Xingchen deftly grasped her ankle, yet her foot grazed his waist. Amidst the biting chill of the air, Jun Xingchen's countenance darkened ominously. With a swift motion, he drew her towards him, her captured leg positioned precariously at his waist. Though I regard you as a sibling, might I implore you to extend a modicum of respect? Would my sister object if I were to render this leg unusable? His tone was laced with a chilling cadence as his gaze bore into her with an unnerving intensity. Dare you, Jun Xingchen? Release me at once. Jun Mingyue pleaded. Stricken with terror. With countless plot lines yet to unfold, what would become of her if she were to be rendered a cripple? Yet, his grip on her ankle remained unyielding, the alabaster skin gradually acquiring a livid hue. Jun Mingyue's complexion paled, beads of perspiration forming on her brow. Clang, a frigid object encircled her foot, its golden surface shimmering in the sunlight, an exquisite contrast against her fair skin. Jun Mingyue froze. It was a golden anklet. Yet she was perplexed as to why Jun Xingchen would affix it to her right leg as if it were a shackle. I have longed to present this to you for 2 years, yet the opportunity never arose. It seems rather becoming adorning your leg, wouldn't you agree, sister? A mischievous grin played upon his lips. I wager 5 coins that this accoutrement is far from benign. Indeed, Jun Xingchen confirmed. It is imbued with magical energy. With it, I shall be apprised of your whereabouts. You seek to monitor me? May you perish, you vile imp. Jun Mingyue wrenched her foot away, scrutinizing the golden band. Discovering no discernible seam, she pondered the arcane means by which he had affixed it. I implore you, Jun Xingchen, remove this at once, she commanded, her voice frigid. Does my sister disapprove? Xingchen inquired, tilting his head. Regrettably, it cannot be removed. It has been imbued with my magical energy for 2 years, and I cannot readily undo it. Jun Mingyue nearly erupted in laughter. Then remove yourself from my presence. As she attempted to depart and rid herself of the odious object, Jun Xingchen leisurely settled into a chair, his gaze fixed upon her retreating figure. Yet, as she reached the threshold, she was abruptly assailed by an immense weight upon her leg, as if the golden anklet possessed the mass of 1,000 pounds. Inexorably, her legs were drawn together as if by opposing magnetic poles, rendering her immobile. Jun Mingyue clenched her fists, her teeth grinding together. A moment later, the sound of Jun Mingyue's unrestrained fury reverberated throughout the chamber. You are deranged, Jun Xingchen. Release me at once. She had been unceremoniously deposited upon a cushioned chair, her hands bound above her head with the 9-spirit whip, confined in a humiliating posture befitting a prisoner. Her only remaining freedom was the movement of her head. If glares were lethal, Jun Mingyue was certain that she would have long since dismembered the young deviant into 1,000 pieces. Hush, sister. Were you not intending to procure medicine for our father? The auction is about to commence. Why such haste? He murmured. Jun Mingyue glanced askance at the world beyond the bamboo screen, retorting with indignation, Did you orchestrate the early exhibition of the auction? Did you also invite Ouyang Te? What is your ultimate aim? The auction was merely an opportunity for him to confront his former adversaries. As for Ouyang Te, he had not anticipated that his intentions would be so readily dismissed. Whatever my purpose may be, you are powerless to thwart me, are you not? He stated impassively. Jun Mingyue faltered, gritting her teeth as she strained against her bonds, only to find the 9-spirit whip constricting further. It would behoove you to remain still, sister. Were your arms to sustain injury, it would be a matter of great regret for Xingchen, he cautioned. Release me. She hissed. I must procure medicine for our father. That is also feasible, he replied, unmoved. Feasible? You are utterly devoid of sanity. Jun Mingyue closed her eyes, refusing to meet his gaze. The young scoundrel had grown audacious. Daring to bind his own sister. She was incensed beyond measure. As she remained silent, Jun Xingchen sought to provoke her. Behold, sister, Xia Ran has arrived. Indeed. Jun Mingyue opened her eyes, casting a downward glance. Xia Ran's ostentatious carriage entered the hall, and he proceeded, surrounded by a retinue of guards, to the chamber opposite theirs. Xia Ran was responsible for Jun Xingchen's poisoning, therefore, he would not readily relinquish the antidote. He would likely attempt to exploit the dragon tail flower to coerce her. Do you also intend to prevent me from acquiring the dragon tail flower? Jun Mingyue inquired, her tone grave. Were that my intention? Would I have permitted you to come here? He replied, lowering his gaze. Jun Mingyue pondered the situation. Could it be that the youth sought to orchestrate a conflict between Xia Ran and herself? She could conceive of no reason for Jun Xingchen to assist her. Jun Xingchen produced a list, enumerating each item for her. Aside from the dragon tail flower, what else does my sister desire? I desire your demise, Jun Mingyue retorted. Silence descended upon the chamber. Jun Xingchen sat beside her, his gaze fixed upon her face. Jun Mingyue distinctly heard him say, that is not beyond the realm of possibility. Before Jun Mingyue could discern his meaning, he continued, I have no desire to continue living. Let us perish together. Calm yourself, brother. I jest. Chapter 51, Does Bayuza owe him money? Jun Xingchen flipped through the scroll in his hands. Sister, have you not yet decided what to take? Allow me to assist you in making a selection. My first choice would be the Xianin pill. The former head of Bayou Palace has been unable to break through his bottleneck for 4 long years. If he were to ascend easily, would it not allow Bayou Palace to wield great influence in the martial world? Jun Mingyue raised an eyebrow. Did Bayuza offend you? You disregard even Bayuran's feelings. Jun Xingchen glanced at her. How can you be certain it is Bayuza? Jun Mingyue replied with a hint of sarcasm. Bayuran is one of your 2 wives, a paragon of virtue. How could she possibly provoke your ire? She frowned, adding. The growth of Bayou Palace is of no concern to the Jun family. Why must you pursue such ruthless measures? Jun Xingchen responded coolly. Because my Buhua Palace must stand out. You are quite audacious, she retorted. Jun Xingchen inquired, does sister not wish to oppose them? Jun Mingyue sincerely replied. They have never been our enemies. What harm has been done? Perhaps none, he mused, but in your eyes, I am already a villain beyond redemption. Do I need a reason to act? He shrugged dismissively. If Bayuran were to cry and refuse to sleep with you, you would soon find yourself in tears. Jun Mingyue suppressed the urge to roll her eyes, maintaining her composure. She raised her hands above her head, her chest lifted, a posture that felt exceedingly uncomfortable. Release the 9-spirit whip. I shall not leave, let us discuss this properly. Jun Xingchen regarded her with a haughty, icy gaze. Sister does not intend to deceive me again, does she? Jun Mingyue exclaimed, why would I adopt the script of a clipped protagonist? If I could, I would love to pin this unruly child to the floor and teach him a lesson. Never. She reiterated. With each struggle, the coarse whip chafed her wrists painfully. The 9-spirit whip transformed into a wisp of black mist, vanishing before them. Jun Mingyue finally sat up, maintaining a safe distance from Jun Xingchen. She rubbed her reddened wrists and said, you need not share this with me. You stand from the perspective of Buhua Palace and Yiming Palace. While I have only the Jun Manor behind me. I believe my father has yet to disown me. Jun Mingyue replied with a touch of irony, how amusing. Why has that scoundrel father not disowned you? Is it not I who endured 81 lashes, only to now be subjected to your barbed remarks? I feel as though victim is written across my forehead. She continued, you can refine the Xianin pill yourself, why the fixation on Bayou Palace? Simply because I find them displeasing, he declared resolutely. Jun Mingyue was taken aback. Oh my. Male protagonist. Bayuza has not even contended for your affections. Nor has he obstructed you. What phase of this narrative are you currently in that I find myself somewhat perplexed? Jun Mingyue quietly resolved, since you are so obstinate. I am left with no choice. Jun Xingchen narrowed his eyes and added, furthermore, there is the substitute for Lanlingji, the Shuelingji. While it may not be as effective as Lanlingji, it can alleviate the symptoms of disconnection. Are you mad? What has Jin Rulan? A young lady confined to her home, done wrong? Jun Mingyue shook her head. Realizing that Jun Xingchen's refusal to provide Qin Rulan with Lanlingji stemmed from a grudge over the past, when Lu Ding had publicly challenged him due to her. He was on the verge of tearing apart the entire southern Zhao kingdom. Jun Xingchen insisted, the Fenghua auction is open to all, it only recognizes silver notes. What is wrong with my legitimate bidding? He continued, sister, you show kindness to everyone, yet she has harmed you in the past. That injury was originally a punishment from the system. Jun Mingyue had never held a grudge against Qin Rulan. Rubbing her temples, she asked, what do you want to achieve? Speak plainly, I wish to see if my blood pressure will rise. Jun Xingchen's spirits lifted as he leaned in, unfurling the scroll. There are also some exquisite spiritual orbs and high-grade cleansing pills. Should the soldiers of Jun Manor acquire them, would they not have the power to rival Xiaoran? At that time, we could dethrone that little emperor. Stop. Do you truly not regard me as an outsider? Are you forsaking your empress wife? Or are you merely trying to intimidate me? Jun Mingyue found this narrative increasingly absurd. Jiang Ning cannot be deposed, she is the sole bloodline of this nation. No matter what, I shall continue to support her. Then let us first eliminate Xiaoran, he suggested with a knowing look, starting with his enterprises. Dismantling them step by step. Feeling the ominous glint in his eyes, Jun Mingyue could not shake a sense of foreboding. Meanwhile, within the royal palace, Jiang Ning sat in the imperial study, adorned in dragon robes, handling memorials. Only when Xiaoran was absent could she attempt to learn the intricacies of governance. She aspired to be a good emperor, a true leader who could bring peace and prosperity to her people. A guard approached with urgency. Your Majesty, grave news has arrived. Jiang Ning frowned. What misfortune has befallen us now that Xiaoran has left? The guard, sweating profusely, reported the regent's enterprises, both within the capital and its outskirts, along with several clandestine funds, have been compromised. Jiang Ning struggled to comprehend. Compromised? What do you mean? The guard recounted the events. A group of martial artists flooded the capital, vandalizing the regent's establishments and forcing out those who dared to operate. The entire city is in a state of panic. Jiang Ning felt a flicker of delight within, wondering which ally had orchestrated this, yet feigning sorrow. Alas! I cannot believe such a situation has arisen. What is the extent of the damages? The guard trembled, it amounts to no less than several million taels of silver. Jiang Ning replied nonchalantly, not worth much, is it? Confiscate it. The guard wiped his brow. And what of the regent? Jiang Ning inquired, where is Xiaoran now? The guard answered, at the Fenghua auction. Jiang Ning remarked, but the auction closes at the hour of the snake, no one can enter. Indeed. That is why I have come to inform your Majesty, the guard clarified. Jiang Ning waved her hand. Then we shall discuss it upon his return. The guard had delivered his message, and any further actions were now matters between Xiaoran and Jiang Ning. He retreated, trembling. Jiang Ning felt elated, to bid for items, only to find oneself out of funds halfway through. How amusing. As the auction was about to commence, attendees began to take their seats. On the stage, a rotund man approached, delivering a lengthy opening speech in a booming voice, reminiscent of the banal advertisements from her childhood television shows. Jun Mingyue had noted the positions of Bayuza and Xiaoran. So your current objective is to eliminate Xiaoran? Jun Xingchen added, and Bayu Palace. Jun Mingyue felt utterly drained and wanted to sincerely ask, does Bayuza owe you money? Jun Xingchen turned to her, I understand sister's benevolence. If you wish to save the Qin family young lady, the Shuelingji can be entrusted to you, as a favor. However, the Lanlingji must remain untouched. Xiaoran must deal with his own mess. Thank you very much, dear brother. Chapter 52, The sorrowful siblings Shuai Lingji, apart from prolonging the illness, served little purpose. Mingyue was so infuriated that she felt her blood pressure rising. Fortunately, the auction house below had commenced, and the two of them were fixated on the host. On the red silk-covered table lay a green spirit stone. The host raised his voice to invigorate the crowd. Behold! This is the first treasure presented by our Fenghua auction house. As we all know, spirit stones harbor powers that we spiritual practitioners can directly absorb. Spirit stones come in 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Today, we showcase a rare green crystal stone, a rarity across the continent. The starting bid is 4,000 taels of gold. A collective gasp arose from the audience. Such a valuable item had appeared right at the onset, making their pockets jingle. A common person might struggle their entire life without the fortune to ascend, yet with this spirit stone, they could potentially reach new heights. Bayuza and Bayuran immediately conferred, this could be beneficial for our cultivation. Bayuran nodded, her expression behind the veil absent-minded. If my brother believes it's worthwhile, then bid for it. Bayuguang bids 5,000 taels. I bid 5,500 taels. 6,000 taels. Having lingered here for too long, Jun Mingyue felt as though money had transformed into mere strings of numbers. It was unavoidable, in this web of narrative, where economic realities had collapsed. Purchasing anything would soon demand billions, leaving even the Zimbabwean dollar in awe. Bayuguang bids 9,000 taels. Suddenly, Jun Xingchen interjected, Sister, do you think if we intercept the bid now, the siblings will hold a grudge against us? Jun Mingyue shot him a cold glance. As long as you do not act in the name of the Jun family, you may do as you please. She pondered that perhaps Bayuza owed him a significant debt. Yeming Palace bids 10,000 taels. A sultry female voice resonated from another private room. Lu Ying, you truly are Jun Xingchen's capable secretary, taking the blame while he reaps the glory. A couple that works together, right? Bayuran paused. Perhaps sensing the inherent competitive spirit that women often possess towards rivals, she narrowed her gaze. What brings Yeming Palace here? The Fenghua auction house had advanced its meeting time. Leaving the martial world in a state of unrest, perhaps Yeming Palace had come out of curiosity. Bayuza furrowed his brow. Bayuran, incensed, declared, continue bidding. Thus, Jun Mingyue became an unwitting spectator to a dramatic display of favor-seeking akin to young girls quarreling over headpieces, where the one willing to spend the most would have Jun Xingchen's attention. Bayuguang bids 15,000 taels. Yeming Palace bids 18,000 taels. 20,000 taels. 25,000 taels. Bayuran slammed her hand on the table, her usually elegant and noble demeanor now twisted in fury. Is this Lu Ying insane, determined to oppose me? Bayuza remarked, the price of this crystal has far exceeded its value, we need not raise our bid further. Bayuran retorted, nonsense. My Bai family has vast resources. Can we not afford this? Bayuguang bids 40,000 taels. The onlookers exchanged glances, finding the siblings rather foolish. Jun Mingyue did not wish to witness this display of female rivalry. This male-centered tale had depicted all women as mere vessels of devotion to Jun Xingchen, devoid of independent thought. In palace dramas, his consorts would not engage in jealousy, those who did would be criticized mercilessly by readers. Thus, the only role these women could assume was to selflessly offer their family's interests to Jun Xingchen, hoping to capture a fraction of his attention, draining their worth to the last drop. This could be seen as a veiled contest for favor, albeit one waged with their family's stakes. Yeming Palace bids 50,000 taels. Lu Ying exclaimed. Jun Mingyue massaged her temples, casually stating, this price is sufficient, bidding further would be futile. Jun Xingchen, ever enthusiastic, said, all right, I will heed my sister's advice and not raise the bid. Jun Mingyue turned to him, astonished by his sudden change of heart. Bayuguang bids 55,000 taels. Bayuran, infuriated, raised her bid again. Bayuza could no longer bear to watch and scolded, sister, when did you become so reckless? This is merely the first exhibit, how will we proceed with the rest? Bayuran paused, belatedly realizing the absurdity of the price, and became anxious. However, she soon calmed herself. Lu Ying seems determined to compete with me. If she raises the bid again, I shall withdraw. Bayuza felt a sense of unease, suspecting that matters would not unfold easily. As he had anticipated, no further bids came from Yeming Palace. Bai Yuguang bids 55,000 taels, once. 55,000 taels, twice. Time slipped by, and Bai Yuza bit his lip, casting a detached glance at Bai Yuran, who also recognized her error. Yet she remained indignant. Why is that Luing so poor? Why has she ceased bidding? Is she deliberately inflating the price to sabotage us? Were it not for your obstinacy, how could others ensnare you? Bai Yuza said sternly. Bai Yuran felt utterly wronged, clenching her fists as she gazed toward Yeming Palace. Congratulations to Bai Yuguang for acquiring a green crystal stone at the price of 55,000 taels of gold. Did anyone genuinely congratulate them? No. For they all deemed the Bai siblings to be foolish. Jun Xingchen rested his chin on his hand. I followed my sister's advice and allowed them to have it. Jun Mingyue felt a throbbing in her temples. On the other side, Xia Ran, exerting considerable effort, had obtained a flowchart of the exhibits. He had poisoned both Jun Qing Tian and Qin Rulan, so he sought the antidotes to control Jun Mingyue and Qin Rulan, ensuring that he would acquire the dragon tail flower and Xuelingji. With his wealth, purchasing these items was well within his means. And he had always regarded them as his possessions, administering poison first. However, he had miscalculated one thing: Jun Xingchen had returned. He cast a cold glance at Yeming Palace's private room. Yeming Palace had always been aloof, with its master Luing being notoriously unpredictable. Why the sudden display? The subsequent items held little interest for Jun Mingyue. Time flew by, and she nearly dozed off. The host called out again, Xianin Pill. The unrivaled elixir for water and wind elemental practitioners to establish their foundation. Consuming it allows practitioners to undergo a metamorphosis, breaking through their bottlenecks to reach entirely new realms. This secret medicine was painstakingly cultivated by Master Ouyang over 7 years, starting bid 100,000 taels. The audience instantly stirred. Heavens! They had initially intended to merely accompany the proceedings, but with such a high starting bid, they were unworthy even to participate. The recipe for the Xianin pill had been lost to time, and those who desired it were surely countless, promising yet another divine battle. We are left to bid on insignificant trinkets, Jun Xingchen remarked leisurely. Shall we bid in my sister's name or mine? Jun Mingyue's icy gaze fixed on him as he added, I nearly forgot, since sister wishes to avoid conflict with Bai Yuguang, I shall take the lead. Chapter 53, Strengthening the Foundation for My Sister at the Bai siblings' side. Bai Yuza stated resolutely, if we acquire this medicinal herb, our alchemists will be able to analyze its components. Even if they cannot replicate it, they can produce substitutes. This would be immensely beneficial for the entire Baiyu Palace. Bai Yuran nodded in agreement. Our palace has the most water element practitioners, and father also requires this elixir. Regardless of the circumstances, we must secure it. Before she could voice her thoughts, Regent Xia Ran had already declared a price, 110,000 taels. Fortunately, this sum was within an acceptable range. Just as Bai Yuran was about to speak, a sharp voice pierced through the air, Buhua Palace bids 1,000,000 taels. The auction hall erupted in astonishment. And everyone fell silent in respect. Bai Yuran and Bai Yuza both stood up, with Bai Yuran wide-eyed and anxious. It's him, it's brother Xingchen. He may not realize we need this elixir. Should we raise the bid to alert him? Bai Yuza gazed thoughtfully. Let's inquire privately, if possible. We can purchase it from him at the original price. This price effectively dashed the hopes of others, leaving no room for any counterbids. The Emperor of Stars preferred to sever ties cleanly rather than prolonging matters that did not concern him. Xia Ran's expression shifted momentarily. Then a cold smile crept across his face. You reveal your wealth so readily. I look forward to seeing how you manage when it comes to the dragon tail flower. The host was overjoyed, having never encountered such a decisive buyer. Buhua Palace has successfully acquired the Xianin Dan for 1,000,000 taels. A profound silence enveloped the room, and the previous disdain in everyone's eyes had vanished. They understood that those who could toss around millions were not limited to mere wealth. For some, 1,000,000 taels was merely pocket change, while for others, it was an unattainable sum, rendering any feelings of pity for their money utterly absurd. The first half of the auction concluded, and the host announced a brief intermission to settle transactions made, with the second half to resume in the afternoon. Jun Xingchen, resembling his youthful self, brewed tea for Jun Mingyue with deft and fluid movements, quickly filling the room with a delightful aroma. The Fanghua auction house delivered the Xianin Dan along with some pastries and snacks. Jun Mingyue nibbled on a few to ease her hunger. Frowning as she observed Jun Xingchen's actions, the Xianin Dan is insignificant to you. What benefit is there in harming yourself while defeating the enemy? Sister has always enjoyed lecturing others. He handed her the tea, and Jun Mingyue turned her head. Remove it. His gaze darkened ominously. And as the tea's warmth dissipated due to his spiritual energy, he grasped Jun Mingyue's throat, compelling her to meet his eyes. Sister. Do you still believe you can refuse me? Jun Mingyue watched in horror as the cup of tea enlarged before her, her anger flaring. How dare you? Jun Xingchen. You beast, let me go. Cough, cough, cough. After sipping a cup of tea, her complexion paled considerably. Jun Xingchen lounged in the soft chair, while she nearly perched on the edge, as if an insurmountable chasm lay between them. Jun Xingchen observed her nonchalantly. Your refusal to accept my sincere intentions is most disheartening. If you wish to choke me, just say so. Who knows if you've poisoned it with a slow-acting toxin? Jun Mingyue lowered her gaze, her eyes flickering as she clenched her fists. At that moment, a knock interrupted the tension. Jun Mingyue looked up. Come in. The Bai siblings entered. Bai Yuran gazed at Jun Xingchen with affection, and Jun Mingyue guessed their purpose, yet still inquired, what brings you here? Bai Yuza cut to the chase. Pardon the intrusion. Miss Mingyue, was the Xianin Dan just now purchased by you? Jun Mingyue distanced herself. It was he who acquired it. Bai Yuran's delicate features brightened beneath her veil. That's wonderful. Brother Xingchen, we truly need this elixir. Could you possibly part with it for us? Part with it? Jun Xingchen raised an eyebrow. Bai Yuza, seeing his response, clarified, 1 million taels in gold. We wish to purchase it at the original price. This item is crucial for Baiyu Palace, and we hope second young Master Jun might consider letting it go. Bai Yuran's eyes sparkled like grapes, her innocent and frail demeanor seeming as if it could be swept away by the gentlest breeze. In the future, if Brother Xingchen encounters difficulties, Baiyu Palace will surely do our utmost to assist. With such words spoken, Jun Mingyue believed he would relent, at least offering 1 million to please Bai Yuran, which was better than losing it altogether. However, Jun Xingchen remained resolute, contemplating their words before responding coolly. I have other uses for it and cannot fulfill your wish. Bai Yuran bit her lip, her gaze shifting. Is there something you require, Brother Xingchen? I will do my utmost, it's just that this elixir. Suddenly, Jun Xingchen turned to Jun Mingyue, who felt a twinge of unease, sensing he was calculating something against her. Sister is a practitioner of water, wind, and wood. This elixir would perfectly nourish her foundation. He emphasized the phrase nourishing the foundation with a taunting glint in his eyes. Jun Mingyue retorted, I do not need it. I know my strength. Both Bai siblings were taken aback, and Bai Yuza quickly redirected his inquiry to Jun Mingyue. What would it take for you to part with it? Miss Mingyue? Jun Mingyue hesitated, glancing at him. It does not belong to her. Jun Xingchen is merely making me shoulder the blame. She has no right to decide the fate of the Xianin Dan. However, she wished to give it to Baiyu Palace, solely because Bai Yuran was the protagonist. Her tone wavered, and seeing hope, Bai Yuza stepped forward, his gaze intense. In that case, besides 1 million taels, I shall add several thousand taels worth of medicinal herbs as well. How does that sound? Jun Mingyue felt a stir of temptation. She bit her lip, ready to respond. But unexpectedly, Jun Xingchen seized her wrist, drawing her beside him. He then swiftly pinched her delicate cheeks and tossed a plump white pill into her mouth. It dissolved instantly, and Jun Mingyue coughed, realizing the medicine had vanished. Everything transpired in a flash, leaving everyone momentarily bewildered, and the expressions of the Bai siblings turned ashen. Jun Mingyue clutched her throat in disbelief, feeling a chilling essence invade her heart, while a continuous stream of spiritual energy gathered in her dantian. Help! What sinister intentions does this little pervert, Jun Xingchen, harbor? Is he inciting Bai Yuran to eliminate her? What a cunning diversion! Jun Xingchen's eyes sparkled with mischief as he regarded her. There was no choice now. Indeed, Bai Yuran's formerly calm gaze narrowed with venomous intent, fixating on Jun Mingyue. Her body trembling with rage, Jun Mingyue appeared so innocent. The room was so silent that even a falling needle could be heard. After a long pause, Jun Mingyue finally spoke. I must take my leave. Unable to endure the oppressive atmosphere any longer, she dashed out the door and descended the stairs to the hall outside. Chapter 54. I want to be the first villain. Unable to endure the suffocating atmosphere any longer, she burst through the door and descended the stairs into the bustling hall. Outside, a lively crowd engaged in animated discussions about the upcoming auction and the treasures worth a high price, while some meandered through the garden. Only Jun Mingyue strolled alone along the cobblestone path, her expression stoic and her lips sealed in silence. She did not feel lonely, rather. She pondered how to navigate the unfolding plot. Her steps faltered as she noticed an elderly man, worn by time, seated on a bench beside a foam mountain. It was Qin Taifu, the father of Qin Rulan. Clad in a dark yellow brocade robe, he sat with his gaze fixed on the ground. Suddenly cradling his head in despair, sorrow etched across his features. His daughter's life hung in the balance, and her future remained uncertain. He, a man of high rank, now appeared to be an ordinary father. Jun Mingyue recalled the storyline. Jun Xingchen had given the blue lingji to Qin Rulan, after which Qin Taifu had relinquished the blueprint of Tiandi City. Indeed. She clenched her fists. In the original narrative, I sought to bolster the Jun family's strength in Tiandi City, but now that Jun Xingchen is unwilling to assist Qin Rulan, acquiring the blueprint doesn't disrupt the plot, does it? Testing complete, it can amend the storyline without violating the book's outline. Jun Mingyue nodded. That's good. I am no saint, I merely wish to fulfill my narrative. She turned to admire the scenery of the backyard when a shadowy voice called from behind, Jun Mingyue. It was the Regent King. She greeted him with a measured demeanor. Xia Ran's resolute face was obscured by clouds of ambiguity. Has something transpired between you and Jun Xingchen? Jun Mingyue arched an eyebrow. What leads the Regent King to this conclusion? Xia Ran smirked. If there were no estrangement between you two, why, during the auction, did he invoke the name of Buagog? I suspect he has long severed ties with Buagog and distanced himself from the Jun family. Jun Mingyue retorted. The Regent King's thoughts are astute, but this matter bears no relevance to you. Xia Ran shot her a sidelong glance. A glint of cunning flickering in his eyes. Jun Xingchen wields military power. You are aware of the fate that befalls those who overshadow their lords, are you not? The Jun family, with its integrity, should not be brought to ruin by a mere illegitimate son. Are you suggesting I assist you in eliminating my brother? Jun Mingyue twirled a lock of hair around her finger, amusement dancing in her voice. Do you truly believe I would stoop to such a level? Xia Ran insisted with mock seriousness. Indeed, for you endured 81 lashes for Jun Xingchen, languishing in bed for half a year. Your concern for this half-brother is evident. Now that he has returned, you would likely risk your life for him. Jun Mingyue replied with calm conviction. No, I would not. Then what, Regent King, is your intention? She inquired softly. Xia Ran leaned against the wall, speaking with calculated clarity. We are both intelligent individuals, let us speak plainly. I offered you an opportunity in the palace last time. However, if you prefer to become my consort rather than the young emperor's empress, that is also acceptable. In time, when the young emperor passes, I shall ascend the throne and elevate you as my empress. At that point, Jun Xingchen's fate will be in our hands. And the Jun family shall no longer invite calamity. Your arrogance is astonishing. You speak of becoming a consort, I wouldn't deign to be your empress. Jun Mingyue retorted. Her expression a mix of disdain and incredulity. Xia Ran's demeanor darkened. You refuse? Jun Mingyue reiterated. I have stated, I have no intention of marrying. This was true. The intricacies of this world's narrative had nothing to do with her. Having perused the entirety of this 500,000-word novel, she had deciphered the lives of all its characters. Feeling perpetually like an outsider destined to depart this realm of strife, Xia Ran's voice turned frigid. I have held immense power for years. Yet this is the first time I encounter a woman so ungrateful. Jun Mingyue, you possess potential, but consider who currently controls the Jun family. Do you still believe we are in the days when Jiangning first ascended, and the Jun and Regent families shared equal power? Do not overreach, lest you face irrevocable consequences. Jun Mingyue shed her pretense. Indeed, if the Regent King can resort to poisoning, what is it that you cannot achieve? Even if I, as a daughter, refuse, you would stop at nothing, would you? From the moment you turned against my father, I could never forgive you. Xia Ran scoffed. Is your confidence rooted in the belief that the Long Waihua is yours for the taking? But do not forget, I possess the entire court behind me. As he brushed past her, he coldly remarked, consider your capabilities carefully. While I have yet to change my mind, if you wish for Jun Qingtian to remain alive, you would do well to tread carefully. Jun Mingyue was unfazed by his words, her spirit unyielded. After some time, the second half of the auction commenced. And attendees gradually returned to their seats. With a sigh, she contemplated seeking refuge with Bayuza, but she knew that the little pervert would not let her off easily. The entire auction was sealed, and now there were these chains. He wouldn't need to dig deep to find her. To avoid causing trouble for the Bai siblings, she resigned herself and returned to her original room. Upon opening the door, she found two figures inside, Jun Xingchen conversing with Lu Ying. Hearing the door creak, they turned to see her. A glimmer of light flickered in Jun Xingchen's eyes as he gave Lu Ying a few instructions, after which she departed. As Lu Ying brushed past Jun Mingyue, she cast a disdainful roll of her eyes, as if looking down on her. Lu Ying was merely a little sister. Jun Mingyue chose not to engage in conflict with her. Puzzled, she asked, why do you not go to Lu Ying's room? Because Sister S' room has the best view, he replied. This was indeed true. It was centrally located, offering a panoramic view of the auction. Jun Xingchen continued in a low voice, I thought you wouldn't return after leaving. Jun Mingyue replied coldly, did you think I would vanish and you wouldn't find me? This is my room, why should I leave? Jun Xingchen smiled warmly at her, then let us consider it a temporary lodging for me. He approached unexpectedly and seized her hand. Jun Mingyue exclaimed, you are being outrageous. A surge of spiritual energy coursed through her arm, penetrating her sheer garment. Jun Xingchen's gaze turned serious, do not move, those scars do not suit you. Jun Mingyue glanced at her shoulder, witnessing the myriad of unsightly scars fading away, her heart leaping with joy, since your return from darkness, you have finally done something worthwhile. Yet he continued, whether it be wound or pain, they were all inflicted by me. Jun Mingyue's heart ceased its flutter, so. You intend to clear the canvas to paint your own picture? Be a person. Release me. She commanded, wrenching her hand free and settling herself on a nearby seat. Awaiting the hostess' introduction. Chapter 55, Guess how much money the Jun family has. Jun Xingchen sat across from her. Observing her expression as he spoke, what truly transpired after I left all those years ago? I have told you, you are not a member of the Jun family. And this matter does not concern you, she replied without a moment's hesitation. A flicker of unutterable resentment crossed Jun Xingchen's lowered gaze as his fingers trembled slightly. The second half of the competition commenced without pause, and all eyes were fixated on the object concealed by a red silk cloth. The host rubbed his hands together, lifted the cloth, and proclaimed, the dragon tail flower from the depths of the Shanming forest. It takes 200 years to bloom, making it exceedingly precious. This flower can alleviate all negative effects that suppress spiritual energy, enhancing water-based magical powers, and even increasing the success rate of medicinal applications by 10%. Jun Mingyue felt as though she were immersed in an online game. The herb boasted a guaranteed enhancement, thus, the drop rate was extraordinarily high. The audience exchanged glances. And the host announced, the starting bid is 200,000 taels of gold. A commoner called out, 300,000 taels. 400,000. The guards on Xia Ran's side were the first to raise the stakes, 500,000 taels. Without a moment's thought, Jun Mingyue declared, 800,000 taels. Unaware of the Jun family's wealth, she thought that since she had already severed ties with Xia Ran, she might as well secure her chance. The life of Jun Qingtian was more important than anything else. Xia Ran interjected, 900,000 taels. Another voice chimed in, 1,000,000 taels. Turning her gaze through the curtain's gap, Jun Mingyue discovered that the one who called out 1,000,000 taels was, in fact, Qin Ruolan's father. However, she could not relinquish the dragon tail flower, thus, she raised her bid, 1,200,000. On the Bayou Palace side, Bayuran murmured, is this the herb she desires? If we seize it, do you think she would be angry? Bayu's expression shifted suddenly, sister, do not act foolishly. Bayuran retorted with indignation, why should she be allowed to take our Xianin Dan? When did you become so unreasonable? They acquired it legitimately. It is their freedom not to sell it to us. If you wish for the dragon tail flower, that is one thing, but it is clearly outside our plans. And your actions are nothing short of a tantrum. Bayuza frowned. I am throwing a tantrum? Brother, why are you siding with outsiders? What is so special about Jun Mingyue that both of you are favoring her? Bayuran blinked back tears, utterly indifferent to Xingchen Gij, who, despite being fine, had insisted he was dead all those years ago. Now that Xingchen Gij had returned, he remained oblivious, treating her with unwavering kindness. Bayuza sighed, what are you so upset about? They are siblings, what does it matter how close they are? You are overthinking this. Bayuran blinked innocently, aren't we childhood sweethearts? During their years at Jialan Academy, they were inseparable, which indeed counted as growing up together. Bayuza comforted her, sister. You are so exceptional, who wouldn't like you? Jun Xingchen has just returned, naturally, he will want to be close to his family. Give him some time. Bayuran reluctantly nodded, fine, I will wait. 1,800,000. In a weak voice, Qing Taifu finally spoke this amount, yet the regent coldly remarked, 2 million. Xiaoran smiled, this dragon tail flower and the snow lingxi are both mine to claim. Go inform the Taifu not to worry about Miss Qin. If you obediently follow my arrangements, I will ensure Qin Ruolan remains unharmed. The guard accepted the order and departed. Is your sister not going to save your father? Jun Xingchen remarked nonchalantly. Humph, has this become a concession? Xiaoran is far too pleased with himself. Jun Mingyue focused intently, 2,500,000. 4 million. Xiaoran stated, seemingly intent on crushing Jun Mingyue's aspirations. Jun Mingyue massaged her temples, guess how much money the Jun family has? Are you on the brink of bankruptcy? Jun Mingyue rubbed her forehead, I am bold, and I fear nothing. After all, it's not your money being spent, if worse comes to worst. I could mortgage the entire Jun estate. As long as Jun Qingtian survives, that is all that matters. 5 million. She even counted carefully, pondering what 5 million taels of gold could procure, and when calculated, it amounted to over 1,000 billion. Astonishing. She had not earned such wealth even from her modern business. Jun Mingyue genuinely had no idea of the Jun family's wealth, after all. Those without shoes fear not those who wear them, she would simply go all out. Meanwhile, Xiaoran was unexpectedly silent. He gazed toward Jun Mingyue's private chamber. Jun Xingchen was also present within. The current Jun Xingchen was formidable. Jun Mingyue's audacity to bid so boldly suggested that he might be assisting her from behind. Yet, given the stakes, if he lacked the conviction to seize victory, how could he hope to control all of Nanzhao? Jun Mingyue was a prize he needed to secure, while Jun Xingchen must be eliminated. Just as he was about to raise the bid, a subordinate rushed in, reporting to the regent, there is a secret letter from Tiandi City. Once the Fanghua auction house closed, no information could escape to the outside world, yet Tiandi City managed to send a letter at this moment, indicating immense power behind it. Tiandi City was the most mysterious and formidable existence across the 9 provinces. Even Xiaoran, who dominated the Nanzhao kingdom, had never truly penetrated its inner workings, let alone spoken of any connections. Xiaoran was taken aback, why would Tiandi City seek me? The guard replied, the Peak Master said the prince would understand upon a glance. Xiaoran took the letter, scanned a few lines, and immediately sneered, I did not expect Jun Xingchen to have entangled himself with Tiandi City's people, let them enjoy themselves for a few days. I need not dirty my own hands, for it will not be long before this brat meets his demise. Once Jun Xingchen is removed by Tiandi City's agents, I can take control of his private guards without shedding blood, thus expanding my power, truly a win-win situation. 5 million once. 5 million twice. The host exuberantly announced, congratulations to Miss June for successfully bidding the dragon tail flower at 5 million taels. Side quest completed, congratulations on receiving a special gift. Jun Mingyue exclaimed, I beg you all to see me as a person, purchasing a flower for 1,000 billion, what will the prices be like later? Is this within the reach of us mere mortals? Congratulations, sister, Jun Xingchen remarked indifferently. Jun Mingyue replied with a smirk, making Xiaoran resent the Jun family. You must be pleased. Jun Xingchen replied nonchalantly, if sister is fully aware, then it is best to sever ties with Xiaoran. Since when did we have any ties? Jun Mingyue sighed. Never mind, in Jun Xingchen's eyes, Xiaoran and I are both enemies. Jun Xingchen stated, next up is the Snow Lingji. Sister. Have you thought about how to handle it? Chapter 56, Snow Lingji indeed, when the host unveiled the tray, a round and plump Snow Lingji lay delicately upon it. This fragile fungus, formed from the essence of the Qianshan Snow Mountain, possesses the remarkable ability to gather energy and concentrate one's spirit. Although its efficacy is somewhat inferior to that of the dragon tail flower, it remains a rare and potent medicinal treasure, capable of significantly enhancing the water elemental energy of those who consume it. The starting bid was set at 100,000 taels of gold. I bid 110,000. 150,000. One by one, the audience began to offer their bids. This was the sole hope for the esteemed Qin Taifu, who had initially bowed his head in despair but now raised it with renewed determination, 300,000 taels of gold. Having previously let go of the Jun residence's opportunity, Xiaoran was not inclined to spare the Taifu residence. He commanded 400,000 taels. At this moment, the previously silent Luing suddenly called out, 700,000 taels. Xiaoran countered, 800,000 taels. Taifu residence. 1,000,000. With a cold snort, Luing arrogantly declared, 110,000. In these past few days, Qin Taifu seemed to have aged decades, his once vibrant hair now streaked with gray, his eyes clouded with despair. This was his final stand as a father. If even the Snow Lingji were to slip from his grasp to Xiaoran, he would have no recourse left. His daughter, Ruo Lan, would forever be deprived of her chance at happiness. He declared, 500,000 taels. Luing was unyielding, continuing, 600,000. Qin Taifu trembled. Pressing on, 700,000. Luing shot back, 800,000. Xiaoran hesitated, 900,000. With great difficulty, Qin Taifu managed, 950,000. The three parties competed fiercely, igniting the audience's enthusiasm as they cheered for these contenders. However, Jun Mingyue could see the profound weariness in Qin Taifu's frail figure and helpless eyes. Compassion stirred within her. Luing scoffed, 200,000 taels. To disregard the lives of many while standing atop their shoulders is a privilege no one possesses, not you, not me. Suddenly, Jun Mingyue stood up. Her eyes sparkling, her white figure illuminated by the sun, resembling a sacred statue. Jun Mingyue bids 300,000 taels. Luing, momentarily taken aback, retorted, 320,000. Jun Mingyue pressed on, 350,000. Luing, finally regaining her composure, stared incredulously at Jun Mingyue. What was she attempting? Originally, Jun Xingchen had instructed Luing to initiate the bidding to prevent Xiaoran from acquiring it, yet now, Jun Mingyue had emerged unexpectedly. Xiaoran too was puzzled. She had already secured the dragon tail flower, so why join the fray? Sister, you remain as kind and upright as ever. I have encountered no one with even a fraction of your noble character. Jun Xingchen gazed at her. His tone suddenly dropping to a whisper meant only for himself, you may show compassion to the masses, yet there is not a trace of my shadow in your eyes. Jun Mingyue, am I being portrayed as a saint? Do you think my intention to save her stems from kindness? No, I merely wish to explore a map. I just want to explore a map. Luing hesitated, then stomped her foot in reluctant frustration. This is no fun at all. I'm going back to the palace. Xiaoran, who had confidently guaranteed her acquisition of both the dragon tail flower and Snow Lingji, now found herself empty-handed, which felt utterly absurd. 370,000, he declared sternly. The price had already escalated beyond reason. How dared Jun Mingyue continue to challenge him? Jun Mingyue, completely unconcerned with the concept of money, thought that bankruptcy was inevitable anyway, so why not seize more treasures? 4,000,000. The onlookers, who had been mere spectators, nearly wept at her audacity. The boss is unworthy. The boss is foolish. Qin Taifu's complexion turned pale, he had no strength left to raise the bid further. If the item fell into Xiaoran's hands, she would force Qin Ruolan into marriage. But if Jun Mingyue were to take it, what would she intend to do? Was it truly fate that his daughter be doomed to a life of misfortune? Xia Ran pondered for a long time. She had been running around without spending a single coin, and now only one item remained. Yet, no matter how hard she tried to fathom Jun Mingyue's intentions for the snow Lingji, she could not comprehend why one would desire it. Although the fungus appeared charmingly round and plump, it could hardly be kept as a pet. 4,000,000. Congratulations to the Jun residence's young lady. The host nearly reverently regarded Jun Mingyue as a deity. Yet, beneath her seemingly carefree demeanor, Jun Mingyue's heart wept, "Oh no, I'm bankrupt, destined to sleep on the streets." Having flaunted wealth with nothing left to show for it. Let us all suffer together in our quest for immortality. Next came the highly anticipated grand finale item. The host, now all seriousness, pronounced, "The following set of medicines is reputed to transform those without talent into elite practitioners. Capable of turning the ordinary into the exceptional, these are the famed cleansing pills." Before the audience could respond, the host's eyes sparkled, not just one, but 200 cleansing pills. Furthermore, there is a Saint Emperor-level illusory pill. Xia Ran's eyes suddenly brightened. Finally, after a day of waiting, it is here. The host continued, "Many may not be familiar with the illusory pill, but a millennium ago, only 2 Saint Emperor-level alchemists emerged on this continent. This illusory pill is an ancient relic, said to grant the power to unleash devastating thunderstrikes. Even if the master of a peak stands before you, you would possess the strength to challenge them." The auction hall fell silent, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. This timeline was easily comprehensible. Jun Mingyue lowered her gaze. One of the Saint Emperor alchemists was none other than Jun Xingchen's biological mother. Is the master of a peak truly so formidable? Just last month, Jun Xingchen had effortlessly defeated one. The starting bid was set at 4,000,000 taels of gold. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. The exorbitant starting price established this as a battle among the gods, leaving mere mortals like them to gaze in awe. The room remained silent for several seconds. Those without substantial wealth dared not raise their bids. Bayuza's eyes lit up. "Excellent, finally a return on my investment, 4,200,000 taels." Jun Mingyue had no interest in the illusory pill, she was already satisfied with her haul for the day. However, both Xia Ran and Bayuza were determined to secure it, having spent the entire day merely acquiring mundane collectibles. The cleansing pills and illusory pill were rumored to possess the power to train 1,000,000 soldiers, and neither was willing to relent. 5,000,000. Xia Ran declared without hesitation. Oh, another billion gone. Fortunately, Baiyu Palace was also a wealthy household. In the Fenghua auction house, money spoke volumes. And he had no fear of offending anyone as he continued. 5,700,000. Xia Ran followed suit. 6,100,000. Bayuza immediately responded. 6,500,000. Dear sister, care to guess who will obtain the illusory pill? The young rascal inquired leisurely. Jun Mingyue replied calmly, Xia Ran. The entire financial power of the southern Zhao kingdom is at his disposal, making it effortless for him to acquire the illusory pill. Yet, she continued, now that the entire auction house is under your control, if you wish to prevent them from obtaining it, that too would be merely a matter of convenience. Ah. My sister understands me well. A shadow flickered in Jun Xingchen's clear eyes, yet this time, he sincerely hoped that Xia Ran would succeed. Chapter 57, Insults rendered foolish despite the words spoken, he declared, the price from the Jun residence is 7 million taels. The price surged directly to 7 million. Leaving Jun Mingyue at a loss for words. Jun Xingchen glanced at her with a chilling gaze. Sister, are you concerned for someone? Do you wish for me to refrain from troubling them? Jun Mingyue replied, I am merely distressed for the small wealth of our Jun residents, oh dear. Could you not utilize the esteemed reputation of your bourgeois palace to acquire it? She endeavored to maintain her composure. I shall not interfere in your affairs. Bayuza paused momentarily before stating, 720,000. Jun Xingchen countered, 800,000. Bayuza retorted, 830,000. Xia Ran added, 850,000. Jun Xingchen, uninterested in further argument, declared with determination, 900,000. However, Bayuza and Xiaoran had yet to expend their substantial funds for the day. Particularly Xiaoran, who inwardly chuckled, deriding Jun Xingchen's hubris. The lad was still too young. In the land of Jiuzhou, while fixed capital was essential, the true wealth-generating force lay in liquid assets. 85% of the financial resources within the South Zhao Kingdom rested in his hands. As long as he had those assets, securing the coveted floating huadan would be assured. Yet, the unfortunate regent was trapped within the auction house, oblivious to the seismic shifts occurring outside. His properties had long since crumbled into ruins, with the young emperor purchasing them at a loss, returning them to the national treasury. Thus, it could be said that aside from the banknotes he clutched, he was left with not a single copper coin. Yet he foolishly raised the bid, 950,000. Bayuza, after a moment of contemplation, escalated, 10 million. With a snap, 2 billion vanished. Jun Mingyue felt the sting. It seemed as if Jun Xingchen had taken a stand against the two, decisively asserting, 12 million. This increase was indeed excessive. The crowd erupted in fervor. The Jun residence has already acquired so many items today, and they still possess the means to compete with the regent of Bayou Palace. Truly, their power is formidable. The Jun residence was at its zenith, with two talents at the helm, destined for future success. That voice does not seem to belong to the eldest son of the Jun family, does it? How familiar it sounds. Jun Xingchen, with his distinctly defined hands, pulled aside the curtain, and the dazzling sunlight cascaded upon the pair. The audience, already filled with boundless curiosity for this private chamber, instantly turned their attention toward him. Seated gracefully upon the soft couch, Jun Mingyue exuded tranquility, her cool, indifferent gaze sweeping below, her movements gentle and serene. In contrast, Jun Xingchen fixated his cold, piercing eyes on the direction of Bayou Palace, only slowly retracting his gaze after a moment. Jun Xingchen is alive? The crowd erupted in commotion. Initially assuming he was merely a servant of the Jun family, they were taken aback to discover that he was the very Jun Xingchen declared dead just 2 days prior. Jun Mingyue was acutely aware of his intentions. In the full view of the public, he boldly proclaimed his rebirth, rendering the Jun residents incapable of expelling him once more. Why did Brother Xingchen glance in our direction just now? Bayuran, shy and hesitant, queried Bayuza, only to receive his gaze back after Jun Xingchen had averted his. Bayuza pondered for a moment before meeting Jun Mingyue's eyes. She reacted swiftly, imperceptibly shaking her head after their brief exchange, her demeanor composed, not even causing the ornate hairpin atop her head to sway, embodying the epitome of a refined young lady. Jun Xingchen intends to confront Xiaoran. You mortals should depart swiftly. Bayuza mulled over the situation for a considerable time, lowering his gaze in contemplation. What troubles you, brother? Bayuran inquired, sensing his hesitation. Bayuza replied, his voice gentle but uncertain, Miss Jun seems reluctant for us to continue bidding. She certainly has her concerns, however, even if we abstain from bidding, Xiaoran would not easily relinquish the floating huadan. It is a pill only a saint-level alchemist can concoct. And one would be hard-pressed to find even a few across the entire continent, Bayuran asserted. At that moment, Xiaoran narrowed his eyes, declaring, 12,700,000. Bayuza contemplated before responding, although we have not obtained the Xianin Dan, we have secured other treasures. Does your sister wish to continue bidding? Aye. Bayuran hesitated, her eyes filled with longing as she gazed at Jun Xingchen, contemplating her next words. But we clearly possess the strength to contend. The Fenghua auction house has only opened once in a blue moon. If we leave empty-handed, we shall have to wait 3 more years. Bayuza yielded the decision to her. We have alternatives for the Shisui Dan, only the floating huadan holds paramount importance. If you wish to pursue it, then let us continue bidding. Whatever choice you make, I shall support you. Bayuran felt emboldened, believing that Jun Xingchen would show her favor, thinking he would concede the item upon seeing her bid. She nodded, as if bolstered by newfound confidence, and declared, 13 million. 15 million. Before she could finish her statement, Jun Xingchen swiftly raised the bid, as though he were not contending with her but rather with Xiaoran. Bayuran froze momentarily, a flicker of panic rising within her. Surely, Jun Xingchen would take into account their years of camaraderie, perhaps he simply did not hear her voice. Thus, she bid once more, 16 million. Jun Xingchen responded, 20 million. Bai Yuran was utterly stunned. Jun Xingchen clearly regarded her as insignificant, merely a stranger competing for bids. She bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes, her expression one of profound sorrow. She fixated on Jun Xingchen, yearning for just a glance. Yet he was engrossed in conversation with Jun Mingyue, who displayed an air of pride, responding to him with indifference. At least cast a glance in my direction? Yet. He offered her not even a fleeting gaze, denying her any opportunity to be seen. Feeling an overwhelming sense of grievance, she sank back into her seat, her voice subdued. Very well, Brother Xingchen is determined to win, I have nothing more to say. She had hoped he might yield out of respect for her. Yet it was all in vain. Renowned as the fairy Yuran, she was accustomed to adulation wherever she went, yet the two brief exchanges earlier felt like a farce, failing to capture even a trace of his attention. Yet, it had not always been thus. In the past, at Jialan Academy, despite being pursued by many, Jun Xingchen had always treated her with utmost kindness, readily yielding to her wishes, presenting her with treasures at the first opportunity. How had everything changed so drastically after just 2 years apart? Does sister wish to witness Xiaoran's self-destruction? Jun Xingchen smirked, a devilish charm illuminating his youthful face. Jun Mingyue had long since given up hope for this little weirdo. Whatever you do now, I shall not be surprised. Sister overestimates me. My current actions pale in comparison to your esteemed deeds of the past, he sneered coldly. Enough with the insults, further mockery would render one foolish. Jun Mingyue interjected. Chapter 58, The Art of Taking Without Paying. Xiaoran was momentarily stunned by the staggering sum of 20 million taels of gold, remaining in a daze for an extended period. Perhaps many are unaware of the significance of this figure. In the 21st century, it equates to approximately 400 billion. With such wealth, what could Xiaoran not accomplish? He could lead an army and conquer the entire realm. However, in his current state, Xiaoran was somewhat intoxicated by his own affluence, reflecting smugly on how much Jun Xingchen had progressed in the past 2 years, capable of producing such a considerable amount. Yet he remained undeterred, determined to show them that there are always greater heights to aspire to. Raise the bid to 25 million. 30 million taels. In contrast to Xiaoran's impatience, Jun Xingchen appeared entirely at ease. The calmness in his eyes, when they swept over the crowd, ignited a fury within Xiaoran. As memories of the day he had been forced to concede power flooded back, his anger simmering just below the surface. It was amusing how rumors had once painted Jun Xingchen as ineffectual. Now, his demeanor and stature exuded confidence. Had they not heard the news? 2 years prior, he had already begun to shine at Jialan Academy. Truly, the Jun family was brimming with talent, with Jun Shuri and Jun Mingyue standing side by side. And now Jun Xingchen returning to Nanzhao, it seemed the general's mansion would undoubtedly leave its mark on the continent. Years ago, my cousin had studied at Jialan Academy and had often spoken of this young man, known for his charm, always surrounded by admirers, much to the dismay of his seniors. Pfft, merely a pretty boy. I was far more handsome in my youth. Oh, please. He has a bond with the ethereal Yuan fairy. What are you compared to him? 32 million. Xiaoran clenched his fists, a sense of crisis beginning to loom in his mind. He was wealthy, but not foolish. If this bidding continued, he risked significant financial loss, jeopardizing the entire funding chain. Doubts crept in. Had Jun Xingchen truly amassed such wealth in the past 2 years? Could it be that the Fenghua auction house was in collusion, intending to ensnare him? 37 million, Jun Xingchen continued. Bai Yuze and Bai Yuran broke into a cold sweat. Such a sum was beyond what even the entire treasury of Nanzhao could muster in a short time. Its annual revenue barely reached 30 million taels, not accounting for various expenditures. Xiaoran slammed the table, veins throbbing at his temples, on the verge of cursing. After a day of fruitless bidding, to have the final item raised to such an exorbitant price was infuriating. He gasped, I'll bid once more. If Jun Xingchen raises it again, I shall withdraw. 38 million taels, he declared. The tension in the room escalated. Who had ever witnessed such a sum? They had never burned so much during the Qingming festival. Jun Xingchen, however, fell into an unusual silence, rubbing his temples as he exchanged glances with Jun Mingyue, who looked taken aback. 38 million once, exclaimed the host. Xiaoran, furious, thought he had finally secured the item. If Jun Xingchen dared to raise the bid again, he would truly back out. 38,500,000 taels, Jun Xingchen announced. Xiaoran was taken aback. After a moment of silence, a cold, mocking laughter erupted within him. How dare he raise it by a mere 50,000? He was out of money, his fortunes had dwindled. 39 million. Xiaoran gritted his teeth, feeling triumph was within his grasp. Jun Mingyue covered her face, exclaiming, Xiaoran, you have truly lost your mind. You are the one being humiliated. Have you not considered that a starving camel is larger than a horse? How could Jun Xingchen, who has been so audacious, possibly afford an additional 50,000? With a furrowed brow, Jun Xingchen replied, 39,300,000 taels. They were on the brink of 40 million. The Fenghua auction house had never witnessed such a monumental transaction. The fervor of their bidding had the onlookers engulfed in rapt attention, as if they were part of the spectacle, hardly daring to breathe. Xiaoran clenched his fists, grinding his teeth in frustration. This young man was indeed a skilled negotiator, feigning poverty while maintaining an air of superiority. Yet, if he relinquished the bidding now, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Thus, he closed his eyes, resolving, this would be the final bid. If he dared to raise it by even a single coin, he would step back and leave him to be the fool. 40 million taels. This figure shattered the auction house's transaction records. At last, a self-satisfied smile graced Jun Xingchen's lips as he turned to Jun Mingyue and said, let us go, sister. Calmly, she replied, you do not wish to raise it further? Do not provoke him to desperation, you may find it difficult to procure the funds later. Her tone was as gentle as a spring breeze, and to an unassuming observer, Jun Xingchen would appear harmless. 40 million taels once. Xiaoran momentarily froze, his mind struggling to process the situation. He silently urged, Jun Xingchen, raise it once more. Just once more. 40 million taels twice. When Jun Xingchen remained silent, Xiaoran tightened his fists, his mind a blank canvas. 40 million taels thrice. The host cried out. Congratulations to Xiaoran for acquiring the Shisui pill and the Fuhua pill for the price of 40 million taels of gold. In that instant, the once mighty and domineering Xiaoran found himself utterly disoriented, standing in the empty Jun family's private room, feeling as though he had been utterly duped, a complete and utter fool. As the auction concluded, the doors remained shut, requiring all bidders to settle their accounts before departing. You may wonder whether one could retract their bid. Indeed, that is possible. However, the cost of such a decision would be to have that meddlesome pauper beaten and discarded in a mass grave. Bah! A pauper, what right had he to bid without funds, wasting everyone's time? As Jun Mingyue glided past the corridor, a chill crept over her. She felt as though she too might meet a similar fate. The two were about to settle their payments when they passed by Xiaoran's private chamber, where a group of his courtly friends were congratulating him, showering him with praise about his immense wealth. Yet, from the rigid smile plastered on Xiaoran's face, it was evident that he was far from pleased. Though the Fuhua pill was a rare find, without a fixed price, the cost of 40 million taels was exceedingly burdensome. The auction staff handed over the items to Jun Mingyue, who nervously pressed her thumbprint, signing a multitude of transfer agreements. As she prepared to exit with the items, she belatedly turned back and asked, do we not need to pay? The young attendant, flustered and fearful, glanced briefly at Jun Xingchen before quickly lowering her head. No. Mississippi. You may leave. Jun Mingyue exclaimed, how remarkable. It seems beauty can indeed be currency. You truly are a gem. To let me walk away without payment, what a delightful surprise. I am overjoyed. Expecting to face destitution, she found herself instead reveling in the unexpected fortune of having acquired her desires without cost. Chapter 59, Trapped in a vicious cycle. Jun Xingchen leisurely addressed the waitress, instructing her to find Xiaoran. The girl obediently nodded, resembling a servant who could be summoned and dismissed at will. Jun Xingchen turned to his sister, Jun Mingyue, and proposed, Sister, shall we enjoy a splendid performance together? Although she contemplated leaving, the dazzling golden ring on her foot quickly steadied her, and she composedly followed him. As the door to the private room swung open, a gathering of individuals eager to curry favor with Xiaoran filled the space. Xia Ran's piercing gaze lingered on Jun Xingchen's face for an extended moment before he let out a heavy snort. Did Jun Xingchen wish to witness his embarrassment? He could not be more mistaken. Beyond the 5 million taels of gold notes he held, a wealth of businesses lay beneath his command. Suddenly, the waitress re-entered, transformed into an arrogant figure, declaring, "I have brought 200 essence cleansing pills and glamour pills. The regent prince should proceed with the payment." In this setting, all identities were equal, yet, Xia Ran, who was accustomed to being treated with utmost respect, found himself incensed at being belittled by a mere servant. Humph. A trivial sum of 40 million taels, this prince can certainly afford it. Amidst the company of his peers, Xia Ran maintained his composure. He tossed several banknotes onto the table, only for the waitress to raise an eyebrow, coolly counting, 5 million taels? Why the rush? Is our regent prince incapable of indulging in this auction house? Her tone was filled with disdain, and she added, "What remains to be given to you depends on your courage to accept it." The attendant, asserting his authority, retorted, "You would dare accept my jade seal?" The waitress stood firm, having shed her previous gentleness, and rolled her eyes in response. "I would accept it even if you offered me your jade seal." Xia Ran sneered, "Give it to her." He then cast a haughty glance at Jun Mingyue, as if to convey, "See, I am exceedingly wealthy, it would be wise for you to recognize your place." Yet before he could retract his gaze, the waitress frowned, "Field lots? How much are these worth?" Xia Ran scoffed. "Do you not know these are the most fertile spiritual veins of the entire Nanzhao kingdom? Each one is worth 3 million taels, utterly ignorant." Unperturbed, the waitress calmly replied, "They may be used as collateral, but the land deeds cannot be accepted solely based on the prince's word, I must verify them first." "I grant you time," he declared confidently, sprawling languidly in his chair. The waitress recorded the essential details of the land deeds and discreetly conferred with a companion, who swiftly departed. Xia Ran nonchalantly scrutinized Jun Mingyue's exquisite features, remarking, "I advise you to contemplate my words carefully, Miss Jun. My matters require not your concern, Your Highness," she coldly rejected, leaving no room for negotiation. Was she truly so naive? Poisoning your father and threatening you was merely a ruse to gain your hand in marriage. My schemes are intricate, yet my feelings for you are sincere. Such a notion must be expelled from her world. A gentle warmth flickered in Jun Xingchen's eyes as he guided Jun Mingyue to a nearby soft chair, inviting her to await the unfolding drama. Both Jun Mingyue and Xia Ran were struck by a shared confusion. Could it be that this prestigious auction house was truly owned by him? Xia Ran, exuding confidence, fiddled with his white jade ring, sitting upright as he awaited the attendant's return. Moments later, the servant hurried back, whispering urgently to the waitress, whose expression shifted dramatically. She turned to Xia Ran with a slight smirk. "What is the meaning of this, Regent Prince? Attempting to use a collection of real estate deeds not under your name to settle a debt?" Xia Ran's face froze. "What?" The waitress continued. "We have already verified that these deeds belong entirely to the royal family and cannot be utilized without proper authorization. Surely, the regent understands this principle?" Xia Ran slammed his hand down in frustration. "Impossible. The names on these properties are mine, how could the emperor?" His voice trailed off as he hesitantly produced several other contracts. "Then what about these taverns?" The attendant returned after a brief interval, his expression complicated. "Your Highness, these taverns are currently unprofitable. You do not intend to offload empty properties onto us, do you?" Xia Ran was aghast. "How can this be? There are millions of taels flowing in daily, you must have made a mistake." The onlooking officials exchanged glances, and Jun Mingyue felt perplexed. Logically, Xia Ran should not be unable to produce funds. However, the attendant impatiently stated, "These taverns have become mere ruins. There is nothing to profit from, let alone any losses." "How can this be? You are clearly deceiving me." Xia Ran's anger caused his joints to crack as he shouted, "I must see for myself." Yet the waitress stopped him. "Regent Prince, the payment has yet to be settled, you cannot leave just like that." Xia Ran glared at her with a gaze as sharp as ice. "What are you to dare obstruct me? Your Highness, please temper your anger. This is merely our protocol. You are magnanimous, do not trouble us lowly servants." Her tone was humble, yet every word was laced with sharpness. "You have yet to settle your account. Once payment is made, we will graciously allow your exit." The most terrifying words in the world, everyone has submitted their assignments, we are merely waiting on you. Impossible. This cannot be. Xia Ran's doubtful gaze fell upon Jun Mingyue. What of her? Has she settled her several million taels? How could the Jun family possibly gather such a sum in a short time? Jun Mingyue replied with serene composure. Had I not awaited your arrival, I would have departed long ago. Xia Ran felt as though he had been struck by an arrow to the chest, causing him great pain. Yet Jun Mingyue continued with her biting words, it would be wise for the prince to hasten, for there are thousands outside. Delaying further would waste time, but should any unfavorable rumors about the prince circulate, damaging his reputation, that would be a grave matter. What more could be said? That he was impoverished? How could Xia Ran, in his prime, suffer such a stain? He frantically rummaged through his assets. What about these mountain ranges? The attendant replied. They have been razed. Xia Ran's eyes twitched in disbelief. Are you all conspiring to swindle me? Who would dare destroy my mountains? Jun Mingyue exchanged a meaningful glance with Jun Xingchen, catching a glimpse of the treacherous glint in his eyes. The true culprit is right before you. The attendant, resigned, stated, Your Highness may verify the accounts post-payment. I cannot control this, but you must settle your debts first. I have already paid. Xia Ran fumed, his temper flaring. It was all in vain. Impossible. You speak nonsense, I must leave. Settle the payment first, and you may go as you wish. How could I possibly leave without settling? Thus, they found themselves ensnared in an inescapable loop. After a prolonged standoff, Xia Ran's dark, icy eyes fixed upon Jun Xingchen. Was it you? Jun Xingchen cryptically replied. The truth will only reveal itself once the prince exits. His entire fortune had vanished, how could he possibly leave? Chapter 60, Healing Qin Rule and Xia Ran ground his back teeth together, exclaiming, Well, Jun Xingchen, I must say, I underestimated you. His younger sister, impatient, interjected. Does the prince even have any money? Are you planning to ask for a refund? Let me remind you, the spotlight of this auction is on the splendid pill. If you dare to return it, don't blame us for disregarding your status. The Fenghua auction house stood robustly in the realm of Jiuzhou, supported by formidable backing. Xia Ran, merely a prince, lacked the strength to confront them directly. Yet, he wished to settle his payment. However, he was utterly oblivious to the chaos unfolding outside, wondering why so many items had vanished in an instant. Xia Ran glared fiercely at the Jun siblings, seething with rage. How dare you trip me up? You have no idea how many lives you would owe. Jun Xingchen, unfazed, retorted, Does the regent have any evidence? He indeed wished to seek evidence outside. But how could he possibly exit now? The crowd surged, blocking the entrance, and unrest began to ripple through the throng. What was happening? Why was the auction house opening so late today? Usually, it would commence once payments were settled. Could it be that someone had not paid? Look. There are so many people surrounding Xia Ran from Nanzhou. Could it be? How is that possible? He usually acts so high and mighty. Yet he doesn't even have money? It was absurd for someone without funds to enter such a den of vice, especially after bidding on the most expensive item. He better watch out lest he be thrown out. Xia Ran's temples throbbed, and after a long pause, he demanded, Where is Ouyang Tai? I have matters to discuss with him. His sister replied, Ouyang Yaosher is likely too busy to come now. Besides, he is merely our auction house's nominal pharmacist and cannot make decisions regarding payments. Jun Mingyue could barely contain her laughter. Seeing this arrogant man in distress brought her joy. Xia Ran massaged his temples. Allow me to investigate this matter. Once I return to the palace, I shall ensure the final payment is settled. If you do not believe me, you may send someone to accompany me. How could we dare to command the prince? All the contracts you presented are void. Forgive my candor, but do you believe those items will be resurrected upon reaching the palace? The young maid stated, neither servile nor overbearing. I am a prince of the realm, do you think I would lack a few coins? Xia Ran retorted angrily. My backing is the court. Then please make your payment. Your Highness, the young maid replied. Xia Ran felt as though his lungs might burst from frustration. Why could he not reason with her? Jun Xingchen scrutinized him, advising. Rather than continuing this dispute, it would be prudent for the prince to find a way to exit swiftly. If more items go missing, it would be a true loss. Are you threatening me? Xia Ran's cold gaze flickered, his hands clawing as a surge of dark energy surged towards them. The furnishings in the room rattled violently. Some frightened individuals recoiling with screams. Just as Jun Mingyue was about to act, a barrier rose before her, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Maintaining her composure without a change in expression. Xia Ran was drenched in sweat, feeling the strain as their energies clashed. He was alarmed. Cursing under his breath at how rapidly Jun Xingchen's power had grown over the past 2 years. He could not allow this growth to continue. They needed to eliminate him swiftly. Fanghua Auction House prohibits private dueling. If you wish to fight, take it outside. The maid declared coldly. The barrier suddenly rebounded. And Xia Ran staggered back 2 steps, steadying himself against a table. Others in the room stared, their gazes towards Jun Xingchen shifting to one of scrutiny and admiration. Jun Mingyue quipped, "Is there a limit?" "None," came the reply. "Then what good does it serve?" "None, but it certainly makes the male lead appear more impressive." "Get lost," Jun Mingyue retorted. Xia Ran nearly crushed the armrest in frustration, his hawk-like eyes coldly surveying Jun Xingchen, who showed not a hint of panic, boldly meeting his gaze. Their eyes locked, the air thick with tension. Eventually, Xia Ran forced a chilling smile. "Very well, you are indeed formidable. Once I am free, I shall ensure your demise without a burial." He hurled a heavy object, and the young maid caught it, leaving everyone dumbfounded. It was the imperial seal. This was the royal seal of the Emperor of Nanzhao. Without it, the dynasty could not issue edicts. The very lifeblood of Nanzhao rested in this artifact. "I shall leave it here as collateral." "How does that sound?" he said, suppressing his anger. The maid glanced at Jun Xingchen, seeing approval in his eyes, and promptly nodded. "Very well, we shall keep it for the prince. We trust you will redeem it within 10 days, otherwise, this precious artifact is of no use to the auction house." Xia Ran gritted out 2 words through clenched teeth, "Certainly." Finally, the crimson door swung open. Before departing, Xia Ran cast a dangerous glance at them. Then swept out in anger. This farce had come to a close, yet Jun Mingyue remained puzzled about Jun Xingchen's intentions. What benefit would he gain from deceiving him? After all, the splendid pill was still in his possession. Was there something amiss with it? As the Bai siblings passed, Jun Mingyue politely inquired, "Are you two leaving Nanzhao?" Bai Yuza replied warmly, "My brother and I have not returned to Nanzhao in a long time. We will be heading to the capital to meet the emperor and will linger for a few days before departing." "Then off you go," Jun Mingyue acknowledged with a nod. Bai Yuza possessed a refined demeanor akin to bamboo, exuding an air of comfort that made it impossible for Jun Mingyue to harbor any ill will. Especially with Bai Juren by his side. Upon returning home, Jun Mingyue was immediately surrounded by Su Ri and Zhao Lu, who were anxious. "Did you obtain the medicine?" Jun Mingyue promptly gave Su Ri the dragon tail grass. "Prepare the medicine quickly and deliver it to father." As it was already evening, Zhao Lu expressed concern. "Sister, do you have further business?" Jun Mingyue glanced back. "I need to step out." Zhao Lu, looking forlorn, implored, "I want to accompany you, I've been home all day." After all, it was Su Ri's efforts that had awakened Jun Qingtian, her presence as a concubine was rather superfluous. It was not of great significance, so Jun Mingyue sighed. "Very well." As dusk settled, Jun Mingyue and Zhao Lu walked to the entrance of the Grand Tutor's residence. Having had no prior interactions with the Qin family, Zhao Lu questioned, "Eldest sister, what is this about?" Jun Mingyue lowered her gaze. "Qin Ruolin is injured, and I have procured the medicinal herbs." Just as she was about to enter, Zhao Lu exclaimed in shock, "Sister, you didn't buy the herbs from the auction house, did you?" "My goodness! Those cost thousands of gold. How could Qin Ruolin afford that?" Jun Mingyue face-bombed. "You are truly on a one-way path to villainy, and I cannot pull you back." Chapter 61, Jun Xingchen is not the son of Jun Qingtian. At the entrance of the residence, 2 young servants heightened their vigilance upon noticing the 2 girls approaching in the dead of night. "Halt! What is your purpose here?" Jun Mingyue cast a cold glance at them. "I am Jun Mingyue, the eldest daughter of the Jun family, here to pay my respects to the Grand Tutor. Please inform him." Jun Mingyue's reputation had already become well known, and the two servants exchanged astonished looks. One of them quickly dashed back inside. After a moment, Grand Tutor Qin emerged, impeccably dressed, and regarded Jun Mingyue with a profound gaze. "What brings you here?" he inquired. Jun Mingyue replied with indifference. "I learned of Miss Ruolan's condition from Master Ouyang and came to visit." The Grand Tutor's eyes narrowed with suspicion as he responded coldly, "If you were aware, why did you purchase the snow spirit mushroom? Are you here to witness the misfortune of my daughter?" Before Jun Mingyue could respond, Jun Chaolu indignantly interjected, "Grand Tutor. What do you mean? My elder sister spent a substantial sum to acquire medicinal herbs to save Qin Ruolan. Your lack of gratitude is truly unwarranted." Grand Tutor Qin stared at Jun Mingyue in shock, while she felt as if she were radiating light, nearly transcending to a state of enlightenment. Given the gravity of the situation, how could the Grand Tutor allow this discourse to continue outside? Glancing around, she saw the Grand Tutor widen his eyes and exclaim, "Miss Jun, please come inside." At this point, the Grand Tutor should have realized the nefarious ambitions of the traitor, Xia Ran. Traversing the corridor, they reached Qin Ruolan's chamber, where a heavy atmosphere of despair lingered. Grand Tutor Qin lamented, "I once believed that complying with him would spare my family. But I never anticipated his utter madness, targeting my only daughter." Tears streamed down his face, devoid of dignity, revealing the torment he had endured these past days. "Xia Ran has not only harmed Qin Ruolan but also poisoned my father," Jun Mingyue stated coldly. "We are both aware of his intentions. Unless this scoundrel is dealt with, the southern Zhao shall never know peace." Jun Chaolu was left dumbfounded, unable to believe that her normally composed sister would utter such rebellious words. Upon opening the door and lifting the layers of gauzy curtains, they beheld Qin Ruolan lying on a pear-blossom bed, her pallid face devoid of vitality. She resembled a delicate porcelain doll, resting quietly. Were it not for the faint rise and fall of her chest, one might assume she had already passed away. Jun Mingyue transformed the snow spirit mushroom into a medicinal pill and administered it to Qin Ruolan. As the girl swallowed it, the anxious gazes of the onlookers were fixed upon her. She furrowed her brow, her complexion gradually regaining its color, and slowly opened her eyes. "Father!" Qin Ruolan exclaimed in astonishment, grasping his hand. "I feel so unwell." Her gaze fell upon the standing Jun Mingyue, momentarily frozen in disbelief, blinking as she attempted to rise. Jun Mingyue advised, "The poison has not yet been fully dispelled, you should rest for now. However, you are safe for the moment." Qin Ruolan stared at her in astonishment, unable to fathom that this woman, with whom she had no prior connection, had come to her aid. Jun Mingyue continued, "To eradicate the poison entirely, we will need blue spirit mushrooms. I have some leads, but—" Grand Tutor Qin abruptly knelt before her, causing Jun Mingyue to panic and hastily assist him up. "Grand Tutor, please rise. You and my father serve in the same court, as a junior. I cannot accept such reverence." "What a kind-hearted child," Grand Tutor Qin said through tears. "No matter the cost, I will save Ruolan. Miss Jun, you have a benevolent heart, and I am at a loss for how to repay you." Jun Mingyue sighed internally. "Could you refrain from portraying me in such a grand light? It makes it difficult for me to speak." Grand Tutor Qin then lifted his head and solemnly declared, thus, "I must reveal a secret of your Jun family to you." "What?" Jun Mingyue was taken aback. Grand Tutor Qin was about to divulge a family secret? What could it possibly be? Perhaps her father had taken a concubine outside? Her curiosity piqued, she raised an eyebrow. "What secret?" Grand Tutor Qin instructed Ruolan to rest and then turned to Jun Mingyue. "Let us speak privately." Once in the front hall, he dismissed the servants and, ensuring no one was around, spoke seriously to Jun Mingyue. "The second son of the Jun family, Jun Xingchen, has been missing for 2 years under mysterious circumstances." Jun Mingyue furrowed her brow. "Do you know something?" In the dimly lit room, Grand Tutor Qin glanced around before whispering, "Jun Xingchen is not the son of Jun Qingtian." Jun Chaolu, who had been drinking tea, immediately dropped her cup in shock, rising in alarm. "What did you say?" "Shoo," Grand Tutor Qin urged, ignoring Jun Mingyue's twitching eye. "For years ago, at a royal banquet, I attended a sobriety event and happened to witness Jun Xingchen testing his spiritual power in the Taisu Palace. Jun Mingyue rubbed her temples, already sensing the direction of his revelation. Indeed, Grand Tutor Qin continued, his spiritual power was black. When has there ever been black spiritual energy in millennia on this continent? The Jun family lineage has only ever passed down white and green energies. How could a black one suddenly emerge? Chaolu, panicking, exclaimed, impossible. Black, what does black signify? Jun Mingyue retorted. I merely wished to explore a map, not to embark on a side quest. Grand Tutor Qin solemnly stated, therefore, Jun Xingchen shares no blood relation with you. Jun Chaolu turned to Jun Mingyue, searching her expression, and upon seeing her remain unfazed, exclaimed, elder sister, you knew all along, didn't you? That's why you advised me not to trust Jun Xingchen and to keep my distance from him. Jun Mingyue lowered her gaze. Yes. Chaolu cautiously inquired. When did you find out? Jun Mingyue furrowed her brow. At the same time as Grand Tutor. The atmosphere grew tense, and Grand Tutor Qin sighed. I now see that Jun Xingchen's power is formidable, even Xia Ran is not his match. I suppose the Jun family is soon to fall under his control. Chaolu trembled with rage. He even dares to call his subordinates the guardians of the Jun family, how could I not see this scoundrel's treachery? Elder sister. You should have revealed this years ago so that this wretch could meet a fitting end. Jun Mingyue replied, I once believed I could manage his disposition. But it is too late for regrets now. I have already begun strategizing to contain him. However, I must trouble the Grand Tutor with one more request. Grand Tutor Qin paused. Is there something you require, young lady? I shall do my utmost to assist you. Jun Mingyue calmly stated. I have heard that your ancestors once had a disciple in Tiandi City. This was not a closely guarded secret, and Grand Tutor Qin nodded. Indeed, that is true. You mean to say? Jun Mingyue raised her gaze. I wish to travel to Tiandi City for training. Chapter 62, her utter cowardice. Grand Tutor Qin was taken aback. What did you say? The city of heaven and earth is a living hell. You want to go there? Jun Chaolu was equally alarmed. Elder sister, you are already outstanding among the 4 nations. Why venture into such a perilous place? If I wish to become stronger, I must step outside my comfort zone. The city of heaven and earth is a necessity, Jun Mingyue declared. In the original narrative, after Jun Xingchen defeated Xia Ran, he brought the Jun family to order. Jun Mingyue, seeking vengeance for her family, intended to enter the city of heaven and earth to become stronger. Then return to eliminate Jun Xingchen. Later, Jun Xingchen found a trace of his origins and rescued Qin Rulan with the blue Lingji. After obtaining the map from Grand Tutor Qin, he also went to the city of heaven and earth, where Jun Mingyue and Jun Xingchen had another fierce contest. However, the original work was inherently flawed. Jun Mingyue had no idea how she would enter. So, apologies, Emperor Chen, I must seize your plotline. Rest assured, I will return it to Grand Tutor Qin after I have finished. There are indeed clues about the city of heaven and earth left by our ancestors. But I have never opened them. The contents within are unknown, Grand Tutor Qin said, hesitatingly. This is a mere trifle. If you heal my daughter, I will personally express my gratitude. From now on, the Jun family and the Qin family. Jun Mingyue indifferently said, let Miss Rulan recuperate for 2 days. Once I retrieve the blue Lingji, you shall give me the item. I will have no further requests afterwards. Her decisiveness stunned Grand Tutor Qin. After a moment of gravity, he replied. Very well. That night, some slept soundly, while others were restless. Xia Ran had almost turned his property upside down. Only to find that apart from a few small stalls, everything else had been destroyed. He was so enraged that he nearly overturned the entire Regency Manor. Considering the possibility that the auction house was linked to Jun Xingchen, he sought out several alchemists to examine the floating splendor pill and the marrow cleansing pill. After confirming that there were no issues, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. If the items he had bought with his entire fortune had been tampered with, he would be inconsolable. Jun Xingchen, I will definitely kill you. He clenched his fists, his bloodshot eyes filled with venomous coldness. The next day, Jun Mingyue had just gotten out of bed and had not yet dressed when a knock sounded at the door. Has sister arisen? Jun Xingchen's detestable voice rang out. She dressed and opened the door, finding Jun Xingchen waiting outside. Sister didn't say a word. I thought you weren't inside, he said softly. Jun Mingyue glanced at him indifferently. What do you want now? Jun Xingqian's smile grew brighter. Enter the palace. But it sounded to Jun Mingyue as if he said, usurp the throne. Jun Mingyue had no desire to be a rebellious subject. She said distantly, Father has just woken up. I want to see him. Then I will accompany sister. He said nonchalantly. After you have seen him, come with me. Jun Mingyue immediately stopped, looking at him with a complex expression. Jun Xingqian. How long are you going to keep up this charade? Do you think I am unaware of the many soldiers outside? Does that mean Xingqian should now march south and flatten the entire Jun residence? He asked with a sardonic smile, his tone chillingly cold. Jun Mingyue, I was mistaken. She was utterly cowardly. Resigned, she arrived at the main hall, where Jun Qingtian was seated at the head of the table. Jun Chaolu had diligently prepared medicine for Jun Qingtian, but when Jun Qingtian saw Mingyue, his dim eyes immediately lit up. You err. He glanced at Jun Xingqian and cleared his throat. Shuri has told me about your affairs. Now that you are alive, come back. Indifferent as if to a stranger. Perhaps in his eyes, there were always only Jun Shuri and Jun Mingyue. To him, Jun Xingqian was merely an extra mouth in the Jun residence, whose life or death was just a matter of a meal. Jun Chaolu glanced at Mingyue, hesitating, but Jun Mingyue shook her head. Jun Xingqian's affairs should not be discussed at this time. Chaolu could only swallow her words. Jun Mingyue stepped forward and said, Father took the medicine yesterday and looks much better today. Jun Qingtian sighed. I now know what it means to be struck down by illness. This serious illness feels like a trip to the gates of hell. It must have been difficult for Yue to run around for my illness. Jun Mingyue said. This is what a daughter should do, but father still needs to recuperate for the next 2 days. It is not yet appropriate to attend court. Jun Qingtian nodded. Then asked in confusion, did the doctor say what the cause of the illness was? No, father, do not think too much about it. Jun Mingyue lowered her eyes. I have important matters to attend to and must leave first. I cannot serve father. Chaolu, take good care of father. I will leave now. Jun Qingtian knew that his daughter had always been opinionated, but he still said with sorrow, you are leaving just as father is recovering from a serious illness. Chaolu, woo-woo. I have been taking care of you here for half a day. Why haven't I seen you show any concern for me? Jun Xingqian said, we will be back soon. Jun Qingtian's thoughts were still on the story of Mingyue and Xingqian, siblings in harmony at the Jialan Academy. Seeing this, he said helplessly, all right, go and return quickly. After they left, Jun Qingtian put down the soup bowl. Why do I see so many more guards outside today? Did the emperor send them? Has something happened to the Jun residence while I was unconscious? Jun Chaolu said with difficulty, Jun Xingqian has had other adventures in the past 2 years. Those people are his secret guards, they are here to protect the Jun residence. What? Jun Qingtian slammed the table. Jun Chaolu thought he was going to praise Jun Xingqian, but Jun Qingtian said angrily, this is outrageous. What if the regent thinks we are harboring malicious intentions and overshadowing him? This Jun Xingqian is just not presentable. How could he do such a thing? No. I must meet with the emperor and tell him that we have no such intention. Jun Chaolu quickly stopped him. Father, calm down. Elder sister has other plans. Elder sister will handle it. Jun Qingtian was furious. Jun Xingqian is still as annoying as he was back then. I really don't know why Mingyue would favor him. He shows off as soon as he makes a name for himself outside, and Mingyue has to clean up after him. Seeing that he was angry, Jun Chaolu hesitated for a long time before asking, Father, what do the colors inside the spirit testing orb represent? Jun Qingtian was almost confused by his anger. What? Chaolu repeated herself. He then reacted and frowned. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and violet represent talent levels, with white being the highest talent. In addition, spiritual energy can also be inherited. Inherited spiritual energy will appear after the talent spiritual energy. Our Jun residence's inherited spiritual energy is white, cyan, and blue. Then, what does black represent? She asked cautiously. Chapter 63, Are you living in a dream? Jun Qingtian furrowed his brow. Black? How could there possibly be black? I've never heard of such a thing. He took a sip of the medicine, feeling utterly vexed. You may leave now. Jun Chaolu, lost in thought, walked out. The mentors of Jialan Academy are the most seasoned spiritualists in the Nanzhao Kingdom. They must know the significance of black. With this thought, she immediately raised her gaze and summoned her sword to ascend to Jialan Academy. Meanwhile, within the regent's palace, Xia Ran looked gravely at the figure dressed in black before him. Are you suggesting that I assist you in eliminating Jun Xingchen? The voice of the black-clad individual rasped like sandpaper. That brat dared to harm someone from my Tiandi city. I will ensure he is utterly destroyed. Currently, he is in Nanzhao, which limits our actions. You merely need to expel him from Nanzhao. Xia Ran rubbed his temples, his expression still wavering. Noticing this, the figure in black continued. The Fenghua auction house has colluded with Jun Xingchen to conspire against you. How can you, as regent, remain idle? Humph. If I were in your position, I would have already devised a way to eliminate him. Xia Ran gritted his teeth. Do you think I do not wish to kill him? However, his strength has surged, leaving me helpless. No, the regent is backed by a vast dynasty. I am certain you possess a means. The figure in black spoke in a deep, enigmatic tone. Should you assist me, our Tiandi city will regard you as a friend. If you encounter difficulties in the future, we shall undoubtedly offer our full support. Xia Ran felt tempted, but maintained his composure. Allow me to ponder this for a moment. Once the figure left, Xia Ran quickly penned a letter. Yesterday, Jun Mingyue obtained the dragon tail flower. Jun Qingtian must have awakened. This letter must reach him. Just as the letter was dispatched, a guard at the door brought news. Your Highness, the eldest daughter and second son of the Jun family have arrived. What could they possibly want? To collect debts? Originally, the letter was meant to pressure Jun Qingtian into disavowing Jun Xingchen, and with Jun Xingtian's influence, Jun Xingchen would not dare to be too audacious. Yet, Xia Ran was taken aback by their swift arrival. Where could he possibly procure such a sum of money? He wearily made his way to the back courtyard. Tell them I am not here. Meanwhile, at the front door, Jun Xingchen exchanged glances with Jun Mingyue before leading her inside. The guards immediately drew their swords. Halt. The regent's palace is heavily guarded. Entry is not permitted without the regent's decree. Get lost. Jun Xingchen shot them a defiant glance, which sent a chill down their spines. With a swift motion of the nine-spirit whip, surrounded by black spiritual energy, he incapacitated the guards effortlessly. As he strode into the back courtyard, he turned to Jun Mingyue. You run quite fast. Jun Mingyue elegantly navigated around the groaning guards, surveying the garden. Since no one is here, we should return home. She turned to leave, but Jun Xingchen grasped her arm. Sister, why the haste? If the regent's palace is empty, let us visit the palace. Jun Mingyue refused to accompany him, stopping coldly. You go alone, do not drag me along. That won't do. What if you say something you shouldn't while I'm away? That would surely sadden Xingchen. He forced a smile, tightening his grip, causing Jun Mingyue to wince. At that moment, at Jialan Academy, Jun Chaolu was hastily flying towards the residence of Dong Xian. Upon seeing her arrive, Dong Xian was taken aback. Chaolu? During their 2 years at Jialan Academy, their bond had grown close. Panting, Jun Chaolu got straight to the point. Do you know what black means? What does black spiritual energy represent? Still recovering from his surprise, Dong Xian abruptly stood up. Where did you hear about this? That's not important right now. This matter is crucial to me. Please tell me. Dong Xian paused for a moment, then slowly replied. Do you know why the Golden Peak Temple collapsed 2 years ago? Jun Chaolu shook her head, and he continued. Because Jun Xingchen disrupted the formations within. However, to my knowledge, only one kind of being can unlock such formations aside from a world-destroying powerhouse like the Lord of Tiandi City, the Demon Tribe. Jun Chaolu's eyes widened. Then Jun Xingchen he truly possesses black spiritual power? Dong Xian clenched his fists, murmuring. No wonder he was able to open the Golden Peak back then. For the past 2 years, my father and I have been suspicious. But the Demon Tribe has vanished for thousands of years. How could Jun Xingchen, as a member of the Jun family, possibly possess the bloodline of demons? Jun Chaolu suddenly felt a surge of anxiety. No, Jun Xingchen's identity must be suspicious. My sister is in danger, I must hurry back. Dong Xian said. I will accompany you. In the imperial palace, Xia Ran paced back and forth in the imperial study. Such movements indicated he was contemplating something of great importance. The young emperor, Jiang Ning, curled up in the dragon throne, cautiously observing him. Just as Xia Ran thought he had escaped, a voice from outside interrupted, Your Majesty. The eldest daughter and second son of the Jun family request an audience. Xia Ran gritted his teeth, this is never ending. Jiang Ning glanced sideways at Xia Ran. When have you ever been this furious, Regent? Have you incurred debts with them? Xia Ran turned his head, sizing up Jiang Ning as though he were inspecting an object. What do you intend to do? Xia Ran sneered, indeed, so has the emperor thought of a way to assist this subject in repaying his debts? Jiang Ning was taken aback, have all your properties been seized? Mentioning this made Xia Ran seethe with anger, humph. All because of that Jun Xingchen schemes. However, if your majesty does not assist me, you shall also find yourself entangled. How is that my concern? Jiang Ning retorted, sitting comfortably in the palace while the sky fell. Because the items I pledged at the auction house include your imperial seal, Xia Ran said with a forced smile. You dare commit such treasonous acts. Jiang Ning slammed the table in fury. Her heart sank, if Xia Ran dared to act so recklessly now, wouldn't the entire realm be at risk in the future? Thus, for your majesty to reclaim the imperial seal, it is best to heed my counsel for the time being, he remarked coldly. Jiang Ning slumped helplessly in the dragon throne. And Xia Ran instructed, let them in. As Jun Xingchen and Jun Mingyue entered, Jun Xingchen immediately focused his gaze on Xia Ran. Jiang Ning cleared his throat. Pressing his forehead, I am aware of the matter that brings you both here. Regretfully, how much does the regent owe you? Jun Xingchen replied. After deducting the 5 million taels already repaid, 350,000 taels remain. Jiang Ning was left dumbfounded, what on earth did he purchase? The national treasury could not possibly produce such a sum in a short time. Xia Ran, sitting aside, narrowed his eyes, Jun Xingchen, I warn you again. Regardless of your current strength, do not forget the fundamental distinction between ruler and subject. You are not alone, the entire Jun residence stands behind you. Jun Mingyue retorted. He would be glad to see the entire Jun residence perish, what are you talking about? Xia Ran continued, if you relinquish these debts and return the imperial seal obediently, I shall overlook the past. Jun Xingchen responded incredulously, you owe money, and I must plead for your forgiveness? Are you living in a dream? Jun Mingyue Jiang Ning, this is hilarious, Xia Ran, you are a comedian, aren't you? Chapter 64, You are nothing but a younger brother. Xia Ran's complexion was dark and filled with fury, however, in stark contrast to his rage stood Jun Xingchen. Exuding an air of grace and composure akin to a deity descended upon the mortal realm. After a prolonged silence, Xia Ran spoke, Jun Xingchen. You possess the audacity to challenge this prince, but while you disregard your own well-being, you ought to consider your childhood companion. In an instant, Jun Xingchen raised his gaze, what are you trying to say? Xia Ran, sensing he had captured his attention, involuntarily straightened his posture, speaking deliberately, you remember the serene fairy. Don't you? Oh, and then? Jun Xingchen inquired. Jun Mingyue remarked, truly the male lead, even when discussing his beloved wife, he maintains his composure in negotiations. Xia Ran replied indifferently, your bond with her is profound. During her visit to Nanzhao, I could tell she holds you in high regard. If you were willing to relinquish this debt, I could facilitate your betrothal. Jun Xingchen's brow furrowed tighter, his eyes filled with confusion. He even glanced at his sister beside him, has she spread a multitude of rumors in my absence over the past 2 years? Xia Ran raised an eyebrow, and what of it? You should repay the money. His annoyance was palpable. Xia Ran's fury escalated, Jun Xingchen. Do not refuse a toast and instead drink the punishment wine. The Black Nine spirit whip levitated before the crowd. Its flickering black lightning instilling terror in hearts. Could it truly be as I suspected, that the entire treasury of Nanzhao cannot muster this 30 million taels? His gaze shifted from Xia Ran to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, appearing quite timid, urged, young master, please calm down. Allow me to think of a solution, Xia Ran. You should be silent. Xia Ran wished to remain silent as well, but where could he possibly acquire such a sum? The entire annual revenue of Nanzhao hardly amounted to that much gold. Observing Jiang Ning's trembling demeanor, Jun Mingyue quickly addressed Xingchen. This is outrageous. The emperor is present. How can you be so disrespectful? With tears in his eyes, Jiang Ning nodded. Wu, my Mingyue understands me best. Jun Xingchen retracted the whip. And Jiang Ning then said, can you grant me some time? I will reimburse the regent. Unexpectedly, Jun Xingchen gazed at her meaningfully and suddenly said, no need for such trouble, I have an idea at this very moment. Here it comes, Jun Mingyue thought. Knowing he had been plotting all along, waiting for this moment. Jun Xingchen nonchalantly stated, I have heard that the royal family possesses a treasure vault. And within the first chamber lies the rarest treasures of the entire Nanzhao. How about I accompany my sister inside to select items to offset the debt? Jun Mingyue retorted, must you involve me in your robbery? Jiang Ning did not outright refuse but hesitated, I too would like to. But that chamber is guarded by formations left by our ancestors. Young Master Jun, you likely cannot enter. That need not concern your majesty, since I dare to speak. I am certain I can enter. It is merely a matter of whether your majesty approves, he replied leisurely. Xia Ran's lips curled into a cruel smile. It is fraught with peril inside, those who enter face a 9 out of 10 chance of death. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Jun Mingyue could not help but take a cautious step back, however, Jun Xingchen swiftly grasped her arm, gazing at her frigid expression. Half smiling, I shall live or die alongside my sister. Jun Mingyue glared at him icily, biting her teeth in frustration. Xia Ran felt a surge of joy, since you have chosen your own demise, do not blame him. Xia Ran quickly added, since you are resolute. Then let it be approved. Guards, take them to the treasure vault, each may select a few items. Fearing a delayed response would lead to Jun Xingchen changing his mind. 2 guards approached to escort them out. Jiang Ning suddenly interjected, wait, I have something to say to Mingyue. Once they reached a side chamber. Jun Mingyue asked, what is it? Jiang Ning leaned in, whispering, I must tell you that the treasure vault is particularly dangerous. Is there something wrong with your brother? Why would he drag you into this? Jun Mingyue sighed, he is simply a child with a troubled mind, do not hold it against him. Jiang Ning lowered his voice, I must warn you, it is fraught with traps and dangers. If you wish to emerge with even a glimmer of hope, you must. After revealing the secrets of the treasure vault, Jiang Ning gazed intently, this is the last thing I can do for you. Jun Mingyue was deeply moved, thank you. Your Majesty, for your concern. Upon exiting, Mingyue and Xingchen followed the guards into the palace. Moments later, gazing at the glimmering sign that read treasure vault. Jun Mingyue murmured, is this your intention? To witness me as you unravel the entire Nanzhao piece by piece. Sister, do you not feel sorrow? He smiled malevolently, the more you cherish something, the more I shall destroy it, be it the Jun residence, Baiyu Palace, the regent's estate, or Nanzhao itself. Jun Mingyue replied. I do not particularly favor anyone, I merely wish to be a good person. I just want to live a little longer. An elderly man stood before the door, his demeanor cold, this is a forbidden area of the palace. Countless powerful individuals have ventured in over the years. Only to vanish without a trace. You 2 young ones would only bring about a bloody incident. Are you certain? Jun Xingchen nodded, open it. The crimson door swung open, revealing a dazzling golden light. Jun Mingyue closed her eyes, not yet having the chance to open them when Jun Xingchen pulled her inside. Before them lay a vast expanse of white, the ground shrouded in mist as if they stood atop a cloud. The room emanated a brilliant glow, with several translucent white orbs suspended in mid-air, each containing rare treasures within. Jun Mingyue leaned indifferently against the wall, arms crossed, seemingly disinterested in the unfolding events. These orbs were laden with mechanisms, should they be touched, the room would transform dramatically. Please, you go first, he suggested, turning back. You must have planned this. Surely you know what you wish to take. Now, it is just the 2 of us, there is no need for pretense, Jun Mingyue stated flatly. Jun Xingchen's expression darkened. An aura of menace radiating from him as he slowly approached her. In an instant, a blue-white sword appeared before her. And she brandished the Yunshuang sword at him, do not think I will hesitate to strike. Back then, my sister could thrust a sword into me without hesitation. How could she not dare now? His 9-spirit whip swiftly coiled around her sword and with a sudden jerk, she was pulled towards him. Jun Xingchen gripped her chin tightly, forcing her to meet his gaze. From the depths of her eyes, he discerned her profound aversion and disdain. Narrowing his eyes, he said, "Let me guess what my sister is thinking now. You must have cursed me with words like beast and bastard 100 times in your heart." Jun Mingyue retorted, "You are nothing but a younger brother." In their locked gaze, Jun Mingyue observed his eyes turn crimson, black cracks spreading from his neck to his cheeks, while black-red demonic runes glimmered on his forehead. His voice, raspy, continued, "Yet now, it is the very beast you despise that controls you." Jun Mingyue exclaimed, "You have lost your mind." Chapter 65, He is not your biological son. Jun Xingchen released her, the pain in her jaw momentarily leaving her dazed. After a prolonged silence, a bold thought emerged in her mind: if Jun Xingchen's emotions were disturbed, his magical power would leak out, affecting his mental state and causing him to act uncontrollably. Could he become a fool? Could this plot continue? I recall that in the original work, he acted so frantically only for the sake of his beloved. For instance, if a certain master inadvertently harmed his cherished companion, he would be driven to madness and annihilate the antagonist after her sacrifice. Indeed. In truth, Jun Mingyue held contempt for such actions that exploited the lives of concubines in the name of love. While it appeared to be an outburst of affection, it was, in reality, a means of draining their lives, and ultimately, readers would merely express fleeting sympathy before completely forgetting about that woman. Yet, Jun Mingyue remembered that he had not erupted so easily. Throughout the entire book, it had happened no more than 10 times, once in an inn, and now again. Why was this? Jun Mingyue was perplexed. Ever since he returned, the plot had become increasingly dull, and he seemed oblivious to courting women. All plots revolve around the male protagonist. Jun Mingyue sighed inwardly, recalling his days at Jiaolan Academy when he was willing to share everything with Bai Yuran and would gallantly assist young women in peril. He was truly a model youth. Yet now he resembled a bandit leader. Jun Xingchen rubbed his temples, the dark cracks on his face finally ceasing to spread as he calmed down. Blue crystal. With his command, a translucent white sphere descended, containing a sharply defined blue crystal. Just yesterday, the green crystals from the Bai sisters' auction had incited fierce competition, let alone the coveted blue crystal now in his possession. However, as soon as the crystal fell into his hands, the previously serene atmosphere shifted dramatically. The surrounding walls rapidly transformed into the form of crossbows, and a relentless barrage of arrows was unleashed upon them. Meanwhile, within the Jun residence, Jun Qingtian tightened his grip on a secret letter, deep in thought. Xia Ran had instructed him to expel Jun Xingchen from the household. He had foreseen that this illegitimate son would only bring trouble. Having returned for such a short time, he had already dared to offend the regent. If he were allowed to stay any longer, would he not soon disregard even the emperor? Yet, if he were to be driven out, a valid reason was necessary. Just as he contemplated this, Jun Chaolu and Dong Xian arrived hastily. Jun Chaolu burst in, urgency radiating from her. "Father, has my sister returned? What chaos is this? If you had half the decorum of your sister, you would spare me much trouble." Jun Qingtian shot an irritated glance at Dong Xian. "Are you not the son of Dongling? What brings you here? Exhausted from a day of running." Jun Chaolu gasped and hurriedly said, "Father, you must find my sister. She is in danger." "Jun Xingchen, he is not your biological son." Boom. Like a bolt from the blue, Jun Qingtian was nearly knocked off his feet in shock. Jun Chaolu quickly steadied him as he stammered, "What did you say?" Could it be that his concubine had betrayed him? The matter concerning the demon clan was significant, and it could not be explained hastily. Dong Xian could only state, Jun Xingchen's identity is questionable. He possesses anomalous spiritual energy, and Sister Mingyue is aware of this. You can inquire with her for confirmation. However, we must find a way to control Jun Xingchen. The forces behind him are too perilous. Jun Qingtian felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He had raised another son for 19 years, all the while remaining oblivious. Enraged, he slammed the table. "Fine, fine. Everyone seems to know. Yet I am the only one in the dark." His blood boiled as he called out, "Where did Jun Xingchen and Jun Mingyue go?" The guard replied, reporting to the general, they headed toward the imperial palace. Jun Qingtian ground his teeth. To the palace? no matter what. I must ensure Jun Xingchen is stripped of his title today. How could a person with no blood ties to us have concealed himself in the estate for so long without my knowledge? He was furious enough to draw his sword and cleave Jun Xingchen in two. In the treasure vault, Jun Mingyue was enveloped in a translucent sphere, floating in midair. This was a result of Jun Xingchen's recent acquisition of a mysticking pill. He had managed to evade capture, but Jun Mingyue was now trapped within. Jun Xingchen approached and poked the sphere, feigning seriousness. The quality is quite good, you can stay in there, sister. Jun Mingyue felt murderous intent towards him. Lamenting how she had fallen to such depths, release me at once. Yet. Jun Xingchen paid her no heed and instead gazed intently at an object suspended above, a vial of medicine. He reached out, and the vial slowly descended into his hands. This was what he truly desired. Just as the transparent sphere shattered, the surrounding walls began to violently tremble, and the floor beneath them started to buckle, creating an ominous sense of impending collapse. Jun Xingchen sought to escape, but suddenly clutched his chest, a sharp pain causing the cracks on his face to deepen. And the demonic seal on his forehead flickered with a fiery glow. Sister. A vast chasm opened between them as Jun Mingyue's bubble shattered. She landed safely on the ground, casting a complex glance back at Jun Xingchen. He stood at the edge of the abyss, resembling his former self from 2 years prior. His eyes filled with an indescribable sorrow and depth. The fragile sense of vulnerability and his helpless, panicked gaze pierced her heart like a needle. Yet. Jun Mingyue merely glanced at him before swiftly turning to leave. I cannot afford to be soft-hearted. He is the male protagonist, and he cannot die. If I save him, it would disrupt the beautiful narrative that belongs solely to him. Approaching the northeastern corner of the wall, she counted a few bricks and pressed one according to Jiang Ning's instructions. Instantly, a stone door appeared before her, and without a backward glance, she stepped outside. Thus, under the hopeful gaze of Jun Xingchen, he watched helplessly as Jun Mingyue resolutely abandoned him once more. The environment around them rapidly crumbled. Jun Xingchen stood rooted to the spot until the debris buried him, extinguishing any glimmer of light that could reignite the moonlight within his heart. A cold, blood-curdling smile surfaced within him. Once again, I have been abandoned. Upon landing, Jun Xingchen looked up to find himself in a lush green meadow, the sun shining brightly, warm rays enveloping his cold body. Yet, he knew this was an illusion. A black dagger hovered in the air. He opened the vial and consumed a pill. Strolling toward it, the dagger naturally descending before him as if it had awaited his arrival. He took the dagger, and at that moment, a gentle female voice echoed in the room. My son, I have awaited your arrival for 1,000 years. Jun Xingchen raised his gaze. And the voice continued, forgive my sudden departure. If you wish to trace my whereabouts and his, come to the city of heaven and earth, and become the supreme power of the continent. The voice abruptly ceased. Jun Xingchen's expression remained unchanged. After much contemplation, he realized he was merely 19, thus, he held no interest in this nonsensical matter. His demeanor grew cold as the sky collapsed, revealing a sliver of sunlight. He transformed into a shadow and bolted outward. Chapter 66, Sister, do you no longer recognize me? In the imperial study, Jiang Ning sat in the main seat, with Xia Ran beside her, accompanied by the bi-siblings. Bai Yuran, adorned with a veil, exuded an endless elegance with each smile and frown. Jiang Ning sipped her tea and remarked, your father once aided the late emperor. And you siblings have rendered countless services to Nanzhao over the years. I have always remembered this. Bai Yuze replied calmly, Your Majesty need not worry. Baiyu Palace has always been closely intertwined with Nanzhao. The resources you have provided us will surely be met with our utmost dedication to Nanzhao. Suddenly, an unexpected guest entered the imperial study, causing everyone to lift their gazes in astonishment. It was Jun Mingyue. Clad in a flowing white robe, her presence transformed the atmosphere. Xia Ran gasped, you are actually alive. How could she have emerged unscathed from such perilous circumstances? But what of Jun Xingchen? Bai Yuze's eyes brightened, Miss Mingyue. With a grave expression, Jun Mingyue stepped forward. Noticing her pallor, Jiang Ning hesitated, where is Jun Xingchen? Raising her head, Jun Mingyue solemnly declared, he is dead. Everyone gasped. Dead again? Jun Mingyue nodded seriously, yes, dead again. Xia Ran's heart surged with joy at the unexpected news, while Bai Yuran leapt to her feet. Her voice a mix of shock and anger. How can this be? He was fine just yesterday. You must be lying. Before Jun Mingyue could explain, a commotion erupted outside. The door burst open, revealing Jun Qingtian, his demeanor fierce. The young eunuch had tried in vain to halt him. Xia Ran furrowed her brow. What is the meaning of this, General? How dare you intrude upon the imperial study without prior notice? After all, he could not best Jun Xingchen. Nor would he dare to scold Jun Qingtian. Jiang Ning waved her hand, curiosity piqued as she noticed Chao Lu and Dong Xian following Jun Qingtian. General. Did you come in haste for something urgent? Flustered, Jun Qingtian glanced at Xia Ran, saying, Regent King, Your Majesty, I have significant news regarding Jun Xingchen. Just as Xia Ran was about to suggest expelling Jun Xingchen from the estate, an opportunity presented itself. With a faint expression of sorrow, she lamented, Alas, General. Please accept my condolences. Jun Xingchen has entered the royal treasury and is now deceased. Jun Qingtian, nearly beside himself with rage, ignored the matter of life and death. Your Highness. I must declare that Jun Xingchen is not my son. I shall remove him from the Jun family records. What? A stunned silence fell. As if a thunderclap had struck the room. Jun Mingyue cast a glance at Chao Lu and Dong Xian, who appeared hesitant. She knew Jun Mingyue cared for Jun Xingchen. But she feared for her elder sister's safety, compelled to reveal the truth. Waves of dizziness surged through Jun Mingyue as she struggled to maintain her composure. Bai Yuran interjected. How can this be? How do you know, General? Jun Qingtian gritted his teeth. He is not related to us by blood, and Mingyue knows this as well. Mingyue. Please tell them the truth. Under the weight of everyone's scrutinizing gazes, Jun Mingyue felt utterly helpless and finally spoke, I. After a moment of hesitation, memories of her bond with Jun Xingchen flooded her mind. They had shared 2 years at Jialan Academy. And she could not deny the affection they had forged. I have arrived late, and to my surprise, this small imperial study hosts so many hidden talents. A sharp voice interrupted her reverie, and everyone turned to the entrance, where a young man in black reappeared, casting an imposing shadow. Bai Yuran exclaimed, Brother Xingchen. You scared me. Your sister just said you were dead. Jun Xingchen. Jun Mingyue. She felt an overwhelming urge to vanish into thin air. Jun Xingchen, with tousled hair and a casual smile gracing his features, approached Jun Mingyue. What were you saying earlier, sister? I would love to hear it. Yet Jun Mingyue perceived a veiled threat in his posture. If she dared to speak, he might silence her forever. But now, the truth could no longer be concealed. Would he resort to violence against everyone present? Speak, Mingyue. Is he truly not related to us by blood? Jun Qingtian barked, If you have known this all along. Why did you not reveal it? Bai Yuran and Jiang Ning exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions tinged with fear. This family drama was beyond the realm of normalcy. Sister. Do you no longer recognize me? After a prolonged silence, Jun Xingchen's dark gaze fixated on her, observing her every movement. Despite his heart plummeting, he cautiously asked, Sister. Regardless of what others may think, I ask you, do you still acknowledge me as your brother? Jun Mingyue bit her lip, contemplating her words. Hesitant to meet Jun Xingchen's intense gaze. She could feel the heat of his longing. Finally, she lifted her eyes and spoke slowly. He indeed bears no blood relation to us. Ah. A self-deprecating smile broke across his face, devoid of light. Jun Mingyue turned to Dong Xian. Since you are here, I presume you are aware of the situation. I witnessed him testing his spiritual power. Jun Xingchen is not only not my father's son, but he also harbors the tainted blood of the demon clan. Jun Mingyue resolved to end the suffering swiftly. The imperial study erupted with disbelief. All eyes turned incredulously toward Jun Xingchen. Even Xia Ran had not anticipated he was a demon. The very demons that once ruled with bloodshed and cruelty. Jun Qingtian was left speechless, having only intended to expel him from the estate. How could such revelations emerge? With clenched teeth, Jun Qingtian declared. Since he is not of the Jun family, I shall, before your majesty, permanently disown Jun Xingchen from the Jun family. From this day forth, he shall have no ties to us whatsoever. With those words, the decree was irrevocable. Jun Xingchen was forever severed from the Jun family, both by blood and by identity. No, this cannot be. Brother Xingchen, please explain. Bai Yuran pleaded in shock. The demon clan had vanished for over 1,000 years. How could he possibly belong to them? It must be a false accusation. Is this your answer? Jun Xingchen's gaze drifted toward Jun Mingyue's profile. His voice husky as he murmured, "These days, even sharing a roof with me must have felt repugnant to you." Without sparing him a glance, Jun Mingyue replied with unwavering composure, "The demon clan is universally condemned. I have done nothing wrong." Chapter 67, I gave you a chance yet. A quandary beset Jun Mingyue's heart, for Jun Xingchen, in truth, had committed no transgression, and innocent ensnared. Alas, what recourse had she? Both factions had placed her upon the pyre, and her every utterance threatened to offend. Taking advantage of the moment, Xia Ran decreed with resolute alacrity, "Seize this treacherous villain in the name of the crown." Hold! East Xian, ever a loyal companion, found himself torn. Though the demon race may be inherently wicked, Jun Xingchen has never taken a life. How can the regent prince mete out justice so capriciously? Jun Mingyue inwardly commended him, brave soul, to speak on his behalf in such dire straits. Your peerage is assured. Does it not evoke the sense of villains steeped in iniquity, while the righteous stand as beacons of clarity? Indeed. It was from this juncture that Jun Xingchen's resolve to extinguish their existence solidified. For in his mind, this world was a twisted aberration, and he the guiding hand to dispel the shadows and reveal the truth. Yet, alone as he was, Xia Ran would not squander this opportunity to slay him. With righteous indignation, he proclaimed, "A demon is a demon, their veins coursing with vile and malevolent blood, an immutable truth. Seize him." On what authority? Jun Xingchen conjured a sable longsword in his grasp. Jun Mingyue cried out in alarm, "Do not harm them." Within those chambers, save for Xia Ran, she wished harm upon none. Thus, the words escaped her lips unbidden. He faltered, the bloodlust momentarily quelled by her utterance. His eyes, suffused with crimson, fixed upon Jun Mingyue, scrutinizing her every nuance, yet he lowered his voice as he addressed all present, "Today, I shall take her away, and none shall stand in my path." Abruptly, he seized Jun Mingyue's arm, the intense, suffocating pressure compelling her to meet his gaze. "Is this not the outcome you desired, dear sister?" Jun Xingchen enunciated, his eyes dark as pitch, like a predator lying in wait, poised to strike. Jun Mingyue furrowed her brow, "Do not act rashly. Compose yourself. Release her. Stand aside." Bai Yuzi drew his sword, poised to strike, yet a surge of swirling electricity erupted around them, an awe-inspiring radiance forming a protective barrier, imbued with ravenous, merciless power. Centered upon the two, the others were scattered by the intense force field. Undaunted, Jun Xingchen surveyed the faces within the chamber. The terror etched upon Jiang Ning and Jun Chaolu, the incandescent rage of Jun Qing Tian, and the concern etched in Bai Yuzi's eyes. "Behold, dear sister. How blessed you are to be surrounded by such devotion." The reflection of the electric arcs danced in his gaze, a sardonic smile playing upon his lips. Jun Mingyue retorted, "Are you selectively blind? Do you not perceive Bai Yuran and Dongxian?" Dongxian interjected, "Jun Xingchen, release Mingyue first. She has been a caring sister to you since childhood. There is still room for reconciliation." "Silence!" Jun Xingchen roared, his grip tightening upon Jun Mingyue's hand, inflicting a numbing ache. The aura shimmered, then detonated with a violent surge, the reverberations inflicting internal injuries upon all within the chamber, who clutched their chests, teetering on the brink. "Yet, I shall not grant you such solace. Even in the depths of damnation, you shall accompany me, dear sister," he murmured, his voice low and menacing. Jun Mingyue exclaimed, "What in damnation?" Without another word, he swept Jun Mingyue away, fleeing the imperial study. Outside, a legion of guards awaited. The elite enforcers of the royal family, each a high-ranking spiritualist, swords drawn, their eyes fixed upon Jun Xingchen with predatory intent. "Moonchild!" Jun Qing Tian cried, rushing forth. "Release Mingyue!" The 9 spirits' sword carved a path of sable and violet light through the air, each strike unleashing cataclysmic spiritual waves. The guards, caught unawares, were cleaved by the razor-sharp blade, their heads severed before comprehension dawned. In mere moments, the ground outside the imperial study was awash in a torrent of blood. The marble floor stained crimson, the air thick with gore. Jun Mingyue stood aghast, a wave of nausea rising within her, threatening to erupt. It was not her first encounter with Jun Xingchen's violence, yet never had she witnessed such unbridled brutality. Had the virtue and compassion she had instilled within him been for naught? And why seize her, instead of Bai Yuran? Did he intend to extinguish her existence? Transforming her into a living effigy to torment until the final curtain? A surge of righteous indignation coursed through her veins. Summoning her reserves of power, she delivered a crushing blow to his chest. A tremor ran through Jun Xingchen's frame. After a moment of silence, he met Jun Mingyue's gaze. An unfathomable complexity swirling within his eyes. After a long pause, he uttered, "Very well." A nameless anguish stirred within her heart. Jun Mingyue was both terrified and contrite, yet she was more perplexed by his lack of defense. Would not the protagonist, in such circumstances, effortlessly deflect any villainous assault? Or perhaps he had never anticipated an attack from her. The very notion sent shivers down Jun Mingyue's spine. Yet, Jun Xingchen seized her hand. And in an instant, they vanished from the scene. "Sister!" Jun Chaolu cried, her legs trembling at the sight. "It is my fault. I could not contain myself. I should not have revealed this. That beast Jun Xingchen will surely slay her." The stench of blood permeated the imperial study. In a mere span of moments, a cataclysm had unfolded. Jiang Ning, her face drained of color, muttered in disbelief, "How could this be? Jun Xingchen would never commit such an act of treason." Mingyue. In the past. She hesitated, but Jun Chaolu, in her tearful lament, completed the thought. She endured 81 lashes for his sake, nearly losing her life. He is a heartless wretch. How has she wronged him? She has done all that was asked of her. What more does he demand? Bayuza, regaining his composure, surged forth, his form dissolving into a streak of white light as he vanished from the palace. "I shall find her. Upon a precipitous cliff, buffeted by frigid winds." Jun Xingchen set her down, a cough escaping his lips, his complexion growing ever more pallid. Yet, he maintained his composure, scrutinizing Jun Mingyue. His gaze lingering upon the bloodstains marring her white dress. "I must entreat my dear sister to remain here for a time. Tomorrow, I shall escort you to acquire new garments." "You have the audacity to offer me new garments?" Jun Mingyue retorted, her voice laced with venom. "I extend my sincerest gratitude." "Dear brother." Jun Mingyue fixed him with a gaze of loathing. "What further machinations do you conceal? Unburden yourself. What do you surmise?" Jun Xingchen conjured a white jade seal in his hand. Jun Mingyue gasped. "You plot rebellion? How dare you, Jun Xingchen? Why? Why would he seek to usurp the throne?" She struggled to comprehend the unfolding narrative. Jun Xingchen ingested a pill, then spoke. "I have extended an opportunity to you. When you severed our bond, you harbored this intent. Within the imperial study were all whom you hold dear. I yearn to eradicate them all." Jun Mingyue retorted, "You sought to sever my allies?" Yet, Jun Xingchen continued, "Yet, upon further reflection, to merely slay them would be far too pedestrian." Jun Mingyue inquired, "Then what?" Jun Xingchen narrowed his gaze. "Now that I have secured the elixir, Xia Ran is devoid of further utility. He must perish." A throbbing sensation assailed Jun Mingyue's temples. Her gaze fixed upon the jade seal, her expression a tapestry of emotions. "Since my dear sister holds such affection for it, perhaps she would deign to safeguard it for me," Xingchen said, casually tossing the jade seal to her. Jun Mingyue instantly perceived the jade seal as a burning ember. Chapter 66, You Are Truly Perverse, My Sovereign. Lu Ying sprinted from the forest, trailed by several black-clad guards who had set up an ambush in the imperial capital. "Awaiting your command to capture the entire Nanzhao." Jun Xingchen's expression bore an unusual gravity. Upon closer inspection, Lu Ying's countenance shifted dramatically. She rushed over. Her voice laced with urgency. "My sovereign, how have you sustained such grievous injuries? Who has harmed you?" Despite his wounds, Jun Xingchen, the quintessential protagonist of an extensive web novel, retained an air of unmatched elegance. "We shall act tomorrow." Lu Ying sensed something amiss. Casting a fierce glare at Jun Mingyue before storming off to rest beneath another tree. As night fell, silence enveloped the surroundings. The day's events had been overwhelming. Jun Mingyue yearned for rest, yet her mind was a tumult of intricate thoughts, rendering sleep elusive. Jun Xingchen had not shackled her, but it was now redundant. She had become an unwilling captive, her feet still bound by the shackles he had placed upon her, leaving no room for resistance. What awaited her was Jun Xingchen's return to Nanzhao, where she would witness him ascend to prominence amidst the throngs. In this moment, did her sister harbor any regrets? From the shadows, he abruptly interjected, "All that has transpired, my current state, is a gift from you." Jun Mingyue retorted, "I am filled with regret. I turned to male-oriented novels out of disdain for Mary Sue tropes, only to encounter you, this exquisite being. Your failures are of no concern to me." She lowered her gaze, striving to maintain an icy demeanor. "Our bond is severed, there is no need to call me sister." With a scoff, he lunged forward, grasping her neck and pinning her against the tree. Bathed in the cold lunar light, his gaze pierced through her, and a sinister smile curled upon his lips. "Sister, your disdain is futile. I shall personally obliterate the world you hold dear. The more you wish to remain detached, the more I shall ensnare you in this treachery. Even if it costs me dearly." Jun Mingyue exclaimed, "You are truly perverse." Stars twinkled above, and the moonlight filtered through the forest, casting a hazy glow upon Jun Mingyue. She dreamt of the days spent with Jun Xingchen at Jialan Academy, where he diligently pursued excellence. Yet, each time she believed he would surpass her, he would deliberately restrain his growth. She had witnessed it all, and when she inquired with a stern expression, he would reply earnestly, "Only in this way can I ensure you will protect me for a lifetime, dear sister. You are so kind, you would never abandon me." In her eyes, he resembled a child, earnest yet naive, invoking a tenderness within her that made punishment unbearable. Over the years, had she truly viewed Jun Xingchen merely as a tool? No, there existed compassion, affection, and fondness. She questioned whether she had regarded him as a true younger brother, even knowing he would become the hero of a grand tale, despite their lack of blood ties. Yet, she devoted herself entirely to his care. In his youth, Jun Xingchen was indeed remarkable, strikingly handsome in his pristine white attire, surrounded by admirers after each trial. Though uncomfortable, his kind nature compelled him to assist them. And when he spotted her, his face would light up with the purest smile, eagerly calling out, "Sister." In that moment, she was assured he had once regarded her as a sister too. But now, all was lost, destroyed by her own hands. Jun Xingchen's hatred for her, even thoughts of her demise, were entirely understandable, for she had shattered the promise of his once bright future. She could comprehend his feelings and thus bore no animosity towards him. Yet as time passed, a sense of melancholy inevitably settled within her heart. The dreamer and the one who awakens in silence were now worlds apart. Jun Mingyue's long lashes fluttered, and upon opening her eyes, she found Jun Xingchen seated beside her. In the night, his obsidian eyes fixed upon her without a word. Their connection now felt like that of strangers. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose, shaking the ground with thunderous roars. Jun Xingchen sprang to his feet, gazing solemnly at the distant sky. Amidst the darkness, a shadowy figure approached them, exuding an overwhelming aura. The rustling leaves alerted Lu Ying, who drew her sword, "My sovereign. That figure seems intent on us." In truth, it was Jun Xingchen they sought. Under the watchful eyes of onlookers, the cloaked figure hovered above, casting a derisive glance at them before settling on Jun Xingchen. "So you are Jun Xingchen. A mere child dares to slay my Tiandi City's people? At last. You've been lured out. Today, I shall tear you to shreds. Your disciple shall accompany you to the grave." Since his dark transformation, Jun Xingchen had grown intolerant of such condescending gazes. He coldly retorted, "Is one such as you worthy of challenging me?" The battle ignited. Waves of energy surged from the clouds toward him, but he deftly evaded them. Lightning crackled around him as he leapt into the air, meeting the cloaked figure at equal height, channeling dark lightning magic to strike down upon him. Shadows danced in the sky as the adversaries clashed. The cloaked figure had evidently come prepared, harboring a lethal resolve. With Jun Xingchen still wounded, the outcome of their confrontation was uncertain. Jun Mingyue thought, "I wager 50 cents that the protagonist will rise against all odds, but before that, I must escape." Lu Ying anxiously awaited below. "What should we do?" My sovereign is injured and has employed numerous forbidden techniques today. Could he be in danger? Hey, Jun Mingyue, stop right there. Jun Mingyue sprinted up the slope, with Lu Ying in hot pursuit. In a moment of desperation, she unleashed her magic toward Mingyue's back. However, as a prodigious talent of Nanjiao for several years, Mingyue quickly sensed the ploy, turning to intercept the magic with a swift strike, retaliating fiercely against Lu Ying. Lu Ying raised her arms to defend, but felt her insides jolt. She coughed painfully and looked up to see Jun Mingyue fleeing further away. Don't run. Stop. She shouted. In such dire circumstances, anyone who chose not to flee would be foolish. Chapter 67, Do you really not like me at all? Upon hearing the commotion, Jun Xingchen struck the cloaked figure with a fierce blow, igniting a surge of anger within him amidst the intense battle. However, seizing the opportunity, the dark-clad individual, despite the excruciating pain, unleashed a burst of spiritual energy that struck Jun Xingchen's chest. In an instant, he was sent plummeting from the heights, blood staining the earth beneath him. At that moment, he propped himself up with his sword, fixating on Jun Mingyue's retreating figure. His pale, austere face bore eyes of crimson fury, devoid of warmth, as the cold wind tousled his disheveled hair. Black fissures spread across his face like a spider's web. His expression a grotesque mask of rage, chillingly threatening through the clouds. Jun Mingyue, return to me. Jun Mingyue had no intention of complying, yet, upon reaching the mountain summit, a searing heat suddenly engulfed her feet, anchoring her in place and preventing her from advancing. Damn it. I almost forgot about this. Jun Xingchen struggled to rise, while the cloaked figure, eyes glinting with excitement, gazed at him. You are of the demon clan. The blood of the demon clan, rumored to grant longevity and cure ailments, could propel his power exponentially if he could imprison him and draw blood daily. The avarice in the cloaked figure's eyes intensified as he cautiously approached Jun Xingchen, attempting to subdue him alive. Yet, having just fallen from grace, Jun Xingchen was now ready to turn the tides. He drew his sword with renewed vigor, injuries forgotten in the blaze of battle, his fury fueling his strength. The cloaked figure was caught off guard, barely managing to fend off Jun Xingchen's relentless onslaught. Sparks flew, illuminating Jun Xingchen's fierce visage, as Lu Ying rushed to Jun Mingyue's side, clutching her chest. If the Jun sovereign hadn't forced himself out of seclusion to reach Kanjia Mountain, would he be exerting himself so? Why should I care? Jun Mingyue closed her eyes, silently pleading, System, where are you? I beg you to whisk me away. I'm at death's door. Once Jun Xingchen finishes with that cloaked figure, I'll be next. You have one large gift pack remaining. Would you like to open it to resolve your current predicament? Open it. Just open it. Gift pack opened. Wishing you a pleasant life. Jun Xingchen gained the upper hand, delivering several hard blows to the old foe, black-purple waves of energy tracing arcs through the air. The cloaked figure staggered backward, astonished as he gazed at Jun Xingchen. What kind of technique is this? In that instant, he perceived Jun Xingchen's dark silhouette as a cold statue, radiating an otherworldly brilliance, the radiance of a protagonist. The essence of a comeback tale, where the hero rises from the depths of despair with indomitable resolve and courage toward victory. Jun Xingchen gathered his strength once more, prompting the elder to turn and flee. Trying to escape? A heart-wrenching cry erupted as his power struck the cloaked figure's back. Yet in that very moment, a rift in time and space consumed him, erasing his presence entirely. Had he perished? No one could say. Yet Jun Mingyue suspected he was not truly dead. Typically, in such circumstances, he would return for revenge. It was rather absurd. This once formidable elder was now continually defeated by Jun Xingchen, merely serving to accentuate the protagonist's grandeur. Sure enough, once Jun Xingchen dispatched the cloaked figure, he turned to find her. Jun Mingyue stood perilously close to the edge of the cliff, desperately thinking, why hasn't the system come to my aid? If help doesn't arrive soon, I'll leap off this cliff. After all, in novels, jumping often leads to extraordinary treasures below. I'll outshine the protagonist. Please hold on, adjusting data for you. At that moment, Jun Xingchen stood not far from her, the charred grass around him crackling with embers. Their eyes met in a heavy silence beneath the moonlight, his expression devoid of color, revealing no hint of emotion. Yet Jun Mingyue was certain his gaze just moments ago held a desire to end her life. Jun Xingchen fixed his gaze on her. A torrent of thoughts flooding his mind, yet dismissing them as trivial, having her near was enough. After a brief pause, he parted his bloodied lips. A profound desolation reflected in his voice, "You always manage to harm me effortlessly." Suddenly, he reached out, and Jun Mingyue, taken aback, feared he would seize her by the crown. "Xingchen!" she exclaimed, urgently trying to stop him. The sound of her calling his name momentarily halted him. And as she lifted her gaze, her usually tranquil eyes brimmed with tears, her fair face marked by sorrow. Jun Xingchen stood frozen, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. Utterly perplexed by her unexpected response. Jun Mingyue, her brow furrowed, forced a bittersweet smile, standing on the cliff's edge, her white attire billowing in the wind. "Breathtakingly beautiful, many things are beyond my control." "Beyond your control?" Jun Xingchen echoed, scrutinizing her. Jun Mingyue managed a faint, serene smile. "Nonetheless, in this life, only I owe you a debt. I know you harbor resentment toward me." She recalled a tale where a person, facing their nemesis in a life-or-death struggle, found themselves alone, prompting the adversary to sit and listen to their final words. The opponent, unable to contain their laughter, was met with an impulsive kiss, intended to leave them forever bewildered, unable to unravel the knot in their heart. Ultimately, the enemy was indeed bewildered, even going so far as to kidnap a renowned healer to restore her life, leading to a heavy silence between them, with no rational explanation in sight. "Well," she thought, "I'll just buy some time for now." Jun Xingchen loathed himself for the sudden urge to explain, he would undoubtedly be curious. So, she decided to ramble nonsensically. With a furrowed brow, Jun Xingchen slowly approached her, prompting Jun Mingyue to take a deep breath and continue. "I, Jun Mingyue, owe you my apologies, thus I." "Stay right there." Jun Xingchen discerned her intentions and, disregarding caution, surged toward her. Jun Mingyue, terrified, thought it better to leap off the cliff than to fall into his hands and endure a fate worse than death. Then, she toppled over the edge. "Sister!" The cold wind whipped around her as she believed she would finally escape him, yet just as a smile began to form, she watched in disbelief as Jun Xingchen leaped after her without hesitation. "Catch me!" he shouted, extending his hand toward her. Frantically, she rummaged for any magical artifact that could save her, finally producing a shimmering golden object from her bosom, which she threw at him without a moment's thought. Jun Xingchen caught the object, bewildered. However, just as he registered what had happened and attempted to grasp her again, Jun Mingyue's figure transformed into a flash of white light, vanishing just out of reach. "The predicament has been resolved. Wishing you good fortune." It felt akin to falling into a rift in time, disappearing without a trace. Moments later, Jun Xingchen landed heavily, his face clouded with despair. He surveyed the item in his hand, a delicate golden key, perplexed by why Jun Mingyue would throw it to him. "You would rather leap into the abyss than walk with me. Am I truly so contemptible in your eyes?" He gripped the key tightly, his knuckles turning pale. Having descended into the depths of despair. "I have never blamed you, I simply..." He was merely unwilling to accept defeat. As he spoke his final words, his voice became feeble and pale. Tears, glistening and heavy, fell onto the key in his fingertips as he murmured, tinged with a sob, "Why do you refuse to turn back and look at me? I can also do well, at the very least, grant me a glance. You are so gentle with everyone, yet you treat me as if I were venomous. Why are you unwilling to give me even a single chance? Do you truly look down upon me so much? Do you honestly not have the slightest affection for me? 2 years ago, it was only I who stood by her side. Humanity is often insatiable. Had we never possessed something, we would not be so deeply obsessed with it." Chapter 68, May I Call You Mingyue in the Future? As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the forest, a delicate shadow moved gracefully among the trees. "The spiritual seal has been lifted for 12 hours, please check, host." The shackles finally ceased to glow, and Jun Mingyue let out a sigh of relief. "Hey! How long are you going to hold me?" she said softly from within Bayuza's embrace. Bayuza paused, a faint blush appearing on his face as he blinked and inquired, "Can Miss Mingyue walk on her own now?" "Yes," she replied. Beneath the cliff, there lay no martial arts secrets, only a strikingly handsome man. Even amidst her escape, Jun Mingyue's elegant demeanor remained unblemished. devoid of any signs of the bashfulness typical of young maidens. Bayuza glanced at her slightly disheveled hair and asked, "Are you hungry? We are near the capital. Let me take you to eat." Jun Mingyue nodded. Just moments ago, she had narrowly escaped capture by Jun Xingchen. And the system's solution had been for Bayuza to rescue her. Truly, he was a commendable ally. However, the act of tearing through the void had drained Bayuza's energy, leaving him looking somewhat haggard. After a long journey, it would be wise for them to rest and recuperate. Nearby, they spotted a shade structure where a local family was selling breakfast, and they stepped inside. Upon seeing the two well-dressed individuals, the owner was taken aback and approached them, asking, "What would you like to eat?" Bayuza turned to Jun Mingyue for her preference. "A simple porridge will suffice, there's no need for anything elaborate," she replied, displaying her unpretentious nature. After they sat down, Bayuza scrutinized her with a furrowed brow. "Are you injured?" Jun Mingyue shook her head. "I'm fine." Bayuza breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good to hear. Your father and sister are very worried about you." Just then, a battalion of dark-armored cavalry stormed into the city, their intimidating presence sending the common folk into a frenzy. Bayuza immediately frowned. "Whose personal guards are these?" "Jun Xingchen is about to make his move," Jun Mingyue murmured. Bayuza pressed his lips together. "Is he really planning a rebellion?" Jun Mingyue pondered the situation. Had Jiangning provoked him? Or was he simply intent on following the original narrative to eliminate Xiaoran? Yet, she had a task yet unfinished, to deliver the blue Lingxi to Master Qin, which meant she must return to the Jun family. Jun Yuran is still in the palace. "Go protect your sister and don't worry about me," Jun Mingyue said indifferently. "How can I not care? You are a young lady. It is only natural to seek help in times of trouble. Yet, you insist on fighting alone and distancing yourself from me," Bayuza exclaimed urgently. As Jun Mingyue regarded him with a look of confusion, he suddenly realized what he had said and cleared his throat, saying, "Yuran is with the emperor in the palace. There is no need for my concern. But Jun Xingchen will not spare you. I can only leave once you are safe. But I still need to return home in a few days." Jun Mingyue hesitated, deciding to wait until Jun Xingchen lowered his guard. Once their meal was served, Jun Mingyue began to eat. Bayuza observed her delicate features across the table and cautiously asked, "May I call you Mingyue from now on?" Jun Mingyue paused, recognizing that such a tone often heralded the onset of romance. However, she was not so vain. After a moment, she replied, "Very well." Bayuza smiled at her. "Then I will accompany you to the Jun residence." "That is unnecessary, you have already saved me once, and I am truly grateful," she said, lifting her gaze. "Jun Xingchen is bound to enter the palace, your priority should be to protect the emperor." Bayuza hesitated, a sigh escaping him. "You are always so resolute, making it impossible to refuse your requests. Is there anything you need assistance with? It is too dangerous for you to be alone." Jun Mingyue stroked her chin thoughtfully. "I have heard that your father once cultivated a concealment talisman that can render one invisible for an hour." Bayuza abruptly raised his head, frowning as he asked, "How did Miss Mingyue come to know of this secret technique?" "It is known to very few." Jun Mingyue felt a jolt of anxiety, she had been too reckless. This invisibility talisman could only be used once in a long while, a fact that Bayuran had disclosed to aid Jun Xingchen in his schemes. It was indeed suspicious for her to speak of it so openly. I learned of it from Yuran during my time at Jialan Academy," she replied, maintaining her composure. Bayuza nodded, seeming to understand, and generously produced the talisman. "This talisman is exceptionally precious, I only brought one. You must exercise caution and avoid confrontation if danger arises." Jun Mingyue smiled, lightheartedly assuring him, "Do not worry, most will not be able to contend with me." Having not rested for a day and a night, Jun Mingyue was exhausted. After their meal, Bayuza escorted her to a nearby inn. Before parting ways, he urged her repeatedly to be cautious, reminding her that the talisman only provided concealment and that she should meet him at the palace in case of any unusual occurrences. Jun Mingyue slept deeply until the middle of the night. That night, within the Jun residence, Jun Xingchen entered the general's estate with an expressionless face. The imposing presence of his soldiers sent the household staff scattering in panic. Jun Shuri, initially believing there to be an external threat, froze upon recognizing Jun Xingqian's familiar visage as he emerged with his sword drawn. At that moment, Jun Qingtian was still in the palace negotiating with Xia Ran, leaving only Jun Shiri and Jun Chaolu in the estate. News of Jun Xingqian's bloodline had circulated overnight, and now, as he entered under a different identity, the remaining occupants were filled with rage and astonishment. "Where is elder sister?" Jun Chaolu stormed in, anger radiating from her. Jun Xingqian cast her a sidelong glance. Has she not returned? Having gone 2 days and nights without rest while searching for Jun Mingyue, he had not taken time to heal, and his once smooth complexion now appeared somewhat pallid. Jun Shiri, seething with anger, accused, "You have abducted her, yet you come here demanding answers. Where have you taken her?" Jun Xingqian lowered his gaze in silence, proceeding toward Mingyue Pavilion. Jun Shiri hastily pursued him. "Where is my sister? Return her to me, you beast." Suddenly, dark energy coiled around his neck like a noose, lifting him off the ground. Despite being among the top talents, he found himself utterly powerless against Jun Xingqian. His face rapidly turned ashen, and his vision blurred, the familiar becoming painful. Just as he thought he would perish there, the dark energy abruptly vanished, and he fell to the ground, coughing violently. Jun Chaolu rushed to support him, while Jun Xingqian, his back turned, spoke with an emotionless tone. "Had it not been for her, you would have perished from the outset." He strode into Mingyue Pavilion, prompting Jun Chaolu to weep in anger. "What do you intend to do, you scoundrel?" Within the chamber, once occupied by her, a pristine wooden floor echoed the solitary footsteps of Jun Xingqian. The room was dimly lit, with an unexplored inner sanctum beckoning him forward. Clutching the key, he strode purposefully towards it. The incense in the bronze censer had long been consumed. Across from the antique vanity stood a grand, elevated bed. The air was suffused with a delicate fragrance, uniquely hers, which served to pacify his turbulent emotions. After a meticulous search, Jun Xingqian discovered a small box nestled deep within the vanity, encased in layers. The box itself was crafted from Xian ironwood, its corners reinforced with gold, a testament to the owner's deep affection for it. What significance did Jun Mingyue intend by entrusting him with this key? He hesitated, sensing that the box contained her innermost thoughts, revelations that could shatter his preconceived notions. Bathed in moonlight streaming through the window, he steeled himself and unlocked the box. The truth was immediately laid bare. A black-covered tome met his gaze, sending a shockwave through Jun Xingqian. It was the forbidden demonic text discovered at the Golden Summit. As he randomly opened the initial page, his name, Jun Xingqian, was emblazoned before him in Jun Mingyue's elegant script, each stroke meticulously crafted, as if a parent tending to a child just beginning their studies. It was as if she had foreseen his return or, perhaps, had been awaiting it from the very beginning. She had never forgotten him, nor had she ever intended to antagonize him. Even items he had carelessly cast aside, she had preserved with utmost care for all these years. Overwhelmed with elation, his mind struggled to process the implications, wary of indulging in what might be another carefully constructed illusion. Did she, in the depths of her heart, harbor affection for him? It was enough. Those 3 words were sufficient to wash away the resentment and anger of recent days, overturning past adversities. Only unadulterated joy remained, causing the embers of his heart to reignite with newfound brilliance. Jun Xingqian remained transfixed until Jun Chaolu rushed in, shoving him. Tears streaming down her face, Jun Chaolu, though smaller in stature, appeared like a fierce little beast, her delicate features contorted with rage. "Who authorized you, you beast, to enter my sister's room? Haven't you caused her enough pain? Hasn't she suffered enough for you? You're a jinx. Where have you taken my sister? Tell me." Jun Xingqian, jolted back to reality, seized upon a clue in her words, his expression dramatically shifting. "Injured? She was injured for my sake? You weren't aware? How typical of your ingratitude," Jun Chaolu retorted, her laughter tinged with hysteria, tears flowing incessantly. "How could you not know? 2 years ago, when you vanished at the Golden Summit, she said you were dead. Good riddance. Your death was a blessing. All suffering became irrelevant to you, leaving you pristine and untouched. But what about my sister? She was at the Golden Summit too. Did you think the elders would let her off easily? Father wanted to erase your name to absolve himself, but my sister, out of compassion for you, Knelt before those old fools to atone for your sins. She, who was so proud, who had never endured humiliation, withstood 81 lashes of the crimson flame whip for you. She nearly died, returning as a bloodied figure, only surviving through months of ginseng infusions. Yet you knew nothing. How dare you? Her voice hoarse. She continued to repeat, how dare you, her head bowed. Jun Xingchen's face froze, his body as rigid as a statue. Jun Chaolu continued. My sister said she knew about your demonic heritage for 4 years, but she believed in your inherent goodness and sought to guide you onto the right path, choosing to conceal it. Jun Xingchen's complexion grew increasingly pale as Jun Chaolu glared at him. I believe my sister was mistaken, for you are nothing but an ungrateful wretch. You are unworthy of her redemption. She is the most wonderful person in the world, and you are undeserving of her. Jun Xingchen stood motionless, clutching the book, unsure how to react. He had misinterpreted her thoughts, her feelings, and her actions all along. Jun Mingyue, a noble soul who willingly bore all suffering, had endured his imprisonment and humiliation in recent days. How disappointed she must be in him. Thoughts flooded his mind, overwhelming his already turbulent emotions. All misunderstandings were now resolved, and they would no longer be estranged. Moments later, he trembled, his eyes turning crimson, his voice a desolate whisper. Sister, I was wrong. Affection level for Jun Xingchen, 999999999, Jun Mingyue, what in the world? What did I do? I take a nap, and this happens? Does he think I'm dead? What a treacherous little brat. You understand. Jun Mingyue, you're being creepy now. Get lost. Under the cloak of night, Jun Mingyue discreetly entered the Nanzhao imperial capital. The deserted streets were devoid of life, yet hidden eyes of the emperor's elite guards watched from the shadows to evade the dragnet set up by Jun Xingchen. Jun Mingyue had employed an invisibility talisman upon entering the city. Arriving at the general's manor, she found it devoid of light, a stark contrast to its usual vibrancy. Upon entering, she heard neither the voices of maids nor servants, sensing that something was amiss. Could Jun Xingchen have massacred the entire household? The manor was under tight security, guarded by black-clad soldiers at every entrance, filling her with dread. Reaching her courtyard, she was met with the overpowering stench of blood. Who had Jun Xingchen slain? She took tentative steps into the yard, only to stumble upon something. A severed head rolled across the ground, fresh blood oozing from the gaping wound. Her heart skipped a beat. Who was it? Jun Shiri or Jun Chaolu? She knew Jun Xingchen was capable of such brutality, and her heart sank. With trembling hands, she turned the head over, the pale moonlight revealing the face of Xiao Shuang, causing her to collapse to the ground. Why? Jun Mingyue scanned her surroundings, finally spotting Xiao Shuang's lifeless body nearby. She was clad in a revealing white dress, beneath which lay a pink undergarment. Her attire was utterly inappropriate. A mere maid daring to wear garments befitting her mistress. Her fair skin was exposed, yet bore no visible wounds, indicating Jun Xingchen's swift and decisive action. Jun Mingyue breathed a sigh of relief, yet immediately felt a pang of guilt. She shouldn't feel relieved just because Xiao Zhuang wasn't Jun Chaolu. The young maid hadn't wronged her. Was she no different from a beast for being so callous? Jun Mingyue glanced at her own white dress. Had Xiao Zhuang attempted to seduce Jun Xingchen, only to be mistaken for her and murdered? Jun Mingyue offered a token sigh. Poor thing. Chapter 70, then. Let the battle begin. She stepped lightly into the courtyard, where Lan Lingji stood like a crane among a flock of chickens amidst the vast expanse of white flowers. Just as she reached out to pluck one, her gaze caught a glimpse of something startling. Through the open window, she could clearly see a dark figure curled up on her bed, the strong scent of alcohol mingling with the metallic tang of blood pervading the garden. Jun Mingyue was momentarily frozen. Jun Xingchen, why was he lying on her bed? Was he so overwhelmed with excitement that he chose to flaunt himself in the enemy's residence? A celebration akin to dancing on a grave? There was no time for such thoughts, saving a life was paramount. She swiftly plucked the Lan Lingji. But in that very moment, Jun Xingchen's obsidian eyes snapped open, a cold voice cutting through the air. Who? He emerged draped in a long robe, and Jun Mingyue, startled, hurriedly returned the flower to its place, crouching down, frozen in place. Jun Xingchen approached, his black cloak dampened by the mist, yet he seemed unconcerned. Until he stood right before Jun Mingyue. Though he could not see her, he sensed a shift in the atmosphere. He shrouded himself in shadows as Jun Mingyue looked up at him, her heart racing at the sight of his clouded visage. After a long silence, he suddenly crouched down, causing her eyes to widen and her pupils to constrict. He scrutinized her face closely, their features mere inches apart. She could almost feel the warmth of his breath. The tension lingered until she feared she might have been discovered. Jun Xingchen furrowed his brow, patiently brushing away a speck of blood from the lawn lingji with his fingertip before rising again, as if nothing had transpired, and returned indoors. Jun Mingyue exhaled in relief, gathering the lingji and leaving the Jun residence under the cover of night. In the deep hours of the night at the Grand Tutor's residence, Qin Ruolin, having regained her health after taking medicine, fixed her doe-like eyes on Jun Mingyue by the bedside. Suddenly, she leaped into her arms, leaving Jun Mingyue utterly rigid. Qin Ruolin sobbed uncontrollably, "Only you still care for me, only you treat me kindly. They all say they like me. Yet not a single one has come to my aid. Woe is me, only you have set aside past grievances to show me kindness. I was so immature and targeted you. Sister Mingyue, woe is me." Jun Mingyue thought to herself, "Please, I beg you. Do not drag me into this side plot, I merely wish to explore the map." The Grand Tutor handed her a black box, frowning as he cautioned, "Miss. What lies within this box has been sealed for over a century, untouched by any. The city of heaven and earth is no realm of virtue. You must exercise utmost caution upon opening it." Jun Mingyue replied defiantly, "I possess a fearless heart." She took the box, hesitating for a moment before inquiring, "Grand Tutor, do you know where my father is? I have seen the Morning Dew imprisoned within the Jun residence, yet my father's whereabouts remain a mystery." Qin Taifu's gaze deepened. Jun Xingchen. He has somehow gathered a formidable army in mere days, and now the entire imperial capital of Nanzhao is under his sway. Without his command, we cannot hope to escape. Your father, as the national protector, should currently be in the palace discussing troop movements with Xia Ran. Xia Ran will surely betray him," she exclaimed. "Perhaps he will deceive him into relinquishing his military power before eliminating him." Jun Xingchen's forces were not hastily assembled. They had likely been a foregone conclusion from the moment he arrived in Nanzhao. With dawn approaching, Jun Mingyue perched atop the highest rooftop of a tavern in the capital, gazing towards the palace as the cold wind tousled her gentle hair. In truth, her narrative had already reached a sufficient point. It was time for her to venture to the city of heaven and earth. She repeatedly reminded herself that others were but figments, and she ought not to involve herself in their affairs. Outside the palace, two factions of soldiers clashed fiercely, the sounds of clashing blades resonating through the deep palace. A white shadow entered the palace gates, prompting a group of guards to raise their swords menacingly. "How audacious! Who granted you the gall to draw your swords against me?" Jun Qingtian was restrained in a chair, surrounded by magical restraints that rendered him immobile. He had believed that his lifelong cautious compliance with Xia Ran would earn him leniency, yet he found himself mistaken, facing such madness. Jun Qingtian seized Jiang Ning and made his way down the corridor. "Regardless, you are a royal descendant, your presence can rally morale and serve as a shield." Jiang Ning struggled, her hair disheveled, revealing her delicate features unmistakably identifying her as a woman. "Xia Ran, you scoundrel, release me. I will kill you. Let me go." Bai Yuran and Bai Yuza fought their way through the chaos, but amidst the throng of bodies, they could not discern whether they faced Jun Xingchen's or Xia Ran's forces. They carved a path through the dense fog, only to find Jun Qingtian seated there. "Where is the emperor?" Bai Yuran exclaimed, her eyes wide. Bai Yuza quickly approached and dispelled the restraints. Jun Qingtian, known for his pride, was furious to lose face before these youngsters. "Xia Ran has abducted His Majesty. We must not let him escape." Within the corridor, guards fought in clusters, blood painting the red walls more vividly, and the energy surged, plunging the entire palace into chaos. Just as Xia Ran was about to exit through a small gate, a graceful white figure descended before him, sword in hand, exuding an air of noble defiance. Her flowing hair framing a countenance as ethereal as a celestial being. "Release that girl." Her voice pierced the hearts of those present. "Jun Mingyue?" Xia Ran ground his teeth. "You truly are resilient, it seems you cannot be killed." Jun Mingyue furrowed her brow, looking down upon him. Her grip tightening around the icy sword. I shall repeat myself, release her. Who do you think you are? Do you believe you can be so arrogant without Jun Xingchen? Do you think you can defeat me alone? Xiaoran scoffed. Then let it be a battle. Jun Mingyue cried out, raising her sword and charging at him. Xiaoran clearly underestimated her, tossing Jiang Ning aside and casting a spell to immobilize her before drawing his own sword to engage in combat. As dawn broke, a damp, refreshing scent mingled with the blood, and Jun Mingyue unleashed an unprecedented surge of energy. The clash of their swords echoed with earth-shattering intensity. After being momentarily repelled, Jun Mingyue regained her balance and swiftly launched a powerful kick towards Xiaoran's chest. He was no pushover. He blocked with his sword and immediately countered with a surge of energy aimed at her face. Jun Mingyue dodged as the energy grazed her cheek, the sound of her Yunshuang sword resonating as she raised it once more to clash with him. Baiyuran and Baiyuza arrived at the scene. And upon seeing the chaos, Baiyuza immediately joined the fray while Baiyuran hesitated, ultimately choosing to rescue Jiang Ning. However, as she approached the disheveled young emperor, her eyes widened in astonishment. You are a woman? Chapter 71, on the verge of crushing her skull, Baiyuza attempted to shatter Xiaoran's spine with a single blow. But Xiaoran, anticipating the attack, evaded it with a swift turn, striking Baiyuza's arm with a counterattack. Baiyuza inhaled sharply, conjuring his sword and fixing a composed gaze upon Xiaoran, slightly strained from facing two opponents. Xiaoran leisurely wiped the sweat from his brow and addressed Baiyuza, you are well aware of Jun Xingchen's status. By opposing me, you are essentially aiding him. Instead, why not align with me? Once these rebels are subdued, your Baiyu palace will be esteemed as honored guests. Baiyuza responded indifferently, the imperial family has always been the benefactor of our grace, not some regent. Baiyu palace will never commit such an act of defiance. Jun Mingyue interjected, why waste words? Just kill him now. As they both assumed a battle stance, Xiaoran chuckled derisively, very well. Since you refuse to yield, neither of you shall escape. Today, the palace shall become your final resting place. He produced a vial, swallowing several pills, causing his complexion to flush crimson, and his spiritual power to surge rapidly. Jun Mingyue exclaimed, if I'm not mistaken, those are marrow-cleansing pills. How dare you consume pills given by Jun Xingchen? Xiaoran was indeed audacious, having verified the pills multiple times to ensure their safety. After swallowing them without hesitation, he felt his power escalating to a new threshold. Jun Xingchen, that illegitimate whelp, has truly gifted me a treasure. He sneered sinisterly. I shall use his gift to eliminate you. Jun Mingyue seethed with indignation, I, as his sister, can scold that wretched child, but who are you to insult the male lead? She darted forward like an arrow, but Xiaoran deflected her attack, his dark figure hovering in midair, unleashing beams of light from his hands towards her and Baiyuza. Baiyuza parried with his sword, but the force was overwhelming, numbing his grip and nearly causing him to drop his weapon. Such formidable power was unprecedented. As the light wave hurtled towards her, Jun Mingyue instinctively slashed with her sword, nearly shattering her arm. However, the severed attack split into two, relentlessly pursuing her. Jun Mingyue was dumbfounded. Baiyuza lunged to her aid, but it was too late. Jun Mingyue braced herself, shielding her face, resigned to her fate. Xiaoran smirked triumphantly, but in that instant, the 12-hour period has elapsed, the spirit seal has been. I wish you good fortune. Bang! A black barrier abruptly materialized, absorbing the impact of the light waves. A gust of wind tousled Jun Mingyue's hair. What sorcery is this? Xiaoran was utterly bewildered. Jun Mingyue frowned, observing the radiant anklet on her leg. Its golden glow intensified, and she could almost sense Jun Xingchen's escalating emotions as he drew closer. Her heart sank. With the anklet, he could pinpoint her location. She had to end this swiftly. She soared into the air, aiming to strike him down, but Xiaoran hastily swallowed more marrow-cleansing pills, his bulging veins a chilling sight. Jun Mingyue feared he might collapse. If one isn't enough, I'll give you another. Xiaoran's light orb had grown to the size of a football. The previous fist-sized one had nearly killed Mingyue, this one was far more dangerous. Her heart grew cold, but she steeled herself. Die. Xiaoran hurled it at her. Jun Mingyue dodged, but the force was so immense that even standing at a distance of 3 feet, she was buffeted by the spiritual energy. She was sent flying. Her white figure plummeted from the sky, tracing a graceful arc. As she closed her eyes, expecting a clumsy fall, a strong arm suddenly pulled her into an embrace. In that moment, everything else faded away. She opened her eyes, gazing in astonishment at the face before her, Jun Mingyue, clad in black, backlit by the light. His delicate profile slightly pale from blood loss, yet his beauty remained captivating. His gaze met hers, a flicker of emotion like icy water in a mountain spring, impossibly clear. His eyes held a multitude of emotions, excitement, guilt, rage, and a complexity she couldn't decipher. Perfect timing. Tomorrow marks the anniversary of your deaths. Xia Ran's words shattered the moment. He launched ice blades at Jun Mingyue's back. Jun Mingyue fixed his gaze on Jun Mingyue, dismissing the ice blades with a wave of his hand, turning them into mist. His eyes trembled as he meticulously examined her, finally spotting a graze on her cheek. He reached out and caressed it, a murderous fury igniting in his dark eyes. His touch was heavy, as if confirming her presence. Jun Mingyue winced, shrinking into his arms, watching him with fear. He was about to crush her skull. Help! Jun Mingyue stood firmly, cradling her, his cold eyes locking onto Xia Ran, brimming with rage. He unleashed a black aurora, striking Xia Ran, who staggered but regained his footing. I didn't want to resort to this, but you forced my hand, Xia Ran said, producing a white pill, the ephemeral pill. Since you were generous enough to give me such a treasure, I won't disappoint you. Today, none of you will leave here alive. Jun Mingyue calmly observed him, making no move to stop him. Jun Mingyue grew anxious. He was already formidable after consuming the marrow-cleansing pills. The ephemeral pill was far more potent. Jun Mingyue would struggle. Why did Jun Mingyue give him the pills? Was he deliberately creating trouble for himself? Xia Ran swallowed the pill, feeling his meridians expand. Spiritual energy surged into him, elevating him. The power. He was lifted by the energy. Glaring at Jun Mingyue, you thwarted me repeatedly. Now, I'll send you to join the demonic spawn in hell. He raised his hand, gathering 7-colored light in his palm, causing the void to tremble. Die! He roared, hurling the energy ball, a cataclysmic force. Chapter 72, an avowal of affection startled, Jun Mingyue's pupils contracted. Yet the spiritual orb hurtled towards them, and Jun Mingyue showed no inclination to evade. A chilling smile played upon Jun Mingyue's lips, and in the next instant, the spiritual orb abruptly dissipated in midair, vanishing without a trace like vapor. Everyone was aghast. Xia Ran stared blankly at the scene before him, his robes billowing as he gazed down at Jun Mingyue, his voice laced with disbelief. How is this possible? Fool, Jun Mingyue retorted disdainfully. Did you truly believe I would provide you with so much elixir? Xia Ran immediately sensed something amiss, furrowing his brow as he shook his head. No. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that elixir. Jun Mingyue's words were like daggers. The elixir is indeed flawless, but you are riddled with poison. To ingest such a potent concoction now would inevitably cause your blood to flow in reverse, leading to your demise. Poison? Xia Ran's countenance underwent a drastic change. He hastily pulled back his sleeve, discovering that the veins on his arm were bulging, and his skin had turned a ghastly purplish black. From the moment Jun Mingyue entered southern Zhao, he had already set in motion the plan to poison him. I had no desire to make your death so unsightly. But you should never have dared to covet her. Jun Mingyue's eyes flashed with a chilling light, his voice as cold as ice. Until this moment, Jun Mingyue had believed he was jealous of Jiangning. His entire body ablaze with the scorching heat of boiling blood, Xia Ran frantically examined himself. The eerie purplish-black hue spreading from his hands to his chest. An invisible hand seemed to clutch his heart, each breath a searing pain. He struggled to press his acupoints, attempting to slow the poison's advance, but it was already in vain. Xia Ran's once handsome face was now as grotesque as a vengeful specter. He held in agony, launching a frenzied assault on himself with his powers, attempting to end his own life. The muffled thuds filled the air with a sense of dread and unease. Jun Mingyue extended his hand, and Xia Ran's spiritual energy abruptly reversed its flow, converging and swirling around his chest. As Jun Mingyue clenched his fist in the air, all the veins on Xia Ran's face throbbed violently, and cold sweat poured down. Finally, as black spots began to appear on his face, his eyes widened. And his limbs stretched out abruptly. A deafening explosion echoed as he detonated in midair, scattering a black mist of blood. The bloody rain fell, forming a tapestry of macabre and exquisite blossoms on the ground. With everything settled and Xia Ran finally dead, Jun Mingyue expressionlessly pushed Jun Xingchen away, her steps faltering as she walked away. Jun Xingchen staggered, calling out to her in a daze, "Sister." Jun Mingyue paused, but resolutely continued, quickening her pace. At the end of the corridor, Jun Qingtian was approaching. "No, I can't let her go with them. If she leaves, she'll never return." The sense of loss overwhelmed Jun Xingchen once more, and an unprecedented fear flickered in his eyes, all his emotions coalescing into a singular conviction. He rushed forward, seizing Jun Mingyue's hand, but she immediately recoiled as if repulsed. "Don't touch me." As if she loathed him with every fiber of her being. After pushing him away, Jun Mingyue continued to walk, her resolute back plunging Jun Xingchen's heart into the abyss once more. All his emotions transformed into a single-minded determination. His eyes, now devoid of warmth, fixed upon Jun Mingyue, his entire being shrouded in gloom. Standing behind her, he abruptly drew a black dagger. Just as everyone thought he was about to kill Jun Mingyue, his voice, low and sinister, sounded. "Jun Mingyue, if you dare to leave." Threatening her constantly, Jun Mingyue was enraged. She continued to walk forward, retorting coldly, "Break my legs, will you? Go ahead and try." "I'll break my own legs." Jun Xingchen stared intently at her back, a self-deprecating smile playing on his lips, his voice tinged with a wicked desolation. "If you dare to take another step, I'll stab myself. One step, one stab." Thwack. The sound of a dagger piercing flesh echoed. Jun Xingchen was a man of his word, ruthless to others, but even more so to himself. Suddenly, everyone was taken aback by the scene before them. Jun Mingyue's expression froze, and she stopped. The moment Jun Xingchen withdrew the dagger from his abdomen, cold sweat streamed down. His complexion, already weakened, turned even paler. But none of that mattered to him, his eyes were fixed on the white figure. If Jun Mingyue was unwilling to show him even a shred of pity, what did it matter if this body was destroyed? He plunged the dagger into his chest once more, the sound of fabric tearing echoing. An eerie, bloody scent permeated the corridor. Jun Mingyue turned around in shock and rushed over. "Are you insane?" A faint, serene smile finally appeared on Jun Xingchen's pale face, reminiscent of the white-clad youth from years ago. Under Jun Mingyue's gaze, he collapsed. Jun Mingyue rushed to support him, and the two knelt on the ground, face to face. Jun Xingchen had arrived too quickly, so he must have used the technique of tearing through space. Jun Mingyue merely supported him, but the blood that flowed out soaked her hands. "Don't move, I'll bandage you," Jun Mingyue said, wringing her hands as she covered his wound. The gushing blood made her heart palpitate, but she heard Jun Xingchen whisper softly to her. "As expected, only this way will sister not abandon me." Despite his weakness, there was a hint of triumphant satisfaction in his voice. Jun Mingyue was stunned. Jun Xingchen's large, blood-stained hands gently raised her fair face, as if holding a priceless treasure. Their eyes met, one pair filled with bewilderment, the other with surging emotions. They were so close that they could feel each other's breath. Jun Xingchen's eyes, filled with endless desire, slowly drew closer to her. Jun Mingyue's eyes widened, her mind blank, and she forgot to dodge. Before the eyes of the crowd, their lips met in a close embrace. Everyone watched this shocking scene in utter disbelief. "Congratulations, you have obtained the title, Jun Xingchen's beloved." Feeling the cool sensation on her lips, Jun Mingyue was dumbfounded. After a moment of mental shutdown, feeling Jun Xingchen's hot breath, an indescribable sense of revulsion surged in her heart. What the hell is this? What is this? Impossible, impossible. There must be some mistake. Although Jun Xingchen is not related to her by blood, they grew up together, treating each other with respect like siblings. This is impossible, there must be some mistake, impossible. What kind of plot is this? She had always treated him like family. This is crazy, everyone's gone crazy. Her entire body trembled with shock and uncertainty. Only after Jun Xingchen separated did Jun Mingyue see the moisture in his eyes. He looked at her, his voice hoarse, as if in a dream or pleading, "Sister, I was wrong." Jun Mingyue stared at him blankly, a look of anguish creeping onto her face. All the lines in her heart collapsing in an instant. Jun Xingchen's demonic marks and cracks reappeared on his face due to his emotional unrest. He gripped her wrist tightly, causing her to feel numb, and said anxiously, "Don't leave me, I was wrong, sister, I will listen to you from now on. Please don't abandon me again. Where's the medicine? Where's the medicine? He's gone insane, he must be insane." Jun Mingyue groped around his body and found the bottle of medicine. Taking out a pill and feeding it to him. Mingyue's trembling hand slowly caressed his face, and Jun Xingchen looked at her obediently. Jun Mingyue gasped for breath, asking in a panic, "Look at me, Xingchen, look at me, who am I?" Jun Xingchen looked at her as if in a dream, saying word by word, "You are Jun Mingyue, my sister, my family." Jun Mingyue breathed a sigh of relief, he had mistaken her identity. But then, Jun Xingchen suddenly placed his hand on hers, tilting his head and confirming affectionately, "The person I love." Crack. Like a bolt from the blue. Jun Mingyue was completely stunned and stood there dumbfounded. Chapter 73, the female lead is actually herself. Could it be that Jun Xingchen harbored affection for her? That his affections were directed toward her all along? After 4 years of matchmaking, the female lead turned out to be herself? Impossible. Jun Mingyue felt a shiver run down her spine. With a vehement cry, she shoved him away, her face etched with profound anguish. "You're insane. Or have I lost my mind? This cannot be." Jun Xingchen remained deaf to her pleas. He seized her hand and forced the bloodied dagger into it, disregarding her resistance as he guided her hand, pressing the blade against his own chest. His gaze was devout and fervent, tinged with a morbid smile, as tears streamed down his face. "If my sister's anger remains unappeased, then plunge it in. As long as it brings you forgiveness, I will endure anything. If my demise brings you joy, then so be it." Jun Mingyue shook her head vehemently, rendered speechless. She could only attempt to pry his hand away. But Jun Xingchen's strength was immense. His eyes, brimming with affection, remained fixed upon her, yet his hand moved inexorably, driving the blade toward himself. "Stop. Please stop. Jun Xingchen, I forgive you," she cried out urgently. The tip of the blade narrowly missed his heart, summoning every ounce of her spiritual power. Jun Mingyue deflected it by a fraction of an inch, lodging it in the right side of his chest. Crimson blood gushed forth from the wound, trickling down the hilt and dripping onto her hand, a mournful cadence of crimson droplets. Jun Xingchen gazed at her, his face ashen. Yet a tender smile played upon his lips. His watery eyes remained fixed upon her, unblinking, as he clutched her hand tightly. His voice weak as he repeatedly sought confirmation, "Don't leave me. Sister, you once promised me that we would be together forever." Jun Mingyue had made countless promises to him, and now she could only nod her head with all her might. "Don't act rashly. I'll take you away. Take you to be healed." Even as he coerced her with his very life, Jun Mingyue found herself powerless to resist. Jun Xingchen was, after all, the younger brother she had raised with her own hands. Human hearts are not made of stone, and she could not help but feel a pang of compassion. Jun Xingchen was now a figure awash in blood. The ground where he sat was stained with a pool of crimson. Jun Mingyue helped him to his feet, and upon receiving her answer, he finally succumbed to blood loss and fell unconscious. Jun Mingyue took a step with him, but Jun Qingtian's furious voice echoed from behind. "You err. Kill him." Jun Mingyue paused, slowly lifting her eyes. Her clear gaze was now indifferent and devoid of emotion. "I'm sorry, father." 2 figures, one clad in black and the other in white, soared over the imperial city, vanishing from sight. The imperial city had been in turmoil for 2 days. The chaos arriving and departing in haste. The fact that the rebel Xia Ran's plot to usurp the throne had been thwarted by the demon Jun Xingchen was announced by Jiang Ning. However, accompanying this revelation was the scandalous gossip that he had fallen in love with his half-sister, Jun Mingyue. Having lived under the same roof for nearly 20 years, Jun Xingchen had dared to defy the natural order and love Jun Mingyue. This was not merely a case of proximity leading to affection. It was an act of utter depravity. That night, when Jun Xingchen awoke, his first instinct was to look beside him. He found himself in a clean and tidy room, devoid of other occupants. A sense of profound loss washed over him, and he struggled to get out of bed. Sister. Jun Mingyue entered, carrying a basin of water. Upon seeing him, she immediately scolded him. Don't move recklessly. You'll undo the bandages I just applied. Jun Xingchen looked at her with a mixture of surprise and joy as she approached. The light in his eyes was rekindled. Sister. I thought you never wanted to see me again. Jun Mingyue truly wanted to leave, to flee this place. She simply did not know how to face Jun Xingchen. And the memory of that kiss still sent shockwaves through her. Jun Xingchen's upper garment had been removed, revealing his well-built and smooth skin. The bandages that Jun Mingyue had diligently applied during the day were now loose, faintly stained with blood. With a stern expression, she sat on the edge of the bed, wanting to reprimand him, but when she looked up and saw his bright, glistening eyes, she ultimately could not bring herself to do so. She realized that the male lead was either wounded or on his way to being wounded, which was truly exasperating. Jun Xingchen leaned against the bed, watching her clean his wounds. In particular, when her soft fingertips brushed against his skin, his entire being was filled with ripples of emotion. After reapplying the medicine, Jun Mingyue rose to leave, but Jun Xingchen abruptly seized her hand. Where are you going again, sister? Jun Mingyue frowned. It's the hour of high. It's time to sleep. Jun Xingchen looked at her innocently. Would it be alright if sister slept here? I want to watch you. Jun Mingyue, don't push your luck, young man. Jun Mingyue's entire body tensed up, and she looked at him coldly. Xingchen, we need to talk. The smile slowly faded from Jun Xingchen's lips, and Jun Mingyue spoke slowly. I am your sister, am I not? Upon hearing this, Jun Xingchen nodded. You will always be my sister. My respect for you remains steadfast. Jun Mingyue, huh? That's not the right line, is it? Could it be that he truly wants to be my pure, innocent sibling? He's just expressing it in the wrong way? Jun Mingyue tentatively said, You are only 19 years old. You have not yet experienced the vastness of the world. There are countless excellent women in this world who are suitable for you, do you understand? But my heart is set on sister alone, he said expressionlessly. As I thought. He's a little beast. Jun Mingyue gritted her teeth. You have misunderstood this feeling. Although we are not related by blood, I have always regarded you as my own younger brother. Upon hearing this, Jun Xingchen's eyes revealed a hint of hurt. Does sister dislike my bloodline because it is different from yours? Because I am not related to you by blood? Jun Mingyue, huh? Jun Xingchen immediately got up. But Jun Mingyue quickly pressed him down. What are you doing? Jun Xingchen said earnestly, I'm going to bleed Jun Shiri. Once our blood is exchanged, I will be related to you by blood. Good heavens, this book would be directly changed to Jun Shiri's counterattack, and this story would officially end. Mingyue simply could not understand the child's thought process. It has nothing to do with blood relations, do you understand? No matter who you are. I have always considered you my own younger brother. Jun Xingchen said in a fragile voice, then why won't sister accept me? There are many forms that our relationship can take. Respect and obedience are both acceptable. You do not need love to express your respect for me. You are acting recklessly and disregarding human ethics. Jun Mingyue pursed her lips. You simply lack someone to care for and cherish you. That person could be anyone. It's not that I am special. Upon hearing this, Jun Xingchen remained silent for a long time. Just as Jun Mingyue thought he had understood. He said in a low voice, Then does sister know that the most beautiful moments of my life have all been bestowed upon me by you? Jun Mingyue's heart skipped a beat. He said, When I was young, I was unable to cultivate and suffered endless bullying. It was sister who paved the way for me, cared for me, and took care of me. You are always so contrary, secretly doing so much for me but never telling me. There will never be another person like you, so great and selfless. When you held my hand at the Galan Academy and promised that we would be together forever, I was truly happy. Jun Mingyue, selfless? Me, selfless? In modern times, people would denounce me as a heartless capitalist. Someone who deserves to be hanged from a lamppost. Chapter 74, Jun Xingchen gazed steadily at her. His eyes rimmed with red. In order to remain by your side, I have diligently suppressed my cultivation, wishing for you to always accompany and protect me. Yet, I have erred. You have forsaken me so many times, to eternally depend on you is destined to invite disdain. Thus, I must continuously grow stronger. To stand once more by your side at the pinnacle of the clouds. During those days in the abyss, I felt as though I was on the verge of death every day. For 2 years, I even forgot your voice, yet my obsession for you deepened. He spoke softly. Without this obsession, I truly couldn't endure until the day I see you again. Jun Mingyue grasped her hand firmly, resolutely stating, "So sister, no matter what you say, you cannot deter my affection for you." Jun Mingyue sprang to her feet in exasperation. "This is not a matter of affection, regardless of how much you like me. Neither of us will pass the scrutiny." Jun Xingtian? With a swift motion, he released her, causing her to frown and clutch her shoulder, her complexion paling instantly. Jun Mingyue hesitated, studying him before cautiously approaching. "Xingtian, are you all right?" Jun Xingtian looked up at her with tear-filled eyes, laden with grievance. "It hurts. Now you feel pain." Jun Mingyue replied sternly, resigning herself to sit beside him. "Just when I got you sorted out, you've gone and undone it all. If you continue like this, don't expect to heal suddenly." Jun Xingtian pressed his hand against the back of her head and kissed her. The coldness of his lips ignited an immediate warmth in the room, and they entwined like swans in a delicate dance, his fervent breath echoing in her ear. Jun Mingyue, inflamed with anger, struggled fiercely. However, in the vigor of youth, he held her firmly, refusing to relent. Her heart blazed with indignation as she gathered spiritual energy in her hand, poised to strike him unconscious. Yet, upon meeting his desperate gaze, filled with a frantic longing to affirm her presence, she faltered. Jun Xingtian was both terrified and exhilarated. Reluctantly, Jun Mingyue abandoned her intention, forcefully pushing him away. "You are utterly shameless. Is this how you show respect to me?" Jun Xingtian collided with the bedpost, his lips glistening suspiciously. The crimson hue temptingly sinful, yet his expression remained blissfully naïve. Jun Mingyue felt exasperated by this insufferable boy. Why should he treat this matter as if it were his birthright? She adjusted her disheveled attire and turned to leave. "If you dare to offend me again, I will not hold back, sister." As she reached the door, his pitiful voice echoed once more. Jun Mingyue replied coldly, "Do not attempt that with me." Jun Xingtian lowered his head, his voice barely above a whisper. "I am hungry." Jun Mingyue, she was always too soft-hearted. Unable to cook, she found a drowsy waiter to barely manage the task. When she entered the room with a plate of small dishes and rice porridge, half an hour had already passed. Jun Xingtian lay obediently on the bed, his dark eyes fixed intently on her. Jun Mingyue realized he was quite normal when he wasn't acting mad. She handed him the bowl of rice from a commanding height, and he paused momentarily. "You injured your chest, not your arms. You can lift it." Jun Xingtian silently accepted the food, but as the blanket slipped, a large expanse of blood red marked his shoulder. "Why is it bleeding again?" Jun Mingyue, unaccustomed to caring for others, thought it must be her fault. She gently touched it, asking, "Does it hurt?" Jun Xingtian broke out in a cold sweat but bit his lip. "It doesn't hurt." Jun Mingyue scrutinized him, and after a few seconds of silence, brought the food closer. "Never mind, lie still, I will feed you." He was taken aback, his expression laden with uncertainty, reminiscent of the cautious little white lotus he once was. Jun Mingyue was not one to provide meticulous care. Merely scooping rice and feeding him was the extent of her kindness. Once he finished eating, she realized how tiresome it was to care for someone. Her arms ached. Noticing her fatigue, Jun Xingtian retreated a little. "Sister, you should rest here." Jun Mingyue retorted, "Do you think I am foolish and naïve?" She tidied up and instructed, "Focus on healing, forget the distractions in your mind. I will return to see you tomorrow." Jun Xingtian's dark gaze followed her departure. And once she was out of sight, he frowned at the bandages on his body, suddenly finding them bothersome. He irritably tugged at them, causing the wound to bleed anew. If he healed too quickly, she wouldn't care for him as she did now. She felt no love for him, merely pity and guilt, yet, any sentiment was sufficient. As long as she remained by his side, everything else was inconsequential. The next morning, after Jun Mingyue finished her morning routine, she opened the door to find a strong metallic scent of blood. Immediately, Jun Xingtian, dressed in dark, solemn attire, appeared before her. His stunning visage, Renowned throughout the cultivation world, shone brightly, his star-like eyes glinting as he offered a sunny smile. Sister. What are you doing out? Your injury isn't healed yet. Jun Mingyue was taken aback for a moment before frowning in admonition. She led Jun Xingtian back into the room, standing before him to help him remove his clothing. Chiding him, you shouldn't wear such tight clothes, it puts pressure on your wound. You are no longer a child, how will you care for yourself if you act recklessly? Jun Xingtian's heart tightened, fearfully grasping her hand. Didn't sister say she would always stay by my side? Why are you being so pedantic? Do you mean to say I must follow you for a lifetime? Jun Mingyue's expression darkened with anger. You are exceptional, others will surely favor you. We will eventually. Then does sister like me? He inquired, lifting his gaze. Jun Mingyue, unable to ignore his seemingly carefree demeanor, knew if she dared to jest that she had someone in mind, this little pervert would undoubtedly annihilate their entire family. No. Jun Mingyue took a deep breath. I only wish to cultivate diligently and have no interest in such matters. I regard you merely as kin, do you understand? Upon hearing this, Jun Xingtian immediately raised his head, wrapping his arms around her waist and burying his face in her embrace. Sister is my only family, kin is enough. But Jun Mingyue understood that the meaning of kin for this little pervert was entirely different. Chapter 75, The best way is to be true to oneself. Her erratic thought processes were incomprehensible to others. Patiently, she administered the medication once more, wrapping the bandages as she spoke. You should rest here for a few days, I must return to the capital. Jun Xingtian, anxious, replied, Sister. Are you really going to leave me all alone? Jun Mingyue, exasperated, retorted, Do you not understand? If you go back now, you'll be in for a beating. She recounted the countless misdeeds committed by Jun Xingtian over the years, from the universally despised demon race to intimidating Jiang Ning, abducting Jun Mingyue, suppressing the general's manor, and manipulating the kingdom of Nanzhao with impunity, not to mention his audacious confession to Jun Mingyue. Even the onlookers were incensed. Jun Mingyue herself felt the urge to strike him. With a sound mind, why would anyone fall for a villainous wretch like her? And to add insult to injury, they were half-siblings. Bai Yuran was gentle and virtuous, Jiang Ning was an empress and beloved wife, and Qin Rulan was a delicate beauty. Were any of them not superior choices? Jun Xingtian dismissed her concerns. Where you go, I shall follow. Jun Mingyue's lips twitched. I intend to return to the general's manor. Father will truly kill you, you cannot possibly lay a hand on him, can you? After a moment of contemplation, Jun Xingtian reluctantly said, Your father is also my father. I shall respect him. He's been your father for over a decade now, Jun Mingyue replied, bemused. Suddenly, Jun Xingtian's eyes brightened. Sister, does this mean you've forgiven me? Jun Mingyue sighed. Did I not already say I forgave you yesterday? Jun Xingtian's voice trembled. I thought you were simply forced to say that, harboring disdain for me deep down. You tend to overthink things, she replied, letting out a sigh. Are you truly intent on returning with me? Jun Xingtian nodded, gazing at her with longing. We must always be together. Jun Mingyue sensed an undertone in his words. She pulled him away from her embrace, fearing that if this continued, he would only grow more misguided. For her own safety, it was best to correct him sooner rather than later. Frowning, she said, You're not a child anymore. This is hardly appropriate. Rest for now, and in a couple of days, I shall take you back. Jun Xingtian concealed his feelings slightly, worried that if he acted too excessively, she would leave him. He held her hand, looking forlorn. All right. They stayed at the inn for 2 or 3 days, while outside, the town was abuzz with gossip, rumors of the demon spawn, Jun Xingtian, shamelessly loving Mingyue, coercing her into becoming his captive consort. Others claimed he performed blood sacrifices to control her, dragging her down from her pedestal, leaving her unable to escape. Some went so far as to say he had imprisoned her, enacting unspeakable acts as revenge for past grievances against the Jun family. However, none of these rumors dared to insult Jun Mingyue, for in the eyes of the people, she was utterly untainted, akin to a saint beyond reproach. Thus, all blame was thrust upon Jun Xingtian. What transpired was an epic tale of a celestial and demonic sibling love affair unfolding in their imaginations, leaving Jun Mingyue utterly exasperated. What domineering, wild Emperor Chen? The one beside her now, acting spoiled and endearing, was he? The innkeeper brought a pot of tea, casting a lingering glance at Jun Mingyue. Jun Xingchen's cold, piercing gaze fell upon him, causing the innkeeper to shudder and hastily depart. Well, he remained domineering with everyone else. As a demon, Jun Xingchen healed rapidly. Once his wounds had scabbed over, she finally spoke, "Very well, we shall return today." After hiding for so long, it was time to face reality. Two figures, one dark and one light, entered the capital. Their extraordinary demeanor perfectly matched that of the rumored protagonists, capturing the attention of the populace. Jun Mingyue grew angrier. Had it not been for Jun Xingchen's reckless behavior, she would not have been subject to such scrutiny. Yet, Jun Xingchen appeared unfazed, contentedly holding her hand. His face radiating the joy of a child rewarded. Having dismissed the guards, the Jun manor had regained its former vitality. However, when Jun Mingyue and Jun Xingchen stood hand in hand at the entrance, the entire household fell silent in astonishment. Jun Shiri, furious, nearly drew his sword to slay Jun Xingchen. How could such a disgraceful creature emerge from a lineage of uprightness? And to make matters worse, Jun Xingchen was not even a relative. This was truly repugnant. "Do you intend to bring him back with you?" "Sister, what on earth are you thinking? You have lived an upright life, and yet you let this shameless boy drag you down." Jun Shiri raged. "Jun Xingchen, you are indeed a remnant of the demon race, capable of such actions. My sister has treated you with kindness, as if you were her own brother. Not only are you ungrateful, but you have also dared to be so brazen." Everyone's thoughts turned to the years they had spent together, recalling that kiss in the palace before the watchful eyes of all. A visceral sense of disgust welled up within them. If they had initially accepted Jun Xingchen's identity being exposed, it might have been bearable. But for him to have lived as the second young master of the Jun family for so long without any premeditated intentions? Such a scheme was most loathsome. He was nothing less than a treacherous ingrate. Both Jun Xingchen and Jun Mingyue were innocent, for they had known from the start that they shared no blood ties. Mingyue had never wished for his affections, yet wherever she went, he followed. His self-harming tendencies were learned from who knows where, driving her nearly mad with frustration. Her only option was to yield. Time still stretched before them, and she believed she could change him. Surely, a man who could establish a harem could transform into a pure-hearted protagonist, right? Feeling his grip tighten around her hand, his wary gaze scanning their surroundings, Jun Mingyue realized he was fearful of her abandoning him again. With a sigh, she addressed Jun Shiri, "Brother, after all, Xingchen has grown up with us since childhood. Even if we lack blood ties, can we truly abandon him?" Upon hearing this, Jun Xingchen sighed in relief, a smile flickering in his eyes. In the past, he had often wished for her to be a bit harsher with others. Now that he was the object of her compassion, he reveled in it, finding her soft-heartedness endearing. Of course, it was best when it was only directed at him. With unwavering confidence, he looked at Jun Shiri, who had always despised his innocent facade. Forever seeking Jun Mingyue's favor while simultaneously provoking others, a duplicitousness that was utterly nauseating. He wished for Jun Xingchen's demise. Jun Xingtian's voice arrived before his presence did, rushing in with a cold blade aimed directly at Jun Xingchen's neck. The very thought that his cherished daughter, raised with care for over 2 decades, was now the object of this wretch's desires filled him with rage, and he yearned to rip Jun Xingchen to shreds. Chapter 76. The affection diminishes. Jun Xingchen's gaze sharpened abruptly. Before he could make a move, a white silhouette materialized before him. The icy blade halted mere inches from Jun Mingyue's chest, causing Jun Xingtian to break into a cold sweat, his hands trembling uncontrollably. "Father, please spare him," Jun Mingyue interjected, positioning herself protectively in front of him, her eyes filled with anxiety. "I know you have never favored him, and you harbor many grievances regarding his lineage." Jun Mingyue thought to herself, how could this despicable father refuse to accept this little abnormality? If I were in his shoes, I would not accept him either. Perhaps I should attempt emotional manipulation? With sincerity, she implored, although Xingchen is not your biological son, you have cared for him for over a decade. Is there truly not a shred of affection left in your heart? Jun Xingtian, exasperated, glared at her, his cheeks quivering with rage. No. Mingyue. You have truly lost your senses. He is so ungrateful, and you still defend him at every turn. Have you two secretly pledged your lives to one another? Jun Mingyue felt compelled to defend herself. Of course not. Furious, Jun Qingtian retorted, then step aside. This beast, with no blood ties to us, deserves to die. I, Jun Qingtian, have provided for him all these years, and he dares to offend you. 1,000 deaths would not suffice. Seeing her pleas were in vain. Mingyue could only sigh helplessly, murmuring, I merely wished to return everything to its origin. Since you disapprove of Xingchen, very well, Xingchen, let us depart. With a smile that radiated warmth, Jun Xingchen gazed at Jun Mingyue as she took his hand and led him away. Jun Qingtian stood frozen, his heart seething with resentment. Yet as he witnessed his daughter leaving without a glance back, a pang of bitterness arose within him. He had nurtured her into a fine young woman. And for an unrelated brother, she was willing to forsake her own father. He yearned to chastise her but found himself unable, his pent-up frustration boiling over as he shouted. Mingyue, I offer you one last chance. Draw a clear line between yourself and him. Mingyue's retreating figure echoed softly, farewell, father. And just like that, she vanished from sight. Jun Mingyue had always been independent, confident that she could thrive without the Jun household, a thought that worried Jun Qingtian deeply, fearing she might never return. Jun Chaolu timidly inquired, sister won't really abandon us, will she? As Mingyue's silhouette faded from view, Jun Qingtian's frustration erupted as he furiously tossed his sleeve, grumbling. If she doesn't come back, then so be it, she is nothing but an ingrate. Yet, an hour passed, and still, Jun Mingyue did not return. Jun Qingtian's heart began to entertain the notion that if she reconsidered and returned home, he might be able to forgive her. 2 hours passed. And he pondered whether she might face harm alone outside. 3 hours passed, and a sense of urgency began to grip him. Just days ago, she had left with Jun Xingchen and had not returned. Could she truly be leaving him for good? 4 hours. Jun Qingtian wore a frown as he gazed at the empty doorway, contemplating that perhaps it would not be so bad if she returned with Jun Xingchen. As long as she was safe. 5 hours, he anxiously directed Jun Shiri and Jun Chaolu, what are you two doing? Hurry and find Mingyue. So who was it that just called Jun Mingyue an ingrate? At that moment, Jun Mingyue and Jun Xingchen found themselves within the royal palace. After 2 days of meticulous cleansing, the palace had returned to its usual tranquility. Upon seeing Jun Xingchen enter, Jiang Ning felt apprehensive. The sight of both Mingyue and Xingchen reminded her of that fateful day, leaving her gaze towards Xingchen laden with unspoken complexities, even a hint of disdain. After all, who wouldn't be intrigued by a child with such a lack of awareness? Nevertheless, Jiang Ning was kind-hearted. Had she not defended Jun Xingchen under the guise of protecting the crown, he would still bear the stigma of a traitor. In the imperial study, Jiang Ning donned a dragon robe yet appeared disheveled, worry etched across her face. Jun Mingyue returned the imperial seal, and Jiang Ning lamented. Returning it to me now is futile, the entire court knows I am a woman. I fear I shall soon be unseated from the dragon throne. Why does it matter whether the emperor is male or female? Jun Mingyue replied calmly from her seat. Her gentle tone momentarily calmed Jiang Ning, yet her unease persisted. Mingyue, you do not understand, never has a female sovereign emerged in the 4 nations. I ascended the throne disguised as a man, only to have my identity revealed midway. If a rebel were to exploit this situation, what then? Jun Mingyue cast a glance at Jun Xingchen. What do you think, Xingchen? Jun Xingchen echoed a response identical to that in the original text. Labels and constraints are false, true freedom lies in audacity. All paths are paved by predecessors. Yet no journey is ever flawless. Each individual must tread a path divergent from societal norms. You need not succumb to the rigid stereotypes of the world. Jiang Ning mused. Though your words ring true, is that the reason you admire Jun Mingyue? After speaking, Jun Xingchen gazed at Jun Mingyue with bright eyes, prompting her to smile softly in return. Indeed, your majesty, do you comprehend? Jiang Ning pondered, you wish for me to break convention and appear in women's attire at court? Jun Mingyue nodded. Sometimes, what is perceived as resistance is merely the need for someone to forge a new path. Your majesty has secretly studied the art of governance for years. Now, with the South Zhao being peaceful, you possess ample time and energy to hone your skills. What everyone seeks is a leader, and if that leader possesses the capability, does it truly matter whether they are male or female? I believe your majesty cares for the people as if they are your own children. Given time, the old ministers will come to respect you. Now is the perfect moment for your rebirth. Jiang Ning contemplated her words thoughtfully before earnestly requesting, then, after I assume the throne in women's attire, could you come serve as a lady-in-waiting? I truly fear I cannot contend with those old geezers alone. Jun Mingyue shook her head gently. I regret I cannot. I must take a brief respite in the court before embarking on a journey elsewhere. Sister, where are you going? Jun Xingchen asked anxiously. This was a matter she had never disclosed to him, and it frightened him. Jun Mingyue shot him an exasperated glance but remained silent. I will carefully consider your words, Jiang Ning said, rubbing her temples. Both Father and Minister Qin are capable individuals. If your Majesty encounters difficulties, do not hesitate to consult with them. Before leaving the palace, Jun Mingyue cautioned Jiang Ning, who memorized her words earnestly. On the way out, Jun Xingchen stubbornly tried to grasp her hand. Jun Mingyue sensed that this was not the way to proceed and ignored him. However, he halted in his tracks. After taking a few steps, he realized she had not followed him, and turning back, he saw Jun Xingchen standing still, his starry eyes glistening with unshed tears as he gazed at her with a forlorn expression. Jun Mingyue asked, What troubles you now? She approached him, and Jun Xingchen sighed. In our youth, you would always hold my hand when you ventured out. Now, it seems your affection for me has grown increasingly distant. Chapter 77, More like a dog leash. Jun Mingyue remained silent for a moment, emphasizing, You are already 19. You truly are quite immature. Jun Xingchen pulled her hand closer. Their fingers entwined. At 19, I am still your younger brother, forever in need of your care. Jun Mingyue replied, So the emperor has turned into a younger brother. Has he? A colossal baby, you. Now, she harbored serious doubts about whether his affection for her stemmed from a lack of love, her expression growing somewhat complex. Observing her reaction, Jun Xingchen furrowed his brows and, with a forlorn tone, asked, Are you unwilling to stay by my side anymore? Just hold my hand, stop being troublesome. His unreasonable antics irritated her, prompting Mingyue to swiftly change the subject. I have encountered countless young emperors ascending to the throne in stories, often facing numerous obstacles. Yet, the current court situation is remarkably stable. With Xia Ran deceased and her talents and ambitions, she is bound to become a capable emperor. Fortune, timing, and harmony are on our side. Then, does knowing you, sister, count as good fortune? He exclaimed, lifting their clasped hands with enthusiasm. Consider it a sign of resilience. She retorted. If she possessed the cunning of the protagonist's sister from the original tale, she would have thought of eliminating him countless times, rather than allowing him to act spoiled here. In the evening, when Jun Xingchen and Jun Mingyue reappeared at the general's residence, the atmosphere within was fraught with tension. Jun Qingtian gazed at the two with a weathered expression, pondering for a long time before turning away, his anger mingled with helplessness. Enough, enough. Ultimately, he compromised for Mingyue's sake. With Jun Xingchen's return to the Jun family, everything seemed to proceed as usual, yet after all they had endured, something felt subtly different. Did Jun Mingyue harbor feelings for Jun Xingchen? The answer was a resounding no. She felt not a trace of affection. She saw through his life. Having accompanied him through his tribulations and witnessed his opportunities, akin to traversing the vast world alongside him within the pages of a book. While she occasionally admired or critiqued this unfortunate emperor, she never felt a hint of romantic longing. Her interest lay not in the character of Jun Xingchen himself, but rather in the exhilarating narrative that captivated her. However, she felt a sense of compassion for him, and upon realizing that Jun Xingchen bore no hostility towards her, she was willing to return and protect him as his sister. Nothing more than that. In the starry courtyard, Jun Mingyue reached out, tapping his smooth shoulder. Nodding as she remarked, Your wounds heal quite quickly, there shouldn't be any more bleeding, but you still need to apply the medicine. Jun Mingyue suddenly halted, her expression shifting as if struck by a thought. Xingchen, I need to tell you something. Jun Xingchen pulled her down beside him, his gaze filled with hope. What is it? Remove this golden spirit seal, Jun Mingyue stated earnestly. Jun Xingchen was taken aback, his expression instantly turning impassive as he asked. Does sister not like it? Who would enjoy wearing a dog leash? Jun Mingyue replied, forcing a smile. Can we change it? At her words, Jun Xingchen's long fingers suddenly brushed against her shoulder. Mingyue shivered, about to shake him off, but he casually caressed his own slender neck. His fingers grazing over the porcelain-like skin and bluish veins, sending chills down her spine, rendering her motionless. Then, how about wearing it around your neck? He murmured. Absolutely not. That would resemble a dog leash even more. Jun Mingyue suppressed her discomfort, pulling his hand away. I don't need such things, you can take them back. If you truly wish to gift me something, I would greatly appreciate ordinary gold or silver jewelry, alright? Jun Xingchen tilted his head, casually uttering 2 words, not good. Mingyue frowned, and Jun Xingchen gazed at her, his expression forlorn. I fear this may all be one-sided, you've distanced yourself from me too many times. I no longer wish to trust you, sister, I will never let you go again. Jun Mingyue stared at him in astonishment as he blinked, tears brimming in his eyes. His voice trembling, sister, do you truly not enjoy being with me? Are you planning to leave me again? Jun Mingyue thought, goodness, your protagonist has lost his mind. He resembles that Yandere character from an anime. I recall that Yandere would go so far as to harm those they love. Whose fault is that? Jun Mingyue had secretly done good deeds for Jun Xingchen while maintaining a facade of indifference, chastising him while secretly caring. And repeatedly breaking her promises, only to cast him into despair, awaiting his return with hostility, cursing his existence daily, and attempting to flee from him. After being heartbroken for several days, Jun Xingchen discovered clues that confirmed her feelings for him, leading him to feel guilty towards Jun Mingyue, ultimately driving him to madness. Jun Mingyue implored, I beg you, Emperor, can you not choose someone else to love? Fearing to further agitate his fragile heart, she looked at him calmly, please. Don't be upset, I merely spoke thoughtlessly. If you don't wish to remove it, then don't, I would be happy with any gift you give me. Don't be sad, please. She lowered her voice as she gently guided him. A chilling breeze swept through, causing the candle flames to flicker. Jun Xingchen's red-rimmed eyes gazed at her. His breathing gradually stabilizing, yet he continued, Sister, today you told the Emperor you wished to leave Nanzhou. Where are you going? Why did you not inform me? Ah. Is this the catalyst? Jun Mingyue pressed her lips together, resigned, I intended to tell you, and I never planned to leave alone, I wish to take you with me. Really? Upon hearing this, Jun Xingchen's eyes sparkled with excitement, his gaze shimmering with tears. Sister, you want to take me with you? It sounded almost like an elopement. Jun Mingyue bit her lip, why don't you ask where we're going? Jun Xingchen's fingers tightened around her hand, a faint smile gracing his lips. His eyes reflecting dark desires, as long as I am with sister, I would willingly plunge into the depths of hell. Who on earth wishes to accompany you to hell? Jun Mingyue frowned, clarifying, we are heading to Tiandi City. A flicker of realization crossed Jun Xingchen's mind as he recalled the voice from the treasure vault. Yet he maintained a calm facade and inquired, why? Jun Mingyue explained, Tiandi City is the most powerful place in the entire Jiuzhou, a destination revered by all spirit practitioners. I simply wish to grow stronger. As a supporting female character pursuing a career, is that too much to ask? The dark-clad man from the forest had been presumed dead by Jun Xingchen, yet Tiandi City had made repeated attempts against them, and given Jun Xingchen's character, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. However, beyond that, he pondered another matter. Jun Mingyue asked, what are you thinking about? Jun Xingchen looked up and straightforwardly recounted the incident involving the dagger he had obtained from the underground vault, along with the mysterious female voice. He even handed the dagger to Jun Mingyue, who was immediately transported back to the day of his self-harm. Resisting the dagger as she carefully analyzed his words, the demon race is indeed an ancient spiritual lineage. Now, with only you left in Jiuzhou, it is quite peculiar. Perhaps Tiandi City truly holds clues about your origins. With the script in hand, Jun Mingyue began to unsettle him, why didn't you say this sooner? You are my only family, sister. Those people are strangers to me, what does it matter if I acknowledge them or not? He replied nonchalantly. Jun Mingyue remarked. I express my gratitude on behalf of your parents for your acknowledgement. In the 80th chapter, I wish I could preserve it forever. The golden candlelight cast a radiant glow upon Jun Mingyue's profile, captivating Jun Xingchen with her every gesture. He listened attentively as she imparted her wisdom, though the specifics eluded him, save for his intermittent nods. In a moment of tenderness, Jun Mingyue's lips curved into a gentle smile, causing his throat to constrict. Overwhelmed. He succumbed to his emotions, embracing her tightly around the waist. So, we can cultivate while searching for your kin. Jun Mingyue was caught off guard by his sudden embrace, exclaiming, "What's wrong? Stay still." His voice was husky, his warm spiritual energy enveloping her back. Jun Mingyue recoiled, a hint of alarm in her eyes. "What are you doing?" She sensed an unsettling change within her. Upon inspecting her shoulder, her fears were confirmed. The intricate network of scars had resurfaced upon her skin. "Damn it, this is outrageous," she exclaimed, exasperated. "Is my back some kind of Photoshop canvas, where you can just delete and undo at will?" As a woman, Jun Mingyue yearned for beauty. "What are you trying to accomplish?" she demanded. Jun Xingchen, seated calmly, gazed at her with a gentle expression, yet his words carried an air of desolate longing. "The marks my sister bore to protect me are proof of her affection. No one can erase the bond between us." He intended for Jun Mingyue to never forget. Jun Mingyue lamented. "I must have been cursed for 8 lifetimes to encounter such a pervert. In modern times, I'd have you committed to a luxurious private room." Jun Xingchen perceived her anger, yet remained unperturbed. Sister always conceals her pain, her heart shrouded in mystery. Yet, I yearn to witness her concern for me. I wish to eternally preserve anything that connects us. Jun Mingyue retorted icily, "But it's unsightly." In response, Jun Xingchen guided her hand to his chest. Freshly bandaged. He wore only a thin layer of black gauze. Jun Mingyue's touch upon his rippling pectoral muscles left her bewildered. "Do you feel it?" Jun Xingchen inquired, tilting his head. A subtle, ominous stillness accompanying his words. "What? Your heartbeat? How trite. Here lies a scar, where my sister nearly pierced my heart. The memory still torments me, bringing me to the brink of death." His countenance grew increasingly contorted as he spoke, reveling in the pain. "Yet, I have preserved this scar, for it was bestowed upon me by my sister. Each time I gaze upon it, I see your face, reliving the agony. I have experienced it countless times. Yet I cannot bear to let go, for it is my sole reason for survival, proof of your affection. I gave you a sword, and you think I care for you?" Jun Mingyue stammered, stunned. "If I were to strike you again, would you still cherish me?" "Anything bestowed upon me by my sister, even death, Xingchen would gladly embrace." Jun Xingchen's radiant smile sent a chill down Jun Mingyue's spine. "This is terrifying. Even more so than when Jun Xingchen was consumed by darkness. She was certain that Jun Xingchen would drag her to her doom. He had declared as much before." He clutched her hand tightly, his expression swiftly transforming into one of aggrieved resignation. "I apologize, sister. I know it's unsightly, but I truly cherish it. Moreover." Jun Xingchen paused, as if recalling something. "No one else will ever see it. Indeed, no one would dare touch Jun Mingyue's garments, she would strike them down herself." Yet, her expression remained troubled. Jun Xingchen, sensing her unease, gently shook her hand, pleading softly, "Sister, please don't be angry. You bear so many scars. If you're truly upset, why not stab me 81 times? Why are you always fixated on stabbing yourself? 81 stabs would be fatal." Jun Mingyue retorted, exasperated. "Rid your mind of such absurd notions." Jun Xingchen gazed at her, seemingly perplexed. He extended his palm, and the 9-spirit whip materialized in his hand. With an innocent gaze, he offered it to her. "Sister, if you pity me, use this. It won't be fatal. Get lost." She was not a masochist. Jun Mingyue recoiled, hastily withdrawing her hand. She fled his chamber, unable to endure another moment. Each time he committed an egregious act, he attempted to escape punishment through coquetry and feigned weakness, resorting to self-harm when those tactics failed. Jun Xingchen was growing increasingly audacious. At this rate, she would be driven mad by him. Who was the poison and who was the antidote between them remained to be seen. Having not slept so soundly in ages, Jun Mingyue awoke at her accustomed hour. Her habits unwavering. As she completed her toilette, a knock echoed from the door. "Elder sister. Why is Jun Chaolu here so early?" Jun Mingyue set down her comb. "Enter." Jun Chaolu entered, her demeanor peculiar. Jun Mingyue inquired, what's amiss? Chaolu placed a plate of pastries upon the table, hesitant to speak. That little beast. Jun Xingchen. What mischief is he plotting now? He had a mountain of elixirs delivered to the Jun manor early this morning, as if it were his own. Who even desires his elixirs? They're likely poisoned. Oh, I almost forgot Jun Xingchen's other persona, the future master alchemist. His elixirs are undoubtedly of the highest caliber, worthy of display at the Flourishing Splendor auction. Jun Mingyue surmised that he intended to mend his relationship with the Jun family. After all, he grew up alongside us. If he intended harm, why resort to such means? You shouldn't assume the worst of people, Jun Mingyue remarked calmly. Jun Chaolu grew agitated and resentful. Elder sister, you're biased. You once instructed me to be wary of him, yet despite his transgressions, you have forgiven him. Now, when I merely voice my suspicions, you rebuke me. Jun Mingyue retorted. Biased? In the original story, the entire Jun family would have been annihilated. Wait, have I given these children too much leniency? They're becoming presumptuous. Where has my petty, malicious persona gone? Even a concubine's daughter doesn't fear me. I didn't intend to scold you. Jun Mingyue, tasked with appeasing both, felt like a kindergarten teacher. She massaged her temples. It's good to be shrewd, but he is, in a sense, our brother. How can you direct your suspicions toward him? Jun Chaolu pouted and lowered her head. Jun Mingyue sighed. I understand your concerns. I will keep an eye on Jun Xingchen. Jun Mingyue casually retrieved a handful of gold and silver hairpins from her overflowing jewelry box, eliciting an immediate smile from Chaolu. All right, you may leave, Jun Mingyue said. Jun Chaolu caressed the new ornaments, her eyes gleaming with delight, and nodded in agreement. After she departed, Jun Mingyue proceeded to her study and perused a book. Before a quarter of an hour had elapsed, Jun Mingyue sensed an unusual heat emanating from the golden anklet she wore. She glanced down to see it flashing, the frequency increasing rapidly. Xingchen, come out, Jun Mingyue commanded, her composure unwavering. Chapter 81, I am not Jun Xingchen. Jun Xingchen, clad in sleek black attire, appeared at her window with an exquisite visage and eyes glimmering with a myriad of emotions. I thought my sister would not notice, he remarked. If I hadn't discovered it, this golden seal would surely have caused a commotion today, Jun Mingyue replied languidly. Jun Xingchen gracefully leapt down from the windowsill, his dark robe carelessly draped aside, and reclined at the window, observing her with a cryptic smile. You will come to know its myriad uses in due time. Jun Mingyue had no desire for such knowledge. Her sole focus was on her studies. Yet, with Jun Xingchen present, how could he possibly allow her to remain undisturbed? Propping his chin on his hand, he gazed at her profile with an intensity that was both fervent and feigned innocence. Finally, Jun Mingyue, exasperated, closed her book. What are you staring at? I was merely pondering how virtuous and graceful my sister is, unmatched by anyone else, he proclaimed with a carefree laugh. With the label of a neglectful sister stripped away, she was now adorned with virtues of selflessness and grace. It was rather amusing. She felt as though she were on the verge of enlightenment. In reality, she remained quite lively in the modern world. Could he not conjure a more thrilling descriptor? Perhaps something like ruthless and bloodthirsty assassin? That would sound like the protagonist of an exhilarating tale, undeniably cool. Jun Xingchen inquired, are you no longer reading? Jun Mingyue sighed. How can I possibly focus with you here? Do you find me bothersome? Her heart raced with irritation as she retorted, do not overthink. It is I who no longer wish to study, just tell me what you want. She despised his roundabout way of speaking, feeling utterly lost in his convoluted thoughts, only to find herself unnerved by his antics. Content, Jun Xingchen settled beside her, his eyes ablaze with fervor as he asked cautiously, may I kiss you? Absolutely not. Jun Mingyue felt herself teetering on the edge of insanity. How could this little rascal pose such a malicious question with such politeness? However, Jun Xingchen disregarded her protest and swiftly placed a kiss upon her cheek before she could react. The sensation was both intoxicating and electrifying. And before she could regain her composure, he had already retreated from the act. Jun Mingyue's anger simmered within her. When a madman torments you, it is one matter not to retaliate, yet feeling anger is an entirely different affair. Jun Xingchen. she exclaimed, rising abruptly to glare at him. Our statuses are disparate. If you continue to overstep, I shall truly take action. Oh? His face bore an expression of feigned confusion, seemingly disbelieving her threat as he deliberately reached for her hand. Enraged, Jun Mingyue seized his wrist, pinning it firmly against the table while her other hand tightened around his neck, scolding, "You have gone too far." Her dignity as an elder sister felt utterly compromised. The brushes and ink scattered across the table, and a gentle breeze wafted through the window. She caught sight of Jun Xingchen's eyelashes fluttering slightly, his deep-set eyes fixed upon her, revealing a hint of astonishment at her audacity. Jun Mingyue loomed over him. Her cascading hair falling across her shoulders, the proximity between them palpable. Jun Xingchen felt enveloped by her presence and swallowed hard. Acutely aware of her soft hand resting against his neck. "Sister, do you enjoy this?" he queried, his voice husky yet innocent. As if suggesting that he would not refuse should she desire it. Jun Mingyue was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening in confusion as she asked. "Do you truly not consider seeking help?" Before she could continue, the door swung open unexpectedly. Jun Chaolu, who had intended to speak, was left nearly fainting at the shocking sight before her. Her usually gentle and poised elder sister was now dominating Jun Xingchen, both appearing disheveled, leaving the nature of their encounter unclear. Jun Mingyue stiffly lifted her head, feeling as if she might lose her mind. The persona she had meticulously crafted over the years was crumbling before her eyes. Frustrated, she released Jun Xingchen, stepping back to compose herself. Attempting to restore her dignified facade as if nothing had occurred, but to no avail. Jun Xingchen, propping his head on his hand, watched her with a glimmer of amusement. Rarely witnessing her in such a flustered state. Jun Chaolu cautiously remarked, "I seem to have arrived at an inopportune moment." On the contrary, Jun Mingyue gritted her teeth, casting a disdainful glance at Jun Xingchen's shoulders. He, sensing her ire, adopted a serious demeanor, almost convincing one of his profound respect for her. In a hurried tone, Jun Chaolu exclaimed, "Sister, there is dire news. Our elder brother has just been attacked in the manor." At this, Jun Mingyue spun around, alarmed. What? Earlier that day, Jun Su had been joyfully practicing swordplay in the courtyard when a cloaked assailant had descended upon him, brandishing a portrait for comparison. "Are you the young master of the Jun residence?" "Indeed, that is I." "And who are you?" Jun Su replied, flipping his hair nonchalantly. The assailant sneered. "A dead man has no need to know my name, your death is my mission, Jun Xingchen." Jun Su, bewildered, retorted, "What the hell? I am not Jun Xingchen." The assailant drew his sword, declaring, "Do not attempt to deny it, die." Jun Su, in a fit of rage, shouted, "I am truly not Jun Xingchen." Yet the assailant was undeterred, and one could only surmise the prowess of those who dared to assassinate Jun Xingchen. Though Jun Su managed to subdue the attacker, he sustained a wound himself and now lay in his chamber, lamenting his fate. When Jun Mingyue and the others arrived, they found Jun Su sprawled on the bed, barely clinging to life, a sword embedded in his chest. He gazed at the weeping maid beside him, lips pale and trembling as he murmured, "Has father not returned from court yet? I fear I shall not survive until he comes home. Tell Mingyue, we shall be siblings in the next life." Jun Xingchen casually glanced at the sword lodged in his chest and effortlessly yanked it out. Jun Su gasped in pain, "Jun Xingchen, you fiend. Pulling it out will be my demise." "Not even half an inch in, you won't die," Jun Xingchen remarked nonchalantly, observing the bloodstains on the blade. Jun Su, his eyes bloodshot, berated, "If it weren't for your countless enemies, I would not be facing this unwarranted disaster. You have harmed me again." Jun Xingchen, sword in hand, nonchalantly gestured, "If you enjoy being stabbed so much, shall I oblige you further?" Jun Su recoiled in fright, "No, no, no." Jun Mingyue, exasperated, placed her hand on her forehead, "Enough of your bickering. Where is that cloaked assailant now?" A nearby servant reported, "Miss, before we could interrogate him, he took his own life." Jun Mingyue exchanged a glance with Jun Xingchen and declared, "Take me to see." Chapter 82, addressing the princess in the shed lay a lifeless body. The mask of the cloaked figure having been removed to reveal an utterly unremarkable face of an ordinary passerby. Jun Mingyue approached to inspect the corpse, discovering two items. One was a portrait of Jun Xingchen, and the other a black token. It could be said that portraits in period dramas often hold little significance, making it entirely plausible for someone to misidentify a person. However, the portrait bore a peculiar black seal, piquing Jun Mingyue's curiosity as she read aloud, Shadow Department. This was a branch of the mercenary guild in the original narrative set in the Jojo continent. Upon examining the token in her hand, she indeed found the words Mercenary Guild inscribed upon it. The Mercenary Guild, a congregation of formidable individuals, recognized only gold coins as currency, regardless of the perilous tasks they undertook. Be it scaling mountains or traversing fiery terrains, they would accomplish any mission for the right price. The Shadow Department was a subdivision within, where one could essentially pay to have someone eliminated. Those who succeeded in such tasks were rewarded with substantial sums. Fortunes often beckon brave souls. Yet this unfortunate cloaked figure had chosen to target the male protagonist and had mistakenly identified the wrong individual. Jun Mingyue hesitated, casting a glance at Jun Xingchen. Have you recently incurred anyone's ire? Jun Xingchen pondered for a moment before nodding. A few. Jun Mingyue raised an eyebrow. A few? Jun Xingchen replied. I can't recall. Jun Mingyue mused silently. Indeed, Jun Xingchen had been particularly mischievous of late, though this subplot did not exist in the original tale. The only connection to the mercenary guild in the narrative was Tiandi City. The bloodthirsty world of mercenaries was funded by Tiandi City, the foremost city in Jiuzhou. In the original story, Jun Xingchen wielded a kitchen knife to sever an electric wire, igniting sparks as he made his way to the mercenary guild's headquarters, demanding the list of elders from Tiandi City. A list of elders from Tiandi City? Jun Mingyue's eyes brightened at the thought. She promptly opened the box she had acquired from Master Qin, and as it opened, a radiant glow emanated from within. A golden map materialized in the air, depicting an expansive world with several locations circled, the first being Taiyin Mountain, noted as the Mercenary Guild's secretive stronghold. Jun Xingchen remarked. Taiyin Mountain is where the Mercenary Guild subteams congregate. What is this box, sister? Jun Mingyue explained. Master Qin informed me that this could grant access to Tiandi City. Ah, now she understood. In the original tale, Jun Xingchen discovered the box and recognized the significance of Taiyin Mountain. He chose to infiltrate Taiyin Mountain to gather intelligence, ultimately obtaining the list of elders from Tiandi City after a direct assault on the Mercenary Guild. With this map in hand, he would embark on a new journey toward Tiandi City. She pondered how the protagonist had inexplicably ended up at the Mercenary Guild. It was indeed due to the contents of the box. Now, the appearance of this assassin seemed to suggest that it was time for her to follow the main storyline. Jun Mingyue tucked the Mercenary Guild's token into her bosom. Let us first visit the Mercenary Guild and uncover who placed the bounty on you. Jun Xingchen replied softly. There is no need to trouble you, sister. I shall send someone to eliminate the Mercenary Guild. Eliminate them? Do you think it's as simple as a game? Jun Mingyue countered. The clues on this map distinctly highlight the Mercenary Guild but do not name the location of Tiandi City. I believe there exists some clandestine connection between them. If we are to enter Tiandi City, we must first investigate the Mercenary Guild beneath it. Jun Xingchen gazed at her intently, a flicker of brilliance in his eyes. Shall we go together? Yes, this time we shall go together. Jun Mingyue replied with a subtle smile. Jun Xingchen's expression softened at her words. Very well, I shall follow you wherever you go, sister. As evening descended, a cloaked figure descended silently, respectfully addressing Jun Xingchen. Your Highness, everything is in order, you and the princess may enter. Initially expressionless, Jun Xingchen's brows furrowed at the title. The cloaked figure trembled internally, uncertain of what had provoked his ire. Was it too late to retract his words? Do not call me princess, Jun Xingchen declared with utmost seriousness. Call me the Long Princess. The cloaked figure was taken aback. What is wrong with you both? Meanwhile, Jun Mingyue was in her chamber engrossed in a book. As night fell, she rubbed her eyes, preparing for rest when the sound of the door opening interrupted her. Jun Xingchen entered, carrying a tray, and the two exchanged surprised glances. Before Jun Mingyue could react, Jun Xingchen's face flushed red as he quickly explained, I'm sorry, sister. I didn't mean to. As a woman in her 20s, Jun Mingyue regarded him as a child. Though the situation felt somewhat awkward, she managed to maintain her composure, pulling her clothing back together. "What brings you here?" she asked coolly, taking a seat at the table and pouring tea for them both. "I made some pastries for you," Jun Xingchen said, presenting the exquisite treats with bright, eager eyes, exuding innocence. Jun Mingyue was puzzled by his insistence on feeding her. Yet she could not resist the delicious offerings he had prepared. After tasting one, he sat beside her and continued. "I've instructed people to ascertain the location of the Mercenary Guild sub-teams. They are stationed at Taiying Mountain and will soon return to their headquarters. We can enter directly." Jun Mingyue felt a flicker of intrigue, and he added softly, "I am truly happy that you are taking me along." He too must have felt special in her eyes. If Jun Mingyue were aware of his inner thoughts, she would certainly roll her eyes. "You are the protagonist. If I do not bring you along in the narrative, must you confront monsters alone?" With a slight smile, she replied, "It's not about us entering. It's about me entering." Jun Xingchen frowned. "You intend to go alone?" Jun Mingyue nodded. "They are after you, how could you disguise yourself?" "It is best for me to go alone. You should remain outside, and if the situation is favorable, you may join me later." "It's too dangerous for you alone." Jun Xingchen protested. "Humph, how many in this world could harm me?" Jun Mingyue said proudly. "Rest assured, I will be fine." Her cold and aloof demeanor left a lasting impression on him, her indifference shining like glass. Jun Xingchen looked at her gravely before suddenly embracing her arm and leaning against her. Caught off guard by his sudden action, Jun Mingyue felt her heart race. Her body stiffening. "Xingchen, let go. You always appear so composed, even when you protected me so effortlessly in my youth," he murmured, leaning against her shoulder. His tone tinged with shyness. Jun Mingyue felt a surge of emotion. This child was not only innocent but also nostalgic. Yet, he followed with, "I really like you." Jun Mingyue sighed inwardly, "I am truly unfortunate." Chapter 83, He is rather insecure. Jun Xingchen lifted his gaze to glance at her and asked, "Sister, do you hate me?" Jun Mingyue replied, "I do not hate you." Suddenly, a classic dialogue surfaced in her mind. Not hating is akin to liking equates to love. And love is a passionate affair. Fortunately, this naive child, Jun Xingchen, was not so self-absorbed. Instead, he felt a tinge of insecurity. "I know you find me unbearable. But my feelings will never waver. Regardless of what you say, I will never leave you." If it were the Emperor of Chen embracing her at that moment, he might have remarked, "Ah, woman, it is your fortune that I have taken an interest in you. Whether you wish to stay or not, I shall not let you depart." Jun Mingyue was at a loss for words for quite some time before finally stating, "Xingchen, please get up. I have something to discuss with you." Her tone was gentle yet left no room for refusal. Jun Mingyue felt her hand nearly numb from being pinned down by this obstinate child. She pushed again, but to no avail. Taking a deep breath, she said, "Xingchen, while you regard me as your elder sister, you must understand that siblings do not interact in such a manner." A glimmer of cunning flashed in Jun Xingchen's eyes. "I understand." Good heavens! Beneath that innocent facade lies a wicked heart. This must be deliberate. Jun Mingyue thought he was a fool. Yet he was playing her like a fool. "You are insufferable." Enraged, she gathered her spiritual energy and struck towards his chest, but Jun Xingchen had already anticipated her move. He swiftly restrained her hands, pushing down on her arms, and they both tumbled onto the cool mat in a tangle of limbs. Their eyes met. And with a large man looming over her, Jun Mingyue felt a rush of heat at the depth and complexity of his gaze. She understood what it signified. And her heart raced uncontrollably. She had no intention of engaging in such a relationship. Yet, with her sister berating him so, he felt compelled to act. His eyes glimmered with a red light as his voice dropped to a husky murmur. He leaned closer to her face, their warm breaths intertwining. Just as their lips were about to meet, an unexpected voice called from outside, "Yue, are you asleep?" Jun Mingyue's eyes widened in shock, while Jun Xingchen, with a sudden flash in his gaze, bit down on her shoulder. She felt like a cat with its neck held. An odd mix of pain and numbness sending chills down her spine. His hushed voice lingered in her ear, "If you wish for others to know what we are doing, feel free to shout." His erratic breaths brushed against her neck, and Jun Mingyue, fuming with rage, began to gather her magical energy again. Struggling, she found herself unable to budge. Gritting her teeth, she bore the torment. Time stretched interminably, every sensation magnified in the heightened tension. She could distinctly feel each kiss he left on her neck. After what felt like an eternity, Jun Qingtian finally stepped away. Upon hearing his footsteps, Jun Mingyue could no longer contain herself. With all her strength, she pushed him away, exclaiming, "Get off." Jun Xingchen fell to the ground. And Jun Mingyue had never felt so embarrassed. Her clothes were disheveled, her tone softening, transforming what should have been a reprimand into playful banter. She immediately stood up, her expression dark. Jun Xingchen slowly got back to his feet, looking at her with wounded eyes, quickly saying, "Sister, I was wrong." "Again? How many times must you err? Do you not learn?" She chastised him, recalling how he had just been so predatory and now acted as if nothing had transpired. How could he oscillate between such contrasting personas? If this continued, she would surely lose her sanity. Jun Xingchen, feeling aggrieved, said, "Sister, you are so beautiful. I couldn't help myself. I truly understand my mistake. Please do not be angry." Jun Mingyue, miffed, coldly responded, "You need to leave." Yet, Jun Xingchen, lowering his head, approached her and knelt before her, resting against her legs like a child utterly reliant on their parent. His dark eyes misted over as he gazed deeply at her. "Sister, you may strike me or even kill me, just do not ignore me." Jun Mingyue, taken aback, was at a loss for words. Here we go again. She was a normal person, not a violent maniac. She gritted her teeth and commanded, "Get up." "Have you forgiven me?" he asked cautiously. "You must swear to the heavens that you will never again offend me, and then I shall consider forgiving you," she said sternly. Upon hearing this, Jun Xingchen's expression dimmed. Then, "Sister, just kill me." Jun Mingyue, "So your feigned apology was merely a trap for me. Having erred this time, would you dare again?" "I have stated that my feelings for you shall never change," he lamented. Jun Mingyue was furious, finally saying, "Leave me to my thoughts. Is my sister no longer angry?" he ventured tentatively. Jun Mingyue replied earnestly, "If you persist in your entanglements, I will truly become furious." At last, Jun Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief, a smile blossoming on his smooth face, innocent and endearing. Then, "Sister, rest well." As he reached the door, he hesitated, concealing the tumult of emotion swirling within. His yearning for her had become almost uncontrollable. Thoughts that had consumed him for over 4 years could not be easily suppressed. From the moment Jun Mingyue allowed him to call her sister, those sentiments had taken root. He gazed at her aloof and proud figure, her untainted white attire. And he longed to savor and ruin every part of her. No one else could incite such impulsive actions from him. Even when she appeared flustered, she still feigned composure, ensnaring his thoughts. She resembled a divine being, while he was the malevolent spirit yearning to draw her into his realm. He wished for her to remain untouched by the world, yet he also craved to taint her with his own hands. He foolishly fantasized about their intertwined fates, eternally bound together. However, should he overstep her boundaries again, she would only drift further away from him. All must unfold gradually. Even as every fiber of his being screamed for unity with her, he had to stifle every emotion. But if she truly sought to escape him, he would undoubtedly lose his mind. He was already on the brink of losing control, and should it come to that, he might indeed harm her. Fortunately, his sister did not seem to be interested in anyone else. That night passed without dreams. The following morning, Jun Mingyue flung her copper mirror aside and rubbed her temples in disbelief at the suspicious red marks on her neck. Ultimately, she resigned herself to donning a high-necked garment. Never had she felt such a sense of absurdity. Recalling that Jun Xingchen had grown up under her watch made her stomach churn with discomfort. As she entered the dining hall, the eyes of everyone were upon her with a mix of suspicion. Jun Mingyue steeled herself and sat down. At which point Jun Chaolu finally voiced his curiosity, "Aren't you hot?" Chapter 84, The Death of My Woman at the Dining Table. All eyes suddenly shifted to Jun Mingyue's neck. Although they were aware they could not see anything, a twinge of guilt flickered within her. Especially from Jun Xingchen, whose eyes sparkled with amusement. Jun Mingyue shot him a fierce glare and slowly remarked, "I cultivate water magic, I am not hot." Halfway through the meal, Jun Mingyue suddenly announced, "I have gathered some leads regarding the assassin who attempted to kill my brother. Xingchen's injuries have nearly healed, and we plan to investigate further. Jun Chaolu, biting her chopsticks, inquired, Sister, are you not taking me with you? You used to bring me along for everything. Jun Xingchen cast a cold glance at her, unwilling to let her tag along. Jun Chaolu rolled her eyes in response, huffing as she resumed her meal. Jun Qingtian interjected. I sought you out yesterday to inquire about this matter as well. However, since the assassin could injure Shuri, their skills must be formidable. What is your plan? Jun Mingyue disdainfully replied, They are merely scum from an assassin's den. Their presence in the Jun residence has gone silent, but they will inevitably harass us again. It is futile to maintain a defensive stance, it is better to take the initiative and eliminate them all. Oh? Mingyue, you have managed to ascertain their details so swiftly? Jun Qingtian expressed surprise, as she spoke with unwavering confidence less than a day after the incident. Indeed, father need not worry for me. Xingchen and I will return safely. Jun Mingyue reassured him, if we do not act, it would imply that the Jun residence is defenseless. Jun Mingyue was not only powerful but also possessed an innate ability to strategize and prevail from great distances. Such elegance was unmatched by anyone. Exercise caution, Jun Qingtian warned, furrowing his brow. Had it not been for Shuri's injuries, I would have insisted he accompany you. Jun Xingchen remarked, Why didn't you kill him? Jun Qingtian was under the impression that the Assassin's Alliance was merely a mundane organization. Had he known it was from the infamous branch of the Heavenly Earth City, he certainly would not have allowed Jun Mingyue to take such risks. Under the vast night sky, a small tribe nestled at the foot of Taiying Mountain bustled within brightly lit tents. Their attire boldly proclaimed their identity as assassins. Jun Mingyue donned a set of black clothing befitting her identity and strolled into the largest tent. Stop. Who are you? 5 individuals clad in black cloaks, their faces stern, confronted her. Despite having her hair tied back, her delicate features revealed her femininity, raising their suspicions. Jun Mingyue revealed her token, stating, I am from the Shadow Department, returning after completing my mission. You, a woman, are from the Shadow Department? What mission did you undertake? Jun Mingyue replied calmly, to kill Jun Xingchen. The tent fell silent as the lead assassin scrutinized her. This location is extremely secluded and perilous, an ordinary person could not find their way here. Your unscathed condition indicates you are well acquainted with this place. However, Jun Xingchen's name has been resounding lately, rumored to be a descendant of the demon clan with formidable power and a significant military force. It would be no easy feat to kill him. The lead assassin hesitated, Did Jun Xingchen die? Jun Mingyue affirmed, he is dead. The lead assassin narrowed his eyes. Did you kill him alone? Your actions seem suspicious, do you have any evidence? Jun Mingyue spread her hands, producing a black whip, this is the best evidence. The whip crackled with purple electricity, instilling fear. The lead assassin, having never encountered such a treasure, was momentarily captivated, reaching out to grasp it. However, Jun Mingyue swiftly retracted it, stating, I intend to exchange these for the bounty. Since I have proven my claim, please take me with you. We can look out for one another. The lead assassin cleared his throat, I did not expect you, a woman, to possess such skills. I underestimated you. Xiao Wu, take her. What is your alias? Alias? Jun Mingyue frowned. The lead assassin regarded her with suspicion. Everyone in the Shadow Department has an alias to conceal their true identity. Do you not have one? Realization dawned on Jun Mingyue, oh, you mean that. Of course. I have one. What is it? The death of my woman, she replied nonchalantly. The room fell silent for 2 seconds. The lead assassin asked. Are you certain that is your name? It sounds rather peculiar for a young lady. Jun Mingyue replied seriously, perhaps this name may seem childish to a 10-year-old. But for someone in their 20s like me, it is just right, sufficiently audacious to match my temperament. When no one is around, I find it amusing to be cheeky. Suddenly, laughter erupted from a corner, causing Jun Mingyue to freeze. She turned to find Bayuza, who wore an awkward yet polite smile, also clad in black, sitting amidst the assassins. His handsome face contrasted with the dark atmosphere. Help! This is utterly embarrassing. How could Bayuza be here? Her dignity, her elegance, gone. Her face tightened in discomfort as she wished for everyone to forget this incident. The lead assassin, however, continued, very well, the death of my woman. You should follow Xiaowu to the tent to rest. We have pressing matters to attend to. Once we obtain the inner core of the Red Lion King in the forest tomorrow, you will return with us. Jun Mingyue's expression grew increasingly rigid. Almost in tears as she responded, understood. What an embarrassing name, how shameful. Bayuza cleared his throat and approached her with a knowing smile. The death of my woman, let us go. Jun Mingyue felt on the verge of tears. Why must the pawn suffer for being a pawn? As soon as they exited the tent, Bayuza burst into laughter, his voice ringing clear. Jun Mingyue coldly commanded, do not laugh. I shall not laugh. Bayuza replied, but as he glanced at her, he could not contain his amusement, laughing unabashedly. Mingyue, how did you come up with such a name? Ha ha ha. It is so unlike you. Jun Mingyue felt utterly humiliated. An alias is merely a pseudonym, after all. She thought of it as a gaming ID, previously. When playing games in the modern world, she often invested thousands into it. If her ID sounded too feminine, she would be inundated with requests to form pairs. So she deliberately chose a more masculine and silly name, which, while seeming a bit foolish, warded off many suitors. But no one had informed her that Bayuza was also present. Jun Mingyue maintained a stern demeanor. If young Saint Bai has not finished laughing, feel free to continue. I shall take my leave. Bayuza grasped her sleeve, do not go, do not go. I truly will not laugh. Chapter 85, Do you really like Jun Mingyue? Bayuza cleared his throat twice, striving to maintain a serious demeanor. I never anticipated that the usually composed you would engage in such actions. Jun Mingyue, unfazed, retorted. You were right to be surprised, it conveniently conceals my identity. But before I inquire about your presence here, may I ask, what brings you to this place? Then what is your purpose here, Mingyue? He countered. Jun Mingyue replied with a hint of indifference, someone has placed a shadow list on Xingchen at the Mercenary Guild. And I have come to investigate this matter. Upon hearing the name Xingchen, a flicker of intrigue crossed Bayuza's eyes. I too have come for that reason. Jun Mingyue exclaimed, you too are here for Jun Xingchen? That ironclad man will be terrified. Noticing her expression was off, Bayuza quickly added. Someone has also placed a shadow list on me and Yuran. What are you thinking? Jun Mingyue promptly repressed her mischievous thoughts and analyzed the situation earnestly. We hail from prestigious families and have never offended anyone, how could someone conspire to kill us simultaneously at this juncture? Bayuza concurred. My Bayou Palace never bullies the weak. If a formidable opponent were to rise against us, why would they not confront us directly? Are you suggesting that this individual may prefer to remain undiscovered, hence the anonymous listings? Jun Mingyue contemplated. If this is indeed the case, the person who placed the lists on us is likely the same. Precisely, and that is why I have come to investigate, Bayuza affirmed solemnly. Our common adversary is scarce. Jun Mingyue pondered, the night breeze brushing her hair aside. Bayuza gazed at her intently for a long moment before asking. Did you come here alone? No, Xingchen is outside waiting for me, Jun Mingyue replied casually. Seeing her unguarded demeanor, Bayuza was momentarily taken aback and hesitated. Have you two really made a private agreement? Jun Mingyue felt as though struck by lightning, her mind swirling with questions. The last time Bayuza had seen her, she had been leaving the palace with Jun Xingchen, and the scene did indeed resemble an elopement. However, who would dare to meddle in her relationship with Jun Xingchen? That would be utterly absurd. How could they possibly be together? They had grown up together, and her feelings for him were merely those of affection. Furthermore, to outsiders, they were merely longtime relatives. Such a development would surely be met with disgust, whether in ancient or modern times. Jun Mingyue responded coldly, no. Xingchen is still young and has misunderstood this relationship. We remain, and will forever remain, siblings. Upon hearing this, Bayuza's expression softened gradually. That is good. Having grown up together, it is impossible for there to be no feelings. After enduring so many tribulations, it is only natural for him to feel discomfort. He will come to terms with it. Jun Mingyue inquired, what about you? Did Yuran not accompany you? Bayuza smiled faintly, Yuran is also outside. At the summit of Tying Mountain, a gentle breeze swept through, allowing a panoramic view of the entire foothill. Opposite Jun Xingchen stood a woman clad in white. Her long hair cascading elegantly, her face partially concealed by a pristine veil. It was Bai Yuran. Bai Yuran's excitement threatened to spill from her eyes. Ever since witnessing his confession to Jun Mingyue in the palace, she had been in a daze for days. She admired Jun Xingchen and believed he had once harbored feelings for her, but 2 years had fostered a rift between them. As for the intimacy between Jun Mingyue and Jun Xingchen, she had presumed it to be merely a sibling bond. Little did she realize they shared no blood relation. Upon the revelation of their relationship, Bai Yuran felt a twinge of relief alongside her concerns for him, grateful that they could finally part ways. Jun Mingyue's disdain for him being of demonic lineage did not diminish her own affections. She believed that one day he would recognize her feelings. Contrary to her expectations, she thought Jun Xingchen would be enraged and resentful towards Jun Mingyue, never imagining he would commit the audacious act of falling in love with his sister, whom he had grown up with. Bai Yuran remained somewhat bewildered, unable to comprehend his thoughts, yet she approached him, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly beneath the veil. "Brother Xingchen." Jun Xingchen met her gaze steadily. "What brings you here?" Bai Yuran replied with a gentle smile. "The mercenary guild intends to act against Baiyu Palace. I am here to assist you." Upon hearing this, Jun Xingchen's expression shifted to one of intensity as he turned to descend the mountain. However, Bai Yuran suddenly called out from behind, "Do you truly like Jun Mingyue?" Jun Xingchen halted in his tracks. "And if I do?" Regardless of what the world might say about him being ungrateful or shameless, his feelings would remain unchanged. Bai Yuran could no longer contain herself, emphasizing, "Even though she is not your blood relative, she has raised you as an elder sister. Why is it that you cannot see yourself in love with an older woman? Wherever I go, I am the center of attention, yet I know in my heart that she only has eyes for you." Jun Xingchen replied coolly. "What exactly are you trying to convey?" His cold and distant demeanor made Bai Yuran feel as though he were an entirely different person from the one she had known at Jialan Academy. How could he be so heartless? Bai Yuran gazed at him with a sense of grievance, as if deeply wounded. "Resembling a fragile vine, Brother Xingchen, why have you changed so? You never treated me so callously before at Jialan Academy. What has transpired?" Jun Xingchen furrowed his brow, repeating Jialan Academy as if it stirred distant memories. Bai Yuran, feeling particularly vulnerable, continued, "Indeed, you have changed so much. In the past, you would always share your treasures with me first, and whenever there was a challenge, you insisted on teaming up with me. Only I could be so close to you back then. Is it possible that Jun Mingyue has said something to mislead you about me? If Jun Mingyue were present, she would surely toast to her and then advise Bai Yuran to exert more effort to tarnish her own image, thereby winning Jun Xingchen's heart back." Jun Xingchen's expression grew contemplative as he seemed to peer through Bai Yuran's visage into the recesses of his memories. After a long pause, he finally remarked, "You mentioned Jialan Academy. Oh, my sister did indeed speak of you." Bai Yuran froze. Did Jun Mingyue really say something to incite discord? How lowly of her. Yet Jun Xingchen averted his gaze, seemingly indifferent as he continued, "Sister once said that, as a girl studying alone in the world, it is not easy, and advised me to take care of you more." Chapter 86. Oh, what a hellish scene! Bai Yuran's eyes widened in disbelief. And she remained in a daze for quite some time. It was not until a cold breeze swept through that an unprecedented sense of crisis surged within her, causing her voice to tremble as she nearly lost her sanity. "You mean Jun Mingyue made you do this? Impossible. You treated me so well before. How could that have been feigned?" Jun Xingchen furrowed his brow. "I had hoped my sister would take those things first, but she always worried that you would feel uneasy. So I brought them to you instead." So, all of Jun Xingchen's kindness towards her was merely the handiwork of Jun Mingyue? In an instant, all the memories of the past crumbled within Bai Yuran's heart. She could almost envision Jun Mingyue, having mastered Jun Xingchen's affections, looking down from her lofty perch, commanding him to deliver those items to her while observing her delight with a subtle, disdainful smirk. Was it all just a beggar's gift from her? Bai Yuran felt like a laughingstock. When had she ever sought her pity? What right did she have to present herself as a saint? How could she, clad in pristine white, find amusement in knowing that she was hopelessly infatuated with him? Tears streamed down her face as she stubbornly questioned, "No way. During those 2 years. Did you truly feel nothing for me?" "None at all," he replied decisively, his words cutting through her heart like a knife, leaving it bleeding. Bayuren's tears overflowed, her voice thick with sorrow. "Xingchen, she is your sister. Though you share no blood ties, how could you fall in love with her?" "You know we have no blood relation." Jun Xingchen turned his back, leaving her standing alone in the biting wind. His cold voice echoed in her ears. Bayuren stood on the precipice of despair, staring blankly at his retreating figure, utterly stunned by his words. He loved Jun Mingyue, but what about her? What did those 2 years amount to? She was trapped in the nostalgia of their childhood friendship, unable to escape. Everyone told her they were meant to be together. Even after his death, she remained despondent, but upon his return, everything changed. He had the audacity to claim that all the kindness he had shown her over the years was merely a charity from Jun Mingyue? How absurd. What right did she have to interfere with her life? If she wanted Jun Xingchen to be with her, why should she dictate whom he loved? What was her true intention? Perhaps, all these years, Jun Mingyue had relished watching her unwavering devotion to Jun Xingchen, as if it were a delightful performance. The pain was hers to bear alone, and the struggle was hers as well. Bayuren clenched her fists, a flicker of resentment igniting in her glistening eyes. In a corner of the camp, Jun Mingyue was engaged in a lively conversation with Bayuza. Both ambitious individuals were engrossed in discussions that ranged from the mundane to profound philosophical insights. Jun Mingyue expressed a sense of regret for not having met him sooner. After listening to his grandiloquent speech, Jun Mingyue finally graced him with a gentle smile. "What you say, Bai Xingzi, resonates with me completely." Standing 5 meters away, Jun Xingchen's icy gaze swept over her smiling face, radiating an ominous chill. His starry eyes narrowed dangerously, a brilliant red light flickering within. Warning, male leads anger level at 88, please ensure personal safety. Jun Mingyue felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over her, leaving her momentarily stunned. She stiffly turned her head and found herself gazing into his eyes, which held a chilling mix of mirth and malice. Oh, what a hellish scene. Jun Mingyue's mind was still reeling. The typical male protagonist despises his woman interacting with other men. He should be furious enough to turn and walk away, never to acknowledge her again. But that did not happen. Warning, male leads anger level at 92, please ensure personal safety. Jun Xingchen stood there, staring at her without moving, yet Jun Mingyue could clearly see the black cracks beginning to spread across his neck. Warning, male leads anger level at 95. Please ensure personal safety. Jun Mingyue thought to herself, he has arrived. You've been standing there all this time, just to make me pacify him. Damn it. Without hesitation, she abandoned Bayuza and rushed toward him, feigning concern as she approached. Xingchen, what brings you here? Are you cold? Jun Xingchen dismissed her concern and cast a disdainful glance at Bayuza behind her, curling his lips into a nonchalant, icy smile. Sister. Did you enjoy your conversation with him? Not at all, not one bit. Jun Mingyue replied coolly. Bai Xingzi is merely here to investigate the mastermind behind these events. Perhaps our enemies are one and the same, we were simply discussing this matter. Is that so? He scrutinized her expressionless face, the black cracks halting but not dissipating. Bayuza strolled over, glancing at the siblings, setting aside his biases to greet them. Jun Xiaogongzi. Jun Xingchen replied indifferently. Does Bai Xingzi find himself unable to address his issues alone and require my sister's assistance? If your Baiyu Palace is so inept, I might as well lend a hand. Jun Mingyue stared at him in shock. You shouldn't stir up animosity like this. If you're going to insult someone, do it without dragging the entire Baiyu Palace into it. What did Bayuren ever do to you? As expected, Bayuza's expression darkened at Jun Xingchen's words. But he swallowed his displeasure due to Jun Mingyue being his sister. Jun Xiaogongzi certainly has a sharp tongue. However, my conversation with Mingyue was quite pleasant and not solely focused on the matter of the list. Pleasant conversation. Jun Xingchen pondered this phrase's cold undertones, casting a glance at Jun Mingyue. Brother, I implore you to stop. If he turns around, it will only escalate, she said, realizing it was not just him who was supposed to placate her. To avert an impending conflict, Jun Mingyue promptly took Jun Xingchen's hand and led him toward the tent. Bai Xingzi, we won't disturb you further, we have matters to attend to. She merely hoped that Bai Yuza, a man in his 20s, would not stoop to squabble with a mere child like Jun Xingchen. Bai Yuza gazed at their retreating figures. A flicker of conflict crossing his mind, were they truly just the simple siblings that Jun Mingyue had described? As the tent flap fell shut, Jun Mingyue had no time to utter a word before Jun Xingchen seized her chin and began kissing her. Standing at 1.7 meters. She was already at a commendable height, yet Jun Xingchen stood taller, effortlessly overpowering her and holding her shoulders to prevent her from escaping. The lanterns cast their glow upon the tent, illuminating their intertwined shadows in a way that was almost unbearable to witness. Jun Mingyue felt as though she were on the verge of suffocation from his kiss. In a moment of desperation, she began to pat his back to break free. And finally, he relented and released her. Jun Xingchen's kissing skills were severely lacking, bordering on abysmal. It was either a clumsy peck or a rough grind against her. Chapter 87, The Fallen Are Not More Than the Added. Jun Mingyue had never been kissed before, and at this moment, she was beginning to doubt whether all kisses in the world were this painful and devoid of pleasure. What madness are you up to? She thought. Her expression dark as she dabbed at her reddened lips, relieved that there was no bleeding, though they felt slightly swollen. Jun Xingchen scrutinized her from head to toe, his unmasked gaze making Jun Mingyue feel uneasy. Sister, your black attire is rather reminiscent of his. He had intended to say it suited Bai Yuza well. But upon reflection, he dismissed the notion that Bai Yuza was worthy of comparison to her. Jun Mingyue felt a well of tears rise within her. From the moment she appeared, she had donned this NPC garb only to be mocked by him. And what of Jun Xingchen? Was he not also dressed in black? What an absurdity to be jealous over color. With a resigned look, she retorted, aren't you wearing black as well? Is it a crime to wear the same color? Yet. Jun Xingchen's eyes were filled with profound sorrow. Sister, when you spoke with him, you seemed far more at ease than when you're with me. I can see your resistance toward me. That is indeed the case, she admitted, but she dared not provoke him further at that moment, simply stating, I do not. But you smiled at him. Jun Xingchen insisted, you have hardly smiled at me throughout our lives. Am I a fool? Jun Mingyue snapped back. Why would I waste a smile on you? Taking a deep breath, she added, Xingchen, we are merely friends, do not act so recklessly in the future. Jun Xingchen looked at her with indifference. You only scold me. Jun Mingyue wished for a piece of tofu to throw herself against. In Jun Xingchen's eyes, she was a character defined by aloofness, restraint, and grace. What a strange concoction that was. Lowering his gaze, Jun Xingchen lamented, Sister, I am so saddened. Go grieve elsewhere. So I am spared from worrying about you, she sighed, rubbing her temples. He approached her and gently lifted her hand, his voice low, Sister. I truly wanted to kill someone just now. How could you be so close to him and even smile? I am so jealous I can hardly breathe. Jun Xingchen affection level 1, Jun Xingchen affection level 1, Jun Xingchen affection level 1, with each second, she felt a surge of joy, truly, this was delightful. They had been locked in this tension for nearly half a minute, and she relished the thought that he had lost more than he had gained. Unable to contain herself, she playfully patted his cheek, next time, I will be more careful. Jun Xingchen froze at her touch, his face suddenly aflame. Jun Xingchen affection level 999. What a farce. Despite her reprimands, he seemed even more exhilarated. Why was this happening? Sister, do you remember 4 years ago in the floating life forest? He suddenly asked. Jun Mingyue sat on the edge of the bed with annoyance, of course I remember. Jun Xingchen sat beside her, gazing down at the ground. That time. You threw me off the cliff for him. That was unintentional, she interjected quickly. Jun Xingchen nodded vigorously, I know, you were only trying to toughen me up. You are surprisingly easy to fool, she replied, bemused by his self-reassurance. He nestled into her embrace, murmuring against her chest, but sister. When I think of your choice back then, I still feel anger. Should I go and kill him? Memories of the original storyline flooded her mind, Bai Yuza's affection for a girl who was ultimately snatched away by Jun Xingchen, leading to a fierce confrontation where Jun Xingchen was humiliated and betrayed by his own sister, Bai Yuran. She wanted no part in that narrative. Jun Mingyue had grown accustomed to his embrace. It was far better than an unwanted kiss. She comforted his rigid back, her voice stiff. Can you refrain from killing anyone? Jun Xingchen looked up, his eyes sparkling with determination. You are right, sister. Tears of joy welled up in her eyes. Finally, you have decided to abandon your murderous ways. But then he smirked devilishly. Perhaps I should make him wish he were dead. I have made it clear that I do not like him. He is innocent. Jun Mingyue felt her composure begin to unravel. Jun Xingchen feigned shock, his expression pitiful. No whining. How can you, a man towering at nearly 2 meters, whine? He gazed at her with a fragile demeanor. But I will always be your little brother. How about this? Tomorrow, I will accompany you. You are joining so soon? What if they grow suspicious? Jun Mingyue frowned. Jun Xingchen's expression dimmed. But I cannot trust him being close to you. So I have no choice. Enough. If you want to come, you can come immediately. She declared decisively. His face brightened. And he swiftly placed a kiss on her cheek, as if he had achieved a secret victory. All right. Jun Mingyue felt exasperated as she rubbed her cheek, realizing just how juvenile he was. Are you no longer angry? If not, you may leave. Yet Jun Xingchen gazed at her with pitiful eyes. There is nowhere to stay outside, sister. What nonsense. You think you can share a bed with me? Do you fear I might strangle you in your sleep? I know Xingchen can take care of himself. Xingchen cannot survive without you, sister, he insisted. Then can you perform a grand exit for me? Jun Mingyue shot him a cold glare, her voice icy as she uttered one word, leave. Jun Xingchen looked at her with wounded eyes, almost on the verge of tears. She was resolute, unwilling to yield an inch. Do not even think about it. With a dejected demeanor, he stood. Then I shall see you tomorrow, sister. He appeared like a forsaken pet, pitifully lost. Yet Jun Mingyue knew he was entirely aware of his actions and had ulterior motives. A dreamless night passed. The next morning, when Jun Mingyue opened her door, she was greeted by his weary figure standing before her. Jun Xingchen, tired and disheveled, was about to pull aside the curtain when she caught sight of him. Dark circles marred his eyes, and his black robe was soaked with dew, indicating he had spent the night outside without rest. It must have been cold out there. Jun Mingyue glanced at the small patch of grass beside her tent, noticing it had been flattened. Had this little brat been guarding her all night, fearing she might escape? Chapter 88, Why do you degrade yourself? At this moment, Jun Xingchen's eyes brightened upon seeing the bright moon. I cooked, do give it a taste, he said. Jun Mingyue looked at the bowl of hot porridge with a perplexed expression, feeling increasingly stiff. Could it be that Jun Xingchen has transformed his space into a necessary kitchen for home travel? Are you still that formidable male lead? How have you veered towards the path of a housewife? Reluctantly, she allowed him to enter as he served the meal. Jun Mingyue sat down, feeling uneasy. Under his earnest gaze, she picked up her chopsticks, intending to eat, but frowned and said, Xingchen, you need not cook when you're tired, your health is paramount. She had no inclination towards child abuse. The worse she treated him, the better he treated himself, leaving her utterly perplexed. Jun Xingchen smiled, sister, you care for me. But I never find it tiring to do things for you. Jun Mingyue steeled herself to begin eating, knowing all too well that pity does not equate to love. Love cannot be substituted by anything, gratitude cannot compel her to abandon herself to affection for him, it is utterly impossible. Furthermore, that is not love, it is merely reciprocation. However, Jun Xingchen's perspective was starkly opposed to hers. In his eyes, Jun Mingyue loathed her own feelings of love, wishing to escape from herself at every moment. He was aware that his feelings were not acknowledged by the world, and sometimes he despised this aspect of himself, yet he could not change it, he simply liked her. By any means necessary, he wished to evoke feelings in her. If she could not love him, then gratitude would suffice, and if that failed, then perhaps hatred. In any case, he could not endure the notion of their connection being severed. A heavy curtain was tapped. Hey, you there, touch my woman, and you'll regret it. Are you awake? The expressions of Jun Mingyue and Jun Xingchen shifted instantaneously. Jun Xingchen cast a strange glance at Jun Mingyue, who sighed, come in. The person entered, exclaiming, the food smells wonderful, your culinary skills are impressive. He was taken aback to find the two of them in the tent. "Who is this?" he asked. Jun Mingyue glanced at the male lead's handsome visage and boldly declared, "He is my brother." Jun Xingchen smiled lightly, while the man regarded them with skepticism. "Is he also from the mercenary guild?" Jun Mingyue nodded, "Of course." The man frowned, "What is his alias?" Jun Mingyue cast her gaze towards him. Her eyes hinting, "Just make something up." Jun Xingchen, picking up on her cue, cheerfully responded, "Crying for my man." Jun Mingyue. The mercenary remarked. "Touch my woman, cry for my man." You two truly are siblings, that name is quite consistent, foolish." He added, "All right. You two finish eating quickly, we are about to head into the forest, returning directly north to the mercenary guild headquarters." After issuing his reminder, he departed. Jun Mingyue and Jun Xingchen exchanged glances, relieved that Jun Xingchen respected her, and he asked with a smile, "Sister, why did you choose that name?" "To obscure the truth." Jun Mingyue lightly coughed and stood, "It's time to move, let us go." They tidied the camp, leaving no trace behind. Their group consisted of approximately 20 individuals. The most esteemed among them being the leader Jun Mingyue had met the previous night. She was unaware of his alias, but everyone referred to him simply as the boss. After inquiring nearby, she discovered they had been stationed there for over a month, only recently uncovering the traces of the Red Lion King. The Red Lion King's inner core had the ability to enhance fire attributes and strengthen bloodlines. They had set up formations nearby, and had the mercenaries attempted entry, they would have faced dire consequences. Thus, upon seeing Jun Mingyue and Jun Xingchen unharmed, they were indeed convinced. Jun Mingyue and Jun Xingchen walked at the rear of the group. The young Bayuza occasionally cast complex glances their way. And Jun Mingyue sensed he had something to convey. Jun Xingchen, crossing his arms beside her, remarked coolly, "Sister, if you're so concerned about him, why not go and check?" "No, it would invite trouble." Jun Mingyue glanced at him helplessly, "I'm not concerned about him, I'm merely accompanying you, am I not?" With a sigh, she took his hand, guiding him along like a child, which finally brought a smile to Jun Xingchen's face, his eyes softening as he gazed at her. Bayuza observed this scene, a hint of melancholy crossing his features before he averted his gaze. Being with the male lead had its downsides, such as Jun Mingyue constantly enduring the envious glances of surrounding women, who shyly stole glances at Jun Xingchen, their adoration nearly etched upon their faces. Eventually, a girl could no longer contain herself and cautiously pulled Jun Mingyue aside to ask, "Is that person your brother?" "Yes, my half-brother," she replied. The girl in black, upon hearing this, shyly cast a glance at Jun Xingchen and asked, "Miss, how old is your brother? Is he married?" At this, Jun Mingyue's interest was piqued. The names of the male lead's future wives could fill volumes, and she was reluctant to inform the girl that Jun Xingchen was a polygamist. Instead, she tactfully replied, "He is engaged. His primary wives are two." Upon hearing this, the girl's eyes dimmed, but quickly brightened again as she asked with wide, doe-like eyes, "Are there still positions available for concubines?" Jun Mingyue. "Why do you degrade yourself?" Seeing the girl appeared quite young, still naive to the ways of the world, she kindly advised, "You are still young, you will encounter worthy partners in the future." Rejected, the girl immediately looked crestfallen, prompting Jun Mingyue to retreat back to Jun Xingchen's side. In this world, it seemed that all living, beautiful women would unconditionally fall for him. They had entered the depths of the forest, sunlight streaming through the gaps in the trees, illuminating a path with a golden edge. Jun Xingchen glanced sideways and softly asked, "Sister, when did you arrange a marriage for me? I was unaware." "Are you upset?" Jun Mingyue inquired, surprised. Jun Xingchen merely smiled, grasping her hand as they continued forward. "No, I know you are trying to shield me from trouble, you care for me." Jun Mingyue replied, "Ah, yes, yes. I'm constantly worried about you and your future harem. If you spent as much effort on wooing women as you do imagining scenarios, wouldn't you already have a harem of 3 or 4 wives?" However, speaking of wives reminded her of one individual, Bai Yuran. She was undoubtedly in love with Jun Xingchen, yet now that he had developed feelings for her, what path should she take? Lost in thought, a sudden alert sounded from the leader ahead, "Be cautious of your surroundings, something is approaching." Chapter 89, Assassination. Starry Moonlight undoubtedly wished to remain uninvolved in this conflict. Observing from a distance while the vigilant group stood guard. The ground trembled violently, the sound of footsteps crunching on leaves echoed through the air. And from the depths of the forest, a colossal creature gradually emerged before them. Its elongated 8 limbs and broad head instilled a sense of dread, indeed. It was a spider. Have you ever encountered a blue-patterned spider over 2 meters wide? Jun Mingyue harbored an aversion towards creatures with excessive legs. And the moment this spider appeared, everyone was paralyzed with fear, too terrified to move. The venomous wolf spider, with its body rife with toxic substances, was nearly invincible, ensuring that no one dared to provoke it. The most terrifying aspect was that it was a social creature. Indeed. Rustling sounds soon filled the air as over 10 venomous wolf spiders encircled them. Jun Xingchen, with a hint of concern, advised Jun Mingyue, "Sister, step aside and let this bunch of useless fools handle it." Jun Mingyue replied, "You truly understand me, your presence is indeed my good fortune." Yet. She cast a wary glance at the venomous wolf spiders and added, "Leave one alive, we still have to visit the mercenary guild." Jun Xingchen nodded. And upon noticing Bayuza, who had turned pale, he rushed over, asking, "Should we intervene?" Jun Xingchen coldly regarded him, "Since you are so sympathetic towards them, why not take action yourself?" Bayuza's expression darkened further at his sarcastic tone. Jun Mingyue, sensing the tension, interjected, "We are yet unaware of the beast's strength. Our priority is to ensure our safety. After all, as long as these spiders did not attack her, she would refrain from striking. It would be unwise to engage and then allow these mere passers-by to benefit from her efforts." Moreover, the mercenary guild was hardly a benevolent entity. They were solely motivated by profit, and those who dared to venture alone must possess the courage to face the consequences. Just as she contemplated this, a massive venomous wolf spider suddenly raised its head, spewing a greenish slime onto a nearby individual. An acrid smoke rose, accompanied by a pungent, burnt odor. As the man's lower body was rapidly corroded, his insides spilling onto the ground. His anguished screams pierced the air, and in desperation, he attempted to crawl for help, lacking the use of his legs. His companions, startled, clenched their teeth and swiftly ended his suffering with a decisive blow. This all transpired in an instant, prompting Jun Mingyue to frown at the scene. With such meager abilities, they dare to fight monsters? Even dogs would shake their heads in disbelief. As everyone prepared for battle, the spiders drew ever closer, their 8 legs scraping against the ground, while they suddenly unleashed webs that could only be severed with swords. The strands dissolving into a corrosive black liquid that bubbled ominously. Only Jun Mingyue and her 2 companions were momentarily at ease. However, unbeknownst to them, a cloaked figure concealed amidst the thick foliage had drawn a gleaming arrow aimed directly at Jun Mingyue's slender neck. Whoosh! The arrow shot forth with alarming speed, propelled by an unstoppable force. The cloaked figure bore a manic smile, but in the next heartbeat, he froze in shock. Jun Xingchen, reacting with lightning speed, caught the formidable iron arrow, its feathers trembling slightly from his grasp. It had been mere inches from claiming her life. He regarded the scene with a mixture of disbelief and burgeoning fury. Had he not reacted in time, Jun Mingyue would have met her demise. Jun Mingyue herself was momentarily taken aback, her mind racing. Why had the arrow seemed to target her? In the current narrative, aside from her enmity with the male lead, she had no apparent enemies. Was this arrow intended for her or aimed at Bayuza or Jun Xingchen? Could it be the mysterious figure from earlier? Jun Xingchen's expression remained composed as he gazed at the arrow, but Jun Mingyue knew he was enraged. With a sharp crack, he effortlessly snapped the supposedly indestructible iron arrow in 2, then cast a dispassionate glance towards a distant treetop. The cloaked figure, alarmed, thought to himself, "This is bad. I've been discovered." Jun Xingchen hurled the iron arrow, and just as the figure turned to flee, the arrow pierced through his shoulder, blood oozing from the wound. Enduring the agony, he hastily retreated, while Jun Xingchen swiftly drew his sword. "Sister, wait here for me." With that, he dashed after him. Jun Mingyue wished to stop him. After all, in a narrative such as this, it was unlikely for her to remain unscathed while awaiting his return. The more he declared his intentions, the more perilous her situation would become. She surveyed her surroundings. The spiders had already claimed numerous victims, leaving only about a dozen mercenaries huddled together. Their territory reduced to less than 20 square meters. Could Jun Mingyue contend with such a multitude of spiders alone? It seemed daunting. Yet she knew that should she choose to flee, these beasts would be unable to hinder her. However, considering they needed to follow the mercenary guild's main force, she had to be mindful of her companions' identities. Let the battle commence, she declared, her cold gaze sweeping over the area. While there were still many people present, defeating this swarm of wolf spiders should be within her grasp. The cloud frost sword materialized, and her dark silhouette leaped into the air. The sword light carving an arc through the sky as the shattered blade aura cleaved a path, severing a venomous wolf spider's front limb, which erupted with dark blue blood that hissed as it splattered against the trees. Bayuza hurried to her side, sword drawn, standing shoulder to shoulder with her. Indeed, Mingyue possesses a righteous heart. Jun Mingyue retorted, don't mistake me for a saint, have you forgotten that these assassins have targeted you as well? My assistance is merely a means to secure my own passage, not some noble altruism. The mercenary leader's eyes lit up upon seeing Jun Mingyue. This is the one who recently bested Jun Xingchen, her strength must be formidable. He quickly pushed forward, urgently declaring, touch my woman and you shall perish. The number of venomous wolf spiders was steadily increasing, and caution was advisable. Jun Mingyue tilted her body, advising, best keep your comments to a minimum. She and Bayuza channeled their energies, continuously attacking the approaching spider while deftly dodging its venomous sprays, rendering their movements somewhat constrained. Severing their 8 limbs was one thing. Calculating the force and direction with each strike was another, lest they inadvertently harm their allies. Watch out. Acid is dripping onto my arm. Bayuza exclaimed, his eyes twitching. My apologies. Jun Mingyue quipped, if you can't manage, perhaps you should find a factory to tighten screws instead of being the first son of Bayou Palace. Dragging me down. She reminisced about the days spent showing off alongside Jun Xingchen. Chapter 90, must you compel this lady to such actions? Meanwhile, on Jun Xingchen's side, the assassin was cornered at the cliff's precipice. A frigid wind swept across the summit, and the assassin, after a desperate flight, realized he was trapped, his heart plummeting. Clutching his wounded arm, now drenched in blood, he watched Jun Xingchen's approaching shadow. With a grimace, he drew his dagger, intending to plunge it into his heart. A surge of spiritual energy severed his hand, causing the assassin to shriek in agony as blood gushed forth. His severed hand twitched on the ground. Speak. Who sent you? Jun Xingchen's icy gaze, like that of a demon risen from hell, pierced the assassin. His black robes billowed in the wind, radiating a chilling, bloodthirsty aura. Ah. Jun Xingchen. Do you think killing me will save her? Perhaps your shameless sister is already a corpse. The assassin, resigned to his fate, sought a final moment of spite. Jun Xingchen's pupils contracted. Seizing the opportunity, the assassin leaped off the cliff. Jun Xingchen retaliated instantly, unleashing a black surge of spiritual energy that struck the assassin's back like lightning. The assassin convulsed, his body disintegrating midair into a bloody mess that scattered into the ravine below. On Jun Mingyue's side, fewer than 10 mercenaries remained, facing only 3 or 4 wolf spiders. She had hoped to evade Murphy's Law, but when 4 masked assassins suddenly appeared, she cursed inwardly, damn it. The assassins were masked, obscuring their faces. The mercenary leader was bewildered. Have you ever heard of assassins being assassinated? Who are you? The leader demanded, perplexed. Guess. One of the assassins swiftly encircled them but did not immediately attack. Bayuza and the mercenaries drew their swords, warily eyeing the intruders. Jun Mingyue muttered. Guess if I'll guess. Another cold arrow whizzed past. This time, Jun Mingyue reacted swiftly, dodging the projectile. But before she could regain her footing, a barrage of arrows assaulted her, forcing her to retreat from the group. Bayuza suddenly realized the assassin's strategy, to isolate Jun Mingyue by dividing the battlefield. Their target was not him but Jun Mingyue. Mingyue, be careful. Bayuza cried out, reaching for her. But it was too late. An assassin had reached her side and swiftly affixed a talisman to her back. The space around her fractured violently, and she vanished in a swirl of black energy. Why would they do this? If they dared to assassinate Jun Mingyue, they should have the power to contend with Bayuza. Yet, the assassins didn't even attempt to eliminate them all, their sole aim seemingly to remove Jun Mingyue. Moreover, they were undoubtedly distinct from the individuals who had posted the bounty previously. Who are you? Where have you taken Mingyue? Bayuza demanded, aghast. One of the assassins replied respectfully, forgive us, Holy Sun Bai. We have no intention of harming you. Retreat. Stop. Bayuza, struggling to comprehend the situation, watched as the assassins retreated with nimble steps. He pursued them, determined to unmask them. Jun Mingyue found herself at the bottom of a mountain, disoriented. When two menacing figures emerged, she immediately drew her sword, surveying them coldly. Who sent you? To kill me? Huh. First, consider your own capabilities. We are well aware of the esteemed Miss Jun's reputation. Few among the younger generation can match you. But you have offended someone you shouldn't have. We are merely following orders. May you not blame us on your journey to the underworld, a woman's voice declared. Is this a trap? Jun Mingyue mused. Your words reveal two crucial pieces of information. The assassin paused, about to attack. What? First, the person who sent you possesses formidable power, surpassing even the Jun family. Second, Jun Mingyue sneered, if the younger generation cannot defeat me, and you are sent, it implies you are a decrepit hag. The assassin was taken aback, then enraged. She was only in her 30s and commanded respect and reverence wherever she went. How dared Jun Mingyue insult her when facing death? Insolent whelp. I had intended to grant you a complete corpse, but it seems unnecessary. Kill her. She roared, summoning her companion to strike her down. Jun Mingyue remained composed. These two were not particularly formidable, or they would have sent a single, more powerful assassin to ensure success. Jun Mingyue assessed the situation. If her combat prowess was a 2, each of theirs was a 1. 5, totaling 3, enough to challenge her. Your arithmetic is quite impressive, Jun Mingyue remarked. You dare mock us? The two assassins lunged, their swords clashing against Jun Mingyue's, creating a deafening screech. Overwhelmed by their combined strength, Jun Mingyue was forced backward. But her years of spiritual cultivation were not in vain. She launched a kick at the chest of the assassin who had spoken. The kick channeled all her spiritual energy, striking the vulnerable spot. Jun Mingyue was horrified, fearing she had ruptured something. Ah! The assassin collapsed, vomiting blood. Is that all? Jun Mingyue scoffed. Must you compel this lady to such actions? The person who sent you is an imbecile. But the assassin did not fall. Instead, she gritted her teeth and rose. A chilling snarl audible to Jun Mingyue. She consumed a pill, clutching her chest as she glared at Jun Mingyue. Jun Mingyue, you will die. Her power visibly surged. Jun Mingyue chuckled nervously. How strong are you now? It seems you are a 3 now. Her companion sneered, this pill burns your essence to fight. You are doomed, Jun Mingyue. Your head will fetch a handsome reward. If you cannot win, you need not sacrifice yourselves, Jun Mingyue advised. But they ignored her, attacking with renewed ferocity. Surges of spiritual energy erupted around her, and she dodged each blast with grace, but she was ultimately unable to sustain the effort. Struck from behind, she collapsed to the ground. I'm losing. Is there a power-up I can use? Jun Mingyue cried out. There are no power-ups in your inventory. Please resolve the current predicament yourself. Damn it. Who have I offended? Chapter 91, You Incompetent System. Giving me the female lead script without a golden finger? Even capitalists aren't as audacious as you. Just wait until I get out of here, I'm going to lodge a complaint against you, you dog of a system. Clenching her teeth, Jun Mingyue rose to her feet, turning to face them with an expressionless countenance. Since you're so eager to meet your demise, I'll simply grant your wish. I won't feign innocence any longer, prepare to face my soul-corroding powder. She swiftly cast a cloud of dust from her hand. The two assassins, upon witnessing this, reacted with shock and attempted to evade it. However, the powder was omnipresent, infiltrating their mouths and nostrils beneath their veils. Taking advantage of their momentary disorientation, Jun Mingyue turned and fled. Cough, cough, cough. She's escaping. This isn't soul-corroding powder at all. The vile wench. The two finally realized the deception and, consumed by rage and humiliation, gave chase. With the wind whistling past her ears, Jun Mingyue sprinted along the base of the mountain. Of course, even in flight, the young Miss Jun maintained an air of composure, aloof and proud, as if she were merely taking a leisurely stroll. If you were to ask if she possessed any celestial treasures, the truth was, she was as poor as a church mouse. She couldn't fathom who she had offended to find herself in this predicament. Could someone with the script of fate enlighten her? In a daze, Jun Mingyue stumbled upon a mountain cave. Instinctively peering inside, her heart leaped into her throat. The two female assassins followed her trail to the cave's entrance. The tracks abruptly ceased, indicating that Jun Mingyue was likely concealed within. They exchanged wary glances. 1-5 declared, "Your strength is superior now, you should enter and eliminate her. I'll guard the entrance, preventing the harlot from escaping." 3 retorted, "You're quite the schemer. The dangers within are unknown, why don't you venture in?" 1-5 countered, "Don't you desire to personally end her life?" Upon hearing this, 3 flew into a rage. "Very well, I shall go and slay her." With that, she entered the pitch-black cave. After a considerable pause, no sounds of combat emerged. 1-5 leaned in and inquired, "Well, how is it progressing?" After a moment, 3 responded, "The cave extends quite deep. That harlot is adept at concealing herself. I'll venture in a bit further." Silence then ensued, leaving 1-5 to anxiously await outside. Suddenly, the sound of rustling pebbles and falling rocks echoed from within, followed by 3's enraged roar, "I'd been tricked." 1-5's eyes widened, and she attempted to rush inside. But a dark figure descended upon the cave entrance. Jun Mingyue, exuding an aura of noble pride, appeared before her. Her lithe figure showed no signs of disarray from the escape, and her delicate features now bore a disdainful gaze. Indeed, Jun Mingyue was taller, causing 1-5's anger to flare. "If you're outside, then who's inside?" 1-5 demanded. "If you ask me, who should I ask?" Jun Mingyue nonchalantly tapped the frost-cloud sword with her fingertip. The icy blade trembled, emitting a clear, resonant chime. "Perhaps you should be more concerned about yourself." 1-5. 1-5? What 1.5? "Because I am number 2. You incompetent fool." Jun Mingyue charged forward, sword in hand. Without her teammates' support, Jun Mingyue relentlessly pressed her attack. Her movements fluid and seamless, leaving her opponent defenseless. 1-5 was beaten back, her strength no match for Jun Mingyue's. With a powerful downward strike, Jun Mingyue sent 1-5's sword flying to the side. Bereft of her weapon, 1-5's morale plummeted as she stared in stunned disbelief at Jun Mingyue's approaching figure. Don't come any closer. You can't touch me." She retreated, her words defiant. Jun Mingyue would not grant her the opportunity. 3 would arrive soon, leaving no time to spare. "Tell me who sent you. Even if you kill me, I won't reveal anything." She delivered the classic assassin's line. Jun Mingyue's sword tip pressed against her neck, causing 1-5 to break out in a cold sweat and collapse to the ground. Lifting her gaze, she met Jun Mingyue's cold, merciless eyes. "Heh. Did you truly believe I wouldn't dare to kill you?" 1-5's eyes widened as the pristine blade pierced her heart, ending her life with a single blow. "If you refuse to speak, then so be it. I couldn't be bothered to ask, wasting my time. What pretense of nobility? If you desire death, then embrace it." She scoffed, muttering to herself. Daring to act tough before her? She would simply grant them their wish. However, before Jun Mingyue could breathe a sigh of relief, she sensed a chilling aura approaching her from behind. She spun around to evade it, the force of the spiritual energy striking a tree trunk, cleaving it in two. 3 emerged, disheveled and enraged, her eyes bloodshot as she glared at Jun Mingyue. "You actually dared to kill her. Our people will never forgive you. You will live your life hunted." Jun Mingyue sneered. "Did you think that if I didn't kill her, I would somehow escape your pursuit today? Jun Mingyue, you're courting death." She channeled her power into an attack, launching it at Jun Mingyue. "You even dared to frame me. I will make sure you die today." What lay within the cave? None other than the Red Lion King, the mercenary leader's beloved pet. Its massive claws nearly cleaved her head in two. 3, having been battered in the cave, was likely in no better condition. Jun Mingyue swiftly dodged the attack, casting a deliberate, sweeping glance over her opponent. Ugly wretch is still an ugly wretch. Unworthy of gracing polite society. A creature like you wouldn't even qualify as a servant in my Jun manor. Jun Mingyue cared little for her opponent's well-being. Since she had caused her distress, she would indulge in a verbal thrashing. However, 3 was no pushover. Jun Mingyue's insults were particularly cutting, driving her to the brink of fury. She couldn't comprehend why the legendary, refined Jun Mingyue was so foul-mouthed. Die. Enraged, she unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy at Jun Mingyue, heedless of the consequences, nearly leveling the entire valley. Fortunately, Jun Mingyue was agile. A skill honed over years of practice, initially to evade Jun Xingchen's relentless pursuit. She had simply maximized her agility. However, 3 failed to notice that her spiritual energy was waning. When she finally realized it, she sensed an unsettling change within her body, leaving her weak and lethargic. Alarmed, she immediately examined herself but found no visible, horrifying symptoms, leaving her even more perplexed. You poisoned me?" 3 exclaimed in astonishment. "Did you think I was sprinkling flour on you earlier, miss?" Jun Mingyue regarded her with smug satisfaction. "What did you poison me with? This isn't soul-corroding powder. Aphrodisiac." She uttered the word with feigned shyness. 3 was utterly beside herself. "You are a despicable harlot," she roared. "Jun Mingyue, indeed. My persona is that of a base harlot. How else could I delay the onset of the drug's effects?" She swiftly attempted to regain her composure, but to no avail. As she acutely sensed her magical power dissipating upon gathering in her dantian, irritation surged within her, clouding her senses as if intoxicated, and her vision began to blur. "Reveal who sent you," Jun Mingyue demanded, her spiritual energy rising. "Or you'll share her fate." Moments ago, they had been issuing directives to Jun Mingyue with such haughty tones. Yet now they were powerless to retaliate. "The ones pursuing you aren't just us sisters," the woman retorted furiously. "There are 2 esteemed superiors as well. Even if you slay me, escape is impossible." Jun Mingyue fixed her gaze upon her. "I have never provoked any adversaries." The woman scoffed, her face flushed. "You deserve to die from the start. Cease your pretense." Jun Mingyue's lips tightened. It was as if a lifetime of good deeds could be undone by a single act that displeased someone. Discomfort welled within her. Jun Mingyue unleashed a surge of spiritual light, which the woman intercepted with her arms, bearing the brunt of the blow. Her back slammed violently against the stone wall, causing blood to gush forth. Jun Mingyue raised her hand, as if ensnaring the woman with invisible cords. The woman clutched desperately at her throat, struggling in vain as she was lifted into the air. "Trying to deceive others might work, but not with me. I'll finish you." With a swift motion, Jun Mingyue twisted the woman's neck before she could fully react, her eyes widening in disbelief as she slumped lifelessly. Jun Mingyue surveyed the 2 corpses with a somber expression. She needed to leave this place immediately. The day's events had given her a vague idea of who was behind the assassination attempt, but she was unwilling to accuse anyone without concrete evidence. Jun Xingchen returned to the scene, a landscape of carnage and disarray. Members of the mercenary guild were tallying the casualties, while their leader busied himself with extracting the venom glands from the poison wolf spiders, a potent toxin that could fetch a hefty sum at auction. His gaze swept the area, cold and detached, yet he failed to find her. Bayuza was also missing. A sense of unease washed over him, and his eyes turned glacial. Just then, Bayuza's pallid figure materialized beside him, his voice filled with anxiety. "Has she not returned yet?" Jun Xingchen whirled around, his malevolent eyes flashing with murderous intent. "Where did she go?" Bayuza was filled with remorse. "After you departed, a group of individuals suddenly dragged her into the void. They were far more powerful than I, and I could not pursue them." Upon hearing this, Jun Xingchen lashed out with a fierce palm strike, which Bayuza absorbed, staggering backward with blood trickling from his lips. "Her disappearance may not be your fault, but you clearly lack the ability to protect her. Henceforth, keep your distance from my sister," he warned, his voice as frigid as the grave. Meanwhile, Jun Mingyue's misfortune continued unabated. Having just dealt with her two assailants, she had barely taken a few steps when she was intercepted by an elderly man in purple robes. His hair was as white as snow, and judging by his wizened countenance, Jun Mingyue suspected he was well over a century old. The elder's eyes scanned the corpses on the ground, a chilling solemnity creeping into his gaze. His domineering presence bore down on Jun Mingyue, an overwhelming force. Jun Mingyue met his gaze unflinchingly, her posture exuding an air of detached grace. After a prolonged silence, the purple-robed man let out a sardonic chuckle. Indeed, you are worthy of the title of the foremost female cultivator of Nanzhao. Even on the verge of death, you remain so composed. Jun Mingyue regarded him with equanimity. It would be difficult to assemble such a formidable group in Nanzhao. Allow me to venture a guess as to your identities. The purple-robed man regarded her with interest as Jun Mingyue raised an eyebrow with nonchalant ease. If I am not mistaken, you are the infamous four tigers of the Jianghu. A flicker of surprise crossed the elder's eyes. How did you come to know? The two women, the purple-robed man, and the one in red robes comprise the four tiger assassins. I, Jun Mingyue, have merely heard of your reputation, Jun Mingyue said, her eyes narrowing and her heart sinking. It is rare for anyone to be able to enlist your services. To have all four of you assembled here suggests a profound lack of trust. Jun Mingyue clenched her fists. The four tigers, ostensibly roaming the Jianghu as free spirits, were in reality Bayuran's personal guards. In the original narrative, it was the four tigers who escorted Bayuran through the siege, saving Jun Xingchen's life. She now understood the situation. A wave of despair washed over Jun Mingyue. It seemed that with great glory came great suffering. Bayuran's unrequited love has turned her malevolent. Cease your attempts to sow discord, the purple-robed man scoffed. You dared to slay my junior sister. The coming year will mark the anniversary of your death. He contorted his hands into claws, and a crackling black energy coalesced within them. Jun Mingyue, seeing this, whirled around and fled into the mountain cave. The purple-robed man unleashed an attack that pierced through the darkness of the cave, striking the stone wall. Halt! He roared, plunging into the cave after her. Jun Mingyue sprinted frantically, the purple-robed man's voice echoing behind her. The cave was winding and exceedingly long, preventing him from acting rashly for fear of collapsing the mountain. Jun Mingyue also found his actions puzzling. Why would anyone in their right mind follow her into the cave? Why not simply destroy the entrance and bury her alive? But the purple-robed man refused to do so. He now regarded Jun Mingyue as his prey, someone he could crush with a mere flick of his wrist. He was determined to kill her with his own hands and bring her corpse back to his junior sister as a sacrifice. Perhaps this was why villains often met their demise, they were prone to overcomplicating matters. Jun Mingyue continued her desperate flight, deftly evading the bursts of spiritual energy that were launched in her direction. These projectiles grazed her clothing, tearing it into shreds. Jun Mingyue's eyes twitched. The old man is quite fashionable. At this point, she could only hope that the Crimson Lion King within the cave had already been slain by the other assassins. She did not need any more complications. However, Jun Mingyue's luck, as a supposed villain, was notoriously bad. As the passageway, initially a mere 2 meters wide, began to broaden, she realized that she had reached the innermost part of the cave. But before she could take a single step into the cavern, a deafening roar reverberated from within. The sound nearly shattered Jun Mingyue's eardrums. What is called misery does not come singly. The dim light filtering down from the mountaintop provided a faint glimpse of the cavern's interior. A colossal creature, over 4 meters tall, was nestled upon a bed of hay. Its crimson fur was striking, and its mane bristled like an explosion, shimmering with golden light. Its claws were larger than Jun Mingyue herself, and as it shifted, the ice-like nails were revealed. The purple-robed man was likely at level 5, Jun Mingyue swallowed nervously. This Crimson Lion King is a formidable foe. Okay. Here's a refined version of your text. Focusing on enhanced vocabulary and a more literary style while preserving the original meaning, Chapter 93, Shifting the Blame. A near-fatal encounter with the entity had just concluded, narrowly escaping its clutches. It was fortunate that the Crimson Lion King hadn't emerged, otherwise, Jun Mingyue would have faced an even more dire predicament. The Crimson Lion King's eyes. gleaming with a golden luminescence, refracted light like miniature lasers. Jun Mingyue halted abruptly, casting a wary glance. To her astonishment, the lion cradled a rather rustic-looking egg. Such bizarre occurrences seemed commonplace in this mystical world. A lion laying eggs? It defied belief. No wonder it had remained hidden, it was incubating an egg. Little did Jun Mingyue know, this egg had been entrusted to the Crimson Lion King by the matriarch of the Pride. Lion society was matrilineal. And individual lions possessed unique temperaments. Some cherished nurturing, while others prioritized combat and territorial defense. The matriarch, having laid this egg, had resumed patrolling the territory with the Great Lion King, leaving the Crimson Lion King to incubate his sister-in-law's offspring in a secure location, ready for its return. An idea sparked in Jun Mingyue's mind. With a burst of speed, propelled by her mastery of water, wood, and wind, she swiftly approached the Crimson Lion King. Its round eyes fixed on her, clearly bewildered by her intentions. Lions, and similar predators, instinctively assess potential threats before engaging, conserving their strength. Jun Mingyue offered a disarming smile, which only seemed to confuse the Crimson Lion King further. Then, in a swift act of treachery, she snatched the football-sized, irregularly shaped egg. As she hefted it, she couldn't help but think it resembled a lumpy potato. "Boss, I found the egg you wanted. Eat it quickly and augment your power." Jun Mingyue shouted towards the approaching figure in purple robes, hurling the egg in his direction. The Crimson Lion King roared in disbelief. The purple-robed figure, equally bewildered, halted, instinctively catching the projectile. He stared at the potato-like object in his hands, utterly perplexed. "Boss? What is she babbling about?" Regardless, the Crimson Lion King's egg was a potent elixir, a powerful tonic for those skilled in fire and lightning arts. "So, you think to curry favor with me?" "I will never." He paused, aghast as he beheld the 5-meter-tall Crimson Lion King rising before him, his face contorted in astonishment. "You dare steal my egg?" The Crimson Lion King roared. The purple-robed figure found himself in an impossible situation, caught in a crossfire. The mountain cave offered no escape. And Jun Mingyue was trapped against the stone wall, equally cornered. "Very well," the purple-robed figure hissed. "Today, I will claim both the egg and her life." The Crimson Lion King lashed out with a massive paw, its razor-sharp claws tearing away a chunk of stone. The purple-robed figure, clutching the egg, unleashed a torrent of lightning, striking the lion's back. The Crimson Lion King roared in fury, spewing a gout of flame. The purple-robed figure dodged, but the fire grazed his side. Another swipe from the lion sent him reeling, instinctively using the egg as a shield. The Crimson Lion King recoiled, stopping his attack just short of crushing the egg. A sinister smile crept across the purple-robed figure's face. Knowing the lion's concern for the egg, he realized he could use it as leverage, a means to control the beast. Jun Mingyue had inadvertently handed him a powerful advantage. He could now eliminate her, seize the Crimson Lion King's core, and claim the egg, a triple triumph. The ensuing battle was now skewed in his favor. The Crimson Lion King was formidable, but each time the purple-robed figure faced defeat, he brandished the egg, forcing the lion to hold back, frustrated and enraged. The purple-robed figure expended considerable energy, but the Crimson Lion King fared no better, sustaining grievous wounds. Its mane scattered across the battlefield. Yet, the purple-robed figure remained unscathed. Jun Mingyue watched, a flicker of unease crossing her face. Had she gone too far? If the Crimson Lion King fell, her demise was all but certain. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she abandoned her hiding place, drawing her sword and standing beside the Crimson Lion King. The Crimson Lion King glared at her, resentment burning in its eyes. Had it not been for her, his brother's offspring would not be in danger. He unleashed a blast of fire in her direction. Jun Mingyue, anticipating the attack, raised an ice shield to deflect it. "My boss refuses to compensate me fairly," she declared. "He seeks to exploit my labor. Therefore, I, a mere cog in the machine, have decided to rebel. I'm here to assist you." The Crimson Lion King was visibly confused. To prove her sincerity, Jun Mingyue lunged forward, her sword aimed at his throat. The purple-robed figure countered with a surge of spiritual energy. Seizing the opportunity, the Crimson Lion King unleashed another blast of fire, this time striking its target. With a resounding explosion, the purple-robed figure was sent sprawling. He had successfully defended himself countless times, but the Crimson Lion King needed only one successful strike. Though severely burned, the purple-robed figure managed to stand. The Crimson Lion King prepared to strike again, but the purple-robed figure instinctively raised the egg as a shield. Seeing this, Jun Mingyue darted forward and snatched the egg. Without the egg as protection, the purple-robed figure cried out in disbelief. Clutching the rustic egg, Jun Mingyue quipped, "You're quite hideous. I hardly want to hold you." Despite his agility, the confines of the cave offered little room to maneuver. The Crimson Lion King struck, tearing open the purple-robed figure's chest. As blood filled the air, the purple-robed figure suppressed the pain, sealing an acupoint to stem the bleeding. He then began to gather his strength, channeling his spiritual energy. Beast! Perish! His immense power enveloped the entire cave. The Crimson Lion King, a creature of attack rather than defense, had no means of escape. Jun Mingyue clutched the egg tightly, raising a magical shield in a futile attempt to defend herself. The disparity in their power was too great, her efforts were insignificant. A deafening roar echoed as the cave began to collapse. Jun Mingyue felt a surge of golden light wash over her before being thrown to the ground. She seemed unharmed. She closed her eyes, feigning death. The Crimson Lion King was less fortunate, his body torn apart, his dying breaths filling the valley. Debris rained down as the cave threatened to collapse. The purple-robed figure, clutching his abdomen, hissed, "You refused my kindness, now you will suffer the consequences. I will ensure your demise." Ignoring the dying lion, he approached the seemingly lifeless body of Jun Mingyue. The power he had unleashed would have overwhelmed even the Crimson Lion King, let alone a young woman in her 20s. She may have been a prodigy, but he had extinguished her potential. She had simply provoked the wrong adversary. The purple-robed figure cautiously approached Jun Mingyue's dark form, intending to retrieve her body for the reward. However, as his hand touched her shoulder, the corpse suddenly lashed out. A flash of white light pierced the air, and the purple-robed figure felt a cold sensation on his neck, followed by a warm gush of liquid. Impossible. Chapter 94, Who would reject a glowing potato? His vocal cords severed, his words emerged in a hoarse rasp. Blood gushed forth, staining the ground crimson. Jun Mingyue gazed at him impassively. "I owe her nothing, this debt I shall settle personally." Jun Mingyue had realized it, she knew who had issued the command. Yet, the figure in the purple robe would never again witness the sun rise. His pupils dilated, consciousness slipping away as his body fell back, departing this world forever. Jun Mingyue retrieved the egg, relieved to find it intact. The quality of this potato was quite commendable. She approached the fallen Red Lion King cautiously. The beast, eyes fluttering, was nearing its end. With a tinge of guilt, Jun Mingyue presented the egg to its nostrils. It glared at her fiercely, then affectionately rubbed its damp nose against the egg. This was the firstborn son of its family, the only child. The blood coursing through him bore the strongest lineage of the demon race. Alas, it would never see him again. At this thought, it turned its head away, unwilling to gaze any longer. Jun Mingyue gently patted its cheek. "Do not lose hope, I shall feed you some medicine, and perhaps you may yet survive. This is your own son, do you not wish to see him born?" The lion opened its eyes, golden irises glaring at Jun Mingyue. Were it not for her, would I have encountered such troubles? Jun Mingyue began rummaging through her small treasury. "Xingchen left me a plethora of medicines that should be beneficial to you. Though your son may not be handsome, you cannot abandon him now." The lion grew even angrier, thinking that had he the strength, he would surely strike Jun Mingyue down for daring to call his prince ugly. Jun Mingyue tossed a pill into his mouth, and the lion weakly gazed at the egg, as if contemplating something profound. She mused, "Such a large body, one pill might not suffice, I might as well give it all to him. Better to vomit blood from replenishing than to perish from weakness." With this in mind, she poured every healing potion from the vial into his mouth. The bitterness jolted the lion awake momentarily, and he roared. He hurled the egg towards Jun Mingyue. "You wish for me to give it to you?" She looked at the egg with disdain. The lioness' icy stare bore into her, prompting her to quickly declare, "I want it, I want it." Who would refuse a glowing potato? Yet, Jun Mingyue remained unwilling to abandon it. After all, it was quite innocent, merely raising its young. And yet it had been battered so grievously. She conveyed her spirit to the lion, supplementing it with pills, employing every possible means to draw him back from the brink of death, unaware of a surging malice drawing closer. Her voice echoed within the cavern, "Do not give up. Do not give up. Look, your bleeding has ceased, you shall recover soon." The sound of falling stones accompanied by heavy footsteps entered the vast cave. And Jun Mingyue instinctively turned, her pupils constricting. A middle-aged man clad in a red cloak stood before her, his expression unchanging, cold eyes regarding her with disdain. As if she were inconsequential. "What are you doing here, like a gored child saving grandpa?" Jun Mingyue steadied herself, he was a level 10. While she was merely a 2. Even if she were to die, she could never defeat this wretched creature. Bai Yuren truly had abundant resources. The man in red observed her with a calm demeanor, enunciating each word, "You are indeed gifted, but having killed my junior brothers and sisters. Have you considered how to bear the consequences?" Jun Mingyue stood up, undaunted, and met his gaze. "I bear no enmity towards you. You were commissioned to eliminate me, naturally. I must retaliate. Blame only your poor choice in hiring, so many lives have been lost." Bold words. Purple Robe perished by your hand, a testament to his foolishness. Yet you shall not escape my grasp. His eyes narrowed, and he reached to strike, but Jun Mingyue interjected, "Wait." He halted, "What? Are you now begging for mercy?" Unfazed, Jun Mingyue replied, "Are you not curious how I alone could defeat Purple Robe?" His curiosity piqued, "Oh? Pray tell." Jun Mingyue ambled nonchalantly, "Because. Wind walking technique." Seizing the moment, she attempted to channel her energy to flee the cave, yet the man in red had anticipated her move. A barrier rose instantaneously, rebounding her back, leaving her head spinning. To attempt wind walking in the presence of a soil elementalist is to court death, he scoffed. Jun Mingyue fought back. Like a mantis attempting to block a chariot, the strength of this adversary was overwhelmingly formidable, and her margin for error perilously slim. But must she perish here? Would she fall not to the male lead, but to a mere passerby? The man in red extended his hand, "Today is your day of reckoning, pay for your transgressions." An oppressive force bore down upon her, causing the very air around her to dissipate, her organs compressing under the strain. She summoned her magic to resist, yet felt that insurmountable power enveloping her, as if a cat were toying with a mouse, amplifying the pressure gradually, relishing her futile defiance. Jun Mingyue had thought herself invincible in the Jiuzhou continent, only to discover upon entering Nanzhou that this was the realm of true power, terrifying in its might. Desperately, she extended her arms in resistance, her body pressed back, leaving deep imprints in the ground. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead. Time stretching infinitely as she regarded the calculating gaze of the man in red, who seemed ready to imbue her with a fragment of energy, and in the next moment, she could be crushed like an ant in this cavern. Yet, at that instant, the Red Lion King, previously on the brink of death, suddenly lifted its head, expending its final ounce of strength to unleash a fierce breath towards the man in red, a colossal fireball surging forth with unyielding intensity. The man in red's eyes widened, and with a flick of his sleeve, he deflected the fireball elsewhere, causing the entire cave to begin collapsing and exploding. His anger surged as he struck down upon the Red Lion King, ignorant beast. With a sorrowful wail, the Red Lion King finally succumbed. However, this provided Jun Mingyue a fleeting chance to escape. She seized the opportunity to dash through the chaos, but the man in red was no mere trifling foe. His strength dwarfed hers fivefold, and he swiftly sensed her movement, unleashing a lethal wave of energy towards her. With a resounding crash, a golden light erupted, casting Jun Mingyue to the ground, the aftermath far less gruesome than she had imagined. A flicker of confusion crossed the man in red's eyes. "Oh?" As the cave threatened to collapse, he swiftly conjured a barrier. "In that case, you may await your entombment here, crushed to a pulp and still eligible for a reward." His intentions diverged sharply from those of Purple Robe. Regardless of how Jun Mingyue met her demise, she would ultimately perish. With this thought, he soared out of the cavern, eagerly anticipating the moment this vast cave became her final resting place. Chapter 95. You are truly immature. Debris cascaded incessantly, and the cave was engulfed in dust. Jun Mingyue lunged towards the beam of light at the entrance, but after numerous attempts, she found herself thwarted. She coughed, waving away the dust before her. just as a massive rock plummeted from above. She deftly sidestepped it, retreating helplessly to a corner of the cave. A warmth radiated from her bosom. She retrieved the irregular egg, discovering it shimmered with a silvery light. Uncertain of its significance, she concealed it once more. Though she bore only minor injuries. Having deflected several lethal strikes, the cave was on the verge of collapse, and she was trapped within an insurmountable barrier. In despair, Jun Mingyue buried her head in her knees, lamenting her misfortune. Lacking the protagonist's halo yet ensnared in a protagonist's narrative, she was destined to face repercussions. As moments ticked away, the debris gradually obscured the entrance, and just as the last glimmer of light was about to extinguish, a surge of black energy erupted. In an instant, the cave felt as though it were enveloped by a glass dome, freezing the falling stones in mid-air, plunging the surroundings into an eerie silence. The stillness was almost unnerving. Jun Mingyue, caught in a drowsy stupor, sensed a shift in the atmosphere. She blinked awake and looked up, instantly freezing in place. 3 feet away, Jun Xingchen stood with his back to the pale celestial light, his obsidian eyes fixated upon her. His expression was dark and foreboding. His tall figure exuding a solitary, chilly aura, his black robe billowing dramatically. The once flawless visage of his now bore cracks that mirrored his tumultuous emotions, pulsating with an unsettling crimson glow. In that moment, Jun Mingyue seemed to glimpse the original character of the Emperor of Qin, who would unearth earthworms and scald anthills with boiling water, and who, upon seeing an egg, would scramble its yolk. Jun Mingyue was left speechless. The two locked gazes, the atmosphere thick with tension. Jun Xingchen suddenly approached, his eyes alight with fury and fear. He swept Jun Mingyue from the corner and enveloped her in a fierce embrace, leaving no space between them. She, already slight in stature, felt her ribs nearly crushed under his hold, gasping for breath. He pressed his head against her shoulder, desperately seeking solace from the terror that gripped him. The cave